Even if they were breached, it is impossible for them to arrive here so quickly. It's only been a few years. Commander Joseph, our flanks have also suddenly appeared with 2 human fleets, each with 20,000 warships, and they have already started firing on us. The adjutant urgent call to Joseph. But Joseph had no time to pay attention to him. Instead, he quickly turned to his brain, considering his options. 2 human fleets appearing on his flanks meant what? Their fleet was in a C shape, surrounding the starway exit. Wouldn't the human fleets on the 2 sides be behind his flanks? How could they face the enemy? Turn to face. That's a joke. This would mean turning 180 degrees, at least taking 3 minutes, and when you turn 90 degrees, you will be facing the enemy on your side, which is the weakest position for warships. Accelerate in a straight line to escape. Even more ridiculous, with straight line acceleration on both flanks, wouldn't they collide with each other? They were in a C-shaped defense line. Commander Joseph. What now? The enemy, upon scanning, it's found that all their warships are classified as cruiser-class warships. Boom! Joseph was directly stunned. What did his adjutant just say? All 40,000 enemy warships were cruiser-class ships. There were more of them than us, occupying an absolute advantageous position. And they were all main battleships? Could we really continue this battle? Commander Joseph, is there anything else? Can you just say it all at once? Our warships found that when resorting to secondary cannon fire, all enemy ships had energy shields, rendering our attacks totally ineffective. Bang! Joseph collapsed directly on the ground. With the enemy's main battleship superior in number and positioning with energy shields, Joseph's mind was filled with these thoughts, echoing repeatedly. It's over. Commander Joseph, what should we do now? Without a plan, we'll be eradicated within 10 minutes. The adjutant on the side was equally anxious. It's no longer possible. Order the carriers to release all fighters. All ships turn to face the enemy. We have to fight to the end. Fight to take down a few enemy ships before we are destroyed. Commander Joseph, execute the order and open communications while you're at it. I want to send one last message to Lord Ross. Yes? 8 minutes later, despite the fierce resistance of the Hutton garrison, they still could not escape the fate of being wiped out, unable to inflict any damage on the Federal fleet. This was the crushing power of technology. If the Hutton garrison had over 1 million warships, they could have put up a fight, the outcome uncertain. But with only 30,000 warships against 40,000 technologically superior enemy warships, there was no room for resistance. As for the released fighter jets, their attacks against the warship shields could not even match the shield's recharge rate. In the end, they were gradually eliminated by the warship's close-range defenses. While the garrison was being overcome, the Second Fleet of Zhang Hai also took over the rear fortress. Following this, the 3 fleets each headed towards their next targets. Zhang Hai attacked the shipbuilding base group, while Yang Xingchen and Lin Fan divided their fleets and assaulted the Resource Star and the Life Planet respectively. 3 hours later, all the resistance forces in the star system were eliminated. All the planets and space shipyards had been completely brought under control. End of this chapter. Chapter 86. In the colorful starway of Isa, a vast fleet was advancing. Commander Isa, we are expected to reach Hutton in 10 minutes. Still no news from Hutton? Yes, the last communication was 17 days ago. Something feels off. Inform the fleet ahead to be cautious and ready to attack at all times. Due to the potential threat of attack from the Capet Empire, Isa had Joseph send the latest information every 10 days. However, they had not received any information for 17 days. While Isa did not believe that Cabot could easily breach Hutton's defenses, there was still a sense of unease. I hope nothing has happened. In the Hengxing star system towards Beryl on the Starway exit, 3 Federation fleets had formed a defensive line here. Lin Fan and his group had been waiting here for about 10 days. Waiting in anticipation was quite tiring, as you never knew when the enemy would appear, requiring constant vigilance. Unlike ancient warfare where scouts could be sent out, facing the Starway, you would only know when the enemy was right in front of you. Therefore, everyone had been on edge for the past 10 days. However, it did not mean that no one could rest. Otherwise, they would crumble before the enemy arrived. Lin Fan had the fleet stationed in a rotation of 3 shifts, so when not officially at war, 1/3 of the fleet would be in the rear for rest. The 3 fleet commanders took turns resting. Commander, the Oxus Empire fleet of 1,000 warships has exited the starway towards Beryl. Finally, order the fleet to open fire and form a crossfire. Due to the simultaneous commands on the defensive line, it was impossible for the three commanders to act together, which could result in chaos. Therefore, Lin Fan was temporarily in command of the 2nd and 4th fleets, while Yang Xingchen and Zhang Hai were managing the battleship production base and matters on various planets, each with a significant number of mech legions and assault teams. Beryl on the starway exit was of average width, capable of accommodating about 1,000 warships passing through simultaneously, making it not particularly slow. However, on the defensive line, there were a total of 54,000 battleships, forming a powerful crossfire from 3 directions towards the exit, with firepower not inferior to an Oxus Imperial Guard Legion. Considering the configuration of an Imperial Guard Legion, there were only 2,000 battleships per 10,000 warships. Waves of warships of the Oxus Empire's 4th Legion passing through the starway were being immediately bombarded upon arrival, with no room for negotiation. Within just 5 minutes, 10,000 warships were effectively eliminated. At that moment, news reached Isa. Commander Isa, our fleet ahead arrived at Hutton and was ambushed by a human fleet of 60,000. Human? How could it be human? Are you certain there's no mistake? Yes, based on the database comparison and the information received from the defenders of Tianyuan 4, the human new warships matched completely. Wait. I remember the information from the Tianyuan 4 defenders mentioned the human new warships had energy shields, right? Yes, Commander Isa. At this moment the fleet ahead reports that the attacks are completely ineffective. Upon hearing the report from his deputy, Isa suddenly thought of something. New warships with energy shields at Tianyuan 4 mysteriously attacked. Could it be the jump engine? If so, many previously unclear aspects could be explained, including how the humans managed to take Hutton without being noticed. However, humans were not supposed to suddenly advance to a 4th-level civilization. But to say that the humans purchased warships from the Baboy Empire was also impossible. Isa knew that purchasing 5,000 shield-equipped warships had already depleted the Empire's savings for over a century, not to mention the vast resources required to arm 60,000 warships. Just the jump engine alone was something Baboy Empire would never sell. Thus, the remaining speculation, no matter how improbable, should be close to the truth. It was that humans had indeed reached a 4th-level civilization, albeit limited by a small population and territory, hence the limited scale of their warships. Isa had guessed correctly for the most part, except that humans were not a fully fledged 4th-level civilization yet, but rather a pseudo-4th level. However, even as a pseudo-4th-level civilization, 60,000 shield-equipped warships were not something the Imperial Guard 4th Legion could easily contend with alone. Thinking about this, Isa could not help but feel bitter. Where did that put him? This was the starway. Inside the starway, it was not about using propulsion systems, but automatically moving at 3 times the speed of light along the channel as if riding a current. Inside the starway, you could not accelerate, decelerate, turn around, or even change the posture of the warships, only moving forward until reaching the destination. In other words, Isa could do nothing but watch as every wave of 1,000 warships went out, only to be blasted apart. Order all fighters inside the warships to be pushed out. Commander Isa, don't you understand? Carriers will be destroyed once they go out. The fighters will not have a chance to attack. Although our propulsion system is useless inside the starway, we can still push the fighters out directly, so once they are out of the starway, they can directly assault the enemy line. Yes, Commander. This was the only solution Isa could think of. The whole 4th Legion's carriers had 30,000 carriers, each carrying 3,000 fighters, totaling 90 million fighters. Even though some carriers had been destroyed upon exiting the starway, there were still over 80 million fighters to be launched. By releasing the fighters ahead of time, they could move along with the fleet, and once out, they could immediately launch an assault. While the number of fighters capable of crossing the millions of kilometers under the crossfire was uncertain, it was still better than being destroyed without attacking right after leaving the carriers. At that moment, all carriers still inside the starway began launching fighters. The scene of tens of millions of fighters advancing along with the fleets was exceptionally spectacular. End of this chapter. Chapter 87 Isa's Advice. The situation in the battle along the star path was slightly different. Along with waves of battleships, there were also large numbers of fighter jets that appeared simultaneously and charged towards the human defense line once they left the star path. Although the targets of the fighter jets were small, they still suffered heavy casualties when facing crossfire from 3 directions. The human defense line was 3 million kilometers away, and fighter jets were not as fast as battleships, only traveling at a speed of 500 kilometers per second. It would take a full 1 hour and 40 minutes to fly across these 3 million kilometers to break into the enemy's camp. Flying for 1 hour and 40 minutes amidst the enemy's intensive fire, the casualties would be significant. This is why it's said that in battles between level 3 civilizations, fighter jets are nightmares for battleships in close combat, but nightmares for fighter jets in long-range combat. The human fleet didn't need to pay special attention to these fighter jets, just maintain the crossfire towards the star path. However, this doesn't mean the fighter jets were safe, as they were still within the range of humans' area coverage attacks. Often, a single light speed could shoot down several fighter jets, revealing the magnitude of casualties. Isa's flagship was situated towards the rear of the entire legion, where he was constantly listening to the frontline feedback inside the ship. Commander Isa, the fighter squad can't even push forward, let alone share the burden of human firepower. The human defense line is still maintaining range firepower coverage towards the star path. Order all battleships once out of the star path, full speed ahead. Even if it leads to death, die ahead, using debris to form a defensive barrier. Isa had no other choice. If there was any other way, he would not have issued such an order. Even with this strategy, Isa still had no confidence in achieving victory. The real goal was to utilize the destruction of half of the fleet to establish a barrier made of battleship wreckage, providing some protection for the rear fleet, giving them a chance to gather the fleet at the exit of the star path. Once the fleet gathered in sufficient numbers, they could concentrate a large number of battleships to attack a single point. Energy shields were not invincible, and Isa believed that, before his fleet was completely wiped out, they could focus fire and destroy some human battleships. It must be said that the soldiers of the Ox Empire were all quite resolute. Even if they couldn't win, they would find a way to strike back at you. Since the conflict between humans and the Ox Empire began, besides a few captured prisoners, there had been no voluntary surrenders. Within the next hour, a total of over 100,000 battleships had emerged from the star path, driving forward madly as soon as they appeared, joining the array. Isa Commander, the human flanking fleets have ceased fire. What's the situation? Hold the human flanks and see what they have up their sleeve. Commander, the human flanking fleets have suddenly disappeared. Disappeared? Could it be? Not good. Isa suddenly panicked. How could he forget that the human fleet had teleportation engines? At the moment, their fleet only had a barrier in the front. There was none on the sides, and battleship sides were the weakest points. Just as Isa had guessed what the human fleet was up to, converging fire from both sides had already started coming in. Numerous battleships were hit on their sides, turning into fireballs. It's over. With 30,000 level 3 battleships being wiped out by 40,000 level 4 battleships forming converging fire from both sides, was there any way out? Clearly not. After their fleet of 30,000 battleships was annihilated, the 70,000 battleships within the star path were also doomed to destruction. Vice Admiral, you take command of the fleet and counterattack. I must go and send the final message to His Majesty. Understood, Commander Isa. It has been an honor serving as your Vice Admiral all these years. At this point, without Isa saying much, the Vice Admiral already understood Isa's intentions. Isa nodded towards the Vice Admiral, walked out of the bridge, and entered his room, starting to record his final message. Your Majesty, humans have now advanced to level 4 civilization, equipped with energy shields and teleportation engines. We no longer have any chance of victory. Although as a soldier, I shouldn't and don't want to say this, but now I have to surrender. In the face of technological suppression by a level 4 civilization, maybe surrendering is the only way to save the Empire. A momentary shame is nothing compared to the survival of the Empire. I believe your Majesty has learned from human spies about their history. They have only been in the interstellar for a few decades, yet they have already reached level 4 civilization, showing the immense potential of their race. Even the Babavi Empire is completely incomparable. Therefore, before I fall in battle, I must give your Majesty one last piece of advice. Even if we have to become a subsidiary civilization of humans, let's not continue fighting them. This is the Empire's only way out. After completing the message, Isa sent it out and then sat on his bed, quietly waiting for the final moment. 5 minutes later, a main gun-grade ion beam struck Isa's flagship, instantly turning the entire battleship into a fireball. After dealing with this batch of gathered battleships, the First Fleet once again blasted a path on the isolation belt and projected firepower towards the star path exit. The star path was back to its previous state of 1,000 ships in, 1,000 ships out. 40 minutes later, when no battleships emerged from the star path, it officially marked the complete annihilation of the Forbidden's 4th Legion, concluding the Hutton operation with complete success. End of this chapter. Chapter 88. After the Star Flashlightning battle took down Hutton and annihilated the 4th Legion of the Guards, Lin Fan's operational plan entered its second phase, the Star Flashlightning battle. Its core strategy was to fully utilize the high mobility of the Leap engine, quickly taking over Lyles and Callio before the Aux Empire could react, completely isolating the Aux Empire's heartland and outer territories. Next, sweeping through all the star systems outside the Aux capital region, as according to acquired intelligence, within the Aux heartland territory, there were only the capital's 200,000 guard fleet and 100,000 defenders in Rahu. Lin Fan was confident in completely sweeping over these areas within 3 months, taking down Rahu in the process and encircling the Aux capital region thoroughly. On the second day, after annihilating the 4th Legion of the Guards, the Star Flash Lightning battle began. Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen led their fleets to Lyles and Callio, with Zhang Hai leaving 5,000 warships to guard Hutton. They then divided into 5 fleet groups, splitting into 3 groups to advance towards 3 star systems surrounding Hutton. Lyles and Callio were low-risk areas as they were located close to the IF Federation, with not many defenders present, each having only 10,000 warships guarding them. 12 days later, Lin Fan's first fleet reached Lyles, 19.2 light-years away, easily crushing the defenders and leaving 5,000 warships behind. They then launched attacks on the surrounding star systems. 15 days later, Liang Xingchen's 4th fleet arrived at Callio, 24 light-years away, facing only 10,000 defenders and easily taking control of the star system before leaving 5,000 warships behind and swiftly moving towards other star systems. During this time, a full-scale interstellar lightning battle erupted in the heartland of the Aux Empire, using the unmatched interstellar navigation speed of the Leap engine, the high defensive capabilities of energy shields, and the sluggish communication speed of the Aux Empire. Before Raimai Luo and Ross received any information, they directly swept through the surrounding star systems. At this stage, almost every 2 to 3 days, a star system was brought into the hands of the Human Federation, showcasing the speed of their advancements. By the 32nd day of the Star Flash Lightning battle, out of the 15 star systems in the Aux Empire's heartland, apart from Aux in the capital region and Rahu in a standoff with Daiwan 4, the remaining 13 star systems had all fallen into the hands of the Human Federation. The Aux Empire's capital region had become completely isolated. However, at that moment, Ross received information from Asa. After reading the content, Ross's face changed drastically, and he immediately ran towards the palace. "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." "What happened, Your Majesty?" "Did the Cabot Empire break through Hutton?" Looking at the pale face of Ross, Raimai Luo was also shocked. What happened that frightened the Emperor's uncle like this? Could it be that Hutton has been breached? If Hutton is lost, then half of the Empire will be finished. "Your Majesty, this is the information sent by Asa. Please take a look." Ross operated the communication device, and shortly after, a video message from Asa started playing in the audience room. The information in the video was shocking. "Uncle, is this information confirmed?" "I know Asa. He wouldn't lie about something like this." "Your Majesty, this information was sent by Asa over a month ago. With the curvature engines and energy shields of the human fleet, they definitely wouldn't stay in Hutton for a month." "Uncle, are you saying that our star systems near the capital might have already fallen?" "Your Majesty, that's exactly what I'm saying. If my guess is correct, we might already be on an island here." Raimai Luo couldn't believe it. There were no signs at all, and suddenly he was being told that, except for the capital region, everything may have fallen. Isn't this a joke? Watching Raimai Luo's disbelief, Ross sighed and continued, "Your Majesty, I believe that confirming the situation is the most important thing right now. Before coming here, I already sent messages to all the star systems in the Empire's heartland, asking them to report the situation. The star systems directly connected to the capital region should have information within a week. However, if not, please consider Ace's final suggestion. Uncle, you! Raimai Luo was furious. How could Ross suggest considering Ace's advice? What was Ace's advice? To surrender. He is the emperor of the Aux Empire. How could he surrender to humans? And even becoming a subordinate civilization to them? How could you even say that? Out! Your Majesty! Get out! Raimai Luo shouted. Even the guards outside the audience room could hear it clearly, exchanging glances. Everyone was guessing what had happened. The Emperor had just shouted at Lord Ross in such a manner, something unprecedented. Though the Emperor was tyrannical, he had always respected his uncle. This was the first time such a scenario had been observed. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll report back to you after confirming the news. After finishing his words, Ross bowed respectfully and left the room. As Raimai Luo watched Ross leave the audience room, his expression fluctuated. Surrender. Assuming his conjectures were correct, it was still impossible. He would rather lead the entire empire to its destruction than surrender to humans who had killed Duolin. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and his team did not halt their actions. Each of the 3 fleets left 5,000 warships to guard the external node star systems, and the rest were left with a mechanized battalion to guard the remaining locations. Utilizing the star path march speed, the defense fleet would not be able to appear outside the capital region in less than a year. Therefore, star systems that were not external nodes temporarily only needed a batch of mechanized forces stationed there for defense to prevent any resistance forces left on the planets not cleared by the fleet. After arranging the defenses for each star system, the 3 fleets, with a total of 45,000 warships, set out towards Rahu. End of this chapter. Chapter 89. Conflict between commanders. At this moment, Rao had lost the calmness of his past. In the void, various colored energy beams shimmered everywhere, accompanied by fireballs continuously igniting around. In addition to the 45,000 warships from the Federation's 1st, 2nd, and 4th fleets, there were also 20,000 warships from the 3rd fleet. Without using any tactics, they directly overwhelmed the enemy with sheer strength, crushing the 100,000 defenders in just over 10 minutes. After all, these were local defense forces from various star systems, not main fleets, only considered as secondary regional fleets with relatively average strength. Hence, the Federation fleet had an easy time, perhaps because the opposing commander was too foolish or something, as all counterattacks were spray fire instead of focused fire. Human warship shields could withstand at least 15 shots from the main cannons of the OX Empire's flagship. Who could you take down with spray fire? The OX Empire commanders encountered by Lin Fan and others before, even if initially ignorant, would switch to focused fire tactics upon discovering their energy shields, seeking accomplishments. Encountering a commander who had not realized to switch to focused fire even until the end of the battle was truly a first for them. Those who had prepared to lose dozens or hundreds of warships couldn't help but smile bitterly. Well, in a vast empire, there are always a few useless individuals. Actually, Lin Fan misunderstood this time. The commander of Rao could be considered the most tragic so far. At the start of the battle, while aboard a shuttlecraft surveilling the fleet, the human fleet suddenly appeared. Just as he ordered a return to the flagship, the overtaken spray fire attack swiftly ensued. Consequently, he tragically got hit directly by a blast from an ion beam equivalent to a main cannon shot, perishing in the first wave of attacks with not even a trace left behind. Along with him on the shuttlecraft, his deputy and staff members also perished, wiping out the entire high-ranking command staff of the defenders. With the sudden onset of war and no unified command, the entire fleet also faced tragedies, only focusing on counterattacks. Moreover, fleets from different star systems each fought independently, leading to predictable outcomes. After cleaning up all of Rao's planets, the 4 fleets activated their jump engines for a leap to the Aux Empire's capital circle, marking the official commencement of the 3rd and final stage of the operation. Currently, the Federation fleet's only remaining adversary was the Guard fleet station in the Aux Empire's capital circle. The Guard fleet was directly under the Emperor of the Aux Empire, numbering around 100,000 warships, plus an extra 5,000 Quasi 4th class warships purchased from the Baba Empire. Why add quasi, you ask? Because the warships sold by the Baba Empire do not come with jump engines. However, do not underestimate these 5,000 warships. Apart from the jump engines, their warships outclassed human warships in terms of speed, attack power, and defense. After all, weapons on human warships still fell under the category of a third-level civilization, including their energy and shields, equivalent to early stages of a fourth-level civilization. Moreover, all 5,000 warships were at the battleship class level. Overall, these 5,000 warships equated to over 10,000 human warships. Additionally, the 200,000 guard fleet warships were created utilizing the Empire's most advanced technology, without cost constraints, possessing combat capabilities far superior to ordinary main fleets. Hence, Lin Fan and others did not underestimate this final resistance force. While victory seemed attainable, a slip-up could result in significant casualties, a scenario the Federation wished to avoid. Inside the Uranus, Lin Fan, along with 3 other commanders, engaged in a virtual battle strategy meeting. To ensure our losses remain within manageable limits, we must find a way to deal with those 5,000 quasi-4th-class warships first. Lin Fan, you devised the battle plan. Presumably, you already have a draft in mind, just say it. Liang Xingchen smiled and straightforwardly prompted, not believing Lin Fan had not thought of a solution yet. Okay, here's my idea. What do you commanders think? That could be a solution, but it depends on whether the opponent falls for it, Liang Xingchen pondered and expressed. Lin Fan's battle plan was indeed intriguing. If the enemy fell for the trap, their side could concentrate superior forces to first eliminate the threat posed by the 5,000 warships. Once these ships were dealt with, the remaining 200,000 guard warships would pose less of a challenge. However, the primary concern was whether the opponents would play into Lin Fan's strategy. Commander Liang, even if the enemy does not fall for it, we can use this method to clean out all other planets except the Ox planet. In the end, they will be left with just one planet. Then we can play along with them after that. With only one world remaining, how long do you think they can sustain 200,000 warships? You are shameless, but I agree with this plan. In war, it's about who is more shameless. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Liang Xingchen immediately realized that Lin Fan was not concerned with whether the opponents would take the bait. Falling for it would be ideal, following the planned strategy directly. Even if the opponents did not, it wouldn't matter. Isolating the capital circle directly would evolve into isolating the planet. Once you have only one planet left, what can you do? How long can you sustain 200,000 warships with the resources of just one planet? I doubt you can last long. We could easily extend the timeline for a few more months. Even Zhang Hai, who understood, couldn't help but smirk at the situation. The key point was that Lin Fan was quite shameless, nearly bullying people. Noting the displeasure on Vice Admiral Quetz's face, Lin Fan addressed him, "Commander Quetz, do you have a different opinion? Wars that can definitely be won differ only in the magnitude of casualties. Why resort to such lowly tactics? This strategy is an insult to Federation soldiers." With this statement, the faces of Lin Fan and the other 3 commanders turned grave. What did he mean by only differing in casualty levels? And how was this an insult to Federation soldiers? Must everyone line up and play a game of queue up and shoot to inflict losses on each other, with friendly losses at 800 to enemy losses at 1,000, to avoid insulting soldiers? As Lin Fan's expression darkened, showing signs of an outburst, Liang Xingchen, while also disliking Quetz's words, had to step in to mediate at this moment. Internal disputes within the Federation fleet before the war could lead to significant complications. Alright, you two, how about this? Let's send today's meeting records to higher-ups for them to decide on whether to utilize Lin Fan's tactics. Liang Xingchen's suggestion left no room for rebuttal. With quantum communications available, dispatching meeting records to the authorities would be a matter of minutes. Liang Xingchen's plan was straightforward. The President and Vice President would undoubtedly support Lin Fan. Furthermore, the Supreme Commander of the Federation Fleet, Sanders, was aware of it and would not endorse Quetz's viewpoint. Thus, the idea sounded diplomatic, leaving it up to the higher-ups to decide and effectively silencing Quetz. End of this chapter. Chapter 90 Federal Fleet Reforms Earth, Presidential Palace of the Federation. The group of staff members were once again summoned to the meeting room, along with the Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Fleet, Marshal Sanders. When everyone entered the room, they found Lincoln sitting at the head of the table with a frown on his face. What could have happened? The president was so angry that his face turned black. What exactly had occurred? The staff members looked around, hoping to get answers from others, but unfortunately, no one knew. Today, the forward fleet has successfully captured Rao. The third phase of the operation has officially begun. Listening to the president's words, the group became even more suspicious. Wasn't this a good thing? Everything going smoothly at the front, just one final step away from achieving the greatest feat in human history. So why did President Lin look so displeased? Just an hour ago, the four fleet commanders held a meeting en route. Admiral Yang Xingchen has already sent the meeting records for us to make a decision. This statement once again puzzled everyone. However, Lincoln himself was quite baffled upon receiving the information from Liang Xingchen. We are supposed to decide on the operational plan. We are not military professionals. This is absurd. But after Lincoln finished reading the meeting records, his face turned dark instantly, leading to this impromptu meeting. I know what you are thinking. You think the frontline commander is acting recklessly, right? I had the same thought initially. Before we proceed, take a look at the meeting records sent by Liang Xingchen. With that, Ed, who was nearby, activated the prepared holographic projection. In this era, meeting records were essentially virtual monitoring footage where everyone could watch the process of the four commanders meeting like watching a movie. Initially, everything seemed normal until Lin Fan started discussing his tactics and answering Liang Xingchen's questions. People's faces turned strange, almost disgraceful, and despicable. Then, a moment of spirited exclamation suddenly echoed in the meeting room. It is indeed a despicable tactic, but I like it. Excellent. This was Marshal Sanders, who was excited with a red face, standing up. With Lin Fan's tactics, indeed, it was shameless, but it could minimize the losses of the federal fleet significantly. After all, in warfare, isn't it about who is more shameless? Shamelessness is the highest praise for a great general. What do you all think of this tactic? At this point, Ed paused the virtual image playback and asked the group of staff members. I'll go first. This tactic may seem shameless, but in reality, it maximizes one's strengths and minimizes weaknesses infinitely. Lin Fan can indeed be regarded as a great general. Marshal Sanders immediately praised. Others nodded in agreement. Although the staff members were not military experts, they could grasp Lin Fan's intentions from the meeting records. Indeed, operating according to Lin Fan's tactics could easily defeat the Ox Empire's royal fleet and render their 5,000 nearly 4th-level battleships useless. Soon, everyone expressed their approval of this tactic, still puzzled about why President Lin was so enraged. Of course, some smart staff members had already realized that all the answers should lie within the paused images by the vice president. All right, let's continue watching. After everyone spoke, Ed resumed playing the meeting records. 3 minutes later, when the meeting records finished playing, the room fell silent. Everyone understood why President Lin was so angry. Slap. Unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Richard Deputy Fleet Commander actually promoted such a person to the position of 3rd Fleet Commander. Unbelievable. Old Marshal Sanders was truly angry. What nonsense was Quate talking about? Allowing such a person to command the fleet would undoubtedly end in disaster for all the soldiers. As Marshal Sanders said, it's truly unbelievable. Thinking only of one's ideology without regard for soldiers' lives. Indeed, if we follow Major General Quate's suggestion, wouldn't we be regressing to the era of soldiers queuing up for execution? Nonsense. Does he think interstellar warfare is a medieval knight's duel? I suggest conducting a thorough investigation to understand how such a person became a major general. His thoughts are beyond imagination. The staff members criticized one after the other. Quiet. Seeing the room getting a bit chaotic, Lincoln intervened. Everyone looked at him, immediately falling silent. The reason why Admiral Liang Xingchen interrupted the operational meeting and provided us with these meeting records, do you understand its meaning? He doesn't want the fleet to fall into internal strife before the battle even starts. Now, I ask you, how should we handle this matter? President, I recommend issuing orders immediately to remove Quate Klein from the position of 3rd Fleet Commander. Let Liang Xingchen or Lin Fan temporarily assume command until a new commander is selected. Sanders quickly voiced his opinion, calling for the removal of Quate Klein. President, I agree with Marshal Sanders' suggestion. Let Quake Klein participate in the final battle. One wrong move from him could spell disaster. His ideological issues are too significant. Ed also chimed in, emphasizing that if left unattended, who knows what trouble Quake could cause in the final battle. If what Liang Xingchen feared came true and internal strife occurred within the fleet, the entire operational plan would be ruined. The staff members also agreed one after another. Okay, Marshal Sanders, please arrange it promptly. Let the Federal Fleet Headquarters issue orders to relieve Quake Klein of all duties. Whether Liang Xingchen or Lin Fan temporarily commands, I have no objections. You handle it. Yes, President. Sanders stood up, saluted, and quickly left to address the matter at hand. Having Sanders stay behind, Linzen looked at the staff members again, continuing to speak. I believe the promotion system of the fleet must undergo major reforms. From today on, anyone who has never been on the battlefield and wants to be promoted, I will not sign any documents. We must completely eradicate these armchair strategists. In the past, during peacetime, merit promotion was impossible without actual war experience, as there were no military achievements without war. But what about now? We are currently in the midst of interstellar warfare. Therefore, the Federal Fleet must reform, and military merits must be the primary pathway for promotion. If you want a promotion, you must go to the front line. It is absolutely unacceptable for someone to sit comfortably in an office in the rear and get promoted faster than frontline soldiers. This must never happen again. The staff members below gazed at Linzen, deeply shaken. Things were about to take a seismic shift. End of chapter. Chapter 91. Coot was dismissed from the flagship of the 3rd Fleet, the Velez Lana. It had been 2 hours since the virtual combat meeting, yet Coot still sat on the command seat with a displeased expression on his face. It was simply unacceptable. This sneaky and shameless commander had gone too far. His approach to tactics not only disgraced us soldiers, but I refuse to agree to it. Commander, urgent communication from the Federal Fleet Moon headquarters. Vice Admiral Bartlam reported to Coot. Pass it over. Yes. In the next moment, Marshal Sanders appeared on the bridge through a virtual projection. Marshal! Coot immediately stood up to salute. Vice Admiral Coot Klein, from this moment on, you are relieved of all duties and placed in confinement until the end of the Ox battle, after which you may return to the Federal Fleet Headquarters for investigation. Vice Admiral Linfen will temporarily assume command of the 3rd Fleet until a new commander is appointed. Vice Admiral Bartlam. The official order has been sent out. Confirm the order and execute it. Bartlam was somewhat stunned at this moment. What did he hear? The commander was relieved of his duties and had to return to the Federal Fleet Headquarters for investigation after the war? Bartlam's mind was in chaos, and he didn't even respond to Sanders. Bartlam, did you not hear what I said? Yes, Marshal. Bartlam, now responsive, immediately saluted in response. I object. Just at that moment, Coot, who had been silent for over 10 seconds, suddenly shouted, startling everyone on the bridge. What do you have to object to? Sanders looked at Coot with a sly smile, as Coot's objection had been expected by Sanders. If you had just accepted quietly, I would have left a little face for Richard. After you were removed from your command position, you could retire to a non-essential department. But now you still object? Then don't blame me for kicking you out of the Federal Fleet directly. What did I do? I just criticized Vice Admiral Linfen a bit, and now I have to be removed from my command and sent back for trial. I know, Linfen is President Lin's only son, but for you all to protect such a shameless person, isn't it too obvious? Bartlam and the others on the bridge were shocked to hear Coot's words. What did they hear? Vice Admiral Linfen turned out to be President Lin's son? Their commander was dismissed just because he criticized him. If that were true, it would be too dark. The faces of the people on the bridge became increasingly grim. Seeing this, Coot smiled slightly, confident that everyone would support him once Linfen's identity was exposed. Meanwhile, Sanders' gaze became increasingly unfriendly. Did Coot think he didn't see through his intentions? Clearly, he wanted to blow things out of proportion, create a conspiracy, and force Sanders to rescind his decision. But did Coot think too highly of himself? Vice Admiral Bartlam, along with the order, there is a meeting record. Play it, yes? Soon, the meeting record was played on the bridge, leaving everyone puzzled. Like the staff at the presidential palace meeting before, after hearing Linfin's tactical plan, everyone was silently appalled. Vice Admiral Linfin's tactics seemed dishonorable and despicable to the Ox, but for the federal fleet, Linfin was undeniably a brilliant strategist, achieving victory at minimal cost. As the recording reached the part where Coot criticized Linfin, the expressions of everyone on the bridge changed. Vice Admiral Bartlam, do you have any more questions? Reporting to the Marshal, no. Very well, then execute the order immediately, yes. Even without Bartlam giving the order, for guards standing by the bridge's door approached Coot with hostile gazes. Take Vice Admiral Coot Klein to the detention room, and do not release him without my orders, yes. The guards immediately escorted Coot out. I object, I didn't say anything wrong. That brat Linfin is a shameless bastard, truly disgracing us soldiers. This is all a cover-up, don't you understand? Coot continued to shout as he was dragged out, but everyone on the bridge coldly ignored him. Vice Admiral Bartlam, during this operation, Vice Admiral Linfin will temporarily assume command of the 3rd Fleet. The Federal Fleet headquarters will reassign a commander after the operation, yes. 1 week later, Ox Empire capital, Planet Ox. Inside the Imperial Palace, Ross once again entered the audience chamber. Your Majesty, after verification, it can now be confirmed that all the star systems around us have fallen, and the capital has become isolated. Is that so? Ramiro replied nonchalantly, surprising Ross. How could the Emperor be so calm when the country was on the brink of destruction, and human fleets could arrive any minute? Seeing Ross's shocked expression, Ramiro said nothing, looking indifferent as he sat on the Imperial throne reading. Your Majesty! Enough, I know. You may leave. Your Majesty, how can you be this way? The human fleet may arrive at the capital at any moment. And what do you suggest? Would you like to advise me to surrender as you did last time, or even beg to become a vassal of the humans? Ramiro stared at Ross with a menacing gaze. Ross felt unsettled seeing Ramiro look at him like that for the first time. But for the survival of the Empire, he knew he had to convince the Emperor today. Your Majesty, for the sake of the Empire's survival, personal honor is of no consequence. The fate of the entire Empire lies in your hands. Enough with the words. Guards! Ramiro sneered, then shouted, Your Majesty! What are your orders? A guard entered the chamber. Escort His Imperial Highness back to the mansion for rest. He is not to leave the mansion without my orders, yes. For guard stood up and gestured toward Ross. Your Majesty! By doing this, you are making a grave mistake. I said send His Royal Highness back to the mansion. Why the delay? Ramiro raised his voice, causing the guards to startle and swiftly help Ross out. Shortly after Ross was dragged away, a guard rushed in, looking frantic. Your Majesty, urgent military intelligence. Speak. The orbital monitoring station has reported an emergency with a human fleet of 65,000 vessels appearing in the capital. End of this chapter. Chapter 92. Ramiro, who was played, followed the servant into the room. Ramiro listened to the servant's report calmly. Where are we currently positioned? Your Majesty, according to the observatory reports, the human fleet has split into 39 separate fleets, each heading towards our terraforming star and resource star. Prepare the shuttle ship. I will personally go to the Emperor's ship to command, yes? The servant was a bit puzzled. At this time, shouldn't the Majesty be furious first, and then command the Royal Guard to attack? But what was the situation now? It feels like everything is so calm. Despite the confusion, the servant promptly obeyed Ramiro's orders. The Emperor's ship was purchased by the Empire of Ossus when they bought warships from the Barbai civilization. It was a heavy battleship, also serving as Ramiro's flagship for the Royal Guard. The Royal Guard quickly prepared the shuttle ship for takeoff within 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Ramiro, along with 100 Royal Guards, calmly boarded the shuttle ship. It took them almost half an hour to reach the Emperor's ship. Upon seeing Ramiro entering the bridge, the captain hurried over to him. Your Majesty, the human fleet has arrived in the orbit of our planets and is currently pinpointing and destroying military facilities. They may launch an airborne assault at any moment. No rush. Open the tactical map of the capital circle, yes? Soon, a huge tactical map of the capital circle appeared in the bridge. From the screen, it was clear that apart from the capital star Ossus, all the planets in the capital circle were now surrounded by a human fleet. There were 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 human warships, totaling 65,000 warships split into 39 separate fleets. Ramiro frowned. What were the humans planning to do? They were acting as if they were invincible. How could this be tolerated? Since the humans are so confident, we will divide and conquer. Order all fleets to attack the nearest terraforming star, Ossus II. Yes, Your Majesty. With a combined force of 205,000 warships, they set off towards Ossus II. Ossus II was close to the capital star, and with the royal fleet speed, they could arrive in less than 2 hours. However, just half an hour into the journey, Ramiro noticed on the tactical map that the 2,000 human warships at Ossus II were starting to move in the opposite direction, intending to escape quickly. Your Majesty, although our royal fleet is faster than the human warships, calculations show that in their current escape, it will take at least 30 hours to catch up. Should we let the Holy Shield fleet pursue? The captain respectfully suggested. The Holy Shield fleet was composed of 5,000 quasi-4th-class warships purchased from the Barbai Empire, named by Ramiro himself. While the royal fleet's warships were more advanced than those of the Empire, they were still within the 3rd-class civilization range, with a speed of only 7,000 kilometers per second. Unlike the Holy Shield warships, which belong to the 4th-class civilization category, despite some performance adjustments by the Barbai Empire, were still within the 4th-class civilization range. Equipped with a gravity-defying engine, their speed could reach a staggering 1/10 the speed of light, or 30,000 kilometers per second, even in their limited performance state. If it were the Barbai Empire's own warships, their speed could reach 1/5 of the speed of light. Therefore, although humans had leap engines and shields, they were still far behind in other aspects compared to a true 4th-class civilization. At present, they could only be called a pseudo-4th-class civilization just to deceive the 3rd-class civilizations. After listening to the captain, Ramiro pondered for a moment. No, the humans' behavior is quite strange. I suspect deceit. The Holy Shield fleet cannot pursue separately. Order the fleet to change course and head towards Ossus IV. Let's see if the human fleet there reacts the same way, yes? Subsequently, the entire royal fleet ignored the fleeing human fleet and redirected towards Ossus IV. Outside the 5 astronomical units on the orbit of Ossus VII, the Uranos and 3,000 warships were stationed. Inside the bridge, the virtual forms of Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai were projecting in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, it looks like they're not taking the bait. Liang Xingchen smiled at Lin Fan. To avoid confusion in command, the entire battle was collectively coordinated by the 3 and then released. The 4 fleets were split into 39 separate fleets under the unified command of the Virtual Command Center. Well, this was expected. Now, the real game begins. When the 37th Fleet returns to Ossus II, let the 39th Fleet take the opportunity and flee. Lin Fan's tactics were simple. Always avoid direct conflict and flee upon seeing the enemy. If pursued, he could leap away using the leap engine and overpower them. If not chased, they'd engage with another fleet. They would either split up or retreat to Ossus. Even if the enemy was furious, there was nothing they could do. If they ventured too far from Ossus, Lin Fan had the option to jump all fleets to corner them. From a distance, on the flagship Emperor, Ramiro was truly irate, far from his previous composure. Having turned towards Ossus IV, before going too far, the human fleet returned to Ossus II to continue targeting key locations on the surface. Meanwhile, the human fleet on Ossus IV began to flee as well. It was utterly shameless. They clearly had no intentions of facing him. Should he set the Holy Shield fleet in motion? It could easily catch up with them in no time. Yet, as the Holy Shield fleet was his strongest card, Ramiro hesitated to take the risk easily. All fleets returned to Ossus, yes. In the end, Ramiro could only reluctantly issue the command. What more could he do? He wished to obliterate humans, but if they refused to confront him, what could he do? Ramiro had grasped the humans' intentions, but found himself helpless. Did he really want to spend several hours chasing thousands of warships? And if he did chase, might humans directly attack Ossus in his absence? Ramiro believed it was a definite possibility. Frustrated, he cursed their audacity, but found himself powerless. All the outer planets were theirs. Once they conquered those, they would surely come for Ossus. So he waited at Ossus for their arrival. Half an hour later, Ramiro's royal fleet returned to the giant fortress in the orbit of Ossus. End of this chapter. Chapter 93. After entering the capital circle of the Ox Empire from the human fleet, a whole day has passed. In the orbit of the Imperial Star Ox, there is a giant fortress, which is the base of the royal fleet. The entire fortress represents the culmination of Imperial technology and took a full 50 years to build. In terms of combat power, it can rival about half of the royal fleet. If the royal fleet and the fortress cooperate in defense, even Lin Fan's 65,000 warships with shields dare not attack head-on. Of course, Lin Fan never considered a direct confrontation. At this moment, he is still commanding the fleet to occupy one by one the transformed life planets and resource stars. The capital circle where the Imperial Star is located is indeed unmatched by other star systems. Each planet is like a fortress, fully armed. Even though the warships have cleared most heavy weapons and bases on the orbit, there are still a large number of hidden weapons in various industrial zones. After all, this place will belong to the Federation in the future. Regarding resource exploitation bases and other industrial bases, Lin Fan does not directly choose destruction because it would take many years to redevelop. After consultation among the three commanders, they decided to rely on mechs and assault ships for airborne operations. The warships serve as artillery units, and the ground forces, after landing, can call for artillery strikes at any time. Despite some small costs, although most control of each planet has been taken, there are still some resistance forces. Lin Fan's order is not to engage in direct combat. We have plenty of time, just push forward little by little. For some more troublesome industrial zones, if necessary, just have the warships clear them out. There is no need to preserve all industrial zones 100%, putting the soldiers' lives first. 3 days later, control of 12 transformed life planets and 27 resource stars has been achieved, with only sporadic resistance remaining. By the 5th day of the war, there was no resistance left on 39 small planets. At this time, inside the fortress, Ramiro's eyes were bloodshot. These days, he received several reports daily, all sent by troops on various planets. The messages were all the same: surrender and request for help. Finally, on the 4th day, all the fallen planets were reported at the same time. Damn humans, you've taken 39 planets. Now you can come for a final battle. Ramiro muttered through clenched teeth while watching the tactical screens of the capital circle. In his view, the humans' goal was to take over the entire capital circle. Therefore, as long as he waited on the Imperial Star, the humans would eventually come to face him in a final battle. Unfortunately, as beautiful as that idea seemed, reality was cruel. A day passed, and the 39 human fleets were still in orbit around various planets. 3 days passed, and it remained the same. 10 days passed, and the humans still hadn't made a move. It had been 15 days since the start of the war, and Ramiro was becoming restless. What on earth were these humans doing? They had taken control of all the planets, and yet hadn't made a move in over 10 days. Your Majesty! A guard hurried towards Ramiro in a panic. What's the hurry? Pull yourself together. Speak up. Your Majesty, reports from the Imperial Star just came in. Due to the cutoff of resources from other planets for the last 15 days, the Imperial Star is about to face a resource shortage. The Ox Imperial Star, being the capital of the entire empire, had no industrial bases or resource extraction and was well protected. However, this posed a problem as resources such as energy, food, and industrial products all relied on the other planets in the capital circle for supply. With the transport chain severed, the Imperial Star had gone 15 days without resource replenishment. If this continued, within a month, problems would arise in various aspects. While industrial products might not be an immediate issue, once energy and food were depleted, the entire planet would face significant problems. Why the rush? In this emergency, tell them to conserve all resources where possible and try to extend our supplies as much as possible. Yes. At this moment, the agitated Ramiro clearly hadn't realized Lin Fan's plan until the 42nd day after the war began. Another guard ran to Ramiro again. Your Majesty, on the Imperial Star, although energy usage has been restricted recently, we can hold on for some time. However, regarding food, we can't hold out any longer. All food storage will be depleted by tomorrow. At this moment, Ramiro began to understand, as if grasping something, but before he could ponder further, the captain of the Imperial Star, and also the deputy commander of the Royal Fleet, Piero, arrived. Your Majesty, there's a problem with fleet supplies. The various supplies on the fortress can only support the fleet for another month at most. As the Ox Empire currently used nuclear energy, but the critical nuclear materials were completely absent on the Ox Star, the resource planets within the capital circle were rich enough to supply for hundreds of thousands of years. However, the challenge was transporting the nuclear materials to the Ox Star, a task made impossible as all resource planets were now occupied by humans, cutting off transportation for a month and a half. Not to mention, the fleet was constantly on high alert, consuming vast amounts of energy daily, leaving the fortress with reserves enough for another month. Those damned humans! I knew it! They were waiting for us to self-destruct. Your Majesty, we must find a way to force the humans into a decisive battle with us. If we delay any further, without the humans attacking, we'll end up destroying ourselves. Urgently, Piero spoke to Ramiro. Meanwhile, several astronomical units away, inside the Uranos bridge. Commander Leong, how long do you think they can last? Well, based on our previous research on the Ox Empire's warships, they still seem to be using nuclear propulsion similar to what we've encountered before. With all their warships constantly on high alert and without supply, I believe they won't last more than 3 months. However, it's been this long already. They should have realized our intentions by now. I'm more curious about what countermeasures they might take. Lin Fan smiled. In fact, there were ways to counter his shameless tactics, but regardless of their countermeasures, Lin Fan was ready with his own response. Commander, the enemy fleet is moving. End of the chapter. Chapter 90 for each scheme to return an Arago. Planet Ox Orbital Fortress. Your Highness, we must come up with a way to force the humans to battle us. If we continue to delay, even without human attacks, we will self-destruct, Piero urgently said to Lamiro. Piero, do you have any ideas? Your Highness, I have studied the intelligence of humans occupying our other planets and found that humans seem to value casualties greatly. They are willing to advance slowly, cause massive destruction, and still ensure extremely low casualty rates. Well, that makes sense. It should be related to the small number of humans. After all, they have long been suppressed by us on one planet. Their population cannot be large. Hearing Piero's words, Lamiro also nodded and said, Yes, I think we can use this to our advantage. Oh, please elaborate on how to use it. Your Highness, currently the humans have a large number of ground forces on the planet. Take Ox 2, for example. There are at least hundreds of thousands of human troops there. We can take a gamble and directly attack there. Lamiro pondered for a moment and realized there were still many issues involved. For example, it takes nearly 2 hours for the royal fleet to reach Lamiro, which is enough time for humans to withdraw all troops back to the warships and leave, thus risking an empty attack. On the other hand, last time they left the fortress half an hour away, after which the human fleet fled, so they returned. Therefore, the distance to the fortress is not far. But if the entire fleet goes to Ox 2, it is a 2-hour journey from the fortress. Once the other party jumps over to directly attack the fortress and the Ox Star, the royal fleet will be in big trouble, with 2 places they cannot give up on. Piero looked at Lamiro and understood Lamiro's concerns, so he continued, Your Highness, we can pretend to be impatient and launch an attack. Then when the human fleet flees, we can pretend to pursue the humans, rather than directly rush towards Ox 2. This way, humans will not think our target is Ox 2, and will continue to be chased by us just like the first time. I understand. You mean we pretend to chase the human fleet first, then at the right moment, turn towards Ox 2 suddenly, so humans won't have time to retrieve their troops to the warships. But there is another issue. When we are 2 hours away from the fortress, what if the human fleet directly attacks the fortress and the Ox Star? Your Highness, this is a gamble. Whether humans will directly jump to Ox 2 to battle us or take advantage of the opportunity to jump to the Ox Star. This is the only thing we can bet on at the moment. In a month, even if we want to gamble, we won't have the capital to do so. Lamiro understood that what Piero said was correct. While they still had the capital, they could take one more gamble. Otherwise, over time, they wouldn't have the capital to gamble anymore. Moreover, based on human behavior before, the likelihood of winning this gamble was not small. Alright, let's take a gamble. If we lose, it's just death. The people of Ox can only die standing, not kneeling. Lamiro suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Piero, get ready. The royal fleet will mobilize in an hour. Yes. An hour later, Back on the bridge of the Uranus. Commander, the Ox Empire fleet is mobilizing, targeting Ox 2. It seems that they are making a move, and it's the most foolish of the 5 counter-tactics I predicted. Liangzhu, send orders to the 37th Fleet to execute Plan 3 as planned. Understood. The 37th Fleet consists of the Federal 1st Fleet and 2nd Fleet, with Kreese as the frontline commander. From the beginning, Lin Fan knew that Ox II was likely to be the key to the battle, so he placed Kreese, whom he trusted the most, there. It is worth mentioning that within the 1st Fleet, in addition to Emma, another familiar figure is Li Kanjiang. After returning to the academy for further studies and commanding 3 years ago, Li Kanjiang returned to the 1st Fleet and was promoted to major in the following 3 years, leading a single squad-sized fleet. Emma had already become a colonel, and after this battle, she was likely to be promoted to brigadier general, becoming the commander of a division. On Ox II's orbit, the 37th Fleet. Commander, new orders. Read them. The enemy's main force has all rushed towards your location. Execute Plan 3 as planned. Upon hearing the deputy's report, Kreese's eyes lit up. After enduring for so many days, the time for the final battle had finally arrived. Command the ground forces to execute Plan 3 immediately, yes. On Ox 2, hundreds of temporary bases had been established over the past few days, and at this moment, a call to assemble resounded from all bases. All base commanders received Kreese's order for Plan 3. Hurry, everyone move quickly. You only have half an hour. If anyone dares to slack off, don't blame me for personally sending them to a military court. Such shouting could be heard in every base, and at this moment, everyone's tactical visors were displaying the contents of Plan 3, and they all quickly sprang into action. Half an hour later, there were a large number of mechs walking out of the makeshift hangars in each base, coming to various defensive positions around the base, ready to fight at any moment. Meanwhile, the 37th Fleet's 2,000 warships began to withdraw in the opposite direction of the Royal Fleet, circling Ox 2 and accelerating by utilizing the planet's gravitational pull, before quickly escaping from Ox 2. In the Ox Empire Royal Fleet on the flagship Emperor. Your Highness, the human fleet has started to retreat. Did they retrieve their ground forces? No, Your Highness, we have not detected any objects breaking through the atmosphere into space, and radar has not detected any targets converging with the human fleet. Very well, the humans must still think we are as we were more than a month ago. So, let's start acting according to the script. Fleet, pursue at full speed towards the human fleet ahead. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, the Royal Fleet also accelerated, chasing after Kreese's 37th Fleet. At this moment, whether it was Lin Fan or Lemiro, they were both looking at the tactical screens, smiling slightly, with the same thought echoing in their minds: success. End of the chapter. Chapter 95. The third stage of the Battle of the Royal Fleet of the Ock Empire, on the bridge of the flagship Imperium. Your Majesty, we have reached the optimal timing. The Ock 2 is currently about 10 minutes away from our side. Very well. Order the fleet to abandon the chase and turn right to enter the orbit of Ock 2. Yes. At the same moment, on the bridge of the Uranus. Commander, the enemy is beginning to turn towards Ock 2. Deploy the fleet with Plan 3, Phase 2. Let the operation begin in 10 minutes. Understood. 10 minutes later, the Royal Fleet of the Ock Empire arrived above the orbit of Ock 2. Pyro, scan the surface, detect the human ground forces. Yes. Your Majesty, we have detected at least 30,000 human mechs on the surface, currently stationed at various bases' defense lines, prepared for battle. Only 30,000. Seems a bit few. Your Majesty, the rest should be hidden inside the hangars on standby without activation, so they weren't detected on thermal scans. That's a possibility. Order the fleet to target all human bases, destroy one every 10 minutes. Yes. The next moment, 100 warships from the Royal Fleet fired towards Ock 2, using only secondary cannons and utilizing only 20% of the energy. The power of the warships was immense. If they were to use the main cannons, the entire ecosystem of the planet could be destroyed. Even with the secondary cannons, they dared not to fire at full power. Up to 20% energy was used for the attack. Dozens of red laser beams pierced the sky and struck a base, instantly flattening everything within, including 500 mechs on the perimeter and the massive hangar in the base. On the bridge of the Imperium, Lamiro watched the human base being leveled with great satisfaction. Piro, have the humans taken action? Not yet, Your Majesty. All human fleets have disappeared. It appears they have leapt. Good. Prepare the fleet for battle. Your Majesty, the human fleet hasn't come towards us. They've all leapt to the Imperial Star. They are currently attacking our orbital fortress. Quick! Have the shield fleet move forward, coordinate defense with the fortress, hold off the human fleet until the reinforcements arrive. Lamiro was anxious. If the orbital fortress on Ox Star was destroyed, the fleet would lose its final supply, marking the end of the battle. However, the orbital fortress on Ox Star was not so easily breached. It could withstand defense for at least 20 or 30 minutes. Lamiro had no choice but to dispatch the shield fleet to support the fortress in defense. The shield fleet had a staggering speed of 30,000 kilometers per second, reaching the orbital fortress in about 10 minutes. Lamiro believed that the shield fleet, in collaboration with the fortress, could hold off the human fleet until reinforcements arrived. Leave 1,000 warships behind and destroy all human bases on Octu. Yes, Your Majesty. After the command was issued, the 5,000 shield warships immediately accelerated towards the Imperial Star. Finally free from accommodating the slow fleet, the shield fleet was able to exert its full strength, quickly boosting its speed to 30,000 kilometers per second, equivalent to 1/10 of the speed of light, 6 times faster than the Royal Fleet. 10 minutes later, on the bridge of the Uranus. Commander, the target has entered the designated ambush zone. Good. Order the full fleet to engage in Plan 3, Phase 3. Act immediately. Understood. In the intense conflict that had been raging, suddenly an eerie calm settled. It wasn't that the orbital fortress could no longer fire, but that the target had disappeared. Just moments ago, the fortress had been firing continuously, but then the target vanished. Everyone in the command center was bewildered. At the same time, 8 million kilometers away from the fortress, the shield fleet began to decelerate. Not because they were not prepared to support the fortress, but because 2 million kilometers ahead, a fleet of over 30,000 human warships had appeared, blocking their path in a dense formation. They had to slow down. Colliding without decelerating would mean devastating losses. However, Lin Fan's intention was more than just blocking them. Soon, 10,000 human warships appeared on both sides and at the rear of the shield fleet. The 5,000 warships were completely surrounded by over 60,000 human warships and were under attack. It must be noted that the shield fleet, despite lacking leap engines, was superior to the human warships in most aspects. A single shot from its main cannon could deplete over 30% of a human warship's shields. If hit by 4 shots simultaneously, it would be obliterated. After a brief exchange of fire, Lin Fan had already assessed that the shield warships could withstand 7 to 8 shots from human main cannons. In defense and offense, the shield fleet held a significant advantage over the Federal warships. Fortunately, the Federal fleet outnumbered the shield fleet by 13 times and held advantageous terrain. By utilizing leap engines, they had outmaneuvered the shield fleet, encircling them on all sides. Otherwise, a direct confrontation would have resulted in the loss of at least 7 to 8,000 warships on their side. The fierce battle between the two sides immediately escalated, but due to the significant distance of 1 million kilometers and the presence of energy shields, the battle did not end as quickly as the previous encounters. It lasted a full 10 minutes before the shield fleet lost 1,000 warships, while the Federal fleet suffered the loss of 400 warships. This marked the first significant battle damage to the new Federal warships. 15 million kilometers away, the main Royal Fleet was racing towards the battle. Unfortunately, their speed was not as fast as the shield fleets, and it would take another hour for them to arrive on the battlefield. Inside the flagship Imperium, Lamiro was filled with anxiety. The shield fleet was his biggest trump card, and no matter what happened in the past 2 months, he would not let it fall. However, unbeknownst to him, they had fallen into the humans' trap. Just moments ago, he received a report from Octu that all mechs on the planet were unmanned, and the hangars were completely empty with no humans to be found. Although Lamiro still couldn't fathom how the humans had managed to evacuate so many individuals and equipment without a trace, leaving behind only 30,000 mech units as a decoy. Nevertheless, he was clear that he had fallen into a trap. End of this chapter. Chapter 96. swearing to death rather than surrendering the mystery of Oxtu that Ramiro could not figure out, to be honest, is a very simple matter, but at the same time, it is also a very difficult one. Before escaping, the 37th Fleet, apart from leaving behind 30,000 mech units to confuse the enemy, moved all the ground weapons to the other side of the planet. That location, for the Royal Fleet, was considered the back of the planet, completely within its radar blind zone, as radar cannot penetrate the planet. Therefore, as the 37th Fleet accelerated by orbiting the planet relying on gravity, in the initial acceleration phase, it would pass through the radar blind spot of the Royal Fleet, using this blind spot to connect weapons and personnel to the warships. However, this operation was not without danger. If they missed the connection once, there would absolutely be no second chance to connect. Therefore, if the fleet accelerated past the maximum speed of the mechs and assault ships, there would be no possibility of recovery. After circling the planet, the fleet's speed was already several times that of mechs and assault ships. So, the difficulty of the entire operation was quite high, and there could be no errors in calculations or operations. Ramiro watched as his Saint Shield battleship lost nearly half of its fleet, feeling like his heart was bleeding. But he had no choice. There was still over 50 minutes of distance to the battlefield, and he could only helplessly watch as the Saint Shield battleships disappeared one after another on the tactical board. At the same time, inside the Uranus, Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai's virtual figures stood in front of Lin Fan. A real level for civilization battleship is indeed powerful. This is still a version with performance castration. Liang Xingchen couldn't help but sigh as he watched the battle unfold. Over 60,000 battleships occupied advantageous positions, while the opponent had only 5,000, yet the battle damage ratio was only 1:5, destroying 2,000 ships while losing 400 of their own. Fortunately, the Ox Empire had only 5,000 ships. If they had 50,000, what would they do? Now think about it. How many battleships would a level for civilization mentioned in the intelligence report have? And they were all even more powerful than the 5,000 ships of the Ox Empire. Humans are still too weak. Commander Liang, you don't need to worry too much. After all, it's only been a few decades since our human race entered the interstellar age. How long have these level 3 civilizations existed for? Thousands of years or even longer? As long as we humans work hard, I believe we can soon catch up to this gap. Commander Lin is right. Since the popularization of genetic enhancement drugs and brain domain development drugs 5 years ago, it's been a veritable technological explosion, with new achievements emerging every day. Zhang Hai also sighed, noting the significant changes in the Federation over the past 5 years. Since the widespread adoption of the two drugs 5 years ago, the entire scientific community had been completely transformed, with the speed of technological breakthroughs becoming unbelievably fast. And now, human beings had much longer lifespans. Previously, a scientist's prime research time was only 20 to 30 years, but now they had over 100 years. In these 5 years, no one had died due to aging or illness, and the human population increased explosively every day. Likewise, the number of scientists was also increasing daily. Continuing this way, how could technology not undergo a massive explosion? Let's not dwell on this, it's almost over. After Lin Fan's words fell, everyone once again focused their attention on the tactical projection. At this moment, the enemy only had 800 battleships left, but the Federation fleet did not escape without its own significant losses, having lost over 600 ships. Liang Zhu, have Wang Hu's Royal Guards mech squadron prepare. We need to capture a few of these battleships. We can utilize their weapon systems and propulsion systems for research. Once the enemy has fewer than 30 battleships, cease covering fire and switch to precise targeting. Understood. 5 minutes later, the Shield fleet had only 3 battleships remaining, and the Federation fleet ceased its attack, with the Uranus leading the first fleet directly leaping behind them. First, they cautiously knocked out the opponent's shields one by one, and then a large number of mechs rushed in. After clearing the close defense weapons of the 3 Saint Shield battleships, a large number of mechs and assault ships swarmed in, creating holes in the outer hull of the battleships and diving in. Soon, fires were ignited inside the 3 battleships and an intense battle ensued. But under the suppression of the mech troops, the lightly armed Ox soldiers were quickly eliminated, and the assault team sequentially took control of the bridges of the 3 battleships. Commander, Zhang Hu reports that we have captured the 3 battleships. Good. Inform the fleet that the operation is entering the final stage. Yes. Far away, the royal fleet was still speeding through space, inside the flagship Emperor. Ramiro's face was quite grim. Just now, his main card, the Saint Shield fleet, had been completely wiped out. And it was not just a simple defeat. The last communication he received was that the fleet was reduced to only 3 battleships, and humans had already breached them, with the bridge about to be breached. After that, there was no further communication. Clearly, humans had captured the final 3 Saint Shield battleships. Damn it! Your Highness, without the Saint Shield fleet, we have almost no chance of winning against the human fleet. Pietro on the side was a bit anxious. They were facing an entire 60,000 plus battleships with energy shields. Although the combat power of human battleships was still a bit inferior to the Saint Shield battleships, it was no problem to overwhelm their royal fleet. Then what do you suggest? Your Highness, it wouldn't hurt to endure this temporary humiliation. There will be a time to restore the Empire in the future. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, with a gunshot, a laser beam had already pierced his heart, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. Pietro gazed incredulously at Ramiro, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A deathly silence fell inside the bridge, with all the members of the command team staring blankly at Ramiro holding the laser gun. You are soldiers of the Empire. Soldiers of the Empire never surrender. Have you all abandoned that honor? Ramiro surveyed everyone and spoke. If anyone dares to surrender again, Pietro on the ground will be the next target. Yes, Your Highness. Even though the command team had been startled by the sudden turn of events just now, they were still soldiers of the Ox Empire. The oath of Ox Empire soldiers to never surrender was not an empty promise, but a vow deeply ingrained in every soldier's heart. Prompted by this remembrance, they quickly regained their composure and stared resolutely at Ramiro. Now, notify the entire army to prepare for battle. The Emperor of the Empire will fight with them until the last moment. Yes. People on the other warships didn't know what had happened on the flagship, but had received the order to prepare for battle. They were also informed that the Emperor of the Empire would fight with them until the end, as Ox Empire soldiers swore never to surrender. For a while, all the soldiers inside the warships kept shouting in the direction of the flagship, continuously shouting, "Swear to death, never surrender. Swear to death, never surrender." End of this chapter. Chapter 97. The final symphony. Between the Imperial Star and Oaks II, the royal fleet had already formed a battle formation. Before becoming the Emperor, Ramiro, as the Prince, was also a commander, showing his commanding abilities. Under Lamiro's command, the 200,000 warships were directly arranged into a circular formation, ensuring that they could be attacked from any direction without exposing their weak spots to the opponent. Inside the Uranus, Lin Fan looked at the tactical projection of the royal fleet's formation and smiled slightly. The opponent's commander is interesting, thinking that by taking care of every aspect, they could suppress us. Isn't that a bit naive? Liang Zhu, notify the fleet. The final stage of the operation has officially begun. Yes. 1 minute later, the Federal fleet all leapt forward. However, their destination was not where the Royal Fleet was, but the orbit fortress of the Imperial Star, Oaks. After leaping, the four fleets immediately launched another attack on the fortress. As most of the weapons on the fortress had been damaged in the previous wave, their counterattack was weaker than the first time. Watching this scene from afar, Ramiro was almost infuriated. I was ready for a decisive battle, yet humans once again ignored their own safety and went to attack the fortress. Is this how they bully others? Order the fleet to scatter formation and rush to reinforce the orbit fortress of the Imperial Star, Oaks. Yes, Your Majesty. At this moment, the Royal Fleet was about 20 minutes away from the orbit fortress. Ramiro was unsure if they could make it in time. 5 minutes later, a large number of Federal Fleet mech units entered the fortress, attacking its important parts. How long until we can target the human fleet, Your Majesty? Your Majesty, we need another 5 minutes. All right, notify the fortress garrison to hold the line for 5 minutes, no matter what. Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, the news that the Royal Fleet would arrive in 5 minutes for reinforcements spread among the fortress garrison. The morale of the garrison soared, managing to push back the Federal mech forces step by step in their excitement. Unfortunately, in their extreme excitement, the garrison failed to realize one thing. How could a bunch of soldiers with light weapons push back the mech forces? Your Majesty, the Orbit Fortress reports that upon hearing of your Majesty's return, their morale has significantly improved, pushing back the first wave of human landing forces. Well done. They are truly soldiers of our empire. Now, how are the humans? Have they sent out a second wave of troops? Your Majesty, the humans have not deployed a second wave, but are receiving the first wave back, probably aware that they are about to enter our fleet's range. Regardless, stick to the original plan and charge towards the human fleet. If they refuse to engage, we will take the initiative. Yes, Your Majesty. However, reality once again slapped Lemiro in the face. After recalling all the mechs, the Federal fleet leapt again, disappearing before Lemiro's eyes. Damn humans, they are nothing but cowards. Despite their strength being superior to the Royal Fleet, they still dare not engage in a direct battle. Your Majesty, the Orbit Fortress is no longer safe, but there are still a significant amount of supplies inside. Should we enter the fortress and load as many supplies onto our ships as possible? Listening to his subordinate's report, Lemiro looked at the Orbit Fortress. The external defenses had been mostly destroyed, rendering the fortress incapable of counterattacking. Inside the fortress, there were various supplies that could sustain the fleet for a month. Not wanting to give up on those resources, they decided to load as much as possible onto their warships. Order the fleet to split into two groups. One group will remain on guard outside while the other enters the fortress to seize supplies. Then the two groups will alternate. Yes, Your Majesty. After the orders were given, the Royal Fleet quickly divided, with half of the ships entering the fortress's spaceport to seize the various supplies in the warehouse. At the same moment, on the bridge of the Uranus in the distance, watching the 100,000 warships entering the fortress, Lin Fan, Liang Xingchen, and Zhang Hai all smiled. Lin Fan, I have to say, anyone from the Oaks Empire who encounters you is out of luck. Exactly. I bet the enemy's commander will be driven to madness by Commander Lin. All right. This is a crucial step in the final stage. It's been almost 2 months, and it's time to end this final battle. Listening to Lin Fan's words, Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai nodded. Adding up the battles fought in the various star systems before, the entire campaign had lasted over 3 months, and now it was finally coming to an end. Liang Zhu, play the final symphony. At the same time, prepare all fleets for leaping according to the plan. Understood. A few minutes later, as the 100,000 warships of the Royal Fleet entered the Orbit Fortress, suddenly, dazzling lights lit up in various corners of the fortress, followed by a scene resembling doomsday. Lemiro's eyes widened in disbelief. By now, he had already recognized it. It was a nuclear explosion. It was only now that he recalled the previous reports of repelling the first wave of human landing troops. Now thinking about it, how could a group of soldiers with light weapons drive back the mech forces? But it was too late. The 100,000 warships were directly buried within their own fortress, and the massive nuclear explosions from within shattered the entire fortress into countless pieces, scattering in all directions. The 10,000 warships on guard outside were also affected. As the debris passed through the fleet, Lemiro saw another loss of 20,000 warships, with over 30,000 of the remaining 80,000 warships damaged. The Imperial Emperor was unharmed due to the shield protection, but inside the bridge, Lemiro sat there, speechless for a long time. At that moment of chaos within the Royal Fleet, with no formation and completely distraught Lemiro, Lin Fan's final blow arrived. Over 60,000 warships leapt directly around the remnants of the Royal Fleet, immediately launching a full-scale attack. Completely disarrayed, and with Lemiro unable to organize a defense, the Royal Fleet was massacred unilaterally. 10 minutes later, only less than 1,000 warships remained out of the original 80,000 warships in the Royal Fleet. End of this chapter. Chapter 98. The last madness of Ramiel in the orbit of Emperor Starox, the slaughter continued. At this moment, the Royal Fleet had only over 800 warships left, and almost every ship was damaged. Inside the Emperor's flagship, Ramiel, with bloodshot eyes, stared at the decreasing number of warships around him. His fists were clenched tightly, nails piercing the skin, and fresh blood continuously dripping onto the floor. He had lost miserably. But before death, perhaps he could still accomplish something. Send a communication request to the other party. Yes, Your Majesty. The communication officer on the bridge was somewhat skeptical. Was the Majesty planning to surrender? But without thinking too much, he immediately sent the communication request as ordered by Ramiel. Nearby, on the bridge of the Uranos flagship. Commander, we have received a communication request from the enemy flagship. Patch it through. It wouldn't hurt to hear what they have to say in the end. Yes, the communication is established. In the next moment, Ramiel's figure was projected in front of Lin Fan, along with the virtual projections of Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai. I am Ramielox, Emperor of the Ox Empire. Who is the highest commander of this fleet? Hearing Ramiel's words, Lin Fan and the others were obviously surprised. After all, they did not expect that the royal fleet was being personally commanded by the Emperor of the Empire. Liang Xingchen immediately signaled Lin Fan to take charge of the conversation. Understanding the gesture, Lin Fan calmly spoke. I am, Your Majesty Ramiel. Is there any last words you wish to convey, you? Lin Fan's words darkened Ramiel's face, but he couldn't retort. After all, the possibility of his survival was almost non-existent. Now, I don't want to waste words with you. I know you have almost crossed the threshold into the 4th level civilization. How do you think the Babawi civilization will react if I send this message to them? Ramiel said with a smile. Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai's faces immediately changed. The threat was severe. Imagine the sole dominant 4th level civilization in the Orion Arm, suddenly discovering that another civilization had also reached the 4th level under their noses. The inevitable action would be to eliminate that emerging civilization before it grew stronger. Did the Federation have the capability to resist the Babawi civilization? Definitely not. With just 100,000 warships, the Babawi civilization could easily annihilate the Federation. For insurance, the Babawi civilization might even mobilize over 1 million warships, a force the Federation couldn't possibly match. Only Lin Fan remained calm, looking at Ramiel indifferently. What do you want? I want one simple thing, cleverness. I can die, and the Ox Empire can be yours. I just want one thing, something insignificant to humans. Just say it. What do you want? I want the murderer of my son, Doran. Hand him over to me, and I will fulfill all my promises. Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai's expressions became strange upon hearing Ramiel's request. The murderer of Doran? Wasn't that Lin Fan? What a joke. Even Lin Fan himself was momentarily stunned. Was the entire empire being offered just for him? Shouldn't the emperor demand human retreat instead? This script seemed questionable. Seeing Ramiel's confident demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't help but find it amusing. It seemed like another face-off was imminent. Using your empire's communication means, by the time the Babawi Empire receives the message, it will be hundreds of years later. Our human civilization has only entered the interstellar age for a few decades, yet we have nearly reached the 4th level civilization. Do you think we fear the Babawi Empire in hundreds of years? Or is it the Babawi Empire that fears us humans? As Lin Fan's words fell, Ramiel was instantly at a loss for words, unable to counter. Indeed, it would take hundreds of years for their communication technology to send a message to the Babawi Empire. When he purchased warships years ago, it was the Babawi Empire's new emperor who mobilized warships to welcome all 3rd-level civilizations. Otherwise, the Ox Empire wouldn't have made it to the Babawi Empire even in 1,000 years. It was during that visit to the Babawi Empire that they bought warships, eventually had them sent over, and resources taken away were all managed by the Babawi Empire. Ironically, he hadn't hastened the contact with the Babawi Empire. Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai's faces also relaxed. Indeed, Lin Fan's calmness was reassuring. They had almost fallen into a trap themselves. Watching the bewildered Ramiel, Lin Fan continued nonchalantly, "Let me also tell you one more thing. I am the one who killed Doran." "What, you?" "Yes, me. Since you have no last words, we shall end our conversation here. If you wish to send a message to the Babawi Empire, feel free to do so." With that, Lin Fan cut off the communication. "Lin Fan, you are incredibly calm. I was almost startled by you just now. There's nothing to worrying about. If they had advanced communication means, they wouldn't have ended up being played like this by us. With their communication technology, it would take not just hundreds, but thousands of years. The distance from the Babawi Empire to here is nearly 20,000 light-years. All right, that puts me at ease. Meanwhile, inside the Emperor's flagship. Damn it! Damn it! He He's right there in front of me. Ramiel stared at the projection of the Uranos flagship on the bridge, raging incessantly. Order the fleet to form an assault formation. Target the enemy's flagship, that silver-white warship in the center of their formation. Give it everything we've got. Destroy it at all costs. Your Majesty, that warship is in the core of the enemy formation. We have less than 800 warships left. We can't possibly break through. Silence! Issue the command. Either charge and destroy the enemy's flagship, die like a soldier on the battlefield, or perish in disgrace right here. You choose for yourselves. Yes, Your Majesty. The royal fleet's remaining nearly 800 warships shielded the Emperor's flagship in the midst, launched a final charge towards Lin Fan's position, unleashing all of their firepower as they advanced. Lin Fan, they've come to fight you with everything they've got. Inside the Uranos flagship, Liang Shinken's projection teased Lin Fan. I'm thinking, should we let them die tragically on the battlefield or die ingloriously? Lin Fan's sudden words left Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai momentarily puzzled and curious at the same time. What's more tragic? What's more inglorious? For a more tragic end, we'll take them out on their road to charge and let them die in the heat of battle. As for something more ignominious, how would that go? Well, we'll just teleport away. Let the fleets on their sides and behind deal with them. Lin Fan's explanation left Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai feeling truly convinced of what a demon Lin Fan was. They hadn't been wrong when they thought facing him was unlucky for multiple lifetimes. End of this chapter. Chapter 99. The Emperor fell in the void, and the royal fleet of the Aux Empire with more than 700 warships was launching a suicidal charge towards the position of the Uranos ship. However, at the same time, on the Uranos ship, the atmosphere was particularly eerie. Liang Xingchen and Zhang Hai were surprised as they looked at Lin Fan. How come they never noticed before how cunning this kid was? Commanders, which method do you think is better? Whatever you like. Okay, since that's the case, to ensure that we have no additional casualties, let's go with the second option. Damn the additional casualties. Even if we use the first method, there won't be any casualties anyway. The enemy only has over 700 severely damaged warships. The two of them were silently criticizing, and even felt that this was all intentional, because Ramiro said he wanted Lin Fan dead, so Lin Fan was doing this on purpose. In reality, they were overthinking it. Lin Fan just felt it was proper to do things by the book. It wasn't his style. It's disgusting to kill enemies on the battlefield. That's what a famous general should do. Even in the most critical situation, one must adhere to this central mindset till the end. Liang Zhu, command the first fleet to cease fire immediately and prepare for orbital jumps. Yes. Not far away, inside the flagship Emperor, the Royal Guard's fleet was charging ahead desperately. Ramiro was watching the tactical projection screen, seeing his fleet getting closer to the Uranos ship bit by bit. However, his expression was very grim because the damage was escalating too quickly. At this rate, they wouldn't even reach the Uranos ship before the Royal Guard fleet was completely wiped out in 3 minutes. All main cannons capable of hitting the enemy flagship adjust the barrels for a coordinated barrage. As for the warships unable to fire with the main cannons, use the secondary cannons in tandem, disregard any obstacles in the front formation, and push forward at all costs. Although Ramiro knew that doing so was of little significance, with about 500 warships having intact main cannons and maybe not more than 50 of them being able to fire simultaneously in the direction of the Uranos ship. Additionally, the enemy's formation had numerous warships blocking the path up front. With his limited fleet, breaking through the formation or even taking down a few of the enemy's strongest warships was highly unlikely. But he had no choice. His fate was already sealed, and he hoped for a more heroic end for himself. Even in death, he wanted to die charging forward rather than huddling and being surrounded by the human fleet. Only by doing so could he maintain the dignity of the Emperor. Unfortunately, Lin Fan obviously wasn't going to give him that chance. In the next moment, the front line of the Royal Guard's fleet directly initiated orbital jumps, turning the front of the Royal Guard's fleet into an empty, desolate space. Inside the Emperor, Ramiro and his staff were dumbfounded. Their opponents were shameless to be in such a situation and still pull off such a move. In an instant, their fleet, from charging to a fight for survival, turned into a frantic escape. They were being squeezed on both sides by the Federal 2nd and 3rd Fleets, with the Federal 4th Fleet trailing them, while the front had nothing but emptiness. Utterly shameless. Inside the bridge, Ramiro shouted furiously, but all he could do was vent his frustration. The outcome of the battle was already irreversible. In this situation, attempting to change direction through high-speed maneuvers would allow the enemy to adjust accordingly. No matter which way Ramiro chose, he couldn't escape the fate of perishing in the midst of fleeing rather than falling in battle. 3 minutes later, under the triple firepower siege, the Royal Guard fleet's remaining 700-plus warships suffered heavy losses. Even the flagship Emperor could only hold on for a few more seconds. After enduring over 20 main cannon hits in a short period, the Emperor could no longer sustain its shields and was overwhelmed by further attacks, exploding in the void. The Emperor, a generation-spanning ruler, fell at that moment. As for the Emperor's Staraux, chaos now reigned. Due to the internal nuclear explosion that Lin Fan triggered earlier on the orbital fortress, aside from the massive fragments hurtling into deep space, a significant portion had crashed into Aux Star. While the planet hadn't yet faced the wrath of the Federal Fleet, its ground defense forces stood somewhat intact. They couldn't intercept all the fragments. After intercepting part of them, the remaining fragments descended like a rain of death upon Aux Star, causing extensive destruction, with numerous cities and military bases being decimated, casualties piling up. However, Lin Fan displayed no mercy. As the entire Aux Star was busy with rescue efforts, the Federal Fleet station in orbit above Aux Star began raining death beams down on targets, posing a threat, initiating pinpoint purges. At that moment, Rose, who was in the royal prison, watched through the window of his cell as the beams descended from the sky. "Ah, Ramiro, why couldn't you just listen to me?" Rose sighed and made a decision. A few seconds later, a deafening noise rang out from his cell. When the jailer rushed to check, Rose was lying motionless on the ground, covered in blood, silent forever. An hour later, after eliminating all threatening targets on the surface, a large number of mechanized infantry units and assault ships had formed dance formations in orbit, ready to plunge into the atmosphere for orbital drop operations. Inside the Uranos ship, Lin Fan, Aux Star is vast, and according to our scans, there are at least 20 billion Aux people living there. How do you plan to handle this? Commander Liang, have you ever seen Aux people surrender? Have you ever encountered genuine submission from Aux people? Lin Fan, what's your plan? Even Liang Xingchen, after hearing Lin Fan's words, understood what he intended to do, and was shocked. Commander Liang, this is the universe. Survival of the fittest is the law here. Showing mercy will only bring doom upon our offspring. I understand what you're saying, but shouldn't we at least contact the presidential palace and let them decide? No, waiting for their decision is dooming our descendants. Too many people over there would rather pass the burden to the next generation for the sake of their own reputation, even if they understand this truth. Commander Liang, enough said. I'll bear all consequences. Lin Fan, you. Oh. Liang Zhu, order the entire fleet. Commence orbital drop operations. Yes. Also, inform them, in a month's time, I don't want to see any Aux people left on this planet. Understood. Liang Zhu gritted her teeth, turned, and began issuing orders. End of this chapter. Chapter 100. Cleaning up the orbit of the Aux Star. Tens of millions of mechs began orbital airdrops. Their mission was to suppress any ground fire that hadn't been cleared, followed by the deployment of assault ships. The Aux people on the planet put up a fierce resistance, with the majority of heavy weapons destroyed. Despite the remaining defenders using light weapons to resist to the death, it was futile as the mechs were impervious to fatal damage. After eliminating the remaining resistance, a slaughter that spanned the entire planet began. Just as the entire planet was stained red with blood, the presidential palace of the Federation also received Lin Fan's battle report. Linzen, Ed, Sanders, and a group of aides gathered in the conference room. I urgently called everyone for a meeting because the front line has already received the battle report. The operation led by Lin Fan has been successfully completed. The report has been sent to everyone, so take a look. After Linzen finished speaking, the aides were somewhat excited. 15 star systems, and they were the best developed 15 of the Ocus Empire. Plus their own 4. The Federation's territory would suddenly span 19 star systems of interstellar civilizations. With this foundation, as long as the Federation had a decade to develop and make up for the shortage of battleships, they could definitely become the dominant civilization in the surrounding area. The excited aides immediately used their personal brain implants to open the battle report sent by Lin Zhen and carefully read it. Several minutes later, out of the 9 aides, 6 of them furrowed their brows. In the final section of the battle report, they saw Lin Fan's plan to completely eliminate the Ocus people, which made several aides' faces turn very unsightly. President, Major General Lin Fan has crossed the line. Indeed, how could he do something as drastic as exterminating a whole tribe? He didn't even ask for our opinion and went ahead with this plan directly. This is an abuse of power. I suggest recalling Major General Lin Fan and submitting him to a military tribunal. The 6 aides took turns expressing their grievances vividly. Bang! Just as Ed was about to speak, there was a loud bang in the conference room, and the old Marshal Sanders slammed his palm on the table. Had enough? Sanders glared angrily at the aides, directly shouting, "This is the era of the stars. Do you still think it's the era of Earth? The universe is a primitive jungle. Only the fiercest animals will survive in the end. Stop with your hypocritical maternal feelings. With your current attitudes, you'll end up dooming humanity sooner or later." Sanders was directly venting his anger. He couldn't stand these overly sentimental aides that only slowed everything down at critical times. As for Lin Fan's Ocus people extermination plan, Sanders was quite supportive. A group that would never surrender or submit. Why keep them alive? If they were left behind, would the Federation take care of them? It would be absurd. Leaving this group behind was no different from planting a time bomb within the Federation. In fact, the Federation doesn't require such measures for every civilization, but the Ocus civilization is quite special. You all have read the reports. They have never had a single person surrender. Even prisoners they capture absolutely refuse to submit. Leaving them alive would only be a menace. After Sanders finished speaking, Ed immediately followed up. But Mr. Vice President, if we do this, the impact wouldn't be good. Impact? You only think about the impact. Major Lin Fan had a point. If we consult with you, all you'll consider are your own reputation and influence, rather than the consequences this might bring to future generations. This is not greatness, it's selfishness, understand? Selfish. Ed pointed to the aides with some disappointment. All right, the interstellar era doesn't need hypocrisy. Those who can't adapt should step aside and make way for those who can. Let's start the vote. Those who agree with Major Lin Fan's decision, raise your hands. Lin Zhen, who hadn't spoken until now, stood up and raised his right hand. In the conference room, there were a total of 12 people able to vote, including Lin Zhen, Ed, Sanders, and 9 other aides. President Lin Zhen's vote counted as 2. After Lin Zhen's words fell, Ed and Sanders also raised their hands, without hesitation. 10 seconds later, 3 aides who hadn't opposed Lin Fan's decision earlier also raised their hands, one after the other. At this point, Lin Zhen's faction had received 7 votes, more than half, but he didn't declare it over yet. He continued holding his hand up and watched the remaining 6 aides. Ed understood that Lin Zhen was giving them a final chance, and whether they would seize it was up to them. Lin Zhen had already made it clear earlier. Those who couldn't adapt to the interstellar era shouldn't continue in their current positions. 1 minute passed, and 1 aide raised their hand. After that, 3 more aides raised their hands in the next 2 minutes. In the conference room, only the last 2 aides, with expressions of defiance, remained seated. The opportunity had been given, and 3 minutes had passed. Naturally, Lin Zhen wouldn't continue to indulge them. All right, I now announce that Major General Lin Fan's proposal has received 11 out of 13 votes in favor. It is approved. At the same time, I announce that from today, Jaren Kutner and Eo Lucio are dismissed. After Lin Zhen spoke, the faces of the aides below changed dramatically. While the president had indeed threatened this earlier, they hadn't expected him to actually do it. The 4 aides who did raise their hands secretly congratulated themselves, glad they didn't stubbornly resist to the end. Jaren and Eo, on the other hand, had ashen faces, staring angrily at Lin Zhen. I refuse. I will make today's events public and let the Federation people give me justice. Eo shouted in anger at Lin Zhen, already planning what to do. Once he left the conference room, he would hold a press conference to explain to all Federation people what was happening on Ocus Star. He didn't believe that, with his passionate speech, the Federation people would side with Lin Zhen. However, Because of his anger, he forgot one crucial detail: everything discussed in that conference room was not to be leaked, and anyone who did face charges of treason. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course, scared. Well, since you are so stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless. At the next moment, a team of Presidential Guards members opened the door and entered. President, what happened? Immediately detain EO Lucio on charges of treason. Wait for further processing. Yes. The guards didn't show any change in expression and moved forward to immobilize EO. Linzen, what right do you have to arrest me? Right. Have you forgotten that everything discussed in this conference room is the highest Federation secret? Any leak is treated as treason. I've given you a chance, but you still insist on going through with this. Then I can only proceed according to regulations. Take him away. It was only at this moment that EO realized what mistake he had made. In an instant, as if all his strength had been sapped away, he was escorted out by the guards. End of this chapter. Chapter 101. Linfan was not aware of what had happened inside the IO Federation Presidential Palace. At this moment, he was worried about another matter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate assessment task of the Novice Period Phase 2. The destruction of the Ox Empire. Ding! A new ultimate assessment task for the Novice Period has been issued. Final stage. Help the Human Federation become the dominant power of the Orion Arm, with a time limit of 100 years. Upgrade to official version after completion. System. So the Ox Empire is considered destroyed now. Ding! Yes, the capital region has been occupied, and the royal family has all perished. Although civilization still exists, the empire can be declared as destroyed. I see. But isn't this third stage task a bit harsh? Ding! Host, you must understand that even in the Milky Way, the Orion Arm is just a poor little place, not to mention the entire universe. It's like a beginner village to you. Alright, I understand. 100 years. I need to plan carefully. In fact, 100 years is not considered long for humans now. Even ordinary citizens of the Federation, with the widespread use of basic genetic enhancement drugs, generally have a lifespan of 200 to 300 years. And Linfan had heard that White Zixuan was studying an enhanced version of the basic genetic enhancement drug that could significantly improve its effects. However, the widespread use of genetic enhancement drugs also posed a challenge for the Federation. Fewer people were getting married. After all, with everyone having 200-300 years of life, not many people were in a rush to get married in their 20s, let alone in their 30s. Getting married in one's 30s was now considered too early. Do you know what the people in the Federation commonly say now? Make the most of your youth and work hard for a few decades before settling down. This statement caused quite a headache for the Federation. Currently, the Federation already had 19 star systems and was in desperate need of population. Linzen could imagine the pressure. It was indeed a difficult situation. In the bridge of the Uranos, while Linfan was conversing with the system in his mind, Liang Zhu's voice came from the side. Commander, Zhang Zhuwei reports that some people have been captured in the Ox Empire Palace, but we are unsure how to proceed. What is Zhang Zhuwei up to? I remember giving clear orders. Linfan was somewhat annoyed. Currently, Zhang Zhuwei was the commander of the 2nd Mech Legion in the 1st Fleet and was highly regarded by Linfan. But this time, he was a bit displeased. The orders were clear, so why the hesitation? Did he misjudge the person? Commander, he didn't capture Oxians. It's something quite special. Please take a look yourself. Liang Zhu opened a holographic projection, immediately showing where Zhang Zhuwei was on Oxus. After adjusting the image, Linfan was stunned looking at the 10 or so figures surrounded by several mechs and hundreds of assault team members. Now Linfan finally understood why Zhang Zhuwei had specifically come to ask him how to handle this situation. In the projection, there were more than 10 girls, and the key was that these girls showed no obvious difference to humans. Well, if you ignored the wings on their backs. Angels. This was intriguing. Linfan was curious why there were angels in the Ox Empire Palace. Moreover, from the image, these angels were clearly enslaved beings. Wait a minute, the Oxians resembled the demons from human legends, and now there were angel-like beings who were enslaved by the Ox Empire. Demons enslaving angels? Linfan felt this was quite interesting. Inform Zhang Zhuwei to bring these girls on board the ship. Also, Notify all ground forces to be cautious during Oxian extermination. If there are any angelic beings found, rescue them as well. Yes, Commander. It wasn't that Lin Fan was overflowing with maternal instincts, but on one hand, he was genuinely interested in angels. Encountering a race that looked exactly like humans in the universe was almost as improbable as a cosmic explosion happening tomorrow. On the other hand, this race was too much like angels, and all the more remarkable, as the 10 or more girls seemed no less attractive than human female celebrities. If you were to harm them, it would certainly enrage the entire Federation. Thus, an order rippled through the ground forces, leaving everyone bewildered. Rescuing angels? Was the commander joking? Weren't there only demons here? However, soon after, photos of Zhang Zhuwei protecting a dozen angelic girls were shared, shocking everyone. Damn, there were really angels, and with such beauty. This made the ground forces even more disgusted with the Oxians. How could you harm such beautiful angels? 10 minutes later, the 12 angels were brought aboard the Uranos. After undergoing quarantine checks and confirming their well-being, Lin Fan received them in a meeting room. When the 12 angels saw Lin Fan and Liangzhu in the meeting room, they were also taken aback. After all, Zhang Zhuwei was in a mech on Oxus earlier, and the assault team members were all in combat gear and helmets, so they hadn't seen the appearance of humans before. The 12 angels stared at Lin Fan and Liangzhu, momentarily at a loss for words. Can you tell us where you are from? We are warriors of the Io Federation, captured by the Oxians in battle. Io Federation? Lin Fan was familiar with this name. So far, the Ox Empire still had a border legion stationed at the Io Federation's border. According to intelligence, the Io Federation was slightly weaker than the Ox Empire, but to Lin Fan's surprise, they were an angelic race. It seemed that angels and demons were always in opposition wherever they went. May I ask where you come from, and why you look so similar to us? Apart from not having wings and breasts, there are hardly any differences. One of the angels boldly asked Lin Fan. Lin Fan was a bit dumbfounded. Why did that sound so strange? What did she mean by except for not having breasts, there were hardly any differences? Wait a minute, from the way she phrased it, did it mean that the angel race had no males? Lin Fan suddenly realized the key point. They mentioned being Io Federation warriors earlier. So, was this a civilization entirely composed of females? And all of them were attractive females? If that were indeed the case, it would be quite interesting. Alright, let's welcome a civilization of all females. End of the chapter. Chapter 102. Preparing to establish diplomatic relations with the Io Federation. Lin Fan had once seen a map of the distribution of the Orion armed forces in the system rewards, which spanned across 28 star systems. With such a vast territory, the population naturally wouldn't be small, likely reaching into the billions. Yet now you're telling me that all these population are female without any males? I wonder if angels and humans can reproduce offspring together. Suddenly, Lin Fan was startled by his own idea. It's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? After all, they are two different species. But then he thought, why not check the angels, just in case it turns out to be possible. Even if it doesn't work out, there won't be any harm done. So Lin Fan casually asked Liangzhu to find a reason and took the angels to the medical room for a checkup. In less than an hour, the initial test report was delivered to Lin Fan. Looking at this report, Lin Fan's expression became even more strange. His random thoughts seemed to come true. First, the genetic similarity between angels and humans was extremely high, up to 99.9%, so much so that if they didn't have wings, they could be considered the same species as humans. Secondly, angels also reproduce through both sexes, contrary to Lin Fan's assumption that there were no males. As for why those 10+ angels didn't know about the existence of males, that was temporarily unknown. Lastly, angels and humans could reproduce offspring without any obstacles. Shocked. Completely shocked. Most crucially, the report also mentioned that the angels' lifespans should be extremely long, possibly reaching over thousands of years. Those 10+ angels, who looked like they were under 20, but upon examination, the youngest one was at least 1,000 years old. Lin Fan immediately sent this report to the Federation Presidency. Earth, Federation Presidential Palace. Inside the President's office, you mean, there are now several billion female angels, all of whom are the standard of federal stars regardless of their physical appearance, and can freely combine with humans to reproduce offspring. Ahem, Yes. Lin Fan's report indeed says so. Linzan and Ed sat face to face, both wearing a shocked expression. Ed, what do you think about this? I think further research is needed to ensure there are no issues. This is not a small matter. However, Lin Fan's report mentioned that the Io Federation's strength is weaker than the Ox Empire's. I think we can first let Lin Fan go, in the name of returning the angels, to establish contact and see how the situation unfolds. After considering for a moment, Ed shared his thoughts. After listening to Ed's words, Linzan began to contemplate. Indeed, there was no need to rush now. After all, the current human population was only a little over 10 billion. It wouldn't hurt to let Lin Fan go and understand the situation first, establish diplomatic relations, and consider incorporating them into the Federation as an affiliate civilization or even as a direct member in the future. Alright, let's proceed this way. But it's not quite appropriate for Lin Fan to go by himself. Ed, would you mind handling this for us? I knew it. Alright, I will depart for the Oxstar today. Okay. 1 month later, aboard the Uranos, a heavyweight visitor arrived, Vice President Ed Campbell of the Federation. Uncle Ed, are you leading the team this time? Lin Fan had already received orders from the Presidential Palace, leading the First Fleet with the rescued angels and a special envoy from the Presidential Palace to the Io Federation, but he hadn't expected the special envoy to be the Vice President. Yes, after all, the other party's territory is even larger than ours. It would be a disgrace to send an insignificant person, agreed. As Ed said, the Io Federation was considered a level 3 civilization, while humans had reached the early stages of level 4 in certain technological aspects. Overall, they were still a level 3 civilization. It wouldn't be suitable to send just any person for the meeting and to establish diplomatic relations between two level 3 civilizations. It made sense for Ed to take charge. The Federation also attached great significance to this diplomatic mission, as it marked the Federation's first contact with an alien civilization after entering the interstellar age. By the way, have you been bullying Emma lately? After discussing serious matters, as a father who adored his daughter, Ed scrutinized Lin Fan with a gaze and asked, "How could I dare, Uncle Ed?" "All right, that's good. If I find out you're bullying Emma, I'll teach you a lesson." Lin Fan immediately felt a headache, as he wasn't good at handling Ed's extreme daughter-in-law obsession type. In comparison, dealing with Liang Xingchen was much easier. Wisely changing the topic, he said, "Uncle Ed, would you like to go see the angels?" After the whole cleanup on the Oxstar, we rescued a total of 382 angels. Let's talk about that on the way. Can we depart now? Yes, the First Fleet is ready. According to the coordinates provided by those angels, the Io Federation's capital is 62 light years away from us, and it will take about 40 days to get there. Okay. 39 days later, in the Io star system. Here was the capital region of the Io Federation, possessing two stars, a binary star system. Unlike the solar system, where all planets orbit around the sun, here, the planets were divided into two different orbits, each revolving around a separate star. It was a peculiar sight, as if the star systems were intertwined together. A capital fleet of 1,000 warships was patrolling the area, just as they would on any other day. Speaking of the Io Federation's warships, their appearance was the opposite of the Ox Empire's warships. The Ox Empire's warships were rugged and ferocious, while the Io Federation's warships had an elegant and noble style, exuding a sense of beauty with their white paint, making them stand out in the dark void. Inside the main bridge of the patrol fleet, a female angel, who appeared to be in her 20s, sat in the captain's seat, looking troubled. "Commander Catherine, are you thinking about your sister again?" "Sigh, it's been 50 years, and there's still no news." Beep beep beep. Unknown fleet detected. Unknown fleet detected. At this moment, a mechanical alarm sounded in the bridge. Catherine's face changed immediately as she started giving orders to the bridge crew. "Report the size and location of the enemy fleet immediately. At the same time, compare their appearance with the database. The enemy fleet is 1 million kilometers away from us, consisting of 20,000 warships, and we have no matches in the database. Issue a warning and request support from the 3rd Legion stationed at headquarters immediately." Yes. Soon, the Uranos received a warning message. "This is the capital fleet of the Io Federation. Cease immediately, and identify yourself and your purpose. Otherwise, we will take military action." End of the chapter. Chapter 103. Sisters reunion in the orbit of the planet Io. There stood a magnificent white fortress with a beautiful streamlined shape that showed no signs of being mechanical. This was the headquarters of the Io Federation Interstellar Fleet. The sound of a long-dormant alarm echoed through every corner of the fortress. In the harbor, a massive white warship was docked, the flagship of the 3rd Legion of the Federation. Inside the warship, the alarm was also blaring. "What's the situation?" A heroic female angel strode onto the bridge and immediately shouted. She was Alfie, the commander of the 3rd Legion, leading her 300,000 warships. "Commander Catherine reports that a fleet not found in our database has entered the capital sector, intent unknown. 20,000 ships are requesting our support." "A fleet not in our database? So it's an unknown fleet. Is the Legion ready?" Alfie asked. "We are ready, prepared for action at any moment. Order the Legion to mobilize immediately, and inform Commander Catherine not to engage forcefully. Let us handle it, as she only has 1,000 patrol warships." "Understood." Mobilizing the entire legion of 30,000 warships to face 20,000 enemy ships might seem unwise to some, but Alfie didn't think so. Facing an unknown civilization with unknown capabilities, the best strategy was to go all out without holding back. The Legion began to depart from the fortress, gathering in formation not far away. Meanwhile, 30 million kilometers away, on board the patrol fleet's flagship, Commander Catherine received the message that Alfie's Legion had set out. "I understand. With only 1,000 patrol warships, I won't risk the lives of my sisters. Have we obtained detailed data on the enemy fleet?" "Yes, we have scanned them. There are a total of 20,000 ships, with 18,000 identified as battle cruisers and the remaining 2,000 as large carriers." "What? Are you sure? All 20,000 are battle cruisers and carriers?" "Yes, Commander Catherine. We have confirmed it." Catherine was dumbfounded. With a fleet consisting of 30,000 warships, they only had 5,000 battle cruisers. The enemy fleet with such a formidable force, but lacking escort ships, destroyers, and cruisers, could they handle it? "Has there been any response from the warning message sent to the enemy fleet?" "Not yet, Commander Catherine." "Continue to send it." "Understood." At the same time, 8 million kilometers away, inside the Uranus, Zoo is playing the warning message received from the Io Federation's Capital Sector Patrol Fleet. "This is the Capital Sector Patrol Fleet of the Io Federation. Unknown fleet ahead, immediately halt and report your identity and intentions. Otherwise, we will resort to force." Listening to the warning message, Lin Fan smiled faintly and beckoned to Angela, one of the 12 angels he had rescued, known for her obedience. Lin Fan and Zhu had cared for Angela like a sister throughout their journey. "Angela, I will send a communication request to the enemy fleet. When connected, can you explain?" Angela agreed enthusiastically. This was the Io star system, her homeland. She never thought she'd return here one day. "Take a deep breath, don't get too excited," Lin Fan advised. Okay, now even more excited, Lin Fan chuckled helplessly. "Zhu, please send a communication request to the enemy fleet." "Understood, Commander Catherine, a communication request from the unknown fleet." Accept. When Catherine saw the two figures on the screen, she was momentarily stunned. Then, her face lit up with excitement. "Angela, is that you?" The other angels on the bridge were equally surprised. They knew Angela, Catherine's sister, who had disappeared during the series battle 50 years ago, suspected to be captured. "Sister, it's really you. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime." Angela couldn't hold back her emotions and started crying upon seeing Catherine. Zhu came over and embraced Angela gently, consoling her. While the reunion of the sisters moved Catherine deeply, she remained cautious as she observed Lin Fan and Zhu in the video. They had the same appearance as their race but lacked wings. Who were these people, and how was Angela with them? "Commander, Angela seems emotionally unstable." "Allow me to explain." Lin Fan smiled at Catherine and continued. "We are from the Human Federation. Recently, the Aux Empire invaded our territory, and we retaliated. After capturing their capital sector and freeing many enslaved angels on Aux, we followed Federation orders and sent them back here. We are not your enemies. There's no need to be overly cautious." "What? You said you captured the Aux Empire's capital sector?" Catherine was shocked. The Aux Empire was a formidable force in the neighboring regions, stronger than the Io Federation. She couldn't believe someone had actually taken over their capital. Was this a joke? How can you prove what you just said? Catherine remained wary of Lin Fan's words and asked. Before Lin Fan could respond, someone unexpected interjected. Sister Catherine, I won't allow you to doubt Brother Lin. He's the one who rescued Angela from hell. Catherine was speechless, looking at Angela, unsure how to react. Lin Fan smiled slightly. It seemed taking care of Angela on their journey hadn't been in vain. Commander Catherine, do you think we would appear here for no reason? If we had malicious intentions, could your 1,000 warships and the 30,000 following one stop us? Lin Fan's words left Catherine stunned. What did he mean? How did they suddenly appear in the capital sector? She realized she had forgotten the most critical question. How did they appear here? After a few seconds of thought, words flashed in Catherine's mind, leaving her pale. Jump engine. End of chapter. Chapter 100 for Queen Angel Bella. At the moment, Catherine's scalp was tingling. What does the jump engine represent? He is very clear. In the entire Orion Arm, only one civilization has mastered this technology. That is the only 4th-level civilization, the Barbavi Empire. It was impossible for Catherine to think that the human federation in front of her had purchased the jump engine from the Barbavi Empire, because this technology was prohibited from being sold in the Barbavi Empire. So the question arises, after ruling out all possibilities, it seems that there is only one possible situation left, that is, more than 10 million kilometers behind the patrol fleet, the 3rd Legion of the Io Federation is speeding through the void. At this moment, Alfie also received the latest report from the patrol fleet, but the content surprised him a bit. They actually destroyed the Aux Empire and rescued a large number of captured angels on the Aux Star. Is this time specifically to escort these angels home? Why be so friendly? When did the universe become so loving? This is not surprising that Alfie thought like this. After all, in this universe resembling a jungle, the theme of warfare between civilizations is prevalent, and the law of the jungle is the foundation of everything. Living together in peace, working hand in hand, is simply non-existent. Of course, if it weren't for the fact that the Io Federation is of the angel race and has been found to be able to reproduce offspring without barriers with humans, the Federation would not have done what it is doing now. Therefore, essentially speaking, Alfie's thoughts are still not wrong. And what surprised Catherine the most was that the other party's fleet likely had a jump engine. If this was true, then things would be serious. This could likely be an undisclosed native 4th-level civilization, or even a 4th-level civilization from beyond the Orion Arm. No matter which one it is not something the Io Federation can afford to offend. How much longer until we arrive? We are currently 12 million kilometers away. We can arrive in about 40 minutes. All right, tell Commander Catherine to hold the line. We'll discuss everything when we get there. Yes, Commander Alfie. Inside the bridge of the Uranos, Lin Fan looked at Catherine, who was pale, knowing she had grasped the key point and was ready to add more fuel to the fire. Liang Zhu, command a battle cruiser to fire at us. Yes, Commander. Half a minute later, Catherine received a report from her subordinates that a warship in the enemy fleet was charging its weapons. Catherine felt nervous about this, not knowing what the other party was planning, until the next moment. A battle cruiser not far from Uranos fired a main cannon-level ion beam, directly striking Uranos. This attack left Catherine dumbfounded. What are the humans doing? However, what followed made her widen her eyes, looking incredulous. The main cannon-level ion beam did not pose a threat to Uranos. A light blue energy shield appeared in front of everyone, easily blocking the attack, not leaving a ripple on the shield. Now, Catherine finally understood what Lin Fan had said previously. If we had malicious intent, do you think your 1,000 warships and the 300,000 warships rushing behind can stop us? Yes, this is an energy shield. If the other party really had malicious intent, do they need to say so much to us? They could have easily overwhelmed us. And with the energy shield and the jump engine, what does that represent? It's a 4th-level civilization. Even if it's not, it must already have one foot in the 4th-level civilization. 3rd-level civilizations are nothing compared to it. No wonder they easily destroyed the Aux Empire. Now all of this has a logical explanation. Once Catherine understood, she immediately relayed the situation to the 3rd Legion. Commander Alfie, Commander Catherine has sent the latest information. It's a video clip. Play it. Yes. A projection screen immediately appeared on the bridge and played the video sent by Catherine, showing the scene where Lin Fan displayed the energy shield. After watching it, Alfie felt his scalp tingling. An energy shield? And combined with the jump engine reported by Catherine earlier, is this really a 4th level civilization? Alfie couldn't afford to be careless. He knew what the consequences would be if he angered a 4th level civilization, undoubtedly annihilating his people, with no other possibilities. A 4th level civilization saved their people and even dispatched a fleet to escort them back, and they're treating them as enemies. Isn't this seeking death? This was no longer something he could handle alone. He had to quickly let the Queen make a decision. Notify Commander Catherine not to make any rude moves. I will personally go to the enemy flagship to visit later. Yes, Commander Alfie. On the planet Io, inside the Angel's Sanctuary, Queen Bella frowned as she looked at the leaders of various tribes in front of her. Within the Io Federation, one should not assume that addressing a queen means an imperial civilization. The queen also has a term limit, but the term for the Angel Queen lasts 1,000 years. After the term ends, it's not her daughter who takes over, but rather a new queen is elected. Queen, Commander Alfie has sent the latest information. A guard entered the room and reported to Bella. What did Alfie say? The other party is suspected to be a 4th level civilization. It has been confirmed that they possess a jump engine and an energy shield. Furthermore, they do not seem to have any malicious intent. To show respect, I will personally visit the enemy flagship. After the guard's words, the whole room exploded. A 4th level civilization? Are they sure it's not a joke? Isn't there only the Barbavi Empire as a 4th level civilization in the Orion Arm? What are they doing here? Everyone, quiet down. Seeing the various tribe leaders whispering below, Bella had to speak up to stop them. First of all, the fact that the other party has a jump engine and an energy shield has been confirmed. Secondly, as Commander Alfie said, the other party seems to have no ill intent. Otherwise, they could have easily overwhelmed us directly, without complicating matters. The tribe leaders nodded in agreement with the Queen's words. The Queen was not wrong. If the other party had malicious intentions, there was no need for all this. They could have easily overwhelmed them. After all, a 4th level civilization wanting to destroy a 3rd level civilization is too easy. There is no need for excessive words. Seeing that no one had objections, Bella continued, in that case, let's follow Commander Alfie's instructions. Let her personally visit the enemy flagship first to confirm their intentions. End of this chapter. Chapter 105. Highly Matching Genes, Fairly Deleted Restored, as Draft Public Chapter 105. The highly matching genes were about 30 million kilometers away from the planet Io, and a white shuttle ship approached the Uranus. On the shuttle ship, Alfie was looking through the porthole at the warship in front of her. Even from the perspective of an angel, the Uranus was an extremely beautiful warship, with its paintwork perfectly suited to angelic tastes, silver white. Guided by the Uranus, the shuttle ship slowly entered its belly spaceport. Inside the port, Lin Fan, Liangzu, and Angela were waiting, but Ed did not come out. The level of the visitor was not appropriate. For Ed, the Angel Queen was the only one at the same level as him. Lin Fan looked at the Angel shuttle ship docked at the port and couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship of the Angel race in shipbuilding. Until the hatch was opened, Lin Fan couldn't find where the door of the shuttle ship was at all. The entire outer shell looked completely integrated, with no visible traces. Alfie appeared first in front of everyone, followed by Catherine, and then for guards. Looking at the 6 angels in front of him, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. Any one of them could easily defeat numerous goddesses in the federal universe, truly an aesthetically pleasing civilization. Sister, wow! When she saw Catherine, Angela ran over, hugged Catherine, and burst into tears. Sorry, Alfie Legion Commander, my sister has been taken by the Ox Empire for more than 50 years. She's a little emotional right now, Catherine said apologetically while hugging Angela. Alfie waved her hand, indicating she didn't mind, then walked towards Lin Fan. Hello, I am Alfie, Legion Commander of the 3rd Legion of the Federation of Io. Thank you very much for rescuing our people. Hello, I am Lin Fan, Commander of the 1st Fleet of the Human Federation. You don't have to be polite about Angela and them, it was just a small favor. Please come this way. Looking at the polite Lin Fan, Elfie also felt relieved. To her, this was still a level for civilization, and usually, higher civilizations weren't very friendly to lower civilizations. But surprisingly, Lin Fan was so easy to talk to and behaved quite politely, which was completely different from what she had imagined before. Lin Fan and Liangzhu led everyone into a reception room. After sitting down, Lin Fan spoke directly. Legion Commander Elfie, as you may have noticed, our two races are very similar, which is why we rescued the angel race when we found them. If it were another race, they might not have been so lucky. Listening to Lin Fan's words, Elfie found it easy to accept. It was a very good and reasonable explanation. Why else would someone take the trouble to rescue your people and escort them back? With this reason, Elfie felt that everything could be explained. After all, it was extremely rare in the universe to find a race so similar to one's own, to the point where similarities in genetics could be considered the same race. There is one more thing that Legion Commander Elfie may not know. After we rescued the angels on Oxstar and were treating them, we made a shocking discovery that prompted this meeting. What discovery could astonish your civilization? Listening to Lin Fan, Elfie felt there was more to it. If we were to understand Lin Fan's words, it wasn't just the similarities in appearance between humans and angels that prompted this action, but there was another significant discovery that led to this meeting. What earth-shattering revelation was this? Through our testing, we found that the genes of angels and humans match highly, with a matching rate of up to 99.9%. It's almost as if we were the same race. What? That's impossible. Elfie found it hard to accept at once. How could there be such a big coincidence? It was already difficult in the vast universe to find a race that looked so similar, let alone have highly similar genes. And what did it mean for the gene similarity to reach 99.9%? After all, the genetic similarity between the 12 angel tribes was only this value. Could humans be our lost 13th tribe? Isn't this joke a bit too much? Seeing Elfie's astonishment, Lin Fan smiled slightly and continued. Due to this result, the Federation's high command attaches great importance to it. This visit is not only to escort the angels home, but also to establish diplomatic relations with your civilization. In fact, you are the first civilization in our Federation to prepare to establish diplomatic relations with you. With her senses back, Elfie looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. What had she just heard? The other party was preparing to establish diplomatic relations with their IO Federation. Generally, only civilizations of the same level would establish diplomatic relations, since the universe followed the law of the jungle, where only when both sides were equally strong could diplomatic relations be possible. The relationship between advanced civilizations and lower civilizations was only one thing: a subordinate civilization. Therefore, Elfie found it hard to believe what Lin Fan had said. Establishing diplomatic relations between a third-level civilization and a fourth-level civilization was something she had never heard of happening before, right? However, thinking about it from another perspective, if what Lin Fan said was true, with the genetic similarity between humans and angels reaching 99.9%, it was entirely possible that they were originally the same race. In this case, it seemed understandable to establish diplomatic relations across different civilization levels. Commander Lin Fan, we are honored to establish diplomatic relations with your esteemed civilization, but I am just a Legion commander. This matter needs to be decided by the Queen. I understand. In fact, like you, I am just a fleet commander, and it's not up to me to decide on such matters. Then, Legion Commander Elfie, don't worry. In fact, accompanying the fleet this time is the Vice President of our Human Federation. They will have a detailed discussion with your Queen. I'm just informing you of the situation for now. The Vice President? Yes, the President of the Human Federation is equivalent to your Queen's position, and the Vice President can be understood as the second person in the Federation. Hearing this, Elfie was somewhat surprised. The fact that even the second person of the Federation had come in person showed sincerity. As a third-level civilization, this was definitely a feeling of being highly honored. Generally speaking, it was already a great honor for a higher civilization to send a minor official to a lower civilization. And now it was the Vice President who had come in person, which meant they regarded themselves as equals, giving them a lot of face. All right, I will contact the Queen immediately and inform her of the situation. Please wait a moment. End of this chapter. Chapter 106, Welcoming Planet Io with High Standards. Inside the Angelic Palace, Queen Bella had an incredulous expression on her face as she listened to Alfie's report. It wasn't just Bella in the palace. The leaders of the other 12 tribes also had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The key was the content reported by Alfie, which took everyone by surprise. There was actually a race highly similar to their own, with a similarity of 99.9% that even matched the similarity between the 12 angelic tribes. Could it be that their angelic race truly had a lost tribe? Bella decided to carefully study the ancient scriptures to see if this human race was truly related to their own tribe. As for establishing diplomatic relations, Bella naturally had no objections. It was only beneficial for the Io Federation. After all, when a civilization of the 4th level condescends to establish diplomatic relations with you, are you going to refuse? It must be that their heads were not screwed on, right? In response, Bella immediately ordered the Io Federation's ceremonial fleet to set out in the highest standards to welcome the Vice President of the Human Federation to Io Star. Meanwhile, preparations began within the Angelic Palace at the highest standards. An hour later, escorted by 12 pure white angel battleships, the Uranus headed towards the direction of Io Star. These 12 battleships were part of the Io Federation's ceremonial fleet, all white in color, and adorned with exquisite designs, exuding a sense of nobility from every angle. Each battleship had a distinct emblem representing one of the 12 angel tribes. For the Io Federation, having all 12 ceremonial ships dispatched simultaneously was a rare occurrence, indicating the highest reception standard. Historically, only during the coronation of a new queen would all 12 ceremonial ships be sent out together. As for civilizations outside the angelic race, none had ever received such treatment. After enjoying a journey of high standards, the Uranus arrived in Io Star's orbit. As for what lay ahead, Lin Fan wasn't interested, but at Ed's strong insistence, he went along. After boarding the shuttlecraft, they followed the guidance sent by the Io Federation and descended towards the direction of the 10 temples. After a few minutes, the shuttlecraft arrived near the coordinates directed by the Io Federation, and from there, they could see the magnificent Angelic Palace. What a beautiful architecture! Ed couldn't help but marvel at the Angelic Palace. It was truly exquisite, almost indescribable with words. The angelic race truly had a penchant for beauty, not only showcasing collective aesthetics, but also constructing such splendid buildings. When the shuttlecraft landed and they disembarked, they noticed a ceremonial team on the ground. Along both sides of the road from the Angelic Palace, they formed a line all the way to the point of their descent, approximately 3 kilometers. Clad in pure white, magnificent armor embellished with jewel-studded swords, thousands of angels lined up forming a grand welcome scene along the way. Especially in front of the spacecraft ladder was an angel with exceptional beauty and a stature that could rival any superstar. Even Ed was a bit dumbfounded. "Uncle Ed, Emma might be watching us from orbit. Look at your expression." Cough. "What nonsense are you saying? What's wrong with my expression?" Being teased by Lin Fan, Ed quickly regained his composure. "It's fine, carry on." With a smile, Lin Fan looked mischievous. "You and your old man are both troublemakers. Watch me cause some trouble for your family this time." Seeing Lin Fan grin, Ed couldn't help but feel exasperated. After they descended the ladder, the angel approached them. Clad in exceptionally glamorous attire, her movements were elegant, exuding a sense of nobility. "Welcome to the Io Federation. I am Bella, the current queen of the Io Federation. Pleasure to meet you. I am Ed Campbell, Vice President of the Human Federation." After the customary gestures between the two, Lin Fan suddenly felt that his old man was really insightful to have sent Ed. Ed, hailing from the ancient Campbell family, had received aristocratic etiquette education since childhood. He handled such formalities with ease. If it were someone else, they might have embarrassed themselves. After some pleasantries, under the leadership of Queen Bella, they walked towards the Angelic Palace. Lin Fan witnessed such a scene for the first time. A luxurious carpet stretching 3 kilometers, with thousands of angels clad in magnificent armor on both sides, was truly an unforgettable experience. Upon reaching the Angelic Palace, they were once again stunned by its opulent interior, surpassing even the most luxurious palaces on Earth. Shortly after, guided by Bella, they entered a room resembling a reception area. Inside were 12 angel leaders already waiting. "Your Excellency Ed, these are the chiefs of our 12 angel tribes. They will be participating in this discussion with me. Would your guards need us to arrange for rest in another room? Bella politely inquired, showing respect. However, Lin Fan felt a bit downcast. Oh well, now he was considered a guard. It was fine, he wasn't particularly interested in such discussions anyway. Lin Fan hadn't even wanted to be there in the first place if Ed hadn't insisted. But Ed wasn't about to let Lin Fan slip away. Queen Bella, this gentleman is not my guard. His name is Lin Fan, one of our federals to God of War, also the commander in the war against the Ox Empire. Furthermore, he is the only son of the Human Federation's president, Ed introduced with a firm voice, causing the expressions of the angels to change instantly. The God of War, commander in the Ox Destruction, and the president's son. What they thought to be a guard turned out to be a dignitary. The meaning of God of War was well understood by Bella, but coupled with being the Ox Vanquisher commander, he was indeed a formidable figure. Not to mention, being the president's son was akin to being a prince. My apologies, Your Excellency Lin Fan. Bella hastened to apologize, feeling disrespectful for mistaking him for a guard. There is no need for that, Queen Bella. In our federation, the president's son is no different from an ordinary person. After all, we are not in a monarchy. This meeting is primarily presided over by Vice President Ed. My duty here is not different from that of a guard. Lin Fan smiled and expressed that he didn't mind at all. However, the way he phrased it didn't sit well with Bella. Actually, my duty here is not different from that of a guard. Hearing this, Bella indeed misunderstood. Lin Fan realized his words might have deepened her misunderstanding. He gave a bitter smile and glanced at Ed. It seemed like handing such matters to the professionals was the better choice. The more he spoke, the more misunderstandings arose. End of the chapter. Chapter 107. Everyone wanted to trick Linzen, and Aida lived up to his professional reputation. In less than 3 sentences, he settled Bella, and the atmosphere finally became less awkward. After everyone took their seats, Aida spoke first. Queen Bella, this time I come with good intentions to establish diplomatic relations with the Io Federation. What is your opinion, Queen Bella? Your Excellency Aida, I am deeply honored by this. However, I still would like to ask, do you have any additional conditions? Bella always thought that there must be some conditions from the other side. Otherwise, it would be too hard to explain. Even with a high genetic similarity as a basis, it was still the case. Regardless, it was better to ask first. Queen Bella, we do not have strict conditions. On the contrary, we can offer your Federation many things, such as energy shield devices and even teleportation engines. What? Your Excellency Aida, are you serious? This not only shocked Bella, but also surprised the 12 tribal chiefs present. Selling energy shield devices could be understood, as the Babawi Empire did this business, albeit in a restricted format. But selling teleportation engines was startling. Even the Babawi Empire, which had been the overlord of the Orion Arm for tens of thousands of years, considered this as an absolute banned item. Once another civilization acquired this technology, they could bypass the stellar paths and directly reach their destination, even entering the capital circle of the Babawi Empire, which was a very dangerous thing. Therefore, in general, a level 4 civilization would never sell teleportation engines to a level 3 civilization. Of course, the teleportation engines we sell will have tracking devices installed, so we can locate these engines at any time. I hope Queen Bella can understand. Ah, I understand. Aida directly clarified, which made Bella feel relieved. After all, this was normal operation, right? It would have been problematic if no safeguards were in place. Aida simply threw out this information to put Bella at ease. These were just surface measures. Aida wouldn't reveal any hidden cards. Queen Bella, can I ask a side question? Of course, Your Excellency Aida. What would you like to know? Well, it's not a big deal. Just that throughout the journey, I haven't seen any male angels. Are there only female angels in the angel race? When Aida spoke, Queen Bella and the 12 tribal chiefs' faces changed. Bella lowered her head slightly, seemingly contemplating how to answer. Your Excellency Aida, this relates to something that is forbidden to discuss within the angel race. It's inconvenient to disclose. I can only tell you that currently, the angel race only has female angels. I see. Since it's a taboo, I won't ask further. Aida refrained from pressing further, making Bella feel at ease. This seemed to be the normal way to handle such matters. As for Aida, he only mentioned this seemingly inconsequential information to put Bella at ease. It was just a face-saving measure, and Aida wouldn't reveal any hidden agenda. Queen Bella, can we now discuss the future customs and trade relations between our two sides, as well as issues such as free love? Lin Fan, who had been a bit bored on the side, suddenly became interested. Finally, they were getting to the point. Yes, customs and trade relations, as well as cross-species marriage, were the main topics of this diplomatic effort by Aida. Initially, Linzin wanted to integrate the angel race as a member state of the Human Federation. However, due to the significant population gap between the two sides, the timing was not right. Therefore, Aida was sent first to establish diplomatic relations, with one of the main objectives being to facilitate cross-species marriages between the two sides. According to Lin Zhen's original plan, integrating the angel race as a member state was a crucial step towards achieving complete integration in the future. Aida even thought that if Queen Bella and Linzin could become a pair, it would set a great example. The more he thought about it, the more he realized the feasibility of this plan. He couldn't help but smile and glance at Lin Fan. "You stole my Emma. This time, I must teach your father a lesson." "Your Excellency Aida, I understand the customs and trade relations. What does free love mean?" Simply put, it means when a man and a woman have feelings for each other, live together, and bear offspring together. It can be understood as lifelong partners. With free love, as long as both parties are willing, no one has the right to interfere. Although Bella knew that her race once had male angels and that there were holy wars between male and female angels, she was unaware that a man and a woman could naturally conceive offspring together. Male angels had ceased to exist before her birth, and there were no records in ancient texts on this matter. Currently, the angel race relied on technological means to propagate their species. If they could naturally bear offspring without using biotechnology, it could potentially resolve a major survival crisis for the angels. Formerly, angelic scientists had concluded that if they continued to rely solely on biotechnology to propagate their species, after hundreds of generations, irreversible genetic errors would occur, leading to the extinction of the angel race. Key to this issue was the male angels who no longer existed, as the use of biotechnology for reproduction began after their disappearance. There was insufficient information on how angels procreated before the use of biotechnology, as the ancient records lacked this data. Hearing Aida's words, Bella's eyes brightened. Perhaps humans could help resolve the angels' extinction crisis. "Your Excellency Aida, we agree to these points." Okay. Aida was taken aback for a moment. "You agreed so quickly. I had a lot of arguments prepared that I haven't even used yet. Normally, shouldn't you be worried about human assimilation of the angels?" Unfortunately, Aida was unaware of the angel race's impending extinction, hence his confusion at Bella's prompt agreement, coupled with her apparent excitement. On the other hand, Lin Fan seemed to have gleaned something from the expressions of Bella and other angels. Their urgent and even excited expressions indicated that natural reproduction of offsprings was crucial to them. Based on the previous discussions, Lin Fan speculated that the angels once naturally propagated offspring with male and female angels. When male angels ceased to exist, they resorted to using biotechnology for reproduction. As this method had flaws, the angels needed to find a way to return to the natural process of offspring production. If his speculations were correct, there was something significant at stake here. Observing Bella's satisfaction, Lin Fan nodded in approval. She complimented his father well. This was the way to go. At that moment, in the presidential palace on Earth, Linzin was still unaware that not only was Aida plotting against him, but his own son, Lin Fan, was also hatching similar plans. Though the author wrote that Aida and Lin Fan were planning against Linzin, the author expressed the desire to be fooled as well. End of the chapter. Chapter 108. Please teacher Lin Fan teach children from the beginning. Bella felt that Lin Fan's gaze towards her was a bit strange, but she couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. "Queen Bella, do you want to personally try giving birth to offspring?" Lin Fan, who had been observing the conversation from the beginning, spoke up. Ed was caught off guard by Lin Fan's sudden words. In fact, he had also noticed Lin Fan's strange look towards Bella earlier. Could this guy have taken a liking to the Angel Queen? "You stole my sweetheart Emma, and got involved with the daughter of Liang Xingchen. I reluctantly accepted that. And now you're preparing to reach for the angel queen of their tribe. Hey, Lin Fan, you're going too far. But before Ed could think too much, Bella's response stunned him. Mr. Lin Fan, are you suggesting natural reproduction without relying on biotechnology? Bella's tone was even somewhat agitated as she spoke. Yes, Queen Bella, natural reproduction of offspring requires the joint operation of a man and a woman. Since you are the queen of the Io Federation, and my father is the president of the Human Federation, you may consider giving birth to offspring together with my father. I think this will be a historic event. Lin Fan earnestly explained, while Ed stood by in a daze. Turns out this guy is a comrade. What is this? Has a twist? Watching Bella, who seemed somewhat intrigued, Ed felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Originally, he had tried various methods to persuade Bella, but with Lin Fan's direct words, she was intrigued. Are all the members of the Angel tribe so casual? Obviously, Ed had not yet seen through the essence of the matter like Lin Fan had, but that didn't stop him from continuing to act in accordance with Lin Fan's words. That's right, Queen Bella, both you and President Lin have equivalent statuses. If you can combine to give birth to a child, it will be a symbol of the great friendship between our two civilizations. At this point, not just Bella, even the leaders of the 12 angel tribes were quite intrigued. Giving birth to offspring together with the president of the Human Federation would undoubtedly be advantageous to the Io Federation, drawing the two sides infinitely closer and alleviating any concerns about the Io Federation survival in the future. Bella looked towards the other 12 individuals, who all nodded slightly in agreement. All right, I agree to this matter. Done deal. Lin Fan couldn't help but quietly give Ed a thumbs up. The two glanced at each other, revealing a triumphant expression resembling villains in a TV show. Queen Bella, can you leave the Io Federation? After all, giving birth to offspring together with President Lin requires the presence of both parties. That's not a problem. This year is already my final year in office, and the new queen has already been selected. Even if I leave now, there won't be any issues. That's great. You can accompany our fleet to the federal capital Earth, and we will arrive in less than 2 months. Good. I will bring a team of angel diplomats with me. But Mr. Lin Fan, can I ask you for a favor? After responding to Ed, Bella looked at Lin Fan and asked, Your Majesty, please tell me. I will certainly not decline any help I can give. It's like this, I don't know how to naturally give birth to offspring. Can I ask Mr. Lin Fan to teach me later? Lin Fan listened to Bella's request and was dumbfounded. Can I teach this? Come on, don't joke around. Ahem, Queen Bella, the matter of giving birth to offspring together is quite private. It is a sacred matter among us humans, and only the parties involved can discuss it with each other without interference from others. Is that so? Well then, I will ask President Lin personally for guidance once I arrive at your federation. Subsequently, they discussed some trade-related matters and equipment procurement. Ed also promised Bella that the Human Federation could provide 20,000 sets of energy shield systems and teleportation engines to the Io Federation each year, with the price settled in Federation currency. The details were intricate. Firstly, the Io Federation did not have its currency. So in order to obtain Federation currency, they needed to sell various goods to the Federation in exchange for it. However, the Federation determined the prices of the resources. For example, $10 for a ton of steel. Okay, Ed wasn't that ruthless. While it wasn't that extreme, the prices at which resources were acquired were typically only 1/10 of the internal Federation price. On the other hand, the equipment sold to the Io Federation was approximately 10 times the cost price. In other words, for the Io Federation to purchase a shield device, they needed to expend resources equivalent to 100 times the cost of that device. Considering this, Bella hoped to purchase more, as 20,000 sets per year still seemed insufficient to her, given the Io Federation had hundreds of thousands of warships and battles were ongoing on the front lines. Ed explained that the Human Federation's fleet was also undergoing a major upgrade, so the 20,000 sets were the maximum currently available. It would take some time to increase the sales volume. As for the ongoing war at the Io Federation front lines, neither Ed nor Lin Fan paid much attention to it, and Bella did not request assistance. After all, the situation could be sustained. With the annual procurement of 20,000 energy shields and teleportation engines, what was there to worrying about? They could simply push through when the time came. However, Ed specifically advised Bella not to expose the teleportation engines unless absolutely necessary, as the humans did not want to attract undue attention currently. The energy shields were less of a concern. Bella understood this and was well aware of the consequences if news of the teleportation engines reached the Babavi Empire. The humans were not prepared to confront the Babavi Empire directly. Regardless of how Bella felt, as long as she understood, that was fine for Ed. After a lengthy discussion, it was ultimately confirmed that Queen Bella would handle the transition within 10 days and then proceed to Earth, the federal capital, with a team of angel diplomats. Meanwhile, a certain president on Earth busy with affairs was unaware that his friend and son had managed to convince a wife to return to him. Furthermore, this wife was someone who could make all the men on Earth envy and be jealous of him. End of this chapter. Chapter 109. The passing on of responsibility. After 10 days, a new angel queen ascended the throne in the Io Federation. Speaking of this new queen, Lin Fan was quite familiar with her. She was none other than Alfie, the commander of the 3rd Legion of the Io Federation. The reason the 3rd Legion returned from the front lines to the capital of the Io Federation was for Alfie to come back as the new Angel Queen and to select a new commander for the 3rd Legion before returning to the front lines. However, this plan to return to the front lines was put on hold due to the arrival of humans. In the days to come, the 3rd Legion would undergo modifications in the Io Federation, gradually outfitting the warships in the Legion with energy shields and transition engines. Instead of taking nearly 30 years to return to the front lines, it was more efficient to spend 15 years outfitting the entire Legion and then swiftly arrive at the front lines in a matter of days. Wouldn't that be better? In 15 years, the Io Federation would possess a fully equipped Legion with energy shields and transition engines, instilling confidence in everyone who knew the details regarding the impending war with the Stellar Empire. Just imagine, when the brand new 3rd Legion reaches the front lines, they would thoroughly sweep through the Stellar Empire, making it seem like a walk in the park even if they aimed to conquer the entire Stellar Empire. As for the Stellar Empire, Lin Fan had also seen in the Hunter Constellation's arm map reward provided by the system before. It was considered a relatively powerful 3rd-level civilization. It had 95 star systems, spanning over 100 light-years in territory, roughly equivalent to the combined size of the Cabot Empire, the Oaks Empire, and the Io Federation. If not for the easily defended star pathways, the Io Federation would have likely been vanquished by them long ago. After Alfie's coronation as the new queen, Bella led a delegation of over 300 angel envoys to Lin Fan's fleet. As the transition engines were activated and the entire fleet transitioned, Bella finally witnessed the dreamlike scenery of transitioning. Through the portholes, the warships appeared to advance through a vibrant tunnel, exuding exceptional beauty. The journey from the Io Federation's capital to Earth took more than 40 days, but for the angels, it was nothing remarkable as they were accustomed to journeys that lasted several years or even decades. 48 days later, the void near Earth suddenly contracted, and the next moment, a fleet appeared in the dark void. The Earth Federation, who had been informed of the Io Federation's arrival, prepared 300 ceremonial ships and hastily assembled a fleet with the latest ships constructed and adorned within these 2 months. Under the full escort of the ceremonial fleet, the Uranus entered Earth orbit and released several shuttles to the surface. One of the shuttles, apart from Queen Bella and Ed, surprisingly accommodated Lin Fan, Liangzu, and Emma. It had been years since Lin Fan had returned to Earth, so it was a rare occasion that he brought Liangzu and Emma back home. Upon landing, the Federation also arranged a ground ceremonial team, but after seeing the angelic ceremonial team, Lin Fan felt that theirs was slightly lacking. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. Bella would not view the Federation as weak just because their ceremonial team was not as splendid as that of the Io Federation. As a queen, she was not so superficial. Soon, the group entered the Federal Presidential Palace, where Lin Zhen was already waiting at the entrance. Lin Zhen's current appearance had slowly reverted to his 30s due to his use of genetic enhancement drugs, exuding the mature charm of a man, which had a formidable impact on women. Not to mention Queen Bella, who had not seen a man in thousands of years, instantly succumbed to his charm. Is this President Lin, who will be co-parenting with me? Why do I feel my heart racing so fast? This feeling is so strange. Why didn't Ed attract Bella? It had to be acknowledged that Ed was over 10 years older than Lin Zhen. Even with genetic enhancement drugs in use, he still appeared to be in his 50s, which seemed somewhat aged. Linzon was also quite shocked when he first laid eyes on Bella, who appeared to be a perfect woman, as if she were a piece of art, flawless in every aspect. However, when he noticed Bella's peculiar gaze, he felt a bit strange and glanced at Ed. Unexpectedly, Ed pretended not to see, leaving Linzon bewildered. "Welcome to Earth, Queen Bella. I am Linzon, the President of the Human Federation. It's a pleasure to meet you. President Linzon, can you tell me when we can start procreating together?" All right, wasn't Queen Bella quite formidable? Did all the staff around Linzon just have their jaws drop to the floor? Out of everyone present, President Linzon was the most dumbfounded, while Lin Fan and Ed were struggling not to burst into laughter on the side. When Linzon noticed the two of them, he immediately understood that they were responsible for this chaos. But what exactly did they say to Bella? Why did they propose starting a family together right off the bat? Watching Lin Zhen's baffled expression, Ed realized it was his turn to speak. Otherwise, things might get awkward. "Mr. President, the thing is, Lin Fan proposed to the Angel Queen for the sake of the great friendship between our two civilizations, that you and Queen Bella should marry and produce offspring. This pioneering act will be recorded in the annals of both our civilizations. Queen Bella has already agreed to this." Upon hearing Ed's words, Lin Fan was at a loss. What did Ed just say? It was utterly despicable. He essentially sold him out, as if he had no connection whatsoever. Linzon looked at Lin Fan, utterly confused. Was he being set up? "Father, Uncle Ed told Queen Bella that your union with her will be a testament to the great friendship between our two civilizations. Therefore, Queen Bella has agreed to this marriage." With that said, Lin Fan glanced at Ed, implying that he couldn't just stand aside. All right, Linzon understood. He was hoodwinked by these two, and now they were pointing fingers at each other. As he felt the envious and jealous gazes of the people around him, Linzon expressed his innocence. He really didn't know anything about this. But as a man, facing Queen Bella, who was outstanding in both appearance and figure, to say he was not willing would be hypocritical. Furthermore, it had been over 20 years since Lin Zhen's wife had passed away. In these years, he had not resigned himself to a lonely existence. He just hadn't found a woman who truly captivated him. However, the current Bella standing before him stirred something within him. Ahem, Queen Bella, please let's discuss official matters first, and we can talk about other matters later. All right, there will be another chapter tonight. The author is currently writing, and it is expected to be published before 2 o'clock. So, for those who stay up late, stay tuned for the next chapter. End of this chapter. Chapter 110. After learning to give birth, Bella had a meeting, but Lin Fan had no interest in attending. He took Liangzhu and Eva to the cemetery to pay respects to the mother of his former body. Standing in front of the tombstone, Lin Fan was also deeply moved. This was a great mother who sacrificed herself for the birth of her son. Even though she was not his real mother, Lin Fan would still come to pay tribute every time he returned to Earth. When the three returned to the presidential palace, the meeting had already ended. While Lin Fan didn't mind missing the meeting, he was surprised that his old man had left Bella behind and was even cooking for her personally. Goodness, was this really his old man and not someone who had time traveled? Lin Fan and the others simply went to the living room to chat with Bella. They couldn't let the queen sit there foolishly alone, could they? "Queen Bella, how did the conversation go between you and my father about that matter?" Lin Fan curiously asked, while Liangzhu and Emma perked up their ears, eager for gossip. Your father said that this matter should be discussed at night, not during the day. Why is that?" Lin Fan almost spit out the water he was drinking, but managed to stop in time. The old man can't tell. You really have a way with words. However, Liangzhu and Emma cast disdainful glances towards the kitchen. Well, because matters concerning offspring are private and can only be dealt with by the man and woman in their own room at night, away from prying eyes. All right, Lin Fan could only awkwardly explain. What else could he do? After explaining, Lin Fan felt the murderous intent coming from both sides, accompanied by a sudden pain in his waist on both sides. Great, the flesh on both sides of his waist had been twisted 90 degrees. I say you two daughters-in-law, maybe you should learn something from Queen Bella. Let's discuss matters about offspring tonight. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the two women blushed instantly and launched another attack towards Lin Fan's waist, this time breaking through 90 degrees and approaching the 180-degree mark. At this moment, Lin Zhen walked out holding dishes, seeing Lin Fan in pain and amusement, Liangzu and Emma blushing, and Bella looking puzzled. "What's going on? Lin Fan, what have you done, you little rascal?" I didn't do anything. I just asked Queen Bella about that matter and how it went with you. Who knew you were planning to handle it tonight? Truly worthy of being an old man. Ahem, after dinner, take Liangzu and Emma to a hotel to stay. I can't stand having you at home. All right, I understand. After dinner, I'll leave. I have a good eye for things. Lin Fan immediately gave a meaningful look at Lin Zhen. Early the next morning, Lin Fan, with a refreshed face, left the hotel with Liangzu and Emma, while the faces of the two women turned red. Upon arriving at the presidential palace, Lin Fan saw Queen Bella, who was also blushing, exuding an even more terrifying charm compared to yesterday. This terrifying charm made Liangzu and Emma beside Lin Fan unable to resist. It was simply irresistible. Well, seeing this, Lin Fan understood that Bella had indeed learned to give birth, and he would have another angelic mother in the future. "You brat, what are you looking at? Old man, you're already protecting her after just one night? Looks like my position at home will be even more precarious in the future. You brat, get lost now, and don't forget you have to report to Sanders today," Lin Zhen said with disdain towards Lin Fan. Liangzu and Emma chuckled on the side. They were used to the way this father and son communicated. Although it seemed like they didn't get along, in reality, they cared deeply for each other, which was their special way of communication. "Why are you so harsh with Lin Fan?" At this moment, Bella next to Lin Zhen directly launched an attack on him. Well, Lin Zhen could talk to Lin Fan like that, but he didn't dare to do it to Bella. Just one night later, he had become a slave to his wife. Lin Fan didn't tease Lin Zhen any further, bid farewell to Bella, and left with Liangzu and Emma. Before reporting to the headquarters of the intergalactic fleet on the moon, the three of them first went to Chris's house. The orders were to bring Chris with them. After spending some time at Chris's house, bidding farewell to Alice and Eva, the four of them set off for the headquarters of the intergalactic fleet on the moon. "Chris, if I'm not mistaken, the third fleet will have you take charge this time. You need to be prepared." "Yes, Commander." Inside the shuttle, Lin Fan smiled at Chris. "But Commander, if I take charge of the third fleet, doesn't that mean I have to leave the first fleet? What's wrong? You reluctant to leave?" "It's not that I'm reluctant, it's just, my new life was given by you, Commander. I hope to keep fighting under your command," Chris sincerely said to Lin Fan. This was not flattery from Chris, but words straight from the heart. Without Lin Fan, Chris might still be the uncle who stayed at home, never getting a chance to rejoin the intergalactic fleet, let alone taking command of a fleet now. "Don't worry, Chris, you'll continue to serve under my command for the time being." Lin Fan smiled mysteriously at Chris. Chris wasn't dumb either. He immediately realized that this meant Lin Fan was also getting promoted. There are currently a total of 3 forces bordering the Federation. The first one is the remnants of the Ox Empire. This remnant army basically has no purpose left. With no leadership and no source of logistical support, it's destined to not last long. The second is the Io Federation, currently in a honeymoon period with the Human Federation. When the remnants of the Ox Empire on their side are eliminated, they will directly border the Human Federation. The third is the Kabbath Empire, like the Io Federation. Once the remnants of the Ox Empire in their direction are eradicated, they will also directly border the Human Federation. The organization of the intergalactic fleet is no longer suitable for the needs of the new era. Reorganization and expansion are imperative. Lin Fan is likely to be promoted to a higher position, and the intergalactic fleet is likely to construct a formation 1 level higher than the fleet, possibly a legion model similar to the Ox Empire or the Io Federation. It must be said that Chris's guess was essentially correct. A few minutes later, the four arrived at the headquarters of the intergalactic fleet on the moon at Sanders' office. Marshal Sanders, Lin Fan, Chris Rod, Liangzu, Emma Campbell reporting as ordered. "Ah, you're here. I won't waste time. Let me announce the latest appointments directly. Yes, 3 chapters are released today. The author is ready to sleep, so tired. End of this chapter." Chapter 111 returns to the lunar headquarters of the Holden Interstellar Fleet. In Marshal Sanders' office, Lin Fan and 4 others were standing solemnly in front of Sanders. Commander of the Federal Interstellar Fleet First Fleet, Vice Admiral Lin Fan excelled in the conquest of the Ox Empire. With numerous achievements, he is hereby promoted to the rank of Federal Admiral. After reading out the promotion order, Sanders also showed a look of emotion. A 25-year-old admiral, breaking records within the Federation, can be said to be the youngest admiral in Federation history. In Sanders' eyes, Lin Fan's future achievements will surely surpass those of Liang Xingchen. Holding the new title, Sanders approached Lin Fan and personally helped him put it on. Congratulations, Admiral Lin Fan. Thank you, Marshal. You don't need to thank me. It is your own abilities. Keep up the good work, yes. Following that, Liang Zhu, Emma, and Chris were also promoted. Since they were junior officers, Sanders personally administered their promotions. Chris became a vice admiral, Liang Zhu became a rear admiral, and Emma finally entered the ranks of the officers as a brigadier general. Brigadier generals are also known as the Federation's reserve officers, but Lin Fan directly bypassed this step and went straight from admiral to rear admiral. However, this was an exception, and Emma still had to start her officer's journey from being a brigadier general. Sanders looked at the 4 of them with satisfaction, nodded, and then picked up another appointment from his desk. Due to the reorganization of the Interstellar Fleet, a new Legion class has been added. Lin Fan, promoted to Admiral, is appointed as the Legion Commander of the Federal Interstellar Fleet's First Legion. The organization consists of 12 standard fleets, totaling to 140,000 warships, with the headquarters established in Holden. At the same time, Holden will become a military stronghold. The Federation will not relocate ordinary civilians here. Everything within this star system will be under the authority of Lin Fan, the Legion Commander of the First Legion of the Federal Interstellar Fleet. Regarding the organization of the Legion, the original 1st and 3rd Fleets of the Federation will merge into the 1st Legion and become the 1st and 2nd Fleets under the Legion. The 1st Fleet will serve as the Legion Commander's Guard Fleet and will still be commanded by Admiral Lin Fan personally. Commander of the 2nd Fleet will be Chris Rhodes. The remaining 10 fleets will be established within 10 years, and the selection of commanders will be reported by the 1st Legion for approval by the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters. These are the latest appointments. Any questions? No report. Very well. The 3rd Fleet is already at Holden. You will depart tomorrow to Holden. After that, you can start building the Legion. Yes, Marshal. Lin Fan, wait a moment. I have something else to discuss with you. Just as Lin Fan and the others were preparing to leave the office, Sanders spoke again. Liang Zhu and the others exchanged glances and tactfully left the room, understanding that Marshal Sanders had something important to discuss with Lin Fan alone. Lin Fan, your mission is crucial, perhaps even more so than Liang Xingchen's. The Federation needs a passage to the outside world. Do you understand? Understood, Marshal. Don't worry. Give me 5 years, and I will conquer the Cabot Empire. Lin Fan naturally understood what Sanders meant. Currently, the Federation's territory has 2 paths leading to the outside world. One is blocked by the Io Federation, while the other is blocked by the Cabot Empire. For the Federation to continue developing, one of these paths must be opened. Without connecting to these civilizations, even if the Federation expands its territory using the jump engines, ruling would still be difficult without a connection to the homeland. The Io Federation is absolutely off-limits, as they are crucial for the future growth of humanity. Therefore, the only viable choice is the Cabot Empire. For Lin Fan, 3 years might be enough time to reinforce the organization with 5 fleets and then eliminate the Cabot Empire within 2 years. Before you are ready, the Federation will maintain trade relations with them. On one hand, exploit their resources to the fullest, and on the other, leave enough leeway for you, Sanders explained. Understood. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan left Sanders' office. After reuniting with the others, they headed back to Earth. I'm sorry, Chris. Initially, I wanted you to spend more time with your wife and daughter on Earth, but it seems that won't be possible. We are leaving for Holden tomorrow. On the shuttle returning to Earth, Lin Fan said to Chris, "No worries, Legion Commander. Besides, Alice can move to Holden as my military dependent. That's not a problem, but if both of you move to Holden, what about your daughter? After all, Hutton is a military stronghold and may not have schools. Chris's daughter, Eva, was still young, and they couldn't bring her to Hutton since there were no schools there for her to attend. That's not an issue. Eva has already received an acceptance letter from the Interstellar Military Academy. She will start school in 2 months. After she graduates, I would like to request your help to have her transferred to our Legion, Chris said somewhat sheepishly, as this was definitely pulling some strings. It wasn't that Chris wanted any special treatment for his daughter, but rather he wanted his family to have more opportunities to be together. Agreed. I'll take care of it. I will talk to Director Li Fu at the Academy. Rest assured. Thank you, Legion Commander. 20-some days later, Lin Fan arrived at Hutton with the First Fleet. As mentioned before, Hutton used to be a military-industrial stronghold of the Ox Empire. With a life-sustaining planet, 42 resource planets, and 3 massive asteroid belts, each several times larger than the Solar System's asteroid belt, with even richer resources. The Ox Empire had established a massive warship manufacturing base on Hutton, composed of countless warship production lines. Today, these base clusters were being upgraded by numerous industrial robots, with completion expected within 6 months. By then, this place would become the most important military-industrial base in the entire Federation. Besides the warship manufacturing base clusters, the Federation had also established a massive space research city on Hutton, adjacent to the warship manufacturing bases. With the main person in charge being Lin Fan's old acquaintance, the Federation's chief scientist Bizixuan. After using genetic enhancement drugs and brain domain development drugs, the current Bizixuan no longer showed signs of aging. He appeared to be in his 40s, with significantly improved physical attributes and a lifespan extended by at least 200 years compared to before. He was full of vitality, and there were even rumors that Bizixuan had found a new lease on life and was in a romantic relationship with a female scientist. Lin Fan definitely supported this, as Bizixuan had dedicated his life to research without marrying or having children. Now that he had this new feeling, it was definitely a good thing. In short, Hutton was currently undergoing a period of major construction, with every planet and every part of space bustling with activity. End of chapter. Chapter 112. The resentful white Zixuan suddenly contracted with the void, and the First Fleet leapfrogged, arriving at Hutton. The terrain here can be described as an impregnable fortress, with only a narrow path to the outside world, once hailed as the first hero gate of the Ox Empire. At this moment, the original Third Fleet was stationed at the exit of this path of stars, commanded by Ket's deputy officer, Batlin. After Chris took office, the original Third Fleet would officially be renamed the Second Fleet of the First Legion of the Federal Interstellar Fleet, and Batlin would become Chris's deputy. Meanwhile, due to Chris's departure, Emma, who had become a brigadier general, naturally became the commander of the First Fleet's 1st Division Fleet. As Li Kangqiang's rank was not high enough, even though he had been promoted this time, he was still only a colonel, temporarily serving as the commander of a small squadron under Emma's command, commanding 100 warships. Speaking of which, the 1st Division Fleet under Lin Fan's command has become a gathering place for the young generation of leaders, with the commanders of the 10 squadrons now all being new stars who graduated from the Interstellar Military Academy in recent years. Even Emma had only graduated 5 years ago. Currently, Lin Fan's biggest headache is the shortage of available personnel, especially since there are still 10 fleets to be expanded. Just expanding those would require thousands of senior military commanders. The issue is, where will these people come from? According to the current fleet regulations, only majors can command a squadron, brigadier generals can command a division fleet, and generals can command a fleet. It's fortunate that there are currently only 4 fleets in the Federation, so there haven't been any problems for now. But within the next 10 years, the Federation is planning to expand to 24 fleets. Following these rules, where will they find enough people? Just considering the current fleet structure, with each fleet needing staff officers, bridge command teams, etc., there is a need for a large number of officers. And within the 4 fleets, where will they find so many officers? Transfers from the Interstellar Fleet headquarters? Forget about it. Those are mostly armchair strategists. Haven't they learned from Ket's lesson before? In response to this, Lin Fan believes that they cannot follow the old rules. In the future, within the First Legion, everything will be based on strength. Strength is the foundation of everything. On the basis of satisfying strength requirements, Lin Fan can lower the rank by 2 levels. In simple terms, originally only generals were qualified to be fleet commanders, but now as long as you have enough strength, even a brigadier general can qualify. And after the adjustment of the division fleet commander, even a colonel can command, of course, provided they have enough strength to pass Lin Fan's test. This arrangement allows numerous officers who are clearly qualified but limited by their rank to have a broader path for advancement, while also solving the shortage of senior military officers. Lin Fan has already planned that when the 3rd Fleet is fully assembled, Emma will be appointed as the commander, and Li Kengqiang will then take over Emma's position as the commander of the 1st Division Fleet. Without delay, Lin Fan immediately formalized this idea into a written report and submitted it directly to Sanders. As expected, on the same day, Sanders informed Lin Fan of his approval of the plan. Lin Fan only needs to select the candidates and report back, no need to stick to military ranks. With the affirmative reply, Lin Fan immediately announced this news to the 2 fleets, causing quite a stir. The majority were very supportive, except for a small conservative faction who were against it. These people are used to the practice of seniority, especially in the 3rd Fleet. Lin Fan knows he will have to deal with them eventually, but now is not the time. After dealing with the fleet matters, Lin Fan came to the ongoing construction site of the Space Research City. The main body has been completed, and the subsequent task is to continuously install other modules around the central core. It will take about half a year to complete. Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan entered the control room, he heard a voice full of resentment, sending shivers down his spine. Looking towards the direction of the voice, he saw the noticeably younger White Zixuan, staring at him with eyes full of bitterness that matched the voice he had just heard. Lin Fan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Could White Zixuan have developed some kind of tendency? Ahem, Old White, it's been a long time. That's right, it's been 5 years. You haven't given me a little card in 5 years. White Zixuan said with a resentful expression, resembling an aggrieved wife. This scene even attracted the attention of others nearby, and gossip quickly spread throughout the control room. Looking around at the crowd, Lin Fan felt like things were getting out of hand. If someone didn't know any better, they would think I was sending love letters to him every day 5 years ago. Old White, your words are too easily misunderstood. Misunderstood what? It's all because of you. I was waiting for you to come by and give me a little card at the Mars base every day. But I've been waiting for 5 years. How many 5-year increments does a person have in their life, huh? You tell me when the time comes. Placing a hand on his forehead, Lin Fan felt the gossip fire around him ignite even fiercer. He quickly interrupted White Zixuan, preventing him from getting too carried away. Old White, these past few years have been busy with military affairs. I haven't had time for research, and besides, there's still more depth to explore within those technologies you can delve into. Do I need to tell you? Over these years, we've been using your technologies as a basis for further research. The 2nd generation leap engine is now in testing, which can increase leap speed by about twice the current rate. Also under testing is the new generation of battleship cannon, which I call the plasma cannon. Compared to the current ion beam cannon, it has a longer range, greater power, and faster charging speed. Oh, there have been significant advancements in engine technology as well. The new battleship engine system we're currently working on could increase a battleship's maximum speed by more than 10 times. It could reach at least 50,000 kilometers per second, becoming a true sublight speed engine. There are also other developments. Well, Old White is still Old White. Once he starts talking about research, he can't contain his excitement. However, Lin Fan was indeed interested in what White Zixuan said about the 2nd generation leap engine and plasma cannon. Of course, if he can develop that anti-gravity engine, it would definitely propel the Human Federation into a true 4th-level civilization. Watching White Zixuan's continued excited gestures and non-stop chatter, Lin Fan could only smile helplessly. End of this chapter. Chapter 113. Since Lin Fan returned to Hutton, a year has passed. During this year, the entire Hutton has undergone major construction. Firstly, the entire former Imperial warship production base group of the Ox Empire was completely transformed, establishing human warship production lines, and currently reaching a production level of 10,000 warships per year. This is just about 1/5 of the warship production base group that has been transformed. Once all transformations are complete, The estimated annual output can reach around 50,000 warships. Hutton's greatest advantage lies in its terrifying amount of resource stars, and within this star system, the asteroid belts are extensive and dense, holding abundant resources. Initial exploration reveals that the 3 asteroid belts in Hutton contain over 100 times the resources compared to the solar system's asteroid belt. With a total of 43 massive resource stars, Hutton's warship manufacturing does not require resource transportation from the outside. Even while meeting its own construction tasks, it can export large amounts of resources. This is why the Ox Empire chose to build its largest warship production base here, as the geographical conditions are excellent. However, now all of this belongs to the Federation. Lin Fan believes that with about 10 years, the Federation can definitely build a military force capable of sweeping the surrounding areas. As for the only habitable planet in this star system, Hutton Star, Lin Fan has directed its development towards a vacation planet. After all, in the future, a whole legion will be stationed here, and for humans, prolonged time in space can lead to amplification of feelings of oppression, anxiety, and irritability, making various psychological illnesses more likely. This is why the Federation Interstellar Fleet has a clear rule that service in space is limited to a maximum of 8 years, after which mandatory leave to a habitable planet for at least 6 months must be taken. This problem exists in other civilizations as well. Therefore, without a leap engine, long-distance journeys for Tier 3 civilizations often involve extensive use of stasis devices. With a leap engine, this issue is alleviated, but there still needs to be a habitable planet readily accessible to the soldiers. Consequently, Lin Fan decided to transform Hutton Star into a vacation planet, providing residences for Legion soldiers and offering a good vacation environment for the entire Legion. Lin Fan also particularly emphasizes the training of officers. Just reducing their rank is not enough. He even established a small space city in orbit around Hutton Star, founding the Federation's second military academy, named the Federation Star Military Academy. However, this academy is different from the Federation Interstellar Military Academy. It does not recruit ordinary Federation civilians, but only actively serving personnel of the Interstellar Fleet for further training. The purpose is to cultivate potential talents among active soldiers more extensively, as what the Interstellar Military Academy teaches is considered basic. Another important objective is to identify and train special talents who have strayed off the path, similar to Li Kangkyong in the past, whose talent in fleet command was stronger than in mecha abilities. Simply put, the Federation Interstellar Military Academy is like basic training camp, while Lin Fan's Star Military Academy is like an officer training camp. All instructors are military officers from the First Legion who have participated in extensive combat. Even Lin Fan, Chris, and Emma occasionally give lectures. Naturally, the establishment of this academy was requested and approved by Linzhen and Sanders. Linzhen agreed without hesitation, while Sanders laid down a condition for Lin Fan that once the academy is established, it should not only train personnel from the First Legion, but also accept individuals from other legions. Lin Fan had no issues with this, because he intended to serve the entire Federation better. He was not a warlord seeking to train only his people. Lin Fan's initial intention in establishing this academy was to serve the entire Federation Interstellar Fleet, not just the First Legion. When the Second Legion in Lils heard of Lin Fan's Star Military Academy, they were also very interested. After all, the Federation had never previously had a specialized system for training senior officers, and everyone had been learning through experience in wars. With the establishment of such an academy now, many officers had aspirations. Of course, there were inevitably those who simply wished to go there for personal gain. Considering the current development, individuals who have attended Star Military Academy will definitely have advantages in terms of promotion in the future. Lin Fan anticipated these individuals when initially establishing the academy. How could he allow them to have their way? According to the rules set by Lin Fan, each legion could recommend officers for further education at the Star Military Academy. But if someone intended to loaf around or seek personal gains and failed the final graduation assessment, not only would they be unable to graduate, but the academy would also provide written feedback to the legion commander within their service history. The feedback would advise against employing the individual in critical positions. If it came to this stage, the person's military career would be essentially over, so never think about loafing around or seeking personal gains at the Star Military Academy. The losses would far outweigh the benefits. Some may ask, What if one studied hard but still did not pass the final assessment? Lin Fan mentioned that all military officers today have widespread usage of brain domain development drugs, so as long as one studies diligently, while not necessarily excelling in assessments, at least passing is guaranteed. For better results, individual talent plays a significant role. This process not only provides a large number of senior talents to each legion, but also sieves out numerous ineffective people, ultimately enhancing the combat capability of the Federation Interstellar Fleet in the long run. The first batch of students from the Star Military Academy has been studying here for 3 months. Among them, there are 2,785 students from the 1st Legion Academy and 2,473 from the 2nd Legion Academy. Even though the number may seem small, these over 5,000 individuals are all legitimate officers, not ordinary soldiers. It must be acknowledged that there are still many fearless individuals among the first batch of students. Already, in the reports submitted by each instructor in these 3 months, over 500 individuals have been identified as waste elements merely seeking personal gains. Lin Fan has nothing more to say about these people. All regulations will be followed. Upon completion of their 2-year term and failing the assessment, information will be recorded in their service history. If they dare to loaf around, who would still attempt to seek personal gains. End of this chapter. Chapter 114. After inspecting the Star Academy with strict requirements, Lin Fan brought Liang Zhu aboard the Uranus and arrived near resource Star No. 37. The Federal 1st Legion's 3rd Fleet has been established for half a month, with Commander-in-Chief being Brigadier General Emma. At this moment, she is conducting training here with the fleet to rapidly change formations in order to sharpen the overall coordination of the fleet. Do not underestimate the training of rapid formation changes, as it is the foundation of the entire fleet and the most important part of combat effectiveness. Especially under the style inherited from Lin Fan, Emma does not use fixed formations. This is a time that truly tests the capabilities of deputies and command staff members. Transforming the commander's ideas into reality is their job. The most crucial part is the fleet's formation changes during movement. The fleet will not act on its own just because the commander says to adjust the formation in a certain way. Because the captains of each warship do not know how to act to achieve the formation the commander desires. This is where deputies and command staff members come in. They need to correctly understand the commander's intentions, then specifically command which fleet division moves to where, or even command a certain squad to move to a specific position, ultimately forming the fleet's array as the commander wishes. This is the most challenging part of fleet command. A slight error can not only fail to form the requested formation, but may also lead to collisions between ships in the fleet. Therefore, if this step cannot be passed, this fleet will be unable to form true combat effectiveness. In short, do not underestimate the commander's orders on the battlefield. In reality, the commander's one sentence keeps the subordinates busy for half a day, translating his one sentence into countless commands sent to each fleet division or even each squad for fleet coordination. Inside the Uranus, Lin Fan looks at the virtual tactical map projected in the command bridge, displaying the 3rd Fleet's formation changes. After watching for a while, Lin Fan slightly frowns. The fleet's coordination efficiency is a bit slow. Of course, what Lin Fan considers as slow is compared to his own standards, as he is accustomed to the coordination speed of the 1st Fleet. As for why the coordination efficiency of the 1st Fleet is so high, the main reason lies with Liang Zhu, the deputy whose brain development rate was even higher than Lin Fan's upon his arrival on Mars. For Liang Zhu, controlling the fleet's coordination is a simple task. She doesn't even need to rely on the light brain's assistance, purely relying on her own brain to calculate when a fleet division should start moving in which direction. Like a precision machine, she precisely commands every fleet division, and even every squad, perfectly manifesting Lin Fan's ideas. Lin Fan is the brain of the fleet, and Liang Zhu is its nerve, controlling every part of the fleet's actions. However, this would not work with other fleets. Whether it's Chris, Liang Zhu, or Liang Xingchen, none of them have a deputy as exceptional as Liang Zhu, so the coordination in their fleets falls short. Lin Fan's 1st Fleet stands as the pinnacle combat force of humanity in terms of fleet coordination. Legion Commander Emma is already doing very well, and they have only been formed for half a month. Liang Zhu, noticing Lin Fan's expression, couldn't help but speak up. This was not just a random remark by Liang Zhu. It was the truth, for a fleet only established for half a month. Though a bit slower with some slight confusion in the coordination, this feeling was only compared to the first fleet. Compared to other fleets like Chris's second fleet or Liang Shinken's former fourth fleet, the third fleet was not far behind. Regarding Emma's deputy, it was someone familiar, Xia Yina, who used to be in the mech corps. Though lacking the commanding talent of Li Kangqiang, Xia Yina possessed all the talents needed for an excellent deputy. For an excellent fleet commander, they might require abundant knowledge, quick adaptability, and imaginative thinking. But for an outstanding deputy, what they need is precise understanding, meticulous control, and rapid calculation skills to break down the commander's intentions into countless commands conveyed to every part of the fleet. In simpler terms, the commander needs an active brain, while the deputy needs an analytical brain. A year ago, after noticing Xia Yina's talent in this aspect, Emma took her in as the deputy, starting from the 1st Division, and now in the 3rd Fleet. It's not enough, there is still some distance from what I expect. They need to continue training. Lin Fan shook his head, showing that he did not agree with Liang Zu's words. In his view, Emma and Xia Yina's talents should be much greater than what had been displayed. According to Lin Fan's assessment of the two, the 3rd Fleet's coordination efficiency could still be improved by at least 50%. Legion Commander, your demands are too high. There's no other way. If we don't raise our standards, how can we deal with stronger enemies in the future? Tell Emma to continue training for another half a month. She must increase the fleet's coordination efficiency by at least another 30 percentage points. Understood. I will inform her. Liang Zu smiled bitterly, saying. Liang Zu, on the other hand, didn't quite understand why Lin Fan was in such a hurry. In fact, the 3rd Fleet's combat effectiveness had been increasing quite rapidly, even faster than she had anticipated. In Liang Zu's previous estimates, it would have taken at least a month for the 3rd Fleet to reach its current state, but they had achieved it in just half a month. In reality, Lin Fan's strictness towards Emma was more out of concern. After all, she was his wife, and now serving as a fleet commander at the forefront, Lin Fan naturally had some worries. As a result, his demands on Emma were particularly high because only with her sufficient strength could Lin Fan be at ease. Let's go back to the 1st Fleet base and contact the 2nd Legion's Commander Liang. Connect him to my room. I have something to discuss with him, yes? After saying this, Lin Fan left the command bridge and headed towards his room. Upon returning to his room, Liang Zu had already contacted Liang Xingchen and transferred the call. Lin Fan, long time no see. Liang Zu said you want to discuss something with me. Yes, Commander Liang, I would like to ask for your help with something. All right, let's hear it. As long as I can help, I have no problem. Thank you. Here is what I need help with. End of this chapter. Chapter 115. Ceres Corridor is located at the border between the Aux Empire and the Io Federation. This is a linear region with 3 nodes of stars. From the Io Federation towards the Aux Empire are Serbia, Ceres, and Kerfi in order. Only advanced civilizations can pass through the 3 star systems following the nodes, hence this region is also known as the Ceres Corridor. In the early days, Serbia and Ceres in the Ceres Corridor were under the control of the Io Federation, while Kerfi was controlled by the Aux Empire. 50 years ago, the Aux Empire took advantage of the Io Federation's war with the Sela Empire. Most of their forces were diverted and successfully captured Ceres, where Angelia was taken by the Aux Empire. After that, the Io Federation could only mobilize all remaining forces to defend Serbia to prevent the Aux Empire from taking advantage. Fortunately, shortly after, the Aux Empire went to war with the Kabad Empire. Otherwise, Serbia would have been in great danger. Nowadays, the remaining forces of the Aux Empire towards the Io Federation are concentrated in Ceres, with a border legion of 50,000 warships, while the Io Federation side is their 5th legion with 300,000 warships stationed in Serbia. A month ago, the first batch of 20,000 energy shield devices and leap engines were delivered to the Io Federation, and currently 20,000 warships in the 3rd Fleet of the Io Federation are undergoing modifications. Alfie took advantage of this opportunity to contact Linzen, inviting the Federation to join forces to attack Ceres, with the Io Federation receiving Ceres in return, while Kerfi and a series of star systems afterward would belong to the Federation. Linzen and his staff discussed the invitation and agreed, as it was beneficial to the Federation. In the Uranos, Lin Fan was communicating with Liang Xingchen in his room. Lin Fan, only about this matter. Yes, I have no choice. My fourth fleet is about to start forming, but we still don't have a suitable commander. Even if I lower the rank requirements, it's not enough. I have to give him a chance for promotion. Well, to be honest, I have the same problem here. I'm just waiting for your first batch of graduates from the Star Military Academy. Speaking of the Star Military Academy, you should be prepared. Since I arrived, I have found over 500 loafers, with the 2nd Legion having over 300. This is indeed quite a lot. Lin Fan was shocked when he heard this number. Basically, every 8 people from the 2nd Legion were loafers, and this was only the ones discovered so far. There were definitely more to come. I anticipated this situation a long time ago. You don't need to be merciful, just follow the agreement. Alright, as long as you are confident. I will report Li Kenqiang's situation to Marshal Sanders. Consider it as a temporary exchange. But let me make it clear, I won't give him too much opportunities to shine. Otherwise, the generals on my side will have opinions. Thank you, Commander Liang. Alright, anything else? If not, let's end it here. Soon, the Uranos returned to the temporary base of the 1st Fleet on the Hutton Star Track. Liang Zhu, inform Li Kenqiang to report to my office. I have something to tell him. Yes, Commander. A few minutes later, knock, knock, knock. Come in. Reporting to the Commander, Commander Li Kenqiang of the 1st Fleet, 1st Division of the 1st Fleet, reporting as ordered. Have a seat? Lin Fan pointed to the seat in front of his desk and said to Li Kenqiang, yes. As you know, the formation of the 4th Fleet is about to begin soon. Do you have confidence? With Li Kenqiang seated, Lin Fan asked. Hearing Lin Fan's question, Li Kenqiang's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. Commander, as you know, I'm only a major. Even with the new rank system, a rear admiral is still needed to be a fleet commander. For Li Kenqiang, how could he not have thoughts about being the commander of the 4th Fleet? But thoughts aside, the reality was that he was still to rank short, and in these few months, it was impossible for him to be promoted directly. This position was destined to be beyond his reach. Don't be discouraged, I have found an opportunity for you. Whether you can seize it or not, depends on yourself. An opportunity. Li Kenqiang was puzzled. Was this the start of a war with the Cabot Empire? Wasn't it agreed to start only after forming 5 full fleets? In his mind, the only way to quickly advance to ranks was through war. Not with Cabot, but with the remaining forces of the Aux Empire. The 2nd Legion is about to engage in the Ceres Corridor operation with the Io Federation. I asked Commander Liang to give you an opportunity to participate in the war under the guise of exchange. Thank you, Commander. Hearing what Lin Fan said, Li Kenqiang immediately understood that this was an opportunity for him to advance through merit. He stood up with a swish. Don't get too excited yet. The main characters are the 2nd Legion and the Io Federation. You are just a supporting role. How you can earn enough credit as a supporting role will depend on your skills. In terms of fleets, I'm giving you command of the 1st to 10th Divisions, with you as the overall commander. Commander, rest assured, as long as I'm on the front line, I won't miss out on any military exploits. Who says a supporting role can't transform into a lead role? As Li Kenqiang spoke, he exuded strong confidence. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with this. A qualified commander should not be arrogant, but must have confidence. This is the most basic quality a great general must possess. All right, the Ceres Corridor operation will begin in 3 months. Go back and prepare. The orders will be delivered to you soon. Yes, Commander. I'll leave now. Good. Watching Li Kenqiang leave the office, Lin Fan smiled slightly. He was the person he was most confident in, besides Emma. Lin Fan believed he did not make a mistake in his judgment. This time the Ceres Corridor operation would be Li Kenqiang's first battle to make a name for himself. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Federation Interstellar Fleet, Marshal Sanders issued a new mission to the 1st Legion. Due to the request from the 2nd Legion's commander Liang Xingchen, the 1st Legion was to borrow 10,000 warships to participate in the Ceres Corridor operation. The 1st Legion was to select a suitable commander to lead the 10,000 warships to Lurls. Upon receiving the mission notice, Lin Fan immediately gave Li Kenqiang the formal order. Li Kenqiang was to command the 1st Legion's 1st to 10th Divisions, set off a day later, and join forces with the 2nd Legion in Lurls. End of this chapter. Chapter 116. The choice of Wills is located at the support arm of the Hunter constellation, at the border between the former Ox Empire and the Ao Federation, the second junction of the Sirius Corridor, the star system of Sirius. Here, stationed at the border legion of the former Ox Empire, are 500,000 battleships, led by the famous commander of the former Ox Empire, known as the God of War, Wills. The name of the God of War has been tested for nearly 200 years, and he has never been defeated in his lifetime. The battle for Sirius 50 years ago was commanded by him. Even within the Ao Federation, this person has a very prestigious reputation, being called the Demon of Sirius by the Angelic Clan, though this is not a good reputation. However, Wills's current mood is not very beautiful, one could say it's particularly bad. About a year ago, he received information from the Capital Circle that shocked him greatly. It informed him that the Capital Circle had fallen, and even Emperor Ramiro had perished, all at the hands of humans. He was aware of the human race, having encountered them when Adams led the Third Legion to explore unknown territories before. According to the reports, this was a race that had just entered the third level of civilization, and they were completely pushed back to their home star system by Adams, not worth mentioning. However, the subsequent reports were becoming increasingly incomprehensible to Wills. First, there was news of Adams being ambushed by humans in the solar system's asteroid belt, resulting in the loss of nearly half of the battleships. Then, several years later, news came that the 9th Prince Doran had been captured by humans. At the time, Wills angrily sent greetings to Adams and his entire family upon receiving the report, causing a great disgrace to the Empire. What Wills did not expect was the news that came years later. The 9th Prince Doran had been killed by humans, and Adams' elite Third Legion had been annihilated. Enraged, Wills immediately appealed to Ramiro to personally go and conquer the humans. If it weren't for the then Minister of Defense Ross's vigorous opposition, Ramiro would have agreed, but as Wills was guarding an extremely critical location, any loss was intolerable. In the end, Ross managed to convince Ramiro to hold Wills back, preventing him from going. However, Wills had never imagined that this would be his last communication with Emperor Ramiro. Upon receiving this devastating news a year ago, Wills did not immediately believe it was too unreal. Hence, for the past year, he continuously sent messages to the Capital Circle, but never received any responses, giving him a very bad premonition. The reason Wills initially doubted the information from the Capital Circle was that the information mentioned that all human battleships were equipped with energy shields and leap engines. However, after a year of verification, Wills began to gradually believe in this information. But this was not good news, because it meant that the star system nodes behind him had likely all fallen, leaving him sandwiched between the Ao Federation on one side and humans on the other, with no logistical support remaining. Based on the remaining supplies, the fleet could only sustain itself for a maximum of 10 years. Without a solution, the situation would indeed be perilous. Faced with technological superiority, even if he was a god of war, there was little he could do. After much contemplation, Wills devised a breakout plan. Yes, Wills believed he was trapped in an encirclement, and the only way out was to break through. However, breaking through towards the Ox Empire was not feasible since the information stated that humans possessed energy shields and leap engines. Even if they managed to break through, Wills's 500,000 battleships would be no match for the humans, not to mention the millions of Cabot Empire fleets on the other side. The only way out was towards the Ao Federation. Presently, the Ao Federation was engaged in battle with the Solanian Empire. 90% of their fleet was concentrated on the front line against the Solanians. Selen had no more than 300,000 battleships, and the Ox Empire's battleships were superior to theirs. Therefore, breaking through towards Selen was the only possible path to survival. More importantly, once they breached the Solanian starway defense line, there would be almost no organized fleet in the heartland of the entire Ao Federation. At that time, Wills could either conquer a part of the Ao Federation's territory for development or directly pass through the Ao Federation's heartland to explore and occupy some second or third level civilization territories. 1 month later, at the entrance to the starway connecting to Selen, over 800,000 spacecraft were in line, ready to set off. Leading the fleet was Wills's Border Legion, composed of 500,000 battleships with several formations behind it. These formations included supply ships, transport ships, industrial ships, and civilian ships, totaling about 300,000 spacecraft. They carried a large amount of resources, equipment, and personnel, forming the basis for Wills to rebuild the Ox Empire, which could not afford any mistakes. According to Wills's plan, the operation against Selen would be led by the Border Legion, entering the starway first, with the remaining ships gradually following a day later. This was to prevent civilian ships from arriving at Selen too early. If they arrived before the war ended, these ships would suffer great losses, which Wills could not afford. Order the legions to depart according to the plan. Yes, Commander. With a command from Wills on the flagship bridge of the Legion, the entire Border Legion began to move, entering the starway one after another. Fortunately, the starway was wide enough to accommodate more than 3,000 battleships passing through simultaneously, allowing the large army to enter the starway promptly. As Wills headed towards Selen, neither the AO Federation nor the Human Federation were aware, as they were making final preparations to attack Sirius. At the same time, in the commander's office of the Hutton star system, Lin Fan was leaning back in his chair, taking a moment to rest after a busy day. Just then, a communication from Earth came in. Glancing at it, he noticed it was from his old man and quickly answered the call. "Hey, old man, reaching out to me on your own. How rare. What's up? You brat, how dare you speak like that?" Lin Jun was instantly exasperated by Lin Fan's words. "All right, take a deep breath, don't get so worked up. Bella will come after me if you give yourself a heart attack." "What's the matter? You brat, I'm just letting you know that Bella is about to give birth. You'll have a little brother soon." What? End of chapter. Chapter 117. We should have one too. The sudden news shocked Lin Fan. Was the first child of humans and angels finally going to be born? No, that's not the point. The point is, I only found out it was almost time for the birth. When did this happen? Why wasn't I notified? And the old man said, it's a little brother, so it's a boy. Is this the first boy born in the angel race in countless years? Congratulations, old man. But you kept it a secret until it was almost time to give birth? Lin Zhen looked at Lin Fan with disdain. This guy is really lacking. He's been with Liangzhu and Emma for almost 7 years and still hasn't given himself a grandchild. It's because of him that I'm constantly questioned by Ed about whether my son has health issues and if he needs to see a doctor. As the federal president, don't I have any dignity? Lin Fan also felt helpless. Even if he had a child now, he wouldn't have time to raise it himself. Even if he left it to Lin Zhen and Ed, they probably wouldn't have much time either. In this situation, would the child's childhood be a good one? Therefore, both himself and the two women did not want to have a child so soon. At least they should wait until the surroundings of the Federation are completely stable before considering it. It's not a good idea for us to have a child now. After all, the three of us are very busy at the moment. We should wait until we deal with the Cabot Empire first. All right, you handle it yourself. Remember to come back to Earth when you have time to see your little brother. Okay, little brother. After ending the communication, Lin Fan leaned back in his chair, feeling sentimental. After all, he was an only child in his previous life and had never experienced having siblings. In all honesty, there was some expectation in his heart. I wonder if the little one will have wings after being born. Thinking about this, a smile crept upon Lin Fan's lips. According to current human scientists, the offspring born from the union of humans and angels would lean more towards the human side genetically. In other words, the probability of not having wings would be greater, around 90%. In other words, for every 10 offspring born from the union of humans and angels, only one would inherit the special traits of angels. The Federation was quite pleased with this, as it meant that the angel race would gradually assimilate into humans over the long years to come. On the other hand, the angelic race didn't have any objections to this. After all, relying on biotechnology to breed the next generation had already started to show consequences. According to angelic scientists, if they continued using this method to propagate offspring, the genetic structure of the angel race would encounter significant problems after several tens of generations, possibly leading to the natural extinction of the angelic race. Now, the angelic race could re-embark on the path of natural reproduction by uniting with humans. It didn't matter if they lost their wings. As for the possibility of being eventually assimilated by humans, the angels didn't have much resistance, especially considering it was a level for civilization. At the presidential palace on Earth, Lin Zhen ended the communication and entered the hall. He smiled as he looked at his angelic wife, who remained stunning even in her 10th month of pregnancy. "Bella, how are you feeling today?" "Pretty good. Although it's been tough, this is the first naturally born offspring in our angel race in thousands of years." After Bella spoke, a sudden expression of pain crossed her beautiful face. "Bella, what's wrong?" "It hurts. It suddenly hurts a lot." Linzen realized that Bella was about to give birth, being an experienced man himself. He immediately grabbed the communicator and called in the medical team on standby. The medical team was specifically prepared for Bella and was on standby 24/7. The Federation attached great importance to the first offspring of humans and angels, so the medical team acted swiftly. After a brief examination, the medical team realized that Bella was in labor and immediately moved her to the adjacent delivery room. Nearly 20 hours later, the sound of a baby's cry echoed in the delivery room. The first offspring born from the union of humans and angels was born, with 2 distinct bumps on his back. In other words, this was a male angel, a rarity unseen in the angelic race for thousands of years. At that moment, people did not know that this male infant would be the future king of the next generation of angels, and also the last king. However, that was a story for another time. The news of the president's first lady giving birth to a male angel baby quickly spread throughout the Federation. The entire Federation was abuzz with excitement. Humans felt a close affinity to the angels and did not treat them as outsiders. The news of a male offspring was enthusiastically celebrated as it signified a significant event. And the angelic race, informed of this news, transmitted it swiftly to various administrative regions, thanks to the quantum communication devices provided by humans. The entire IO Federation was engulfed in jubilation. The angels, who had been gradually made aware of the crisis their race was facing and the existence of male angels, were ecstatic. A naturally born male angel held great significance for the angelic race, something outsiders could not comprehend. On every planet, and among the angels stationed on the front lines, heartfelt blessings were silently sent to the newborn male infant. This news was promptly relayed to Lin Fan in Hutton. "Wife, after we deal with the Kavit Empire, let's have a child too." "Okay." Liangzu beside them also smiled with happiness. End of this chapter. Chapter 118, Miracle Star Domain. Has been a month since the birth of Lin Feng in the Miracle Star Domain. At this time, Li Kangkyong had already led the fleet to arrive at Liars. Captain Li Kangkyong reporting as ordered. In Liang Xingkan's office, Li Kangkyong stood straight in front of him, saluting and shouting. "I remember you. You were the second in the mecha competition 6 years ago, right? Now you have become a fleet commander." "Yes, thanks to Captain Lin's guidance." That kid has always had a keen eye for talent. Both Chris and Emma in your legion are quite capable. I hope you are the same. You should know that your legion leader went all out to give you this opportunity." "Yes, I will not disappoint Captain Lin's expectations." Li Kangkyong listened to Liang Xingkan's words and was also very moved. He didn't know before that this opportunity was sought out by Lin Fan with great effort. He secretly made up his mind not to let Lin Fan down this time. "All right, follow me. We are about to have a strategy meeting." "Yes." Led by Liang Xingchen, the two quickly arrived at a meeting room. At this moment, Zhang Hai and another person were already inside. It was the commanders of the 2nd and 3rd fleets of the 2nd Legion. Speaking of which, Li Kangkyong, the commander of the 3rd fleet, did not know this person. If Lin Fan were here, he would not recognize her either. She was transferred from the Interstellar Fleet headquarters, a commanding officer with a commanding presence and a cold and glamorous female commander, a major general who was once the commander of the Solar System Defense Fleet. Yes, it was the fleet formed by more than 20,000 decommissioned warships after the refitting of the 1st and 4th fleets. Because the warship structures needed major modifications to accommodate jump engines, which were time-consuming and costly. Therefore, these 20,000-old warships were organized into the Solar System Defense Fleet under the command of Sophia Duncan, who took over as the commander 3 years ago. The surname Duncan was probably well known in the Interstellar Fleet, as Sophia Duncan was the granddaughter of Marshal Sanders Duncan, but she was definitely not just a figurehead. She was an absolute dominant queen-like figure, even dubbed as the Tyrant Queen within the Solar System Defense Fleet. Several months ago, when the 2nd Legion was preparing to establish the 3rd Fleet, Marshal Sanders recommended her to Liang Xingchen. However, Given the example of Quinn before, Liang Xingchen only agreed to assess Sophia once. Only after passing this assessment would she be allowed to become commander of the Third Fleet. The process of the final assessment was unknown to anyone, but what everyone knew was that the next day Liang Xingchen officially announced Sophia Duncan as the commander of the Third Fleet. Li Kangqiang, have a seat. After Liang Xingchen sat down, he gestured to a seat below and said to Li Kangqiang, "Yes, Captain Liang. All right, let me introduce you. Zhang Hai, you know, and this is the commander of our Third Fleet, Sophia Duncan. Sophia, this is Major Li Kangqiang of the 1st Legion. Don't be fooled by his rank. According to Lin Fan, his commanding abilities are enough to be a fleet commander, he just lacks the rank." Hearing Liang Xingchen's words, Sophia curiously looked at the young man who was much younger than her. Even though Sophia appeared to be in her late 20s, her actual age was 38 years old. In the current Federation, with the widespread use of genetic enhancement drugs, it was difficult to determine a person's real age based on appearance. And the reason why Sophia could ascertain that Li Kangqiang was much younger than her was that he appeared to be just over 20 years old. Liang Xingchen knew Sophia well and knew she was someone who wouldn't speak without reason. So, since she said so, the young major in front of her must have exceptional qualities. "You look very familiar, little brother. I don't think we've met. No, I'm sure I've seen you before, or I wouldn't find you familiar." Sophia was confident and forceful in her statement. "Sophia, you probably saw him at the mecha competition 6 years ago. He was just a cadet at the Interstellar Military Academy back then, but he took 2nd place." Liang Xingchen said with a smile. He knew Sophia was stubborn. Once she raised a question, she wouldn't let go until she found an answer. "I see. I remember now. I did see you at the mecha competition back then. So, little brother, do you want to join my fleet?" "Ah, all right, Sophia, let's start the strategy meeting. Activate the virtual conference system and connect to the EO Federation." "Yes, Captain." Zhang Hai immediately began operating. Shortly after, 2 more virtual figures appeared in the seats beside them, 2 graceful female angels. These are the commanders of the 3rd and 5th Legions of the EO Federation, Alina and Joanna. They are the main characters this time, and we will provide support. "Alina, please explain the battle plan." "All right." Alina, who was originally Alfie's deputy, was now the newly appointed commander of the EO Federation's 3rd Fleet. This was also her first independent command in battle, considered a trial by fire from Alfie. Therefore, Alina was especially serious. "Let me first explain the current situation. The EO Federation has a legion stationed in Serbia, which is Joanna's 5th Legion. They have 300,000 warships. The 3rd Fleet, currently located in the capital circle, has refitted 20,000 warships with energy shields and jump capabilities. As for the Ox Empire, their border legion stationed in Sirius is led by the formidable commander known as the War God Wells, who has earned the moniker Demon of Sirius. He is a formidable opponent. Next, let's talk about the terrain of the Sirius Corridor. The Sirius Corridor has 3 nodes: Serbia, Sirius, and Coffee. Alina opened a map of the Sirius Corridor, pointing out the 3 nodes for explanation. However, Sophia keenly noticed that Li Kangqiang was frowning as he looked at the map. "Little brother, do you have a question?" Sophia, with her forceful and unreasonable demeanor, directly interrupted Alina and asked Li Kangqiang. "Indeed, I do have a question, and it's a big one. Alina, could you introduce Sirius, Serbia, and the areas behind Serbia on the map? From the map, these areas seem very close to each other." Alina was unsure why Li Kangqiang was asking this, but Alfie had specifically instructed to respect humans, so she quickly proceeded to answer. "All right, this region is known as the Miracle Star Domain in the EO Federation." End of this chapter. Chapter 119. The meeting was already running behind schedule, and in the conference room, Ilana was introducing the star domain that Li Kangqiang had inquired about. "This region is called the Miracle Star Domain in our Federation. It is so named because starting from Cyrus, the distances between stars suddenly became very close and are continuously getting closer. According to our scientists' research, this area consists of 9 single star systems that will gradually converge and connect in the next tens of thousands of years, ultimately forming a multi-star system. Currently, the distances between star systems in this region are between 0.2 to 0.5 light-years. Take Cyrus and Serbia, for example. The distance between them is only 0.3 light-years. Ilona elaborated on the area known as the Miracle Star Domain within the Io Federation. However, after she finished her introduction, Li Kenqiang's brow furrowed even more. "Younger brother, what are you thinking? Speak up." Seeing Li Kenqiang's expression, Sophia was certain he had discovered something and directly asked. This immediately caught the attention of Liang Xingchen, Zhang Hai, and the two other Angel Legion leaders. Sensing the gazes of those around him, Li Kenqiang gathered his thoughts slightly and then spoke. "Commander Ilona just mentioned that the commander of the Ox Empire in Cyrus is the war god Veles, right? Since he is known as the war god, he must be a skilled warrior, right?" "Yes, Veles is indeed quite formidable. In the past 200 years, whenever he led troops, we have never won. The best result has always been a draw." Ilona replied directly to Li Kenqiang without any pretense. "So, do you think he has received news now about the fall of the Ox Empire's capital circle? About the human warships having shields and jump engines? I think he should have received it." Liang Xingchen, listening to Li Kenqiang, also realized that he had overlooked an important key question. That is, well, if I were Veles and suddenly received news that the capital circle fell, and that humans are a level for civilization, I would definitely be skeptical and would proceed with the necessary confirmation. And everyone knows that if sending warships for confirmation takes too long, the best way would be to send messages to the capital circle and surrounding areas for verification. Although the communication methods of the Ox Empire are poor, it would take at least 3 to 4 months to send a message from Cyrus to Ox and other surrounding areas. But it has been over a year, and he should have confirmed the fall of the capital circle by now. Now, the question arises, as the war god Veles, what choice will he make after confirming this terrible news? Li Kenqiang finished his analysis in one go and threw out this question to everyone. Instantly, everyone in the conference room fell into contemplation. 1 minute later, Sophia was the first to speak. "If I were Veles, I would try to break the current situation. I would never wait to die in Cyrus. Remaining in Cyrus would only lead to a dead end." That's right. Coupled with what Ilona just introduced, everyone believes that if Veles takes a desperate move and breaks through Serbia, what kind of situation will follow? Hiss! Everyone in the conference room gasped. This hypothesis was indeed a bit frightening. Inside this miracle star domain, if Serbia is breached, the consequences would be disastrous. In this special star domain, where the distances between stars range from 0.2 to 0.5 light-years, and without any organized fleet stationed there, Veles could easily launch a blitz in a matter of months, taking over this area, or directly passing through the area and pushing the fleet towards the first and second level civilizations outside the Io Federation's territory. If Veles merely takes over this area, the problem wouldn't be significant, as humans and the Io Federation's current strength are sufficient to slowly eliminate him. But if he passes through this area and exits the Io Federation's territory from the other side, then things would become quite troublesome. If Veles chooses to do so, transitioning from a sure-death position to a 9 in 10 chance of survival, thereby gaining a lifeline. Everyone looked at Li Kenqiang with some shock. Even Liang Xingchen sighed. Truly, he was a person Lin Fan had high hopes for. Sitting opposite Li Kenqiang, Sophia's eyes showed a hint of interest as she looked at him. It's rare these days to find a man who piques her interest. Suddenly, Li Kenqiang felt a chill, as if he were prey being stalked by a powerful beast. Everyone heard Li Kenqiang's analysis just now. I believe the possibility he mentioned is quite high. What do you all think? Agree. Agree. Soon, everyone expressed their concurrence with the analysis. Then, we need to take precautionary measures based on this situation. I suggest Commander Ilona immediately lead 20,000 refitted warships to Serbia, while Commander Jonah also needs to prepare the defense of Serbia. Understood. I will lead the fleet out today. Good. I will immediately issue the highest level of alert and deploy all fleets to the Star Road defense line. Ilona and Jonah responded immediately, realizing the severity of the situation, especially Jonah, who felt a sudden increase in pressure. After all, she was facing the Veles, known as the Cyrus Demon, whose fleet outnumbered hers by 200,000 and whose warships were slightly stronger. If Velis recklessly attacked Serbia regardless of casualties, whether she could hold her ground became a big question mark. After all, the Star Road between Cyrus and Serbia was not narrow, and the advantage of the defenders was not as significant as that at Hutton. Moreover, whether it was Ilana or Liangxingchen, even with the jump engines, it would take close to 20 days to reach Serbia. And this period would be crucial. If they could hold Velis off, everything would be fine. If not, then trouble awaited. All right, we will also take immediate action and head to Serbia to provide support. Hopefully, it's just our overthinking. Liangxingchen nodded and addressed the crowd. Just as Liangxingchen finished speaking, everyone noticed a change in Joanna's expression. Commander Jonah, what's wrong? It's not good, they've arrived. That demon of Cyrus, Velis, he's here. The Ox Empire fleet is passing through the Star Road, and the defenders on the front line are engaging them in battle. What? End of this chapter. Chapter 120. The last node of the strategic retreat competition in the Ceres Corridor, Serbia. In the void here, various beams and energy blasts are constantly flashing, and the firefight between the two sides is extremely intense. Originally, at the exit of the Star Road, 200,000 IO federal battleships were fighting hard, and another 100,000 battleships were rushing to the Star Road defense line, doing their best to prevent Verse from establishing a bridgehead at the exit. However, the IO federal defense advantage did not last long, only lost when they wiped out 50,000 Verse Legion battleships. After all, Serbia is not Hutton. The Star Road between it and Ceres is very wide, enough to support thousands of battleships marching at the same time. Therefore, unable to completely clear each wave of incoming enemy ships, the enemy battleships at the Star Road exit will accumulate more and more, eventually forming a strong bridgehead. Once the bridgehead is formed, Verse can easily defeat the 5th Legion of the IO Federal with their superior numbers and stronger battleships. At the same time, in the virtual conference room. No, the enemy has already established a bridgehead at the exit of the Star Road. I can only hold on for a maximum of 2 hours. Joanna's face was bitter. The current situation was very clear. The enemy was launching a relentless attack regardless of casualties, and Joanna was most afraid of this. After all, in terms of the number and performance of battleships, she couldn't compare with the enemy. And most importantly, morale was the problem. In the defense of Serbia, no one had heard of Verse without changing color. The title of Ceres Demon was not given for nothing. In addition, the enemy had carved a path of life from certain death. All battleships, all soldiers had become desperados. In this narrow exit of the Star Road, there was not much room for tactics. Once the attacking side established a bridgehead, the subsequent competition would be about who had more battleships, whose firepower was stronger, and whose will was more resolute. Unfortunately, all three were disadvantages under Joanna's command. Commander Joanna, I suggest you retreat, temporarily give up Serbia. Holding out here with your 5th Legion will achieve nothing. It will only result in the loss of many angel lives in vain. Li Kenkyong looked at the tactical images of the Star Road in Serbia shared by Joanna and spoke. He could already see that if they continued on this path, the 5th Legion was destined to be wiped out in a maximum of 2 hours, and they would only be able to destroy approximately 150,000 to 200,000 battleships of Verse. Retreat. If I retreat from here, the rear is all undefended areas. Then, even if you hold on for another 2 hours before being completely wiped out, does it change the reality of the unguarded rear? This. Joanna wanted to retort, but didn't know how. She understood that what Li Kenkyong said was the truth. Continuing to hold on would not gain anything, nor change anything. But as the 5th Legion of the IO Federal, can she just give up as soon as they start the battle? This was a bit. Commander Joanna, I remember that your battleships have some advantages over the Ox Empire's battleships, such as speed. Yes, although the IO Federal battleships were weaker in both attack and defense compared to the Ox Empire's battleships, they were significantly faster, reaching a speed of 8,000 kilometers per second. Even to 1,000 kilometers per second faster than the Snow Leopard-class battlecruiser of the current Human Federation. What do you mean? At this time, another figure appeared in the conference room, the new Angel Queen of the IO Federal, and the former 3rd Legion commander, Elfie. Li Kenkyong. This is the current Queen of the IO Federal, Queen Elfie. Hello, Queen Elfie. No need for formalities, the situation is urgent now. This person seems to have a breakthrough idea. Please speak up. Elfie, even though she became queen, still maintained the style she had as a legion commander, decisive and resolute. Well, now the 5th Legion is holding on to Serbia. In my estimation, they will be wiped out in a maximum of 2 hours, only able to destroy approximately 150,000 to 200,000 verse battleships. From a war perspective, this is very unwise. My idea is that Commander Joanna can use the speed advantage to decisively abandon Serbia when our advantage is exhausted and retreat to the distant star systems in the rear. According to the star map, Serbia connects with 2 star systems in the rear, Hilshire and Hutton, which are 0.2 and 0.3 light-years away from Serbia. Commander Joanna can lead the 5th Legion to retreat to Hilshire and redeploy the Star Road defense line. Verse now prioritizes speed. His target must be Hilshire. But to ensure no mistakes, Commander Elena can lead the fleet to immediately head to Hutton. And our side will head to Hilshire. Of course, we may not catch up in speed, as it will take approximately 27 days from here to Hilshire. But that's okay. If before we arrive, Verse reaches Hilshire, then Commander Joanna can use the advantage of the Star Road to destroy tens of thousands of battleships, then continue to Retria. Chapter 121. In the decision-making room of Versailles, Elfie said to Joanna with an unquestionable tone, "Commander Joanna, I order you as the Queen to lead the 5th Legion to retreat to Hilsay immediately and rearrange the Star Road defense line." "Yes, Your Majesty." Ordering a retreat and withdrawing oneself from the front line are two completely different meanings. With no psychological burden, Joanna immediately ordered the fleet to start leaving the Star Road defense line, utilizing speed advantage and flying in arcs to quickly avoid the firepower of the Versailles Legion, creating distance and heading towards the Star Road in the direction of Hilsay. Currently at the exit of the Star Road, although the Versailles Legion's bridgehead has been established, there are only 80,000 warships, which are not enough to effectively prevent Joanna's 5th Legion from taking action. In addition, with the warship's speed being 3,000 kilometers per second slower, they could only helplessly watch the other side retreat quickly. Similarly, logistics personnel inside the starport were also evacuating quickly. As for some personnel on various planets, Joanna only notified them to hide. After all, as Li Keqiang said, Versailles did not have the time to waste. They would not go clean the planets, so the people on the planets were essentially safe. An hour later, after a large number of transport ships carrying logistics personnel flew out from the starport, the entire fleet began to gradually enter the Star Road and head towards Hilsay. Just as Joanna's 5th Legion was retreating, Versailles flagship also sailed out of the Star Road. Watching the IO Federation fleet evacuating in the distance, Versailles frowned deeply. This was the last thing he wanted to see. For Versailles, the ideal scenario would be to completely eliminate the opponent in Serbia with one stroke. However, what was the reality? The reality was that the other party had only lost 20,000 warships and had retreated right after establishing a bridgehead, while they had lost nearly 80,000 warships in the early stages of establishing their bridgehead. If this were during normal times, Versailles wouldn't mind. Trading 80,000 warships for an important node was still very cost-effective. But was this a normal period? They had no reinforcements, and it was clear that the enemy was trying to block them all the way, consuming their combat power. When did the angels of the IO Federation become so adept at warfare? It was obvious that they were seeking victory through space exchange. But this made no sense. Without knowing the current situation of the Ox Empire, using such a strategy was akin to destroying the Great Wall of China. After all, once Serbia fell, the Ox Empire's large army could easily enter the IO Federation's territory, and maybe even directly attack their capital city. Unless the angels and humans were colluding, the IO Federation knew about the Ox Empire's situation, and knew that their legion was on its own. Only this would explain why the IO Federation adopted such a strategy. If this were the case, then they were in danger. Next, the IO Federation would definitely not engage them head-on. Similar to the battle in Serbia, they would capitalize on the defensive advantage in the early stages of the Star Road defense and heavily deplete their fleets. Then, as the defensive advantage gradually diminished, they would decisively retreat and set up defenses at the next node, repeating the previous tactics. The end result awaiting them would be gradual and thorough annihilation. This would not do. They had to change their strategy, or else they would not be able to hold out until crossing the IO Federation's territory and would all die on the way. Yet, even if Versailles wanted to change their strategy now, it wasn't easy. He only had 3 choices in front of him. The first was to fall back to Cyrus, which was equivalent to suicide and was not even considered by Versailles. The second was to go to Hilsay, which was 0.2 light-years away and would require about 24 days of travel. It was noted that Joanna's 5th Legion, which had just retreated, was also heading towards Hilsay, and they would undoubtedly set up defenses again on the Star Road. The third option was to go to Hutton, 0.3 light-years away, which would take about 36 days of travel. Currently, it was unknown if there were any defenses set up there, but Versailles believed that there definitely would be. For Versailles, the first option was completely disregarded, focusing mainly on the second and third options. If he chose the second option, it meant that he would be led astray by the Io Federation, and they would certainly suffer losses of tens of thousands of warships at Hilsay. However, if he chose the third option, there were significant uncertainties. Firstly, it would add another 12 days to the journey, and these 12 days could be very fatal. Versailles knew that humans possessed jump engines, and now he guessed that humans were likely colluding with angels. Therefore, the additional 10 days of travel were quite dangerous, as it could lead to them being intercepted by human fleets for taking a longer route. Compared to the uncertainties of the third option, Versailles believed it was better to go to Hilsay. The likelihood of success in the end would be greater. It was just that their strategic approach needed to be altered. After arriving in Hilsay, the enemy would inevitably repeat the actions in Serbia. But after taking control of Hilsay, they could split the fleet, advance in multiple directions within the Star Road, and then split and disperse again. Ultimately, they formed a situation where fleets were scattered all over, proceeding on multiple routes. As long as a few fleets, or even just one fleet, successfully crossed the Io Federation's territory, it could be considered a success. Versailles was decisive. Once he made up his mind, without waiting for the follow-up fleets, he immediately ordered the 200,000 warships that had already come out to advance towards the Star Road to Hilsay. After all, every minute earlier they arrived in Hilsay meant one less minute for the Io Federation to set up defenses. At the same time, he informed the following fleets to immediately head to Hilsay once they exited the Star Road, without any delays. Finally, half an hour after Joanna's 5th Legion had entered the Star Road towards the Hilsay direction, the front of Versailles Legion also entered the entrance and began to rapidly enter it. We have now entered the Star Road to Hilsay. According to the reports of the remaining personnel in Serbia, Versailles Legion has all gone towards Hilsay. There is only a time gap of about half an hour behind us, Joanna said to everyone in the meeting room, her face still looking anxious. All right, let's assign tasks now. Liang Xingchen stood up, looked around at everyone, and said, "First, cancel the support plan for Hutton. Commander Elena, please lead the fleet to Hilsay, and I will also lead a fleet there. Secondly, we are definitely short on time. Commander Joanna, please repeat the operation in Serbia, and then choose the shortest Star Road to continue retreating. Finally, after our main fleets arrive in Hilsay, based on the direction of Versailles movement, we will make the final battle plan." Any questions? No questions. Everyone in the meeting room, except Queen Elfie, stood up and responded. End of this chapter. Chapter 120 to Fleet Split of the Io Federation, Hilsay Star System. Over 20 days ago, the current Queen Elfie issued an evacuation order to all residents of Hilsay. In just 10 days, the already sparsely populated Hilsay evacuated all its inhabitants neatly, and now Hilsay is incredibly quiet, with not a single spaceship visible in the void. At this moment, a large number of white warships began to emerge one after another in the direction of Selvia in the star path. Quick, warships that have come out, immediately head to the designated area, construct a defense line according to the predetermined plan, act fast. Joanna's voice was transmitted to the bridge of every warship through the communication channel, sounding a bit anxious, as the Varus Legion was only about half an hour away. Half an hour later, Joanna's 5th Legion had only completed half of the defense line setup, while the warships of the Varus Legion had already appeared in Hilsay through the star path. Fortunately, only over 2,000 ships could come out in each wave. Joanna could set up defenses while attacking, so the impact wasn't too great. Everyone, the Varus Legion has arrived at Hilsay, and we are currently intercepting at the Star Path exit. Joanna commanded the Legion defense while initiating a virtual meeting, speaking to the others. Commander Joanna, As expected, we won't be able to catch up to Hillside. It will take us another 4 days to arrive. You should continue the retreat after taking advantage of the early defense," Liang Xingchen said to Joanna. "I understand. I will retreat towards Farron after losing the defensive advantage." Joanna nodded in understanding. According to the schedule, Commander Arena should arrive at Hillside in 6 days. We will meet there and determine the final battle strategy based on Varys' movements." Okay. On the defense line, the battle between the two sides was still intense. Currently, the Varys Legion had gathered over 10,000 warships at the Star Path exit, while Joanna's 5th Legion had completed the entire defense line setup, entering the full firepower phase. Various colors continued to flicker in the void, and every beam of light, every energy projectile, was filled with a sense of destruction. Currently, the Varys Legion was still in the process of trading off losses for territory, having already lost 15,000 warships, while Joanna's side had only lost 3,000 warships due to the defense array and numerical advantage. After half an hour, the Varys Legion, paying the price of 60,000 warships, set up an array of 80,000 warships at the Star Path exit, shrinking Joanna's defensive advantage at a rapid pace. Statistics showed that the Varys Legion lost 60,000 warships, while Joanna's 5th Legion lost 18,000 warships. Seeing the increasing losses on the defense line and more enemy ships approaching, Joanna knew that the time had come. If the battle continued, their losses would escalate rapidly. Order all fleets to start evacuating according to the plan, heading towards the Star Path entrance in the direction of Farron. With Joanna's command, the fleets on the defense line began to evacuate according to the predetermined plan without delay. 15 minutes later, Joanna's 5th Legion, with the speed advantage, completely left the Varys Legion behind, speeding towards the Star Path entrance in the direction of Farron. As the Varys fleet emerged from the Star Path together with the Central Army, they happened to witness Joanna leading the fleet in the process of retreat. Indeed, as they had guessed, the enemy intended to eat away at them, bit by bit, using the advantage of depth. The only question was whether the humans would join the battle. If the humans did not join, Varys was confident of outplaying the enemy in the subsequent confrontations. However, if the humans joined, the outcome was uncertain. Ultimately, whether the humans would join the battle would be revealed in the next star system. Thinking about it now was meaningless. This time, Varys did not immediately lead the fleet to pursue, understanding that there was no significant meaning in catching up, as it would just repeat the processes in Selvia and Hillside. Opening the star map, Varys looked at the position of Hillside and began pondering. There were 4 star paths in Hillside, one of which was the Selvia star path he had taken, while the other 3 connected to the Farron star path, the Lenseer, and the Pearl. It seemed that the only chance lay in following the previous plan. Even if only 1/10 of the people managed to escape, the Ox Empire would still have a chance to rebuild. Notify all fleets as soon as the subsequent fleets arrive. Immediately begin the Phoenix Plan. Yes. Varys' Phoenix Plan, designed during his time in Selvia, involved splitting the fleet repeatedly until crossing the entire territory of the Io Federation. According to the plan, each time the Varys Legion reached a star system, they would split the fleet evenly according to the number of star paths, and then each would enter a star path and split again. Perhaps, maybe, probably a small fraction of people would ultimately be successful in escaping. Varys couldn't help but think. It could be said that whether anyone would eventually escape depended entirely on luck, as Varys was unclear if humans would join the battle, let alone what level of strength they possessed. 1 day later, 360,000 warships and a large number of supplies and industrial ships assembled. These were Varys' final assets. After completion of the supply, Varys divided the Legion into 2, heading towards the star paths of Lenseer and Pearl respectively. Similarly, the following transport and industrial ships were also divided into 2, as both fleets began their operations. A few days later, under Liang Xingchen's leadership, the 2nd Legion's 3 fleets and Li Kenqiang's 10 division fleets arrived at Hillside, totaling 70,000 warships. Shortly after waiting in Hillside for 2 days, Irina, leading 20,000 warships, finally arrived and successfully joined forces with Liang Xingchen. Commander Liang Xingchen, based on our intelligence, the Varys Legion has split into 2 parts, advancing towards Lenseer and Pearl, with estimated arrival times 24 days and 25 days from now. In the virtual conference room, Irina informed Liang Xingchen. The source of this intelligence naturally came from the monitoring devices installed by the Angel clan in Hillside, which the Varus couldn't completely find and eliminate within a day, always leaving some overlooked. Upon Arena's arrival at Hillside, she received the information provided by the surviving monitoring devices, learning about Varus movements. Good. Do we know which route Varus himself is on? I'm sorry, we can't confirm that. After all, they are concealed monitoring devices and can't provide such detailed information. Understood. Let's assign some tasks then. Commander Arena, you, Sophia, and Li Kenqiang will go to Lensir, while Zhang Hai and I will head to Pearl. Yes. End of this chapter. Chapter 123. Little brother, don't think about escaping. After a few days, as the void near Lunsen suddenly shrank, a fleet appeared here. This fleet consisted of 20,000 warships from the Io Federal Third Army, 20,000 warships from the Human Federation Second Army Third Fleet, and 10,000 warships from the First Army First Fleet commanded by Li Kenqiang. It was a fleet composed of 50,000 cruisers and battleships, including Elena's 20,000 warships that had been primarily modified from battleships and cruisers from the Third Army. In terms of combat power, whether it be attack or defense, these 50,000 warships were more powerful than Joanna's Fifth Army. In terms of firepower, the firepower of a cruiser is incomparable to frigates, destroyers, or cruisers. The secondary guns on cruisers can be compared to the main guns on other ship types, and even stronger. From a defensive perspective, the defense provided by energy shields is challenging to deplete unless hit by 10 or more main guns simultaneously, as the shields are constantly recharging. However, compared to Human Federation warships, the Io Federal shield defense is considerably weaker as they use inferior energy sources compared to human fusion technology. Although the defensive capability under slow energy conditions is similar, the recharge rate differs significantly. With this joint fleet, dealing with the 180,000 Orc Empire warships is relatively easy and may not require much effort. It is important to note that through the Path of Stars, the Orc Empire's fleet can only appear in waves and not all 180,000 warships at once. 20 days later, 50,000 warships gathered at the exit of the Path of Stars to form a semicircle, ready for action. Young brother, I heard from the Legion commander that you can be promoted to commander of the 4th Fleet of the 1st Legion after you return. Commander Sophia, can you change your address? Hearing Sophia's address, Li Kenqiang felt chills down his spine. Don't assume that every time Sophia calls him little brother, it seems enticing. In reality, she uses a domineering tone. Even her gaze makes Li Kenqiang feel like prey. Since he joined the 2nd Army Legion, she has been seeking him out daily, always inviting him to her fleet. Li Kenqiang is somewhat afraid of this big sister, despite her high appearance. What does it matter? Don't you want to join my fleet? I'll make you my deputy sister. Thank you for Commander Sophia's invitation, but I won't leave Legion Chief Lin Fan. Li Kenqiang always responds to Sophia in this manner, which frustrates her, as the desired toy seems out of reach. In the flagship Cambridge of the 3rd Fleet, the deputy standing next to Sophia twitched his mouth. Commander, is this appropriate? Don't I have any dignity? Sophia, hearing Li Kenqiang's response, furrowed her brows slightly, then turned to her deputy, saying, "Connect me to the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters, Marshal Sanders." Yes, Commander, the connection has been made. Soon, Sanders' image appeared before Sophia. Sophia, aren't you supposed to be on a mission? What's the matter? Nothing. I just want to inform you that I am applying for a transfer. A transfer? Didn't you recently become the commander of the 3rd Fleet of the 2nd Army? Where do you want to transfer to? I want to transfer to the 1st Legion after this battle. No questions. With that, Sophia decisively ended the communication, shocking everyone on the bridge, especially her deputy, who remained dumbfounded. In the virtual conference room, although Li Kenqiang didn't see the communication between Sophia and Marshal Sanders, her statement about transferring to the 1st Legion after the battle startled him. Sister, please spare me. I can't escape from your grasp. After ending the call, Sophia looked at Li Kenqiang with a slightly teasing smile. At the same time, in the conference room, Elena watched the interaction curiously. Gossip knows no boundaries, especially among those who have experienced the affairs between men and women. As Li Kenqiang contemplated how to deal with Sophia, an alarm sounded, instantly turning the atmosphere serious. Currently, Sophia was the overall commander of the joint fleet and took immediate command upon discovering the appearance of the Verse Legion's warships. Enough chit-chat. Order all fleets on the defensive line to fire at full capacity. Eliminate them wave by wave, and don't give them a chance to breathe or establish a foothold. Understood. In the direction of Helsay, at the exit of the Path of Stars, the Verse Legion's 2,000 warships had just emerged and activated various detection devices when an alarm sounded. Warning! Warships under attack! Warships under attack! Before the crew could react, hundreds of energy beams and projectiles covered the small area at the exit of the Path of Stars. After the assault, only 28 warships survived, saved by being positioned at the rear, shielding them from the brunt of the attack. With a tense atmosphere, the captain on one ship immediately ordered a full-scale scan and contact with the Verse Marshal to report the situation. Similarly, Verse received the emergency communication from the front line, revealing the dire situation after the attack. Verse Marshal, this is the 2nd Vertical Fleet, 3rd Squadron. Report the situation immediately. Don't waste time. A jump scare for Verse as the attack reduced their fleet from 2,000 to just over 20. The sheer force of the assault left them baffled. Commander, as soon as we were attacked, I ordered an all-around scan. Results are imminent. Report to me as soon as you have the results. Understood. End of chapter. Chapter 124. In the simple massacre flagship bridge, Vel sat there with a furrowed brow. Just now, the captain of the destroyer, who was communicating with him, suddenly lost communication. Needless to say, that destroyer was destroyed. Damn it! What's the situation at the exit of the Star Road? Notify the battleships in front immediately. Once out of the Star Road, activate full-range scanning immediately and make sure to transmit accurate information back. Yes. Vels was now feeling anxious. Without accurate first-hand information, he had no way to command. It wasn't until the 4th wave of battleships sailed out of the Star Road that a cruiser finally transmitted information before being destroyed. Commander Vels, according to our scans, the enemy has only 50,000 battleships, including 20,000 IO Federation battleships and battlecruisers, while the remaining 30,000 are human battleships, all of which are battlecruiser-class battleships. Indeed, humans have intervened. 50,000 battleships, all battlecruisers and battleships, and at least 30,000 human battleships have energy shields. This is troublesome. Even the experienced Vels had to admit that in this situation, he really had no way to proceed. Advancing within the Star Road, one could not change direction, reverse, speed up, or exit prematurely. Faced with 50,000 battleships of at least battlecruiser class, Vels lacked the confidence to confront them head-on, as before. His 200,000 spacecraft now seemed to be lined up waiting to be shot one by one. Go. Send the information just received and the enemy's array positions to all battleships. Tell them that once out of the Star Road, focus all firepower on the IO Federation's 20,000 battleships. Create a breach from there. Yes, Commander. The officer immediately conveyed Vel's orders and the enemy's location data to all battleships. This way, after the battleships sailed out of the Star Road, they could skip the scanning time and fire directly at the designated positions. Even if they were annihilated in the next second, they could still launch an attack, a strategy that was a last resort. However, minutes later, a piece of bad news reached Vel's ears. Commander, the frontline battleships have issued an urgent report. All IO Federation battleships have energy shields. A salvo of 2,000 battleships cannot inflict any damage on them. Darn it! Has the human race provided energy shields to the IO Federation? Even our Ox Empire, which spent hundreds of years of savings, only purchased 5,000 shielded battleships. Now IO Federation unexpectedly has 20,000. Commander, what do we do now? We're just being sent to our deaths continuously. 50,000 battleships, at least battlecruisers, all with energy shields. We can only send out 1,000 battleships per round, but they can wipe them all out in one salvo. What else can we do? Do you understand? Our current situation is like a 3rd-level civilization confronting a 4th-level civilization. Do you think we can win? Looking at his stunned officer, Vels said calmly. In fact, Vels was also feeling frustrated. Even as a legendary warrior, he was now in a situation where he had no way to turn the tide. Facing 5,000 battlecruiser-level battleships, Vels didn't have the confidence to confront them head-on as before. His fleet of over 200,000 ships now seemed like they were waiting in line to be shot one after another. "Commander, if we deploy all our fighters ahead of the battleships, could they charge forward and share the firepower once out of the Star Road?" "It's futile. The firepower on the fighters is too weak to cause effective and sustained damage to the 4th level civilization's energy shields. The enemy wouldn't even bother with those fighters and would continue to target the battleship area." Vels knew about this issue. It was also a problem faced by the Federation, namely, whether mechs would still be effective in future battles. After all, such small things couldn't be equipped with the large heavy weapons like battleship cannons, and ordinary weapons couldn't pose a threat to the 4th level civilization battleships. However, it was said that Zixuan was already designing new mechs and exclusive weapons for them, but progress was slow, rather, very slow. "Commander, are we really helpless now?" the officer unwillingly asked, but Vels didn't answer. If he could do something, he would have done it long ago. In reality, even he had no solution. This was a massacre without suspense. Even Lin Fan in his position probably could only wait quietly for death. It could only be said that against a 3rd-level civilization, a 4th-level civilization was like a god, an absolute force impossible to resist. 2 hours later, as the last industrial ship sailed out of the Star Road and was destroyed, the entire area fell into complete silence. Sophia, Li Kenqiang, and Ilana didn't even know that Vels had died at their hands. All they knew was that a total of 180,000 battleships, 15,000 supply ships, 8,000 industrial ships, and about 10,000 other types of ships were destroyed. To be honest, there's no excitement in fights like this. In the virtual meeting room, Sophia complained very dissatisfied. Sophia did enjoy massacring opponents, but there was a difference between massacring opponents who resisted and those who wouldn't resist. Today's battle was completely one-sided with no resistance. For Sophia, nothing was more boring than this. Li Kenqiang, on the other hand, aimed to deprive the other party of all resistance, allowing only himself to massacre them unilaterally. As for Ilana, well, as long as the Vels Legion was destroyed, anything was fine in her perspective. Speaking of which, little brother, why don't you reconsider? Come to my fleet. I have 2 good girls in my bridge command team. No need, Commander Sophia. I won't leave the 1st Legion. Li Kenqiang immediately refused, but Sophia's next words drove him mad. No need to leave. I already talked to Grandpa. After this battle is over, he will transfer me to the 1st Legion. What? End of chapter. Chapter 125. The day after Liang Xingchen was cornered, far from the Battle of Loons. The news of Pua easily winning spread, marking the end of the Vels Legion in history. However, what's interesting is that both sides are unsure if Vels died by their own hands, so whose achievement is it really? Liang Xingchen is a bit troubled. However, what troubles Liang Xingchen even more is another matter. Liang Xingchen, due to the upcoming Battle of Cabot from Lin Fan's side, and the fact that there will be no wars on your end for a long time, the Star Fleet headquarters has decided to transfer Sophia to the 1st Legion, including the 3rd Fleet. Liang Xingchen was dumbfounded. What? My 3rd Fleet? What's going on? A bunch of question marks instantly fell upon his head. However, Liang Xingchen also noticed a faint guilt on Sanders' face, making him confused about the situation. Marshal, is this a temporary transfer or a permanent one? It's permanent. Lin Fan is currently building the 4th Fleet, and after Sophia and the 3rd Fleet are transferred, they will become the 5th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Marshal, you're giving me the fleet. Can't the people stay? I really value Sophia. All right, let's stop here. The formal order will be transmitted to you later. After saying that, Sanders hastily cut off the communication, as if afraid to continue talking with Liang Xingchen. Watching the communication being cut off, Liang Xingchen frowned, feeling disappointed that he had a remarkable fleet commander, only to lose her so soon. The key is that this whole thing is full of suspicious circumstances. Sanders feigned guilt and hurriedly cutting off the communication at the end, all indicating that this situation is very abnormal. In the end, Liang Xingchen decided to ask Lin Fan what exactly was going on. Of course, he didn't think Lin Fan would plot against him, just wanted to understand the situation from Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I have something to ask you. When he connected with Lin Fan, Liang Xingchen directly asked, Commander Liang, what's wrong? Is it Li Kenqiang causing trouble again? No, Li Kangqiang has been performing exceptionally well, surprisingly well. I'm asking about something else. Hearing Liang Xingchen, Lin Fan relaxed, thinking that Li Kangqiang had probably achieved success this time if Liang said he performed surprisingly well. What is it? Well, have you applied to Marshal Sanders to transfer my subordinate Sophia? Who is Sophia? All right, both of them were stunned. Lin Fan because he had no idea who Sophia was, and Liang Xingchen because of Lin Fan's response. Sophia Duncan, Marshal Sanders' granddaughter. You don't know her. Marshal Sanders has a granddaughter? I had no idea. What's happened to her? All right. Liang Xingchen was also puzzled. It seems that Lin Fan was completely oblivious to this matter. What's going on? Marshal Sanders told me today that he will transfer my 3rd Fleet along with Commander Sophia permanently to your 1st Legion, becoming the 5th Fleet. He said it's because there will be a battle against Cabot on your end soon, so I wanted to ask you about the situation. What? Transferred here to become the 5th Fleet? I just submitted the plan for establishing the 4th Fleet. Once again, they were astonished and fell into silence. And the planned attack on Cabot from my side is still 3 years away. Not soon. Lin Fan was also confused. What's going on? Seems like he unknowingly snatched Liang Xingchen's chief general. And she is Marshal Sanders' granddaughter, not just a decorative figure. Commander Liang, what kind of person is Sophia? Let me think. Strong-willed, stubborn. Recently, seems to take pleasure in bullying Li Kangqiang. What? Takes pleasure in bullying Li Kangqiang? That's bizarre. Wait, Sophia, who takes pleasure in bullying Li Kangqiang, the stubborn granddaughter, under the command of the grandfather who oversees the Federal Interstellar Fleet. Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to realize something. No, still needs verification. I think we need to ask Li Kangqiang about this. The answer probably lies with him. Immediately, Lin Fan initiated a group call, connecting directly with Li Kangqiang. When Li Kangqiang saw both commanders on the call, he was a bit stunned. Li Kangqiang, I'll ask you, is the matter of Sophia being transferred to the 1st Legion related to you? Lin Fan went straight to the key question. However, both he and Liang Xingchen noticed that Li Kangqiang looked dumbfounded, no, shocked and even a bit scared. What's going on here? Li Kangqiang. Yes, Commander. Actually, I don't know either. Sophia has been inviting me to join her fleet during this time, but I have always refused. Then one time she said she had talked to the Marshal and wanted to transfer to our Legion. I thought she was joking. Li Kangqiang said awkwardly. He really didn't expect that the crazy woman Sophia was serious. Eventually, Lin Fan and Liang Xingchen both understood. The problem stemmed from here, and they both found it quite unbelievable. What's Sophia Duncan's command like? After cutting off the connection with Li Kangqiang, Lin Fan asked Liang Xingchen. It was rare for Liang Xingchen to ponder for half a minute before replying. She's a good commander. The stronger the enemy, the more excited and stronger she becomes. A battle maniac with extreme S attributes. Exactly, good luck, especially to Li Kangqiang. He's now the hunted prey. Lin Fan understood. She's a character with an S attribute queen setting, silently feeling sorry for Li Kangqiang. On the 3rd day, after this communication, Lin Fan received official orders from Sanders. Sophia Duncan, along with the original 3rd Fleet of the 2nd Legion, will be transferred to the 1st Legion as the 5th Fleet. Meanwhile, due to his outstanding performance in the battle at Cyrus Corridor, Li Kangqiang was promoted to colonel rank and appointed as the acting commander of the 4th Fleet of the 1st Legion by Lin Fan's suggestion, until he becomes a major general. Lin Fan didn't think much about it. Li Kangqiang went out, completed his mission, and brought back an excellent fleet commander. Though she had some personality issues, it didn't bother Lin Fan at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 126, the last half hour of the war on one side of the Io Federation came to an end. After the war, the Aux Empire no longer had any resistance in this direction. Currently, both the Io Federation and the Human Federation are busy expanding their territories using nodes in the Cyrus Corridor as the border. Serbia and Cyrus belong to the Io Federation, regaining their lost land for over 50 years and returning to the Federation's embrace. In celebration, the Io Federation even organized large-scale festivities throughout the Federation. As for Colfey, it belongs to the Human Federation, including 8 star systems between Colfey and Learsis. Human territory has once again expanded, reaching 28 star systems. These territories are enough for humans for a long time, considering the population size. Even if they want to conduct large-scale immigration and development, there are not enough people to implement it. A month later on the Uranus, Legion Commander, we detected 30,000 warships leaping to Hutton, including Li Kangkyong's 10 detachments and Sophia's 5th fleet. This kid sent out 10,000 warships and 30,000 came back. Should we say he's got a knack for it, or is he unlucky? Since they've all returned, inform all fleet commanders for a remote meeting. Let's also meet this Commander Sophia. Yes, Legion Commander. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan sat at the head of a meeting room with Liang Zhu beside him. The 4 people sitting below were Chris, Emma, Li Kangkyong, and Sophia, who were all projections. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is Commander Sophia Duncan. After everyone was present, Lin Fan first introduced Sophia to Chris and Emma. Sophia just nodded slightly, but Lin Fan didn't mind. He had heard a lot about her personality from Liang Xingchen. Commander Sophia used to be the commander of the 3rd Fleet of the 2nd Legion. This time, she was transferred to our 1st Legion according to the command of the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters, and her fleet will become the 5th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Alright, introductions are done. Let's get down to business. First, I announce the appointment of Li Kangkyong. Here. Li Kangkyong stood up straight at once. Starfleet Appointment Notice, in recognition of Lieutenant Colonel Li Kangkyong's excellent performance in the battles in the Cyrus Corridor and the Miracle Starfield. He is specially promoted to Colonel in advance and appointed as the acting commander of the 4th Fleet of the Federal Star Fleet of the 1st Legion until he is formally promoted to Brigadier General. Congratulations, Colonel Li Kangkyong. After reading the order, Lin Fan also smiled and congratulated Li Kangkyong. He had read reports on the battles in the Cyrus Corridor and the Miracle Starfield, which mentioned Li Kangkyong's outstanding performance in tactics and even strategy. His potential for the future was huge. Lin Fan was quite satisfied with these evaluations, as he had high hopes for him and had given him the opportunity. Thank you, Legion Commander. No need to thank me, it's your own effort. But Kangkyong, you know the rules of our Legion. Now, appoint a commander. Yes. Lin Fan personally set the rule for the 1st Legion that when anyone was promoted to Fleet Commander, they had to choose an active commander to conduct a simulation battle to demonstrate their abilities. This simulation battle would be broadcasted to everyone, as the soldiers in the fleet wanted to know the style of their new commander. Also, if the commander failed to gain the soldiers' approval, their appointment would be revoked. Li Kangkyong looked at Chris and Emma. Currently, these were the only 2 choices he had. Chris was a cautious and steady commander, while Emma inherited from Lin Fan, capable of being eerie and versatile with no fixed style. Li Kangkyong himself was good at analyzing the enemy's weaknesses and striking hard when he found the weak spot. Compared to Emma, Chris was his natural nemesis, being overly cautious. Emma, inheriting from the Legion Commander, had limited experience and was still inexperienced. Legion Commander, I'd like to invite Commander Emma of the 2nd Fleet to participate in the simulation battle. Good. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the simulation training room of the 1st Legion Headquarters. Yes, Legion Commander. Lin Fan looked satisfied at Li Kangkyong and gestured for him to sit down. Then he turned to Sophia. Commander Sophia, though you are already a fleet commander, you still need to participate in a simulation battle according to the 1st Legion's way. Choose an opponent. Legion Commander, can it be any commander? Yes. Then I'd like to choose you as my opponent, if that's okay. Lin Fan was somewhat surprised by Sophia's choice, but then he realized. According to Liang Xingchen, the stronger the enemy, the more excited Sophia would be as a commander. Following that logic, it seemed like choosing him as an opponent was inevitable. Commander Sophia, the Legion Commander said to choose a fleet commander. How can you choose the Legion Commander himself? Chris spoke up directly. When Chris was about to continue, Lin Fan stopped him and said to Sophia, "It's fine. Tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the simulation training room of the 1st Legion Headquarters, after Li Kangkyong's simulation. Is that okay?" "No problem, Legion Commander. Please don't go easy on me tomorrow, or it'll be quite boring. Rest assured, tomorrow will be an exciting match for you." Lin Fan smiled slightly, finding this woman quite a war enthusiast and somewhat interesting. Li Kangkyong, on the other hand, looked at Sophia in astonishment and silently cursed her in his heart. Li Shao's, come to my ship later. Li Shao's. The people in the meeting room were puzzled for a moment, then they all looked at Li Kangqiang, who was seemingly about to dig a hole in the ground. On their way back to Hutton, Sophia suddenly stopped calling him little brother and switched to Li Shao's. Li Kangqiang was at a loss, having asked Sonia to change her address multiple times, but without success. When he tried to be insistent, he was reprimanded. In the end, Li Kangqiang had to give up and accept whatever she wanted to call him. Commander Sophia, do you need something? Amid the four curious gazes around him, Li Kangqiang put on a serious expression and asked, I'm going to battle the Legion commander tomorrow. Can you come to my room to help me warm up first? Let's make it last longer this time. Last time we ended it in half an hour. All right. Li Kangqiang noticed the gazes of curiosity turning into intense gossip. What's wrong with you guys? End of chapter. Chapter 127. Tiger Shark class battleship. To be honest, Li Kangqiang was feeling very awkward at the moment. He had realized why the other four people were looking at him with such strange expressions. I was just going to her room to spar with her, okay? You guys have never seen her room. It's specially modified, and there's even a small arena in there. This crazy woman, she must have said that on purpose, but why did I instinctively respond like that? Ahem, both of you have your assessments early tomorrow. Take it easy. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he cut off the connection without caring about Liang Xingchen, who was still crying downstairs. You're so bad, knowing it was a misunderstanding, yet you continued to fire another shot. After cutting off the long-distance conference connection, inside the conference room Liang Zhu smiled at Lin Fan and said, Don't you think Li Kangqiang and Sophia make a good match? Match? How come I see Li Kangqiang getting totally dominated by Sophia? Well, haven't you noticed that he actually has a strong masochistic potential, and coupled with Sophia's obvious sadistic tendencies, the two of them are indeed a good match. Lin Fan finally realized today, he hadn't noticed before just how high Li Kangqiang's masochistic qualities were. Maybe he and Sophia could really end up together? As for Sophia being over 10 years older than Li Kangqiang, with the significant increase in human lifespan and the ability to maintain a youthful appearance for longer, over 10 years age difference isn't really a big deal, right? Okay, but tomorrow Sophia will challenge you. How do you plan to win? I mean, are you so sure I can win? Your father did say that this woman is quite something. Lin Fan laughed as he mentioned Liang Xingchen telling him about a simulated battle he had with Sophia when she first arrived at the Second Legion. Though Sophia lost, Liang Xingchen had a pretty high opinion of her. Lin Fan was really looking forward to tomorrow's simulated battle. As a Legion commander, who wouldn't want to have more talented generals under their command? Don't bother, you right now. Even if it's him, you probably can't win against him. Liang Zhu, who had been Lin Fan's deputy for almost 10 years, surely had more authority than anyone else to speak about Lin Fan's ability. She didn't think anyone in the Human Federation currently could defeat Lin Fan under equal conditions. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Today is the day to test the plasma cannon and positron cannon. If we don't hurry up, Boss Bai is going to nag again. Okay, my Legion commander, I'll go get the warship ready to depart. Shortly after, Liang Zhu left the conference room and headed towards the bridge. Half an hour later, the Uranus arrived at an open area where, apart from Bai Zixuan's research vessel, there was also a Snow Leopard-class cruiser and a new type of battleship. This new battleship was the next-generation battleship developed by Hutton in the past year, named the Tiger Shark-class battleship. When the Uranus arrived next to this battleship, it was clearly noticeable that the Tiger Shark-class battleship, although of the same battleship class as the Uranus, was slightly bigger. Soon, Lin Fan and Liang Zhu boarded a shuttle and arrived inside Bai Zixuan's research vessel. Lin Fan, you finally came. I've been waiting for ages. I'm sorry, Boss Bai. There was a sudden urgent matter within the Legion that needed my attention. Although he said that, in his heart Lin Fan was grumbling. He had arrived 5 minutes earlier than scheduled. Maybe next time he needed to be 10 minutes early. Okay, let me introduce you to that new battleship outside. Tiger Shark class battleship class, battleship tonnage, 3 million tons, ship dimensions, length 1582 meters, width 425 meters, height to 188 meters, armor thickness 38 meters at the front, 18 meters elsewhere, main weapon. Triple 15 meters caliber plasma cannon. Quantity 4-3 on the front side, 1 on the rear side, secondary weapon. Double 3 meters caliber positron cannon. Quantity 96 anti-aircraft weapon. Rapid fire electromagnetic railguns. Quantity to 156 other weapons. Multi-purpose missile launchers. Quantity 512 defense system. Second generation energy shield sublight engines. 40 OOKMAS hyperspace engines. 1295 times the speed of light. Second generation leap engine. Crew size 892. After looking at these data, although not knowing the exact power of the new main and secondary cannons, the other data had already completely overshadowed his flagship, the Uranus. Boss buy. This battleship only needs a full crew of 892 people. Our Snow Leopard class cruiser requires 1835 people. Isn't this what you requested? You complained about not having enough crew, so we need to automate the ship as much as possible and operate it with fewer personnel. If this battleship were to be operated according to the old standards, it would need at least 2,500 crew members. Do you have any objections? Bai Zixuan looked directly at Lin Fan with an irritated expression. He had put a lot of effort into reducing the crew size. Sorry, Boss Bai, my mistake. Can you introduce the main and secondary gun equipment? Your attitude isn't bad, but there isn't much to say about the main and secondary guns. Let's see them in action during the tests. Just fire a few shots and see for yourself. The rest is all talk. Okay. Soon, following Bai Zixuan's instructions, a Snow Leopard class cruiser that had been prepared in advance sailed to the designated coordinates, and all crew members boarded a shuttle and left. Remote control of the target ship. Activate shields. Understood. Shields are activated. All right, inform the Tiger Shark. Main gun aimed, single shot. Tiger Shark is aimed and ready to fire. Fire! With Bai Zixuan's command, a blue energy beam was suddenly fired from the Tiger Shark class battleship towards the target ship in the void. Since the testing distance wasn't far, the energy beam hit the shield of the target ship instantly, causing the pale blue shield to ripple violently. After several seconds, it stabilized. Quick, report on the target ship status. Seeing the attack end, Bai Zixuan immediately barked at his experts. Boss Bai. According to the data from the target ship, that one shot just now consumed 70% of its shield integrity. Good, even better than expected. Once the target ship's energy shield is fully recharged, we'll begin testing the secondary guns. Seeing Bai Zixuan's excitement on the side, Lin Fan was also a bit surprised. The new main gun, the plasma cannon, had such immense power. Each turret was only triple-barreled, so using just one shot of those turrets, the target ship's shield integrity was reduced by 70%. If 3 shots were fired together, or if all 9 front turrets of the battleship fired simultaneously, any ship hit would have no chance of survival. Lin Fan hadn't expected the main gun to be so powerful, and now he was even more looking forward to the secondary guns to be tested next. Boss Bai. The target ship's energy shield integrity has been restored to 100%. Okay, inform the Tiger Shark. Secondary guns aimed, likewise with single shot. Tiger Shark is aimed and ready to fire. Good, fire immediately. End of this chapter. Chapter 128. Searching for the Angel Clan to manufacture in the void. A beam of light swept past, fiercely hitting the energy shield of the Snow Leopard class battlecruiser. Unlike the plasma cannon from earlier, the positron cannon was not an energy projectile, but a beam-like weapon, somewhat similar to a laser, but with a different mechanism for causing damage. Compared to the plasma cannon's impact from earlier, the positron cannon's power was noticeably weaker, only causing a slight ripple in the energy shield. Quick, report the data. White Elder, the target ship's energy shield integrity has decreased by 12%. 12%, as expected, consistent with the previous simulation results. Although its power is much lower than the plasma cannon, it can already rival the firepower of the current Snow Leopard class battle cruiser's main cannon. White Elder, your gun is now the same as the main gun on my Uranus class. When are you going to upgrade my Uranus class? Your broken ship for an upgrade. It's better to get a new one. Otherwise, with the current new generation engines and weapons, your ship structure is not suitable for installation. Furthermore, the Tiger Whale class battleships are about to start full deployment soon. As the Legion commander, are you content with a slightly smaller class of warship? Well, Being lectured by Zixuan, Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Should he also switch to a Tiger Hoyle class? But then, it would just be like any other ordinary warship, lacking any uniqueness. Lin Fan, are you pondering if there's a better warship than the Tiger Whale class to serve as your flagship? Zixuan saw through Lin Fan's thoughts at a glance, casting a disdainful look. What can I do? Where else can I find something better? Have you forgotten about the IO Federation? I heard they have heavy battleships of 800 million tons used as flagships for various legions. Can't you order one from there? Right. How could I forget about the Angels, but are the battleships they build suitable for our needs? Are you stupid? Can't you provide them with the size specifications for engines, power devices, weapons, etc., and let them design it accordingly from the start? You only need them to construct the hull, while we handle the equipment later. Zixuan scolded Lin Fan with some frustration. A few years ago, Lin Fan was a scientist more capable than himself, but after several years of war, he seemed to have lost his touch, unable to come up with new technologies or address basic issues. If Lin Fan knew what Zixuan was thinking, he would surely retort, "Can it be blamed on me? Since that damn system released the new novice assessment mission, I've been in a state of pretending to be dead." However, upon hearing Zixuan's words, Lin Fan had a different idea. Since he could have warships tailored by the IO Federation, why not have the IO Federation manufacture Tiger Whale-class battleships on their behalf? After all, the IO Federation was an old third-class civilization with a population many times that of humanity, and their shipbuilding technology far exceeded humanity's. Lin Fan still remembered how splendid the IO Federation's battleships were. Following Zixuan's suggestion, having the IO Federation handle the ship hull construction while humans manage the equipping, the efficiency would undoubtedly be much higher. For example, for the Tiger Whale-class battleship, to fully replace the equipment of 2 legions would require 430 to 1,000 ships. At the current human production capacity of 30,000 ships per year, it would take over 10 years to achieve. But by having the IO Federation manufacture, humans could produce 90,000 ships within 3 years and let the IO Federation handle the remaining over 300,000 ships in the next 3 years. This way, won't humans have both legions fully equipped within 3 years? Thinking about this, Lin Fan ignored Zixuan, immediately leaving to formalize this idea into a plan to submit. Watching Lin Fan leaving without a word, Zixuan was so infuriated his hair nearly stood on end, and Liangzu followed suit with a bitter smile. On that night, a plan to build 430 to 1,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships in 3 years was sent to the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. After reviewing the plan, Sanders was greatly shocked and promptly forwarded it to President Linzhen. Eventually, in the middle of the night, an emergency meeting was convened at the presidential palace. At 1 in the morning, Linzhen, Ed, Sanders, and 9 other aides had all assembled. Inside the conference room, everyone carefully read the materials in their hands. I think this idea is excellent and could completely solve our current problem of insufficient battleship production capacity. Absolutely, and allowing the IO Federation to manufacture the hulls doesn't compromise our key technologies. Most importantly, this is cheaper than building on our own. The IO Federation will handle all materials, and all we need to provide are some energy shield devices and transition engines. The profit from selling these components to the IO Federation is 100 times the cost. True, I believe General Lin Fan's plan can be even more daring. Let's just have the IO Federation manufacture all 430 to 1,000 warships. No, if we let the IO Federation entirely handle construction, our shipbuilding industry will suffer. General Lin Fan isn't lacking in boldness. He's ensuring the development of our industrial system. I overlooked that. Indeed, it's crucial to keep a portion of the warships for our own production. In the conference room, the aides exchanged views, all unanimously agreeing on this plan. According to this plan, not only could a large number of warships be rapidly built, but also the IO Federation could do it for 99% less than the cost of human construction, a tremendous deal. Keep in mind that the energy shield and transition engines sold to the IO Federation annually are priced at 100 times the cost, enough to build 3 Tiger Whale class hulls for the IO Federation with a single set of equipment. In other words, by providing over 100,000 sets of energy shields and transition engines, the IO Federation could manufacture over 300,000 Tiger Whale-class battleship hulls without humans providing any materials. It was practically robbery, and the critical part was that they were willing to help and even do the accounting for you. Alright, since everyone has no objections, let's draft a detailed plan immediately, and Ed will be in charge of negotiating with Queen Elfie. Linson issued instructions after seeing the aides gradually quieting down. Understood. Once the details are final, I will immediately negotiate with Queen Elfie. Chapter 1 to 9 Tragedy of Li Kenqiang. Human Federation Territory. Single Star System, Hutton, 1st Legion 5th Fleet Flagship. Midnight at 12 o'clock, inside a certain commander's renovated bedroom. This was originally not a bedroom, just that someone disliked the captain's room being too small, so they transformed a warehouse into a bedroom. The over 100 square meters of space, except for a desk and bed in the corner, the remaining space completely did not look like a bedroom. In the middle area, there was a combat platform and some fitness equipment on the side, while in another corner of the room, there were two mech simulators. Of course, there were various weapons in the room, even cold weapons. Thud. On the combat platform, Li Kenqiang was knocked down to the ground by someone with a punch. Little Li, making progress, lasted 38 minutes this time. Sophia looked at the time projected on the edge of the combat platform, blushing as she said, "Sister, it's already midnight. We have simulated battle tests early tomorrow morning. Let's call it a day for now." Li Kenqiang gasped for breath, struggling to get up, looking weakly at the still extremely excited Sophia, saying gently, "Speaking of Sophia's appearance, although slightly lower in value than Liangzhu and Emma, she was still a rare beauty. And under the effect of genetic enhancement drugs, her appearance still maintained a 27-8-year-old look, coupled with a hot figure. One could say her charm was completely explosive. But Li Kenqiang had no appreciation whatsoever. He just wanted to quickly escape from the clutches of this crazy woman. If Lin Fan were here right now, he would definitely disdain Li Kenqiang harshly. Since you are unwilling, why not just not come? Clearly, one's M-attribute factors were explosively erupting, offering oneself up, and in the end saying that one did not really want to. Isn't that nonsense? Oh, it's already past 12 o'clock. Time flies. Little Li, you are indeed a good prey guy. Li Kenqiang felt a headache. What sins did he commit in his past life? Don't interrogate me. I'll let you go for today. Go wash up, then sleep here. What? What's wrong, Little Li? Are you rejecting sister now? No, sister, you have one bed here. Yes, I sleep on the bed, you sleep on the floor. Perfect, ooh. Li Kenqiang lost all his strength in an instant. Looking desolate, he walked towards the bathroom not far away. Still on the combat platform, Sophia, watching Li Kenqiang's figure, smiled slightly satisfied. It's hard to find a man who can satisfy his M-attribute nowadays. Now that she had Li Kenqiang, Sophia was quite content. Well, it's quite late. It would be a waste of time to wait for Li to finish washing. Talking to herself, she walked towards the bathroom as well. Soon after, a fearful cry could be heard from Li Kenqiang. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, Li Kenqiang opened his eyes, finding himself being used as a pillow by someone in bed, unable to move at all. Although nothing happened yesterday in the bathroom, he was genuinely scared. The whole process, Li Kenqiang kept his head down the entire time, not daring to even glance. In the end, he managed to escape from the bathroom, but was suddenly lifted up by someone and thrown onto the bed, like missing a pillow. Later on, well, it is now, Li Kenqiang, opening his eyes, still in a state of confusion. 7:50, the two arrived in the simulation training room within the 1st Legion headquarters. You two are really coincidental, coming together. Huh? Li Kenqiang, what's wrong with you? There are such obvious dark circles under your eyes. Lin Fan glanced at the two, noticing Sophia looking radiant, while Li Kenqiang had dark circles completely out of it. Li Kenqiang felt like dying. Can you blame me? Being held by a curvaceous beauty in bed all night, the key is not daring to do anything, not even daring to move. Although his eyes were closed all night, he did not sleep for a second. If there were no dark circles, that would be truly absurd, right? All right, Little Li, why don't you hurry over and complete your simulated battle? Don't waste time. I'm waiting to fight Commander Lin Fan, Sophia said while kicking Li Kenqiang. Helpless, Li had to go in front of Commander Emma. Commander Emma, I'm counting on you. Okay, but are you really okay in this state? No problem. Let's get started. Alright, since you say so. Soon, the two entered separate fleet command-specific simulators. Lin Fan led the other crew to the observation room, where the central projection of the battlefield could be seen, as well as the tactical map. The simulation they were engaged in was fleet-level combat, 20,000 versus 20,000, with no shields or jump engines on the warships. The battlefield was directly set in Hutton, simulating everything about the current situation on Hutton. Half an hour into the game, the two sides still had no contact. Emma had hidden the fleet in a small asteroid belt in Hutton, deliberately exposing her position, even revealing a few flaws. But Li Kangqiang remained unmoved. He belonged to the very cautious type of commander. He would not make a move without confirming the true weaknesses of the opponent. Legion Commander, who do you think will win? Chris asked curiously. Emma. Although Li Kangqiang is talented as well, but at the moment, he is still lagging behind Emma. Do you think Emma is simply intentionally exposing herself to lure the opponent? After hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone looked at the image projected in the center of the observation room. Indeed, although Emma seemed to be deliberately exposing herself all along to lure the opponent, she had sent out several squadrons of 1,000 warships each. However, these fleets were not simply sent out for a baiting mission, as Emma had dispatched 10 squadrons, occupying half of her own fleet's strength, showing a very abnormal situation. Also pondering Emma's intentions was Li Kangqiang in the simulation warehouse. Commander Emma keeps exposing her position repeatedly, too obviously so, clearly deliberate. There must be an ambush. If he charges head-on, there is a high chance of being led into a trap and annihilated. But Commander Emma really is daring. To lure him, she actually sent out so many squadrons. Her main base must be quite empty at the moment. Since he understands her intentions, should he think of a way to take a bite? End of this chapter. Chapter 130. Lin Fan simulated training room with Sophia. A group of people gathered here again. As for the result of the simulated battle just now, just look at Li Kangqiang. He is thanking Emma for her guidance. More than an hour ago, Li Kangqiang did seize the opportunity and took the initiative. His original plan was to gradually consume Emma's baited fleet through time difference. However, unexpectedly, after biting one fleet, the remaining 9 fleets did not disperse or find a way to lure themselves into the asteroid belt. Instead, they pounced on him from different positions, like a cosmic version of a Wolfpack tactic. To Emma, she would say, who told you that the 10 fleets outside are just bait and not the main force? Furthermore, at this point he discovered that Emma's remaining fleet was not hidden within the asteroid belt, but directly concealed on the edge of the asteroid belt. When the 10 fleets bit him from different directions, Emma's remaining fleet launched an attack. It must be said that although Li Kangqiang lost tactically to Emma, his fleet command skills were indeed exceptional. Even surrounded on all sides, he managed to offset a significant portion of the disadvantage through excellent formations. Of course, mitigating some disadvantages was not enough to turn the tide in his favor, but it added considerable difficulty to Emma's encircling battle. In the end, at the cost of losing 7,000 warships, Emma wiped out Li Kangqiang's 20,000 warships, thus ending this 3-hour simulated battle. However, this outcome was unexpected even for Emma. Initially, after launching the Wolfpack tactic, Emma believed that she could defeat Li Kangqiang with a loss of at most 3,000 warships, but she did not anticipate such high losses in the end. Although Li Kangqiang was defeated tactically, he showcased excellent fleet command skills. If it were not for the special terrain, but a pure space fleet battle, it would be difficult to determine the winner between the two. Too boring. Legion Commander, won't you join me in playing this hide-and-seek game? Sophia expressed disdain for this battle. Alright, let's choose a space battle then. Space battle means fleet warfare, conducted in an environment with no advantages. This kind of battle purely tests the commander's ability in formation usage, transitioning, timing, and is a straightforward confrontation to see whose basic skills are more solid. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Sophia was very pleased as this was her favorite way of fighting. Once during a simulated battle with Liang Xingchen, Sophia directly placed her fleet in space without hiding, which left him no choice but to engage her in a frontal battle. Although frontal combat was not Liang Xingchen's strength, he still outmatched Sophia. In the end, Liang Xingchen defeated Sophia at the cost of losing 12,000 warships. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan and Sophia entered the simulation chamber, while the others returned to the observation room once again. This time, the projection showed an empty space with two fleets, starting 20 million kilometers apart. This is interesting. To directly request a space fleet battle from the Legion commander takes courage. Looking at the projection, the two fleets getting closer, Chris couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed." It is worth noting that the textbooks for the compulsory courses in the Interstellar Military Academy, Ever-Changing Formations, and the Star Military Academy, Myriad Formations, were personally written by Lin Fan. It can be said that Lin Fan is the pioneer of human space fleet battles, slightly overshadowing the military god, Liang Xingchen. On the other hand, Li Kenqiang, upon hearing Chris's words, felt that he did not fully understand Lin Fan. Li Fan was not just strong in formation changes. He vividly remembered Lin Fan's 1v8 scene during the Mecha tournament, leaving a deep impression. Li Kenqiang believed that this was Lin Fan's greatest strength, but currently, no one had pushed him into that state. As time flew by, when the two sides approached within 3 million kilometers, they both opened fire without prior agreement. However, after just 2 minutes of exchange, everyone was shocked. Whether in terms of fleet formation changes or control over the attack rhythm, Sophia showed mature skills. Even Chris, who was considered adept in this aspect, felt inferior. However, what shocked everyone was not this, but the exchange ratio of battleships, which reached 1 to 3. This was a head-on, brute force battle. How did they achieve such an exchange ratio? Li Kenqiang, on the side, understood the reason and recalled the 8-to-1 mecha battle from years ago. Just like now, Lin Fan always calculated where the opponent would concentrate firepower and evaded in advance. It takes time to hit the opponent from a distance of 3 million kilometers. If the opponent predicts your attack direction and evades before, or even during your attack, it can significantly reduce the damage. Inside the simulation chamber, Sophia frowned, realizing something was amiss as the opponent's losses were significantly lower than hers. After carefully observing the changes in the opponent's formation, Sophia had a surprising discovery and attempted something new. Under her command, one fleet on the left wing launched a sweeping attack towards Lin Fan's right wing formation. However, as soon as Sophia gave the order to the simulation terminal and the fleet charged up to fire, the warships in the target area on the opposite side began evasive maneuvers. Dozens of seconds later, when the attack covered the target area, it was apparent that the damage inflicted was below the expected 30%. Then, when Sophia ordered the fleet to change position, Lin Fan directed a heavy firepower towards this uninhabited area. It was supposed to be empty, but the problem was that Sophia had ordered that fleet to move there just moments before, causing her fleet to collide with Lin Fan's concentrated firepower, resulting in heavy losses. At this point, Sophia understood that the new Legion commander, aside from having solid basic skills, possessed extraordinary predictive and calculation abilities. Continuing the shootout in this way would lead to her defeat. This made Sophia somewhat displeased, as she was known as the Queen of Cruelty, enjoying tormenting others, but not being tormented herself. If you keep pressing on like this, am I still the Queen of Cruelty? End of chapter. Chapter 131, Floating Cannon Tactics. In the void of space, the two fleets are closing in on each other. Many people may have misunderstandings about space fleet battles, thinking that once they are within range, they will stop and then engage in direct combat. This is an extremely erroneous way of thinking, as warships can only maneuver quickly while maintaining forward momentum. If they were to stop in place, they would have to rely on auxiliary thrusters surrounding the warship to move, making them easy targets since their speed would be greatly reduced. Ships in the form of arcs in space can maneuver quickly to evade attacks, so even though they are engaging in direct fire, the distance between the two fleets continues to shrink. While 3 million kilometers may seem far, at a speed of 6,000 kilometers per second for both sides, it's only a matter of minutes. At this moment, Sophia had changed her strategy. She no longer wanted to compete with Lin Fan in basic skills. She had realized that she was far behind him in terms of formation changes, tactical command, and other traditional abilities. Since that was the case, she decided to disrupt the battlefield completely, seeking an opportunity amidst chaos. Meanwhile, in the simulation chamber, Lin Fan looked at the tactical board and smiled. Sophia was acting decisively. Instead of trying to close the gap between them, she abandoned her original strategy and switched to a full-speed assault, trying to drag herself into close-range combat. Some might think Sophia was acting recklessly, but in Lin Fan's eyes, she had made the correct choice. If you know you are at a significant disadvantage in long-range combat compared to your opponent, it's not worth wasting time thinking about how to bridge that gap. The only way to possibly turn the tide is through some bold and daring actions. However, even though Sophia was decisive and her choice was correct, Lin Fan was an exception. He had never truly revealed his full strength, and even his precise control over the fleet's attacks and evasions just now was merely a warm-up. Since warm-up is nearly complete, let's show everyone something new. Lin Fan muttered to himself. He began frantically and rapidly issuing commands, directing the remaining 19,000 warships to quickly form 190 small fleets, each consisting of 100 warships. Just as everything was set and ready, the fleets of both sides began to engage. Sophia's fleet, already in an assault formation, directly collided with the central array of Lin Fan's fleet. With Sophia not slowing down at all, engaging in a life-for-life assault, a gap was torn open in the central array of Lin Fan's fleet, and this gap kept widening. The momentum is strong. But that ends here. Witness my self-created floating cannon tactics. Lin Fan observed the tactical board and revealed a slight smile. He then quickly and frantically issued various commands through the terminal. The floating cannon tactics were a strategy designed by Lin Fan specifically for himself. This tactic has never been used in the entire human federation except by him. Utilizing this tactic required exceptional calculation ability from the commander, making it a talent-based strategy. Soon, to everyone's surprise, Lin Fan's remaining warships were fragmented into 190 smaller squads, each with high-speed mobility. The most astonishing part for onlookers in the observation room was that all 190 squads were moving in different directions simultaneously. While the scene appeared chaotic, there were no collisions whatsoever. Observers understood that this was a simulation device without lieutenants, staff, or bridge command groups, and every aspect had to be managed by Lin Fan alone, with fleet coordination being the most challenging part. But look at what Lin Fan had done. Controlling 190 small fleets at the same time, maneuvering them simultaneously without any accidents occurring. This demonstrated that Lin Fan's brain was operating at a terrifying peak level of calculation. He demonstrated the core idea of the floating cannon tactics to everyone. The floating cannon tactics involved Lin Fan using his brain, far superior to that of an ordinary person, to split the entire fleet into hundreds of small teams and precisely control each one. This was akin to operating floating cannons as imagined by humanity, providing the fleet with a heightened and exaggerated combat capability. At this point, not only was Sophia stunned, but everyone in the observation room was bewildered by the situation. They couldn't fathom what was happening on the battlefield. It was chaotic and disorganized, yet Lin Fan's small teams always seemed to deliver firepower at precisely the right moment and direction, while adeptly evading enemy fire. It was as if there were 190 individuals participating in the simulation battle, each commanding a small squad, but with the advantage of shared thinking because they were quintuplets. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the current situation on the battlefield. As for a certain S-Queen, at that moment in the simulation chamber, her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the scenes of battle unfolding before her. The entire battlefield resembled scenes from some of Lin Fan's past mech animations, where the protagonist controlled numerous floating cannons, flying around, firing at will. The current situation was similar, but on a much larger scale with squads of 100 warships each, totaling 190 squads, all under Lin Fan's precise control, flying around chaotically. There were no fixed patterns, but whenever an opportunity arose, a squad would deliver a volley of fire, then swiftly withdraw to seek the next opportunity. In the simulation chamber, even the Queen couldn't help but admire. Was this the true strength of a Legion commander? Sophia felt like she wasn't fighting against a person. This level of ability could almost be considered divine. However, Sophia was unaware that Lin Fan had once tested himself and found he could command 300 warship squads using his current maximum computational power. Therefore, commanding 190 squads simultaneously still left a considerable gap from his true capabilities. End of this chapter. Chapter 132 approved. Since Sophia infiltrated Lin Fan's formation, more than an hour had passed. When the last Sophia warship in the void was blasted, the simulation system immediately declared Lin Fan the victor. With only the cost of 2,700 warships, Lin Fan completely wiped out Sophia's 20,000 warships. Although this casualty ratio seemed terrifying, no one in the observation room doubted Sophia's abilities. On the contrary, they all gave Sophia high praise. If it were me, could I have taken down 2,000 warships of the Legion commander? This question lingered in everyone's mind, and they already had the answer. Difficult, very difficult, extremely difficult. In the simulation training room, two people walked out of the simulation warehouse. "Welcome to the First Legion, Commander Sophia." Lin Fan went to Sophia and extended his right hand. This gesture confirmed Lin Fan's recognition of Sophia's strength, proving that he genuinely considered her as one of his top generals. Despite Lin Fan ultimately using the floating cannon tactic, Sophia continued to resist to some extent. According to Lin Fan's judgment, Sophia could continue to resist if it involved less than 30 groups, paying a higher price in the process. But if it exceeded 30 groups, she would struggle, unable to cope well, especially against Lin Fan's tactic using 190 groups. "You indeed have enough strength to be my superior and have the qualification to command me." Sophia also extended her right hand and shook hands with Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan recognized Sophia's abilities, Sophia also acknowledged Lin Fan's capabilities. With Sophia's character, if she couldn't be convinced by strength, she wouldn't accept Lin Fan as her superior. Winning matters, but how you win also makes a difference. At this moment, the onlookers in the observation room entered the simulation training room. Seeing Li Kangqiang approach, Sophia immediately smiled and said, "Little Li, I was tortured more severely. Help me relieve my emotions in my room later." Li Kangqiang wanted to find a hole to hide in. How could Sophia say she was tortured more severely and needed emotional relief with such a smile? This eccentric woman was definitely doing this on purpose, and he wished he could politely refuse, but there was a hidden anticipation in his heart. Ignoring this lively exchange, Lin Fan was asked by Chris about the tactics he used in the latter half. Chris had significant doubts about Lin Fan's floating cannon tactic, feeling uneasy until he asked. To Chris, it seemed unbelievable that even with an advanced brain, Lin Fan could command such a tactic with such precision. The coordination between the 190 small fleets was too perfect for Chris to comprehend. "Oh, you mean that?" After explaining the core idea and application method of the floating cannon tactic 5 minutes later, everyone stared at Lin Fan like they were seeing a monster. What's with your eyes? Why are you looking at me like that?" This response only made the atmosphere more awkward. As the First Legion conducted the simulation battle for the new commander, Ed's team had also completed the construction plan for the Tiger Whale-class battleships after a night of effort. Among the needed 430 to 1,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships for the Starfleet, humans would construct 130 to 1,000, while the IO Federation would handle the remaining 300,000 as subcontracted ship hulls. The Federation would only provide 100,000 sets of energy shielding devices and jump engines, accounting for a mere 1% of the battleship construction cost. Ed quickly got confirmation from Alfie, with humans offering the equipment at 1% of the price of the Babawi Empire and delivering all 100,000 sets within 3 years without impacting the Federation's annual quota of 20,000 sets. Ed's cooperation with Alfie would ensure that the Federation would have 180,000 nearly 4th-tier battleships after 3 years, which would be a disaster for a normal 3rd-tier civilization. Alfie eagerly anticipated the reaction of the IO Federation and the Seal Empire when these 180,000 nearly 4th-tier battleships entered the battlefield. In addition to the Tiger Whale-class battleships, Ed also did not forget Lin Fan's request for customized flagship designs. Currently, the Starfleet needed 10 million-ton heavy battleships and 20 to 8 million-ton heavy battleships for the 2 Legion commanders and 20 to fleet commanders. These battleships' designs would be jointly determined by a team led by Baisi Zhuan and a Federation warship design team, with the Federation handling the early ship hull subcontracting and humans completing the equipment installation later. During the design phase, the Legion commanders and fleet commanders could provide their input for customization. Thus, Baisi Zhuan had to deal with a bunch of bizarre requests and spend several days satisfying them while cursing along the way. Despite the complaints, he tried his best to fulfill these strange requests to finalize the designs of the customized ships, just like Li Kangqiang's character. Critical yet honest. End of chapter. Chapter 133. Clearing the Federal Tumor. 67 years of history in the office of the Legion Chief in the Hutton star system, Lin Fan furrowed his brows. Ever since the human and IO Federations reached an agreement on warship subcontracting 3 months ago, the IO Federation had energetically begun production. According to IO Federation feedback, within less than 3 years, these warships could be completed in just 2 years. A mission that would normally take 20 years to complete could now be done in 2 years. Lin Fan should have been happy about this, but he was currently troubled. The 1st Legion now had 5 fleets, with commanders from the 1st Fleet Guard Fleet to the 5th Fleet being Lin Fan acting, Chris Rod, Emma Campbell, Li Kangkong, and Sophia Duncan. However, over the next 2 years, the remaining 7 fleets in the Legion's organization would gradually be established, which should have been a cause for celebration. The issue was who would command these 7 fleets. Normally, with the pace of shipbuilding and establishing new fleets, Lin Fan would not have worried. There was plenty of time to identify capable commanders. However, with the compressed timeline of 2 years, Lin Fan found himself in a bind. If appointments were based solely on seniority, there were plenty of high-ranking officers in the Interstellar Fleet headquarters, enough to fill not just 7 fleets, but even 70. However, Lin Fan could not simply do that. The shadows of past mistakes, like what happened to Quinn, still lingered, and Lin Fan had a particular disdain for many of the officers in the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. 80% of these officers were remnants of the early Federal period, considered tumors. They could handle a few warships from the 2 major legions or manage the star system guard fleets, but letting them harm the frontline main fleets was out of the question. After much thought, Lin Fan decided to implement a system of interim commanders, promoting officers without sufficient rank, even if they were majors or lieutenant colonels. This way, a few promising officers he favored, currently studying at the Star Corps Military Academy, might help ease the problem. Lin Fan didn't mind the rank issue, but he needed to silence everyone to avoid chaos. Appointing majors and lieutenant colonels as fleet commanders, even temporarily, was unprecedented, and the usual temporary appointment system wouldn't apply to them. To address this, Lin Fan planned a selection process for fleet commanders. Any officer above the rank of major could participate, with the strongest 7 chosen as interim commanders for the new 7 fleets. However, everyone knew this was just a formality. To prevent dissent among the officers in the headquarters, Lin Fan even allowed them to participate in the selection. If any of them made it, they'd similarly become fleet commanders. This served the dual purpose of maintaining order and uncovering any hidden talents within the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. After finalizing his plans, Lin Fan swiftly prepared a document outlining the problems facing the Legion and his proposed solutions, which he submitted to Marshal Sanders. To Lin Fan's surprise, within 10 minutes, he received a direct communication from Sanders. Due to the widespread use of genetic enhancement drugs, reviewing pages of documents now took Sanders only a few minutes. As the communication connected, Sanders' image appeared before Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, you rascal, always stirring up trouble." Sanders began with a smile. When it came to Lin Fan, Sanders quite liked him, and had even thought of introducing Sophia to him. In his mind, since Lin Fan already had 2, what difference would one more make? Moreover, he believed that no one in the Federation could manage his granddaughter, Sophia, with her difficult personality, except Lin Fan. Recently, when Sophia requested a transfer to the 1st Legion, Sanders had used his contacts in Sophia's fleet to understand the situation. Soon after hearing about Li Kangkong staying overnight in Sophia's quarters, Sanders decided to focus on Li Kangkong instead of forcing Sophia and Lin Fan together. It was all a frivolous affair for Sanders, as Sophia preferred strong men, but not ones to dominate her completely. Being submissive was out of the question for Sophia, so Li Kangkong's strength, slightly inferior to her own, but carrying a hint of dominance, instantly won Sophia's admiration. "Marshal Sanders, I have no choice. Where can I find 7 suitable fleet commanders within 2 years?" Lin Fan explained his predicament, emphasizing the need to weed out the tumors to safeguard the Federation. Sanders sighed, reflecting on the chaos that stemmed from Lin Fan's previous proposal to lower the ranks temporarily. Nevertheless, he and President Lin had managed to suppress the opposition back then. With Lin Fan preparing to promote majors or lieutenant colonels, several ranks above their current positions, Sanders anticipated significant resistance from the senior officers. Lin Fan defended his stance, insisting on the necessity of rooting out the tumors within the organization. This moment marked Sanders' resolution to act for the future of the Federation. End of chapter. Chapter 134. After understanding Lin Fan's thoughts, Sanders also made up his mind. Since this kid Lin Fan wanted to make a big move, he decided to take this opportunity to make the fire burn even more fiercely and eliminate all the tumors that had plagued the interstellar fleet for decades. The current leader of the qualification faction is Richard Leon, the Deputy Chief Commander of the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters, holding the rank of 5-star General. It was Quinn who helped him rise to power. Currently, Sanders knew that directly getting rid of Richard would not be very realistic, but it was possible to use this opportunity to cut off some of his followers. After sorting out the sequence, Sanders contacted Linzen, and the two of them talked on the phone for a full 2 hours. The next day, Linzen convened a meeting at the presidential palace. In addition to the vice president and a group of aides, the meeting was also attended by the commander-in-chief of the Federal Interstellar Fleet, Sanders, and Deputy Commander Richard. Inside the meeting room, everyone felt that today was somewhat different. After all, during regular meetings, if the Interstellar Fleet personnel were to participate, only Marshal Sanders would be invited. It was indeed a first to have Richard invited as well. Okay, everyone is here. Let's start the meeting now. When everyone was assembled and the doors of the meeting room were closed, Lin Fan began speaking. Today's meeting is extremely important. If it is not handled properly, it will jeopardize the future of the entire Federation. This statement by President Linzen shocked everyone in the meeting room, except for Sanders and Ed, the two informed individuals. What exactly was the topic of today's meeting? Why did President Linzen speak so gravely? Judging by the situation, it seemed like something big was going to happen. Let me first explain this matter. You all know about our decision to have the IO Federation build warships for us. However, there is one thing we did not consider in this process. That is, while it is easy to manufacture warships, how do we handle the significant shortage of commanders once the 2 legions' warships are fully manned? According to the reports from the front lines of the 2 legions, even with the temporary system of appointing officers to ranks lower than usual, there are still significant gaps, with no suitable candidates to fill the positions. With this explanation, the aides began to understand that they had indeed overlooked this issue. Previously, they had focused on quickly fully manning the warships of the 2 legions without considering the shortage of commanders. It was true that there were fewer senior officers from the 2 legions, to the extent that 3 months ago, they even promoted Colonel Li Kenkyong to a higher position, causing quite a stir among the qualification faction of the Interstellar Fleet. Among the aides present, there were no fools, and they had already realized that Lin Fan was up to something again. This time, he might be targeting the qualification faction directly. Otherwise, why would Richard be called for the meeting as well? He was the current leader of the qualification faction. President Lin, what you said is not entirely correct. Within the headquarters of the Interstellar Fleet, there are plenty of capable commanders. Even with 2 more legions, we have enough leaders to fill the void of commanders. As expected, here it comes. This thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. Deputy Chief Commander Richard, I do not deny that there are many commanders within the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. However, the number of truly capable individuals is limited. As we all know, if the generals are incompetent, it will lead to the downfall of the entire army. Lin Zhen's words were quite straightforward, and Richard's expression instantly turned sour. Mr. President, I think you are being a bit harsh. It's not right to veto all commanders just because of one person. Do not be rash. Those senior officers within the headquarters of the Interstellar Fleet who wish to rise should not be hindered, but they need to pass a test. If they are indeed capable, I will not stand in their way. I wonder how the President plans to test them. Richard looked at Linzen with a slightly sharp gaze. He knew that the President was up to something today. Well, recently the First Legion submitted a proposal. It suggested conducting a martial selection to choose suitable fleet commanders. Anyone ranked above Colonel can participate. What? Is Lin Fan just being ridiculous? Allowing anyone above the Colonel rank to participate? Is he planning to promote young colonels to fleet commanders? That's outrageous. No, I think the proposal for martial selection is excellent. But there needs to be some adjustments in the details. Instead of limiting it to an internal selection within the First Legion, the Interstellar Fleet headquarters should also participate. Anyone who has the ability to win the selection can become a fleet commander. At the same time, Marshal Sanders and I believe that there are too many parasites within the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. So, taking advantage of this opportunity, let all officers ranked above Colonel participate in the selection. This way, we can see how many useless individuals are occupying positions. I believe that the headquarters, with its great experience and outstanding capabilities, should have no trouble defeating the Legion commanders. Isn't that right, Deputy Chief Commander Richard? Listening to Lin Zhen's words, Richard understood the kind of game he was playing. He felt like he was being cornered and had no valid reason to refuse such a proposal. However, he was well aware of the quality of the generals under his command. It would be quite challenging for them to win. It was a difficult situation to be in. Either he could admit defeat and no longer participate in the competition for Legion commanders in the two legions. This would lead to the further marginalization of the qualification faction and eventually their gradual extinction. On the other hand, standing his ground would likely result in a complete failure in the selection process, with Linzen and Sanders using this opportunity to sweep the qualification faction out of the Federal Interstellar Fleet. Rebelling was not an option either, as the qualification faction only controlled the 28,000 old-style warships of the Solar System Defense Fleet, while the two legions controlled over 100,000 new warships. Resisting would be akin to seeking death. At this critical moment in the Human Federation, where a slight mistake could lead to the extinction of our civilization, I believe everyone remembers the fate of the Ox Empire vividly, right? This is the cruel interstellar era. For this reason, I cannot allow anyone to drag their feet. Linzen looked at Richard, who had been silent for a long time, and said, with this statement, Linzen was openly threatening him. If you dare to disagree, I will not hesitate to use tough measures to eliminate the parasites for the future of the Federation. Richard clearly understood the implied message in Lin Zhen's words. Well, as the president wishes. Richard sighed helplessly and said, all right, as I said before, those with the ability go up, and those without ability get removed. Of course, we will allow them to exit the Federal Interstellar Fleet gracefully. But if there are any underhanded actions taking place, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Richard understood that allowing the incompetent individuals to leave the Interstellar Fleet gracefully was Lin Zhen's final act of kindness. If they persist in being uncooperative, the president might resort to using force to remove the qualification faction. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Selection begins. When the news of the selection reached the ears of all members of the qualified faction, it immediately caused a stir. What does the president want to do? Is he planning a major purge against them? This relates to the power of a large group of people, and they naturally will not sit idly by. On that day, two generals took the lead and organized a group of people to prepare to take action. However, how could Linzen and Sanders be completely unprepared for this? Just as dozens of generals were gathering to discuss how to proceed, a large group of heavily armed personnel from a special department burst into the room and directly arrested and took away everyone. At this moment, others also realized that this time the president and the marshal meant business. Either behave and participate in the selection, those with ability can continue to stay or even be promoted, while the ineffective personnel will be given a decent exit from the interstellar fleet. However, if you try to cause trouble, there will be no mercy. After this arrest, the others gradually became more obedient. Helpless, they could only prepare to participate in the selection of the First Legion. Nevertheless, within the headquarters of the Interstellar Fleet, many people were extremely excited about this turn of events. Among them were many talented individuals who had been suppressed by the qualified faction for so long, with little chance of advancement. But now, the opportunity was right in front of them. They could use their own capabilities to compete for the position of fleet commander. Even if they failed, with the clearing out of many generals, there would be many vacancies within the Interstellar Fleet headquarters. In short, the opportunities were abundant, turning into a grand celebration for the non-qualified group of officers, showcasing their true abilities. 2 months later, a large number of federal generals began to converge in Hutton. Just the number of people from the Interstellar Fleet headquarters alone reached a staggering 1,200, including 180 officers with the rank of brigadier general or above, with the remaining being majors and lieutenant colonels. Apart from Richard, nearly all qualified members above the rank of lieutenant colonel came, and even the remaining 2 generals arrived, surpassing a total of 500 individuals. It was evident how much power the qualified faction held. If it weren't for the fact that the main battle fleet of the Federal Fleet was not under their control, Lindsay and Sanders would not dare to act against them. In fact, the qualified faction once held control of a major portion of the Federal Fleet, with 3 out of the original 4 fleets under their command, only to be wiped out early in the war. Since then, with Lindsay taking over and swiftly promoting Liang Xingchen, followed by the emergence of Lin Fan, when the qualified faction finally reacted, the entire Federal Fleet had little to do with them anymore. Even Quinn, who had been pushed up with great difficulty, was foolishly removed before even warming the seat. Several days later, the selection competition officially began, and all participants gathered at the headquarters of the Interstellar Fleet. The selection proceeded in the form of simulated battles through elimination rounds. Each round of combat required participants to engage in 3 rounds of battles in complex environments, vacuum environments, and combined environments, with the winners of 2 out of 3 rounds proceeding to the next stage. After 1 week, the first round of battles concluded, with over 500 qualified officers eliminated, leaving just over 400. According to statistics, only 1 colonel managed to defeat an opponent, while the rest who survived were also members of the qualified faction. However, the headquarters of the Interstellar Fleet also had capable individuals who had long been suppressed below. For example, in this round, Lin Fan discovered 2 rare talents from the headquarters. Elio Reed, 38 years old, with the rank of colonel, from the logistics department at the Federal Fleet Moon Base. Xiaoyu, 29 years old, with the rank of major, from the ground service division at the Federal Fleet Moon Base. Looking at their profiles, Lin Fan was infuriated. Clearly, these were talented commanders, yet they had been suppressed and relegated to such positions. One was assigned to the logistics department, and the other to ground service, both individuals of exceptional talent, just like Li Kangqiang, buried for so many years. Aside from these 2, there were more than 10 outstanding individuals from the Star Corps Military Academy. After reviewing the first round of battles, Lin Fan was no longer worried about the personnel aspect. Now, it was a matter of seeing which 7 out of the 10 could advance to the final round. However, what surprised Lin Fan was that 1 member of the qualified faction managed to advance and even defeated a candidate commander from the Star Corps Academy, who was undeniably competent. Without delay, Liang Zhu found the file of this individual, Ayako Fujiwara, 28 years old, with the rank of colonel, from the general staff at the moon base of the Federal Interstellar Fleet. After replaying Fujiwara Ayako's simulated battles, Lin Fan discovered that she was unlike other members of the qualified faction. She exhibited true leadership talent, unmatched in both ability and potential, comparable to Emma. The issue was, how could a person with such leadership talent adhere to the mindset of the qualified faction? This situation was perplexing. From her leadership style, Lin Fan could tell that she wasn't a product of the qualified faction. It was only after reviewing her additional information that Lin Fan understood why someone of her caliber could be associated with the qualified faction. It turned out that Ayako Fujiwara hailed from a renowned military family. Both her parents were generals at the Interstellar Fleet headquarters and belonged to the qualified faction. As a result, Ayako Fujiwara had been naturally perceived as part of the qualified faction by others. However, after examining her data, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel that she might not truly belong to the qualified faction. After all, their ethnic group understood themselves well, valuing obedience. It was highly probable that she was compelled to adhere to the family's pressure, thereby sporting the label of the qualified faction. In reality, as Lin Fan had speculated, for Ayako Fujiwara, her family was akin to a prison, and she had yet to acquire the means to break free. Thus, she reluctantly bore the label of the qualified faction, even though it was the least desirable affiliation for her. Now, an opportunity lay before her. If she could enter the First Legion, she could finally liberate herself from her family and embrace her own beliefs. Therefore, for Ayako Fujiwara, this selection was particularly significant. End of this chapter. Chapter 136, Qualification Faction Decimated in Federal Presidential Palace. Lindsay was also paying attention to this significant selection. The Qualification Faction actually had 4/5 of its members eliminated in the first round of selections. The survivors, apart from Ayako Fujiwara, all managed to stay in the competition because they happened to face opponents from the same faction. It's simply a huge joke. Lindsay looked at the results of the first round of selections sent back by Lin Fan, slapped the desk heavily, and said, clearly bursting with anger, Sitting opposite him at the desk, Sanders and Ed were both speechless. Although we all know that those people from the qualification faction are useless, we didn't expect them to be this useless. The only one who won was that girl, Ayako Fujihara. They were familiar with Ayako Fujihara. After all, the Fujihara family was a top family within the Federation and a distinguished military family of the era. The three of them naturally knew Ayako Fujihara, as she was the only daughter of the current head of the family. In fact, I have some understanding of Ayako Fujihara. Fundamentally, she can't be considered part of the qualification faction. On the contrary, she actually strongly opposes the qualification faction. It's just that her family lineage, you know? Sanders explained to Linzen, knowing more about Ayako Fujihara than Linzen and Ed, as she was the close friend of his granddaughter, Sophia. Sophia had told Sanders that there was someone at the Interstellar Fleet headquarters who could match her skills, and that person was Ayako Fujihara. Therefore, Sanders had specifically looked into Ayako Fujihara's situation. Well, leave the matter of Ayako Fujihara to Lin Fan to handle. As I've said before, those who are capable will not be held back, and those who are not capable will not be allowed to hog the position. And now, we need to discuss how to deal with this batch of defeated qualification faction members. After Linzen finished speaking, Sanders and Ed immediately took on serious expressions. President Lin, I think, except for Ayako Fujihara, the rest of the qualification faction members should be swiftly dealt with without waiting for the third round of selections. It's too embarrassing. Sanders Marshall signified his suggestion. What does Marshall Sanders mean? It's simple. Send a message to Lin Fan so that in the second round, each remaining qualification faction member is paired with a non-qualification faction opponent. Let's wipe them out in the second round completely. Sanders also couldn't bear to watch any longer. This embarrassment needed to be cleared out quickly. Do they need to keep making a joke of themselves round after round? President, I agree with the Marshal's suggestion. We can't let them continue embarrassing themselves round after round. Let's eliminate them all quickly, and then make preparations for what comes next. Alright, then let's do it this way. I will contact Lin Fan later. At the same time, you two should start preparing as well. We need to come up with a plan for, after eliminating these 500-odd people, how to wrap things up. Understood. After discussing the matter, Sanders and Ed got up from their seats and left the president's office, each going back to prepare for the task at hand. If this matter were not handled properly, it could lead to some trouble, so a proper plan was necessary. After the two left the office, Linzen contacted Lin Fan and informed him of their decision to eliminate all qualification faction members in the second round, except for Ayako Fujihara. For Lin Fan, this task was effortless. What is it if not manipulation behind the scenes? Who wouldn't know how to do it? The crucial point was that even Lin Fan couldn't stand the pitiful state of the qualification faction members. It was truly embarrassing, so it was better to eliminate them all quickly. Let's not let them embarrass themselves in the following rounds. It's worth noting that these qualification faction military officers had already been seen as easy opponents by others participating in the selection. When encountering them, it was basically a guaranteed promotion. 3 days later, the second round of the commander selection began. Under Lin Fan's arrangement, there were no qualifications faction leaders facing off against each other this time. Those who were assigned non-qualification faction opponents were filled with joy, continuously thinking to themselves, second round, in the bag. Watching their excitement, others were filled with envy and jealousy. It was no different from automatically advancing to the next round. As the second round had half the number of participants, it only took 3 days to complete. As expected, apart from Ayako Fujihara, the qualification faction was completely wiped out. On the same day, the Federal Presidential Palace held a press conference, announcing a major news: the Federation would establish an advisory team directly under the presidential office. All members of this team would be selected from the Interstellar Fleet headquarters, with an initial appointment of 532 military officers of the rank of general. The public was mostly indifferent to this news about establishing a new advisory team. However, many people within the Interstellar Fleet noticed that these 532 individuals were actually all the qualification faction officers who were eliminated after the commander selection in Hutton. This advisory team was merely a dignified way for them to exit, almost akin to a retirement home, without any real power. When this news reached Hutton, Lin Fan merely chuckled. This outcome was within his expectations, without any surprises. He believed that these parasites should have been eradicated long ago when the Ox Empire invaded the solar system, rather than dragging it out until now. Several days later, the third round of selections officially began. The quality of matches was noticeably higher than the previous two rounds, as the weak links had been weeded out. Among the over 2,000 participants, only 16 remained after the 7th round, with Ayako Fujihara, Ariel Reed, and Zia Yu among them. The other 13 candidates were all graduates of the Star Academy and were originally selected by Lin Fan as promising commanders. Over the next 2 weeks, they would compete daily to determine the top 7 with the highest scores. These 7 individuals would be officially appointed as commanders of the 6th to 12th fleets of the 1st Legion. The remaining 9 individuals would also be assigned important positions like deputy commanders or staff officers within these new fleets. When the fleets of the 1st Legion expanded in the future, they would be prioritized for promotion to commander positions. End of this chapter. Chapter 137. While the 1st Legion was conducting the selection of commanders, a massive battle involving millions of warships was breaking out about 10 light-years away in Russell, one of the 3 border nodes between the Ox Empire and the Cabot Empire. In Filton, the last border legion of the Ox Empire and 2 guard legions were stationed here. Of course, they also received the news of the fall of the capital and the destruction of the empire. Like Veals, they used communication to send messages to various star systems to confirm the authenticity of the news. Obviously, none of the messages sent out received any replies. It can be said that except for Russell, the original territory of the Ox Empire has now been completely divided up by the EO Federation, the Human Federation, and the Cabot Empire. Especially the Cabot Empire. They directly ignored Russell and occupied all the surrounding areas directly. The defending troops in Russell still do not know that they have been surrounded by hundreds of thousands of Cabot Empire troops in the middle. Until this day, the alarm sounded through all the fortresses and warships. Russell has 4 star pathways, 2 of which lead to Filton of the Cabot Empire and Veet, the border node of the original Ox Empire. The other to lead to the rear Ox Empire territory. Veet was taken by the Cabot Empire several years ago, and now even the 2 rear regions of Russell have fallen into the hands of the Cabot Empire. In the current situation, the Russell garrison is surrounded on all 4 sides, with over 1 million Cabot Empire fleets in every direction. When the alarm sounded, as Cabot Empire warships emerged from all 4 star pathways, the fate of the Russell garrison was sealed. After all, with only 1.2 million troops, it was impossible to defend all 4 lines simultaneously, not to mention that the Cabot Empire's vanguard fleets on the 4 fronts were all equipped with energy shields. Over the years, through trade with the Human Federation, the Cabot Empire has armed a total of 80,000 warships equipped with energy shields and deployed 20,000 in each attack fleet. In just half an hour, under the onslaught of 80,000 shielded ships, all 4 lines began to collapse. The entire battlefield situation was clear. In about an hour, the last fleet of the Ox Empire would be completely wiped out. However, the soldiers of the Ox Empire were still as resilient as Lin Fan knew them to be. The notion that a certain casualty rate would lead to collapse did not apply here. The warriors of this empire were the type who would continue to fiercely fight to the last person and never surrender. Therefore, as an hour passed and the last Ox Empire warship was destroyed, detailed casualty statistics were compiled by the Cabot Empire. However, after the results were announced, everyone was taken aback. Despite having an absolute numerical advantage in troops and the shield advantage of various vanguard fleets, the Cabot Empire still had to pay the price of 800,000 warships to barely eliminate the Ox Empire's fleet completely. As a result, there were no longer any Ox Empire fleets outside of the Hutton region, officially marking the end of the Ox Empire. Even though the Ox Empire had been wiped out, the Cabot Empire and the Human Federation shared a border point at Hutton. Emperor Fahal and Grand Admiral Hamid dared not attack recklessly because they knew that the civilizations occupying the territories in front of them had an unclear relationship with the level for civilization. And if they foolishly attacked, the Cabot Empire might cease to exist soon. There was no need to provoke a level for civilization for mere territories, especially when there were other directions through which the empire could expand. Isn't it better to use a large number of near-level for warships to bully other civilizations of lower levels? Expanding territory massively, then buying more shield devices from the humans, isn't that better? This was the thinking of Fahal and Hamid. If they knew that Lin Fan was preparing to destroy them in 3 years, who knows how they would react? Consequently, the Kabbat Empire directly placed an order with the Human Federation for 50,000 sets of energy shield activation devices, and the necessary resources were prepared and ready for pickup by the humans. Upon seeing such a large order, the Federation was pleased since a substantial amount of resources had entered their pockets. 50,000 sets, don't worry, they will all be delivered in 3 years. Half a month later, at the Hutton star system, the selection of fleet commanders had concluded, and the ranking competition had ended, producing 7 successful candidates. Ayako Togawa, 28 years old, former colonel, now promoted to brigadier general, appointed as commander of the 6th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Carol Taylor, 36 years old, former colonel, now promoted to brigadier general, appointed as commander of the 7th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Dennis Linden, 38 years old, former colonel, now promoted to brigadier general, appointed as commander of the 8th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Elio Reed, 38 years old, former lieutenant colonel, now promoted to colonel, appointed as acting commander of the 9th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Shangguan Yunting, 32 years old, former lieutenant colonel, now promoted to colonel, appointed as acting commander of the 10th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Zia Yu, 29 years old, former major, now promoted to lieutenant colonel, appointed as acting commander of the 11th Fleet of the 1st Legion. Chin Tia, 26 years old, former major, now promoted to lieutenant colonel, appointed as acting commander of the 12th Fleet of the 1st Legion. According to the orders from the Interstellar Fleet headquarters, the ranks of all 7 individuals were upgraded. Of course, for those who did not reach the rank of brigadier general after the promotion, the word acting was added before their positions. Although they were acting commanders, there was no difference between them and the official commanders. As long as they did not make mistakes, their positions would not be taken away, and once they reached the rank of brigadier general, they would automatically become official commanders. As for the 9 individuals who did not make it in the final ranking competition, Lin Fan also accepted them. Besides these 9, there were other capable individuals who were defeated in earlier rounds of the elimination competition, and Lin Fan did not overlook them, such as the one defeated by Ayako Togawa in the first round. These people would all be integrated into the 7 new fleets, serving as deputy commanders and staff officers. With the personnel issues settled, Lin Fan no longer had to worry about ships without crews. As for the ordinary crew members, that was not a major issue at all. After all, the new Tiger Shark class battleships required only half the personnel of the current Snow Leopard class battleships, and the surplus personnel from the 1st to 5th fleets alone could meet the requirements of these 7 fleets. Regarding the selection of fleet commanders and bridge command personnel, Lin Fan stated that there were many suitable talents within the Stellar Military Academy. The future commanders could personally go to the academy to make selections within the given time frame, and once selected, report to the Legion headquarters for approval. End of this chapter. Chapter 138, Year 3, Part 1 of the Federal Union, marking the 70th year of its history. It has been a full 3 years since the selection of the 1st Legion commander. In these 3 years, the development speed of the Federation was simply astounding. With the widespread use of brain domain development drugs among the population, various general technologies were booming, with new technologies being announced almost every day. Of course, these are just general technologies, mostly civilian, and breakthroughs in key technologies are not that easy. Nonetheless, even so, the general technologies of the Federation can already rival those of the later stages of Tier 3 civilizations, which is quite remarkable. Just think, how many Tier 3 civilizations have spent thousands or even tens of thousands of years to reach the level of the middle or later stages? Yet, just over 10 years ago, humanity had just entered the Tier 3 civilization stage, and now, in just over a decade, has surpassed the paths tread by other civilizations over thousands of years. In fact, if we want to be precise, it only took 5 years, considering the Federation started widespread use of brain domain development drugs 5 years ago, which was followed by the technological boom. In terms of key technologies, there hasn't been much progress compared to 3 years ago. But in areas such as energy shields, leap engines, energy weapons, etc., the Federation is already not inferior to early tier for civilizations. Of course, when compared to established tier for civilizations, there is still a considerable gap. Just take energy weapons, for example. The main cannons of the Federation's warships are only slightly stronger than the Saint Shield battleships of the OX Empire back then. Remember, those Saint Shield battleships were neutered products sold to them by the Barbarian Empire, far inferior to those used by the Barbarian Empire themselves. It is worth mentioning that the composition of the two legions of the Federal warships has undergone major changes again. The warships are more standardized now. The main force fleet of the Federation now only has one type of battleship, which is the Tiger Whale-class battleship. As for the carrier main force fleet, they no longer equip them and have given them to local defense fleets for disposal. The culprit behind all of this is the mechas. As mentioned before, present-day mechas are completely useless against Tier 4 civilization warships because their weapons are too small and weak. You can't expect a mecha to withstand the main cannons of a battleship, right? After all, the caliber of battleship main cannons is over 10 meters. Who can handle that weight? And even if you can handle the main cannon, do you also have to carry a battleship-level fusion device with you? Otherwise, are you sure you have enough energy to fire? Due to this reason, mecha development was halted, and the voices calling for cancellation of mecha formation within the interstellar fleet were loud, and at that time, the Federation nearly threw mechas into the trash. But there was also significant opposition, because mechas are not just used for attacking battleships, but more for planetary drop operations and fortress campaigns, etc. Since the introduction of energy shields, the Federal fleet has not deployed mechas for ship-to-ship combat. Hence, the final decision was to retain the mecha formations temporarily, maintain mecha development teams, but no longer specially design carriers for mechas because it was a waste of fleet formation. Instead, the mecha legions were dispersed within each Tiger Whale-class battleship. That's why, at the initial design stage of the Tiger Whale-class battleships, a mecha hangar and corresponding launch ports were integrated inside each battleship. Nowadays, each Tiger Whale-class battleship carries a squad of mechas, which is 300 units, consistent with Lin Fan's flagship, the Uranus. The benefit of this change is that the mecha strength of the entire fleet hasn't decreased, but 2,000 battleships formation has been saved. Meanwhile, the number of Tiger Whale-class battleships has increased from 430,000 to 480,000. This means that when the Federal main legions are at full strength, they possess a 10 million-ton heavy battleship Legion Commander flagship, 11 8-million-ton heavy battleships commander flagships of the 2nd to 12th fleets, and 240,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships. In terms of personnel, a standard crew on each Tiger Whale-class battleship is 892 individuals. Of course, this only includes the personnel required to operate the battleship. In addition, there are 300 mecha specialists and 500 ground crew members. Therefore, a standard main fleet has a full strength of over 30 million people, and a full legion requires a whopping 400 million people to operate. If it were over 10 years ago, humanity definitely wouldn't have been able to muster such large numbers of personnel for 2 legions. After all, when both legions are at full strength, they require a total of 8 billion people, not to mention the local defense fleets, planetary ground troops, starports, fortresses, etc. It's unimaginable without billions. What does over 10 billion even mean? Currently, the entire human population is only about 15 billion, so having over 10 billion soldiers would mean 1/10 of the whole human population. The most crucial thing is that joining the interstellar fleet isn't something just anyone can do. It requires over 10 billion suitable and highly skilled individuals. Originally, this would have been impossible, but the emergence of genetic enhancement drugs has made it possible. Many retired soldiers who are in their 60s, 70s, or even 80s have had their lifespans extended and their physical capabilities improved after using genetic enhancement drugs. The vast majority of elderly individuals who use these drugs were able to regain the physical functions of their 30s or 40s. Thus, with some simple training, a large number of long-retired veterans swiftly returned to the interstellar fleet. Presently, the Federation not only doesn't lack personnel to fully staff the 2 main legions, but would even be able to muster enough to fill for main legions if needed. Coupled with the years of selling equipment to the Cabot Empire and the IO Federation, the Federation has transformed into a truly wealthy powerhouse. Nowadays, the wages in the interstellar fleet are renowned for being high. And who can resist the temptation of enormous ship cannons? Who doesn't have a dream of sitting in the captain's chair and commanding a battleship or fleet? Who doesn't aspire to become a human military god like Liang Xingchen or Lin Fan one day? Okay, most importantly, once a media outlet conducted an interview in the IO Federation, focusing on the mating criteria of the angelic race maidens. Subsequently, these maidens expressed their preference for brave men on the battlefield over weak ones. Later, after this interview aired within the Federation, recruitment centers on all planets of the Federation almost got trampled by fervent crowds. And don't think it was only human males doing this, even many females followed suit. One can only say that the angelic maidens are truly open to both sexes. In summary, these series of events have ensured that the Federation is never lacking in personnel, especially now with the complete liberation of labor through the use of new intelligent industrial robots. Today, the author went out and became excited, so the release is a bit delayed. Let's aim to release Chapter 5 before 6 o'clock. End of this chapter. Chapter 139, 3 Years Part 2. 3 years ago, the Cabot Empire placed an order with the Federation to purchase 50,000 sets of energy shield devices. Of course, the goods used to offset the payment were delivered to the Federation within 3 years, making the Federation very happy. It's important to note that the energy shield devices sold to the Cabot Empire by the Federation were priced at a profit margin of 1,000 times, and it must be emphasized that it was priced in Federation currency. However, the Cabot Empire did not have Federation currency. What to do? The usual method was to inquire what goods the Federation needed, then deliver these goods to the Federation in exchange for Federation currency. But do you know what the Federation did? They directly purchased at 10% of the normal Federation price. For example, if a ton of steel was priced at 3,000 Federation credits within the Federation, the price quoted to the Cabot Empire was 300 credits per ton, and this standard applied to all resource procurement items. In this manner, selling one energy shield device could exchange goods worth the value of 10,000 energy shields, and the Federation sold 50,000 of them in one go. Not to mention that they had previously sold 80,000 as well. One can imagine how wealthy the Federation had become. It can be said that these 130,000 energy shield devices directly depleted the Cabot Empire's accumulations over several hundred years. However, for the Cabot Empire, it was still very worthwhile because with these equipment, they directly wiped out millions of battleships of the Oxa Empire on the border, took over numerous star systems, and were now planning to take on civilizations of levels 2 and 3 in other directions. In the words of Cabot Emperor Fahaler, it was all about sustaining their warfare. They kept raiding, then used the raided resources to purchase equipment from the Federation. What a wonderful cycle! If the Cabot Empire hadn't blocked the Federation's external channels, the Federation might have been content to nurture the Cabot Empire in this way. Having an expanding little brother who sent all the raided resources to the big brother, who in turn only needed to throw a few bones back in return, sounds pretty good, right? It was indeed good, but the Cabot Empire was blocking the way. The Human Federation's position was in a corner of the Orion Spur, and to expand outward, there were only two directions, one towards the EO Federation, and the other towards the Cabot Empire. The EO Federation was out of the question, as it involved the future population census for humanity. Thus, there was only one choice left, the Cabot Empire. Therefore, your fate was sealed, destined to be wiped out by the Federation. Hence, when 3 years ago the Cabot Empire ordered 50,000 energy shield devices, the Federation informed them that due to constraints in production capacity, they needed 3 years to deliver. At the time, the Cabot Empire didn't think much of it and directly delivered a large amount of goods for payment to the Federation. It was said that the Federation had deployed a whopping 20,000 giant cargo ships with leap engines and took to full years to bring back all the goods. One can imagine the enormous wealth involved. With this vast resource now in hand, Linzen immediately began fully developing all the planets within their territory without regard for costs. What, you might say, Lin Zhen's approach would bankrupt the Federation. There was a good chance that Linzen would arrogantly tell you that even if he spent all out, it would take at least a century before exhausting this wealth, as spending money was not an easy task at all. This was not an exaggeration at all, considering it was the amassed wealth of a long-standing third-level civilization with billions of people and hundreds of years of savings. Now that 3 years had passed, it was nearly the agreed delivery time for both parties. Yes, the Federation valued its reputation, so when it said 3 years, it meant 3 years, but what was being delivered wasn't goods ships, but rather 240,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships. Hutton star system, Battleship Uranus. That's right, Lin Fan's new flagship was still named Uranus, and the old flagship wasn't even assigned to the local fleet, but was sent directly to the Federation Museum. It was a museum built in space, with one area specifically dedicated to showcasing the rides of renowned Federation commanders, and now Lin Fan's old Uranus was among them. Now, as Lin Fan sat in the main seat of a conference room, Liangzhu sat on his left. Below were 11 fleet commanders, all in holographic projections. Everyone, our fleet is now fully staffed and has undergone a full year of adaptive training, forming a complete combat capability. These past 3 years must have been very dull for everyone, especially for Sophia. Am I right? Lin Fan livened up the atmosphere, looking at Sophia while speaking, causing the others to smile. After 3 full years in the same legion, everyone was already very familiar with each other. They all understood Sophia's personality. It had indeed been tough for her to be stationed in Hutton for 3 years. It was said that to relieve tension, she had to invite Li Kangqiang to her room every evening for some exercise. It had to be acknowledged that in these past few years, Li Kangqiang's formidable attributes had been thoroughly developed. Ignoring the watching commanders around her, Sophia showed a hint of excitement. Legion Commander, are we going to battle? You really are. All right, we do indeed have a battle to go to. This is a significant one, with an estimated 5 million battleships on the enemy's side. Wow, Legion Commander, you are truly amazing. Let's set off right away. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Sophia became even more excited, with a flushed face. These were 5 million battleships, something that would satisfy her for a long time. Seeing Sophia's reaction, Lin Fan directly covered his forehead with his hand. The commanders below were even more delighted, laughing heartily. All right, let's quiet down. Now we shall discuss the details of the operational mission. Listening to Lin Fan's words, all commanders stopped their laughter, immediately turning serious. Even Sophia was unusually serious. You've probably seen the star map and understand our Federation's position, as well as being blocked by 2 third-level civilizations, making external expansion impossible. The EO Federation is our staunch ally. We can't touch them. Therefore, we have only one option, to eradicate the Cabot Empire and open up the Federation's external expansion route. This operation is Codenum Dawn. Now I shall begin to explain the specific operational content. End of the chapter. Chapter 140. The army began to move out just as the Cabot Empire was immersed in grand expansion and celebration of increased strength, without the slightest awareness that the threat of annihilation was looming. 3 years ago, in order to pay for the resources needed to purchase 50,000 sets of energy shields, the Empire almost depleted all the resources within every star system. The crucial point was that they didn't have jump engines, so they couldn't concentrate the resources for delivery to the Federation. Ultimately, they had to rely on Federation transport fleets to travel to each star system to collect resources. Otherwise, who knows how many years it would take to complete the delivery of these resources. However, in doing so, all regions of the Empire were openly exposed to the scrutiny of the Federation, with all deployments thoroughly revealed to the Federation's eyes. Subsequently, this detailed information was sent to Lin Fan. This is the entire battle plan. Any questions? Lin Fan was currently in the conference room, explaining tactics using a virtual projection of a star map. On the map, information, such as the number of station troops in each star system, population size, presence of fortresses, etc., were all clearly displayed. The detailed star map filled with information made all the commanders present jump in surprise. It was as if the Cabot Empire had been thoroughly exposed, akin to a census. No questions. I have a question. Amidst the uniform responses from the commanders, an unharmonious voice interjected. Lin Fan didn't even need to look to know it was Sophia. All right, Sophia, what is your question? Commander, this is just a bland sneak attack, not exciting at all. Well, it is indeed a sneak attack and not thrilling. If you have a problem with that, would you like to stay behind to guard home? Absolutely not. I have no issues anymore. Joking aside, even if it's not thrilling, it's still better than staying back home, isn't it? Seeing Sophia sulking, the surrounding commanders couldn't help but stifle their laughter. Very well, prepare for deployment. The entire army will move out in 3 days. Yes, Commander. After the meeting, the entire Hutton was bustling with activity. Supply ships were shuttling between warships and fortresses, continually transporting various supplies on board. Meanwhile, soldiers on vacation on Hutton Star were urgently summoned back, and all fleets were put on high alert. Everyone knew that the Legion was about to go to war, and the whole of Hutton gradually filled with a sense of impending doom. The current First Legion was nothing like it was years ago. With a total of 240,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships lined up in space, the sight was enough to make any Level 3 civilization tremble. Over a dozen light-years away, in the Vite star system, after eradicating the last remnants of resistance of the Ox Empire, aside from leaving some fleets temporarily serving as local patrol fleets, Hamid concentrated all other fleets in Vite, totaling approximately 3.8 million warships. Following years of long-distance raids and continuous battles, the soldiers of the Cabot Empire had spent a long time without leaving their warships. Their mental state deteriorating, with many soldiers developing mental illnesses, the inevitable result of prolonged separation from their home planets. Therefore, after assembling the fleets in Vite, Hamid ordered a complete army rest. All soldiers could take turns heading to their home planets for vacation. For Hamid, there was no rush, as he needed to await the delivery of 50,000 sets of energy shield systems from the Federation before continuing the expansion war on the other side of the Cabot Empire. As for the delivery time, Hamid had previously confirmed with the Federation, who provided a specific time frame. The goods would be delivered to Vite in 12 days. With the precise response from the Federation, Hamid was overjoyed. The whole day he was comfortable doing business with the Human Federation. Not only did they personally come to pick up the resources when paying, but they also delivered the goods to the specified location of the Empire, without the Empire having to worry much. Consequently, Hamid immediately ordered the transfer of 50,000 battleships from various fleets to a temporarily built simple modification platform to begin pre-modification work. After all, installing such a system required some adjustments to the interior spaces of the battleships, and various lines needed to be laid out according to requirements. Once these preparations were complete, they could proceed with the installation upon delivery of the energy shields. For the Cabot Empire, this kind of modification work was already well within their expertise. Having previously modified 90,000 battleships, it was safe to say they were experienced. Thus, the remaining 50,000 battleships in the army were all transported to the modification platform and began preliminary modification work. Despite the Cabot Empire having 3.8 million warships, in reality, interstellar wars among Level 3 civilizations were still in the stage of coordinating various types of warships due to the lack of energy shields. Thus, of these warships, the main ship types numbered only 680,000, with 130,000 battleships, 550,000 cruisers, and the rest being destroyers, frigates, escort ships, and aircraft carriers. Among these 130,000 battleships, 80,000 already had energy shield systems installed, leaving the final 50,000 ships yet to be equipped with them. 3 days later, in the Hutton Star system, all fleets had completed their deploy preparations and were now neatly arranged in 12 fleet formations in space. The First Legion was about to set out. As for any defense concerns after the Legion had left Hutton, no need to worry. 3 years ago, when the First Legion began replacing the Tiger Whale-class battleships, the retired Snow Leopard-class cruisers and Skybound-class carriers were formed into local defense fleets by the Interstellar Fleet Headquarters, one of which was currently defending the Star Road of Hutton. Despite being retired warships, their defense of Hutton, once the Empire's foremost bastion, was more than adequate. Everyone, Interstellar Fleet Headquarters has informed us that the main Cabot Empire forces, approximately 3.8 million warships, as anticipated, are currently gathered in Vite. Therefore, no adjustments are needed to the battle plan. I now announce the commencement of the first phase of the Dawn operation. The entire army shall follow the preset plan, progress with jumping according to their respective targets. Yes, Commander. With Lin Fan's orders issued, the entire First Legion began to move. In the first phase of the Dawn operation, each fleet was assigned a target, and the First Legion was simultaneously attacking all regions within the original Ox territory of the Cabot Empire, except for Vite. As each fleet executed a jump, they vanished from the spot with a strong visual contraction sensation. In just a few minutes, the airspace that was previously filled with 240,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships now no longer had a single ship in sight. Only one chapter tonight. The remaining 4 will be posted during daytime. End of this chapter. Chapter 141, Raid on Eldo Part 1. Eldo, a trinary star system, is located 8.2 light-years from Hutton. Here, there are 2 naturally inhabited planets and 7 terraformed planets, with an unparalleled beautiful environment that immediately relaxes anyone upon arrival. The 9 inhabited planets here, whether natural or later terraformed, are all developed to the highest standards of vacation planets. This used to be the most famous holiday destination of the Empire, but now, there is not a single U to be seen here. The former U have been captured and taken as slaves, and now the rulers here are the Cabot Empire. In the void, a fleet of 3,000 warships is conducting routine patrols. They are a temporary guard fleet left by Hamid, with a scale of 10,000 warships stationed in Eldo. I'm getting mad just thinking about it. Why is it our turn again today for the 3rd patrol? First and second teams have been on vacation on the planet all day. Commander, the first and second teams are the confidants of the governor, while we are just temporarily assigned. Damn it, and our patrols here are meaningless. There are no hostile forces within tens of light years. Commander, beware. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Unidentified fleet detected. Unidentified fleet detected. Just as the commander kept complaining and the lieutenant was trying to persuade him, the central computer of the warship issued an alarm. What's going on? Commander, 20,000 warships suddenly appeared 1 million kilometers ahead. What? Why don't we scan and compare to see which force it is? The commander was somewhat panicked at this moment. 20,000 warships had quietly arrived at Eldo, while their side had no idea, and by the time they found out, they were only 1 million kilometers away. These were 20,000 warships. If they had ill intentions, they could probably wipe out their 3,000 warships in a few waves. Report, Commander. After scanning and comparing with the database, no warships matching their characteristics were found. But after comparing the emblem on the enemy warship's hull with the database, it was confirmed to belong to a civilization called the Human Federation. Huh? Human Federation? Quick, order all warships. Do not open fire without my command. Even if it is to charge the cannons for firing, it's not allowed without my order. Commander, are you sure about this? The lieutenant completely didn't understand what his commander was thinking. An unidentified fleet had already appeared in front of them, and the commander was giving a non-resistance order. After all, the content of the order stated not even allowing the cannons to be charged. Was this not a non-resistance order? Why don't you go give the order? Do you want us to die here? Yes? Noticing the commander's expression, although strange, the lieutenant still transmitted the commander's order to all warships. Commander, the order has been conveyed, but what is going on exactly? Ah, your rank is not high enough, so you don't know yet. This human civilization is a 4th-level civilization. You know our Imperial's most powerful fleet, right? Their energy shield device was sold to us by this Human Federation. What? A 4th-level civilization? And the energy shield of the fleet was bought from them? After hearing the commander's words, the lieutenant was visibly shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Besides the Babavi Empire on the Orion Arm, there was actually another 4th-level civilization, and they had sold a large number of energy shield devices to the Empire. With this information, the lieutenant no longer questioned the non-resistance order he had just received. Instead, he was actually quite relieved. As he carefully re-examined the scan results now, he realized that it was not just 20,000 warships, but 20,000 warships from a 4th-level civilization. This was indeed terrifying. If they were offended, would there be any way out for them? Not only would he have no future, but the entire empire would probably be destroyed as well. However, why are the warships of the Human Federation coming here? Send a communication request to the other side for me. Yes, Commander. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, warning. Enemy warship cannons have started charging. Enemy warship cannons have started charging. Just as the lieutenant was preparing to send a communication request to the other side, the ship's main brain issued another warning. What's going on? Report, Commander. The enemy fleet is firing, and the target is us. The attack will arrive in 10 seconds. Evade quickly. The commander immediately shouted. He couldn't understand why the Human Federation suddenly opened fire on them. It seemed like they had not done anything disrespectful. However, no matter how fast his reaction was, it was too late. A total of 20,000 battleships with millions of attacks all arrived at once, just 1 million kilometers away. The attack came instantly, a wave of covering fire towards the area where their 3,000 warships were located. In the void, large fireballs suddenly rose, followed by countless wreckage of warships flying in all directions. Out of the 3,000 warships, less than 100 survived this wave of attacks. And most of these remaining warships were continuously hit by flying debris, suffering heavy damage. While the remaining dozens of warships were at a loss, the human fleet's second wave of attacks had already arrived. This time, no warship was spared, all the remaining warships were destroyed, and they didn't even have a chance to send any information to the governor, who was leisurely vacationing on the inhabited planets. After wiping out this guard fleet, the massive fleet of battleships continued advancing without a change in speed, as if there had been no warships blocking their way just now. At the center of this fleet, there was a battleship noticeably larger than the others, with the name Hestia engraved on its hull. The Hestia, flagship of the 6th Fleet of the Human Federation's 1st Legion, the ride of Ayako Fujiwara, a heavy battleship of the 8 million class. Lieutenant, have you detected them? Where are the remaining 7,000 warships of the enemy located? Commander, they have been found. The remaining warships are all located on the orbits of Eldo I and Eldo II, and they are all docked in the starports. At the same time, according to our scans, there are only thousands of life signs inside these starports, while there are many life signs on these 2 inhabited planets. Quite leisurely, order the 2nd to 6th Fleet to attack the starport on Eldo I's orbit, the 7th to 11th Fleet to attack the starport on Eldo E's orbit, and the 11th to 20th Fleet to be responsible for airborne operations on the 9 inhabited planets. Move out immediately. Yes, Commander. Following Ayako Fujiwara's orders, aside from the 1st Fleet that acted as a guard fleet, the other 19 divisions immediately began their operations. At this time, on Eldo, the personnel remaining in a few starports also detected the recent firefight and confirmed the destruction of the 3rd Guard Fleet. Panic ensued as everyone immediately thought to notify the governor to prepare for the enemy's arrival. However, when they picked up the communication devices, they suddenly remembered. The governor and the personnel of the other 2 guard fleets were all playing on the planets below. The starports were currently empty, with ships but no people. This realization left everyone stunned. End of this chapter. Chapter 140 to raid on Eldo Part 2. In the sky, various subfleets of the 6th Fleet were speeding towards their respective targets at a rate of 50,000 kilometers per second. At the same time, on a beach on the vacation planet Eldo I, a giant stone man was leisurely basking in the sun. This was Abu, the governor of the Kabad Empire on Eldo. Honestly, if anyone had seen this behavior, they would definitely mock him. What are you, a stone man, sunbathing? I bet you can already be grilled just by standing under the sun. Just as Abu was enjoying his sunbathing to the fullest, a communicator on the sign suddenly rang out. You better have a reasonable explanation, or once I get back, I'll chop you up. Abu was disturbed from his vacation and was clearly annoyed. After picking up the communicator, he angrily said, Commander, something bad has happened. A fleet suddenly appeared at Eldo and wiped out the 3rd Security Fleet at first sight. They are now heading towards us and are expected to arrive in 5 minutes. What? Abu was suddenly shocked, forgetting about the darn sun, and abruptly jumped off the beach. Why haven't you immediately sent out the 1st and 2nd Security Fleets for interception? We can't, Commander. Didn't you send all the personnel of the 1st and 2nd Security Fleets for vacation on the life planet? There's no one left in the starport. Hearing this from the personnel left at the starport, Abu realized that he had indeed issued orders for all the personnel of his 2 trusted fleets to relax on the life planet. This meant that the starport was now completely unmanned. What should he do in such a situation? Have you identified who they are? Governor, our database did not match any recorded warship, but the emblem on their warship was found in the database, originating from a civilization called the Human Federation. However, there is no detailed description in the database about this civilization. What? Human Federation? Are you sure? Yes, Governor. The database comparison results are indeed so. Damn. Did the people of the 3rd Security Fleet provoke them? There should be no resistance allowed. If they attack, surrender immediately. Even if they want to kill you, you go smiling to your death, understood? Governor, On the other end of the communication, a reconnaissance officer at the Starport Command Center was left puzzled, not understanding what their governor was saying. "You idiot, that's enough. The Human Federation is a level for civilization, and they are the ones who sold us energy shields. I don't know why they are here on Eldo, or how the Third Security Fleet provoked them, but one thing is certain, we can't escalate the situation any further. As I said before, no form of resistance is allowed. If the situation is unfavorable, you can surrender directly to them. Do you understand?" "Understood, Governor." "Good. Now immediately send a communication request to them. Once connected, transfer the call to me, and I will personally apologize to the adults of the Human Federation." "Yes, Governor." The reconnaissance officer at the command center breathed a sigh of relief, although he was scared to death upon hearing that the other party was a level for civilization. But Abu's handling of the situation gave him some relief. After all, the governor had said no resistance, surrender directly to the other party. This way, at least lives should be spared, right? Calming his emotions, the reconnaissance officer immediately began contacting the other party according to Abu's instructions. 10 million kilometers away, on the flagship Hestia of the 6th Fleet, inside the bridge. "Commander, the other side has been continuously sending communication requests to us. These guys, don't they understand that we are here to destroy them?" Ayako Fujiwara couldn't help but guess, but the reality turned out to be exactly as she had guessed. Up to this point, Abu still believed that it was the Third Fleet that had angered the Human Federation fleet, leading to its destruction, without considering the other side's perspective. After all, at present, the Cabot Empire was a major customer of the Human Federation, and humans had no reason to attack them. Not only Abu thought this way, but even Hamid, and even Emperor Fahal thought the same way. Of course, under normal circumstances, this line of thinking was indeed correct, but they overlooked one thing. Their territory had blocked the external expansion path of humans. Ignore them. Inform the 2nd to 11th subfleets that once they enter the starport's range, fire at full power, destroy the starport directly without leaving anything behind. As for their 7,000 warships, let them be destroyed along with the starport. "Yes, Commander." 2 minutes later, the attack group formed by the 2nd to 6th subfleets had already brought the starport group on the orbit of Eldoi within range and immediately began to attack. 3 minutes later, the 7th to 11th subfleets launched attacks on the starport group on the orbit of Eldo 2. At the same time, the 12th and 13th fleets had already arrived on the orbits of Eldo I and Eldo 2, and began releasing the armored units, preparing for airborne operations. At this moment, Abu, who was still on the beach of Eldo I, suddenly found that he could no longer contact the starport on the planet's orbit. As he looked up at the sky, his expression instantly froze. What did he see? Countless fireballs were descending rapidly from the sky. Abu naturally knew what this was. A large number of troops were infiltrating the planet's atmosphere, clearly conducting a parachute operation. Soon, the things in these fireballs began to show their true faces. They were mechas. Damn, what's going on? Just as Abu shouted towards the sky, a mecha descending towards his direction had already raised the beam rifle in its hand. The next moment, a beam directly struck where Abu was, engulfing him. "Commander, the front fleet reports that the starport groups on the orbits of Eldo I and Eldo 2 have been completely destroyed, and the airborne operations on 9 planets have been basically completed. They are currently searching for any remaining enemies on the planets inside." "Good. We are running out of time. Regardless of the completion rate, recall all mechas within an hour. Since there are no more warships, even if there are a few lucky survivors on the planets, it doesn't matter." "Yes." An hour later, mechas on various planets began to return to the warships one after another. Ayako Fujiwara also sent a signal to Lin Fan. First stage mission completed. Waiting for instructions to begin the second stage. Along with Eldo, a total of 12 star systems had the same fate. The Cabot Empire had occupied 13 star systems in the Ox territory, and at this moment, 12 of them had fallen. In the remaining Vit star system, Hamid still knew nothing. He was still excited for the 50,000 sets of energy shields that were soon to arrive. End of this chapter. Chapter 143. Second stage battle of the Leo star system, once one of the 3 major nodes on the border between the Aux Empire and the Cabot Empire, where the Cabot Empire had left behind 50,000 warships. However, in the void now, There was not a single Cabot warship in sight, only a vast expanse of warship wreckage and a massive fleet. Among this fleet, each warship was incredibly huge. Yet, among these huge warships, there was one even larger warship, its entire body silver white, with a streamlined body, noble and magnificent. Its name was engraved on the hull, Uranus. This was Lin Fan's new flagship as the Legion commander, the 10 million ton class heavy battleship Uranus. Inside the bridge, Lin Fan was sitting in the commander's position, listening to Liang Zu's report. Legion commander, according to the reports from each fleet, all planets have been completely cleared. Very well. How are the situations in other fleets? All mission targets have been suppressed, and all fleets are currently rushing to Leo. They are expected to arrive in 3 days. Listening to Liang Zu's report, Lin Fan nodded. All of this was within his expectations. Considering the combat power that each fleet of 20,000 Tiger Shark-class battleships could unleash, if there were any accidents dealing with these local defense fleets, with only 10,000 to 20,000 ships, they might as well lay down their arms and go home. The first stage of Operation Dawn had already ended perfectly. Once all fleets arrived at Leo, the second stage of the operation would officially begin. Unlike the first stage, the second stage of the operation would be a true large-scale battle. After all, the largest combat power they had to face in the first stage was probably the 50,000 warships at Leo. The other places were only equipped with 10,000 to 20,000 warships, which were not worth mentioning at all. However, in the second stage, their opponent would be a total of 3.8 million warships, nearly 16 times the size of Lin Fan's First Legion. If it were a pure head-on battle with 24,000 warships confronting 3.8 million warships, there would be considerable casualties. Energy shields were not omnipotent, and under the overwhelming firepower in absolute numbers, heavy losses were inevitable. However, Lin Fan had never planned to confront them head-on. Only a fool would do that. At present, the 12 star systems already taken by the First Legion, even if the fleets there sent out distress signals before perishing, given the communication methods of the Cabot Empire, it would take at least 1 to 2 months before the information reached Vite. Therefore, Lin Fan had a lot of room to maneuver, enough to complete an epic ambush operation. Although it was somewhat sneaky, in war, isn't it all about who is more cunning? Should they fight like medieval knights facing off? 3 days later, the remaining 11 fleets all arrived at Leo. Everyone, the first stage of the operation has ended. Now we will move on to the second stage of the operation, which is the assault on Vite to completely wipe out the 3.8 million main force of the Cabot Empire. The operation plan has been issued. If anyone has any concerns, please raise them now. I have a concern. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Lin Fan was feeling quite helpless. It must be you stirring up trouble again. Speak, Sophia, I'm listening. Legion Commander, I have no objections to the overall operation, but I would like the 5th Fleet to be responsible for guarding the stellar door entrance in the Cecil direction. After Sophia finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan with a pitiful expression. Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Where is your queenly demeanor now? What's with the pitiful expression? Lin Fan knew why Sophia wanted to snatch the interception mission at the stellar door entrance in the Cecil direction. After all, in the entire operation plan, that area would be the most intense battlefield. Alright, but it won't be just the 5th Fleet. The 4th Fleet will join in, and your 2 fleets will complete the sniping mission together. I could do it on my own. Why do I have to bring Zili along? Sophia grumbled softly with some dissatisfaction. I heard that. If you keep on blabbering, I'll leave you behind at Leo. Yes, Legion Commander. I have no problem and will ensure the completion of the sniping mission. Lin Fan now had a clear understanding of Sophia. If she didn't behave, threatening not to let her participate in the operation would work. This was more effective than any other form of threat and could instantly turn Sophia from a queen into a submissive little dog. Does anyone else have any issues? No, Legion Commander. Everyone stood up and answered. Lin Fan looked around at the group, nodded satisfactorily, and continued, all right, according to the operation plan, I will lead the 1st Fleet to set out first. The rest of you wait for my signal before taking action. Yes. After the meeting ended, Lin Fan and Liang Zu returned to the bridge. Is the 1st Fleet ready to depart? Everything is ready, Legion Commander. We can depart anytime. Good. Let's head to Vite first and put on a good show. Order the fleet to activate the leap engine. Lock in the coordinates. The fleet's leap engines are all activated, coordinates locked in, and all fleet leap preparations are ready. Leap! As the void suddenly contracted, Linfan's Uranos and the first fleet disappeared in place. Vite Star System, the Fortress Command Center on Vite E's orbit. According to the timeline, the Human Federation's cargo fleet should arrive in the next few days. Be prepared, especially when you see the sudden appearance of the other side. Do not panic, and do not engage in any hostile behavior. Do you all understand? Yes, Grand President Hamid. Beep beep. An unidentified fleet appears at a distance of 3 million kilometers from Vite 3. Beep beep. After database comparison, no matching warship shapes found. The enemy's affiliation is unknown. HM. This isn't a Human Federation fleet. Immediately conduct a full scan. I want to know who they are. Upon hearing the sudden alert from the Fortress brain, Hamid was a little baffled. When the first warning came, Hamid thought it might be the Human Federation fleet arriving and was somewhat excited. However, the brain's warning that no matching warship shapes were found in the database and it was an unidentified force fleet left him alarmed. Could there be a third civilization apart from the Babawi Empire and the Human Federation in the Orion Spur? The Human Federation's transport and warships were both recorded in the Cabot Empire's database. How could the Fortress Brain's warning not make Hamid nervous? Fortunately, the nervousness didn't last long. Ferris, who was standing beside him, had already reported to him. Grand President Hamid, a full scan has been conducted. Although the ship's appearance differs from previous Human Federation warships, there are still the marks of the Human Federation on the warship's outer hull. It should be a warship type never seen in the Human Federation before. After hearing Ferris's report, Hamid sighed in relief. It turned out to be a warship type new to the Human Federation. It was just him scaring himself. Grand President Hamid, the other side has sent a communication request. Quick, connect immediately. A few seconds later, Hamid saw a familiar figure appear before him. Hamid, long time no see. End of chapter. Chapter 144 Code 71. Looking at the person in front of him, Hamid immediately remembered. This was the fleet commander who first made contact with the Cabot Empire of the Human Federation many years ago, and his name should be Lin Fan. Your Excellency Lin Fan, it has been a long time. Are you here to escort the goods this time? Hamid's demeanor was unusually respectful. He remembered well that this man in front of him had a very bad temper. Back then, he had directly stuffed himself into a shuttle and was thrown out from the battleship. Afterwards, he even threw 10,000 sets of energy shield devices into space without a single word before leaving. This vivid memory made Hamid show respect to Lin Fan to avoid any trouble with this gentleman. I am just here with the vanguard to pave the way. After all, transporting 50,000 sets at once is not something to take lightly. According to regulations, I need to lead the fleet here to confirm the absence of any threats. As for the cargo fleet, it will arrive in another day. I see. Your civilization indeed pays great attention to detail. We have much to learn from you. All right, stop buttering me up. Just do what you need to do. You don't need to worrying about me. After speaking, without waiting for Hamid to respond, Lin Fan directly disconnected the communication. His behavior was quite rude, but so what? This was the manner in which a normal level for civilization dealt with a level 3 civilization. Wasn't it polite to be direct? Watching as the communication was abruptly cut off, Hamid was at a loss. Dealing with this gentleman was not easy, but luckily, it was only for one day. He would leave after the delivery tomorrow. Order all fleets not to cause any trouble. Apart from the normal patrol fleets, all other warships should stay away from the trading area to avoid misunderstandings. Yes, Grand Commander Hamid. Ferris quickly instructed according to Hamid's wishes. Currently, there were around 3.8 million Cabot Empire warships in the Vite star system. However, the recently built starports could only accommodate 1 million warships. Therefore, Hamid ordered that every 1 million warships be grouped together to take turns docking at the starport. The crew could then rest on the life planet for 3 months to relieve the stress. The third round of fleet rotations for rest was currently ongoing, and the starport was full with 1 million warships. As for the remaining warships under Hamid's command, they had been moved away from Vite 3, the natural life planet, leaving a vast 1 astronomical unit area vacant. Only Lin Fan's first fleet remained in this area. Brigade Commander, the entire star system has been scanned. What's the situation? As we expected, there are currently 1 million warships docked at the starport group, 80,000 warships at the fortress, and the rest of the warships have evacuated to the orbits of other planets. The closest ones are a full 1 astronomical unit away from us. I believe the conditions for the second phase of the operation are now ripe. Yes, it's indeed time. Send the signal to Leo. The second phase of the operation is officially underway, yes? When Liangzu's command to begin the second phase of the operation was issued, the 11 fleets stationed in Leo immediately sprung into action. Each fleet designated their targets and then activated their jump engines one after another. Equipped with second-generation jump engines, the journey from Leo to Vit would only take a day, quite fast. Soon, the time came to the second day. 3 million kilometers away from Vit 3, on the Uranos. Brigade Commander, there are 60 seconds left until the start of the operation. All right, order all fleets to prepare. We must destroy all starports within 1 hour. Understood. Activate the quantum broadcast system. Execute encryption procedure number 3. And upon the start of the operation, immediately send the code 71. The quantum broadcast system is already activated. The encryption procedure number 3 has loaded code 71 and will be broadcasted in the next 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 3 seconds. Just at that moment, not far from the first fleet, the void suddenly contracted and 9 fleets appeared around them. At the same time, Liangzu's countdown had reached 0. Code 71 has been broadcasted through the quantum broadcast system. Feedback received. Ready to execute overload mission at any time. Good. Order the fleet to immediately destroy all starports. Yes. The 10 fleets, with a total of 200,000 Tiger Whale-class battle cruisers, launched a fierce attack towards the starport group in orbit around Vit 3. It was at this moment that an alarm finally echoed within the fortress of the Cabot Empire, located in the orbit. Grand Commander Hamid, multiple fleets of humans have suddenly appeared and are attacking our starport group. What? How is that possible? Grand Commander Hamid, if we don't take action, all 1 million of our warships docked in the starport will be destroyed. Have you contacted Lin Fan? We have been trying to contact him, but he's refusing to answer. Ferris said anxiously. He also sensed that something was amiss. Quickly, order all personnel resting on the planet to immediately board shuttles back to the starport. At the same time, order the 80,000 battlecruisers in the fortress to attack and intercept the Human Federation warships by time for our personnel to board the starport. Yes, Grand Commander Hamid. Soon, under Hamid's command, the 80,000 formation battlecruisers were set in motion, speeding out from the fortress. This was the moment Lin Fan had been waiting for. If these 80,000 warships didn't launch, he couldn't activate the backdoor himself. Liangzu, issue the order immediately for the overload to begin. Yes, the so-called code 71 was actually the backdoor left on the energy shields sold by the Federation to the Cabot Empire. Once broadcasted through the quantum broadcast system using encryption protocol number 3, all energy shields established under that code would be controlled, activating overloads. Finally, the code for the shields sold to the Cabot Empire was code 71. Similarly, for the shields and engines sold to the IAL Federation, their codes were different. This was why Lin Fan needed the opponent's warships to start before making a move. After all, if the warships weren't activated, how could you overload them with energy? Brigade Commander, the overload command has been issued. Estimated to exceed the critical threshold in 30 seconds. Good. At that moment, the formation battle cruisers were thrown into chaos. Captain, there's an abnormality in the energy shield system on the warships. They are going into overload and cannot be deactivated. This is going to be a major problem if it continues. Find a way to shut it off. Yes. The captain understood perfectly what this meant. If left unchecked, the warships could be destroyed. However, with only a few seconds, it was impossible for them to come up with a solution, and this was not an isolated incident. Clearly, each warship in the formation battle cruisers was facing the same issue. End of this chapter. Chapter 145. Ambush on the orbit of Vito 3. the Cabot Empire's ambush fleet is currently in complete chaos. On every battleship, the piercing alarm resounded in every corner of the battleship. Although the technicians were already urgently troubleshooting, Lin Fan only gave them 30 seconds. Even the top technicians could not do anything in that short amount of time. After 30 seconds, with a loud bang, a total of 80,000 battleships turned into fireballs. When Lin Fan initiated the backdoor program, the Cabot ambush fleet had just sailed out of the fortress. However, because of the overload explosion, 2/3 of the battleships were still inside the fortress and had not managed to sail out in time. This resulted in nearly 60,000 battleships detonating inside the fortress, instantly devastating the fortress. Even the command center, where Hamid and Ferris were located, was affected, and the scene was in chaos. Ferris, quickly, go and confirm the situation of the ambush fleet. Commander Hamid, the ambush fleet is gone. The energy shield device of all battleships suddenly experienced anomalies, initiated overload operations, and then, damn it, humans have been designing us from the beginning. From the beginning. As for why all battleships had problems at the same time, there was no need to think about it, because Hamid could confirm that the human-designed shield devices contained backdoors. As for why humans suddenly attacked the Cabot Empire, Hamid didn't have time to consider it now. He had to save more battleships and not let them all perish here. Remember, this is nearly 80% of the entire Empire's main fleet. If they were lost, the Empire would basically be crippled. How many human warships are there outside? Commander, according to our scans, the enemy has only 200,000 warships, but all 200,000 are battleship class. After listening to Ferris's report, Hamid furrowed his brow. 200,000 battleships with energy shields and quantum engines. Even if the surrounding 2 million battleships came to the rescue, they would likely not win. After all, the Cabot Empire had been using energy shields for several years and knew the difference in combat capability with and without shields. Not to mention that what humans sold to them was definitely a weakened version. Ferris, order all fleets not to come for rescue. Our situation here is doomed. While the human fleet is attacking our starports, let them head directly towards Cecil's star path at the fastest speed to evacuate from Vito. Yes, Commander Hamid. As the 280 million battleships stationed on various planet orbits were heading to support Vito 3, they all received Hamid's command on the way. The command was to evacuate through Cecil's star path towards Vito at all costs to save the Empire's main fleet. After a slight hesitation, the commanders of each fleet also gritted their teeth and ordered their fleets to turn towards Cecil's direction on the star path and proceed for evacuation. On the orbit of Vito 3, waves of attacks were directed towards the star zones, with explosions everywhere, and occasionally a major explosion would occur. It was clear that another star zone was being completely destroyed. Star zones were not fortresses, they only had some medium-range firepower and a lot of close-range defenses, which posed no effective threat to the human fleet. At this time, a large number of shuttles were also flying from the planet of Vito 3 into space and heading towards various star zones. They were battleship crew members who were resting on Vito 3 and, under Hamid's orders, rushed towards their respective star zones. However, Lin Fan didn't care about them at all, because starting a battleship wasn't as simple as starting a car. Firstly, they had to successfully enter the star zone under continuous fire, and then within a few minutes of activating the battleship, they had to rely on luck to ensure that it wasn't destroyed before leaving the star zone. It could be said that even 1 in 1,000 people couldn't complete this whole process successfully. Even if individual battleships managed to get out, they would definitely not escape the human fleet's concentrated fire. On the other hand, 10 legions of the Cabot Empire were heading towards Cecil's star path, and 2 legions that were originally closer had already reached within 1 million kilometers of the entrance of the star path. However, at this moment, an unexpected event occurred once again. At the entrance of the star path, the void suddenly shrank, and 40,000 human battleships appeared without warning. Among them were 2 prominent battleships with Hercules and Artemis imprinted on their hulls, the flagship of the 4th Fleet, Hercules, and the flagship of the 5th Fleet, Artemis. Literally, they're here. 700,000 of them. Choosing to carry out the ambush mission here was indeed the right decision. Sophia seemed somewhat excited. When she requested Lin Fan to assign her the ambush mission here, she thought that this was the only tough battle in the entire second stage, and the only place where she could satisfy herself. Look, the Legion commanders over there are just sneak attacking without any resistance. It's so boring. Our side is much better. On the Hercules, Li Kangqiang listened to Sophia's words and was speechless. Would no resistance from the enemy really be more enjoyable? Little Li, I'll be commanding the overall situation in this ambush battle, as agreed earlier. Any objections from you? Sophia was already in an excited state at this moment, with a flushed face. If she were a normal person, being in such a state was definitely not suitable for commanding a fleet. But everyone in the First Legion knew that Sophia was different from ordinary people. The more she was in this state, the stronger her command ability, and she couldn't be judged by the eyes of a normal person. No objections. You're in charge of overall command. I'll follow your instructions. As for Sophia's request, the two of them had actually discussed it before setting off. After all, guarding the same front line required someone to be in charge of overall command. It was always necessary for someone to be responsible for commanding the entire situation. So that night, the two of them had a friendly discussion in Sophia's room, and after Li Kangqiang persistently resisted for 50 minutes, he unfortunately lost. In the end, the command of this ambush battle fell into Sophia's hands. Okay, change formation immediately. The 5th Fleet will take the center position, and the 4th Fleet will split into two parts on both sides of the 5th Fleet, positioning themselves 1 million kilometers away. Understood. End of this chapter. Chapter 146, Sophia's War Style. According to Sophia's orders, the 4th Fleet and 5th Fleet backed into the Star Road entrance and began to set up their formation. Sophia's 5th Fleet was positioned in the center of the defense line, slightly forward, forming a triangular formation that looked more like a preparation for an assault rather than a defense. The 4th Fleet was divided into two fleets of 10,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships, designated as the temporary 1st Fleet and 2nd Fleet. These two fleets moved to the sides of the 5th Fleet and deployed a firepower coverage formation 1 million kilometers away from the 5th Fleet on both sides. The firepower coverage formation meant that the fleet spread out like a net, ensuring each battleship could fire simultaneously while covering a larger area with firepower. After the formation was completed, the Empire's 700,000 warships had already closed in to a distance of 3 million kilometers. Their mission was to break through the entrance of the Cecil Star Road at all costs to allow the following fleets to evacuate without obstruction. Fire! With the command from both commanders, the Dark Void was instantly illuminated as countless energy beams and projectiles streaked through the vacuum. Due to the distance, the Empire's commander adopted area coverage shooting, ensuring an acceptable hit rate by covering a broader range. However, the flaw was apparent. Under coverage shooting, it was nearly impossible for human warships to be hit by multiple main cannon shots simultaneously. Thus, for the shielded human fleet, this phase posed minimal threat. The actual threat would arise when both sides closed in to within 1 million kilometers. At that point, the Empire could begin focused and precise attacks. Would Sophia give them that chance? The answer was a clear no. Despite the human fleet having only 40,000 battleships on the battlefield, these Tiger Whale-class battleships were capable of unleashing firepower equivalent to a main force legion of the Empire, approximately 300,000 ships of various classes. At a distance of 3 million kilometers, both the main and secondary cannons of the Tiger Whale-class battleships could engage, whereas the Empire's fleet had only the main cannons of the battlecruisers capable of firing, with secondary cannons lacking range. While battleships could also engage initially, all of the Empire's battleships had been diverted by Hamid. 80,000 newly launched ships met their end in the orbit of V3. The remaining 50,000 were currently undergoing last-minute modifications under Hamid's orders. As a result, the Empire's fleet currently lacked battleships, with battle cruisers standing as their strongest vessels. Apart from these two ship types, other cruiser, destroyer, escort, and carrier classes lacked the ability to launch attacks from 3 million kilometers, especially escorts requiring closer proximity. On the other hand, the human fleet, comprised entirely of Tiger Whale-class battleships, could unleash dense firepower coverage at 3 million kilometers. Plasma cannons and numerous positron cannons could make the Empire's fleet question their life choices. In fact, the Empire's commander was beginning to doubt his decisions. The human fleet's firepower from 40,000 battleships proved several times stronger than his 700,000-strong fleet. Well, The commander seemed to forget that among his 700,000 ships, only the 60,000 battlecruisers were currently engaging due to their range limitations and were inferior to battleships in terms of firepower. As time passed, the distance between the two sides closed in, and the Empire's firepower grew stronger with proximity. Each level of technological advancement in the interstellar era represented a massive leap, demonstrating a crushing superiority a level higher, unless the quantity reached an insurmountable level. Just like the insectoid races portrayed in various movies and shows in Lin Fan's past life. As the Fifth Fleet launched its assault, the two vertical fleets of the Fourth Fleet adjusted their angles while firing, allowing the crossover of firepower to move toward farther targets. This strategy provided cover fire for the assaulting Fifth Fleet, shielding them until they penetrated the enemy formation. The results were as expected. With the Fourth Fleet's cover, including the time spent accelerating, the Fifth Fleet breached the enemy formation directly in just over a minute. Sophia, who had cut into the enemy formation, was even more excited by the turn of events. Get ready, the vertical fleets on both wings are starting to fire, crossfiring towards the center of the enemy fleet. I'll lead the Fifth Fleet in an assault. Your crossfire needs to extend backward according to the progress of my assault. Understood? Got it. Leave it to me. The Fourth Fleet on the wings of the Fifth Fleet abandoned frontal coverage shooting and each turned 20 degrees towards the center, creating a crossfire that, combined with the direct firepower of the Fifth Fleet, rumbled through the Empire's central formation. Before the Empire's fleet commander could react, Sophia initiated action. The Fifth Fleet directly engaged all engines at full power, accelerating straight towards the center of the enemy formation. The maximum speed of the Tiger Hoyle-class battleship was 50,000 kilometers per second. This speed fully reached the standard of sublight speed, allowing it to cover to million kilometers without needing even a minute. On the other hand, the Empire's warship main cannons had to recharge for a minute after each shot. As the distance closed between the two sides, the Empire's firepower intensified with proximity, and the variety of weapon systems that could fire increased. Sophia, your crossfire can stop now. Keep their wings engaged. Leave the center to me. Got it. Be careful. In the midst of the enemy formation, Sophia was exhilarated. Haha, open fire. Fire anywhere you want. They're all enemy ships. Sweat dripped from everyone's foreheads on the bridge. Their commander's temperament was indeed. This wasn't due to Sophia getting excited, but rather, she exuded immense confidence. What was the current situation of the Fifth Fleet? They had directly penetrated the Empire's formation, where the Empire, fearful of friendly fire, couldn't act at full strength. On the other hand, they could fire without restraint on the exterior of the assault formation. Crucially, third-level civilization's main cannons could only fire forward. Therefore, to fire at the assaulting Fifth Fleet, the Empire's warships had to turn their bows towards the enemy. Without the main cannons, the secondary guns were too weak to penetrate energy shields effectively. As for other cruisers, destroyers, and ships that carried the same guns, their firepower was far inferior to the Tiger Hoyle-class's secondary guns. This was precisely why humanity did not equip these ship types. Their small size prevented them from mounting powerful main cannons, resulting in shorter ranges. In today's shielded environment, what could these ship types do? They were essentially cannon fodder on the battlefield. End of chapter. Chapter 147 Lin Fan was calculated by the Veet star system, Cecil Direction's star path entrance. A human fleet was currently rampaging among the 600,000 Cabot warships, unleashing powerful firepower recklessly. 2 million kilometers away, another human fleet was stationed at the entrance of the star path, continuously pressuring both sides of the Cabot fleet array, preventing them from dispersing the array and thus unable to surround the frenzied fleet in the middle. It must be said, the commander of this fleet was remarkably coordinated. If Lin Fan were here, he would definitely say that these two were truly a perfect match, he had expected. On the other side of the star system, on the orbit of planet V3, the battle had already reached its conclusion. At this moment, more than half of the starports on the orbit had been destroyed. Not far away, the fortress that had been half destroyed from the beginning was now completely paralyzed, its outer armament destroyed, and the mech squads had already infiltrated. According to reports, it would only take a few more minutes to take down its command center. Liangzhu, how are things going with Sophie and Li Kangqiang's side? They have engaged with the first batch of 700,000 warships that arrived at the Starpath entrance. show me a tactical display of the engagement process. Yes, Legion Commander. Tactical display, also known as tactical video recording, could easily demonstrate the process of the battle in a simplified form using icons. It really fits her style, but their cooperation is indeed impeccable. After watching the tactical display, Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh. When he first handed over the Starpath blockade battle to Sophia, Lin Fan knew that this woman would not quietly engage in a blockade, but would surely stir up trouble. The current outcome was exactly as Lin Fan had guessed. Sophia had managed to turn the blockade battle into an annihilation battle. However, for Lin Fan, it didn't matter how she did it, as long as she prevented the Cabot Empire fleet from escaping through the Starpath. Even if she turned the blockade into a blind date battle, it would be fine. Of course, if Sophia's actions led to significant casualties, Lin Fan would not let her off the hook. But now, it seemed that she was able to control the situation well without causing significant casualties. Moreover, it was obvious that Sophia had calculated even Lin Fan into her plans. The tactics she used, while effective against the initial 700,000 warships, might not hold up against the additional 2.1 million warships heading to the battlefield. Sophia was aware of this fact, yet she still employed those tactics. What did that indicate? Either she was a second-rate commander who only focused on the immediate battle and couldn't see the bigger picture, or she had calculated Lin Fan into her plans. Estimating the time it would take for him to complete his operation and arrive in time to help her intercept the additional 2 million fleet. Lin Fan didn't believe Sophia was a second-rate commander, so it had to be the latter possibility. This crazy woman even calculated me. Order Carlo, Dennis, and Elio to lead their 7th, 8th, and 9th fleets to withdraw from the V3 battlefield and head towards the Starpath entrance in the Cecil direction. Attack from behind the Cabot Empire fleet and coordinate with the 4th and 5th fleets to annihilate the 700,000 warships there. Order Chris, Emma, Ayako Fujiwara, and Shangwan Yunting to lead the 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 10th fleets to follow my 1st fleet as we withdraw from the V3 battlefield and intercept the 7 legions approaching the Starpath battlefield from the Cabot Empire. Lastly, Xia Yu, Qin Tia, lead the 11th and 12th fleets to stay in the V3 orbit and carry out the cleanup operation. Yes, Legion Commander. As Lin Fan issued combat tasks to each fleet, there was a change in the battlefield at the Cecil Starpath. A Tiger Whale-class battleship of the 5th Fleet was blasted out of the sky, causing great excitement and morale boost in the Cabot Empire fleet. It turned out that the enemy could also be destroyed and was not invincible. However, their commander did not show any signs of joy. How was that battleship destroyed? His subordinates didn't know, and he himself didn't know. The enemy was charging through their ranks at high speed, making it impossible to use the main guns, which were suitable for long-distance linear attacks, but not for rapid adjustments needed in the current situation. Therefore, the only means of attack was the secondary guns, but the energy shield on the Tiger Whale-class battleship could withstand at least 20 hits from the main guns of the Cabot Empire battlecruisers, so how many hits from the less powerful secondary guns? At least 200 hits were needed to penetrate. Even though the secondary guns were more agile than the main guns and could rotate in all directions for firing, they were not fast in reality. The Cabot Empire commander had finally seized an opportunity, allowing over 10,000 battlecruisers to focus their secondary guns on the Tiger Whale-class battleship, hitting it with over 300 shots simultaneously, ultimately blasting it out of the sky. But could they keep doing this? While the secondary guns recharged faster than the main guns, it still took about half a minute, and with the additional time needed for targeting and aiming, doing this every 10 minutes was considered good. Even if they succeeded each time, it would still take over 3,000 hours to eliminate all those warships. However, their remaining fleet of over 500,000 warships couldn't last for 3 hours and would be wiped out completely. Therefore, despite taking down a Tiger Whale-class battleship, the Cabot fleet commander didn't show any joy. On the contrary, his brow furrowed deeper. Commander, a human fleet of 60,000 ships has appeared behind our fleet, traveling at a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second. It is expected to approach our fleet within 3 million kilometers in 2 minutes. What? Has Grand Marshal Hamid already? Quick, check the positions of the rest of the fleet. The remaining 7 fleets, 4 of them have converged and will arrive here in about 15 minutes, while the other 3 more distant fleets will take half an hour to reach us. All right, signal the 200,000 warships of the rear fleet. Immediately turn 180 degrees and have the rear fleet become the front fleet to desperately intercept them. The remaining warships here will continue to engage these 40,000 warships until the other fleets arrive. Yes? At this point, the fleet commander was no longer considering how to destroy the opponent. His 700,000 warships couldn't even defeat 40,000, let alone the current 100,000. But before his fleet was completely annihilated, he believed he could hold back these 100,000 human warships for an hour. With this time, the other fleets could take the opportunity to rush into the star path and escape. End of the chapter. Chapter 148. Giving the enemy hope. I must admit, the fleet commander of the Cabot Empire had a good idea, but only if he hadn't overlooked two crucial points. First of all, he selectively forgot that humans have leap engines. Even if they ventured into the star path, it didn't mean they were escaping. When they arrive at the other end, which is Cecil, they will inevitably discover that they are being greeted by a human fleet. After all, the speed of leaping is hundreds of times faster than that of the star path. Another important point he had overlooked was that there are not just 60,000 human fleet ships in the battle at Vit 3, but 200,000. And now, only 60,000 warships have appeared, so where are the remaining 140,000? The answer is revealed soon. Approximately 6 million units away from the battlefield, 1.2 million Cabot Empire warships are speeding through the void, consolidating into a massive fleet. It is expected that they will reach the star path in less than 20 minutes. Commander, two human fleets have appeared behind us with a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second. A total of 60,000, all battleship class. They are expected to enter firing range within a minute. We will be under attack from the rear. The commander frowned. This isn't good. The firepower of human warships is terrifying, as he had seen in the data transmitted from the star path entrance a moment ago. If they are caught from behind by 60,000 warships and engage in a chase until they reach the star path, he estimates that at least half of their fleet will be annihilated. Yet, losing half is better than being completely wiped out, so the commander could only console himself in this manner. Leave 100,000 warships from the rear fleet to intercept, and the remaining warships continue to advance at the fastest speed into the star path. Yes, Commander. However, before the fleet could continue much further, the deputy officer urgently reported to the commander once again. Commander, there are also 40,000 human warships ahead of my fleet. All battleship class. Damn it. Order all ships to charge up their main cannons, unleash fire while charging forward. Even if they are powerful, they are still only 40,000 warships. They cannot stop all of us. As long as we break through the star path, it is victory. Yes, Commander. With an imposing 1.1 million warships, they charge towards the human fleet ahead. However, Lin Fan never intended to directly intercept the enemy head-on, as it was deemed impossible and would result in severe casualties facing 1.1 million warships head-on. Inside the bridge of the Uranus, Lin Fan looked at the tactical display showing 1.1 million warships heading straight towards them, then smiled and asked Liangzhu, Liangzhu, what do you do when the enemy is weaker than you, but vastly outnumber you? Well, in my case, I would slowly eat them up bit by bit, rather than trying to swallow them whole all at once, Liangzhu replied after some thought. Exactly. We weaken the opponent bit by bit, giving them false hope each time, making sure they don't engage us head-on. By the time they realize it, even if they want to fight to the end, they no longer have the ability to do so. Lin Fan said with a smile, explaining that Liangzhu's method was actually the tactic he planned to adopt. Liangzhu's command level was not weak at all. In fleet simulations, except for Lin Fan, no one in the First Legion could beat Liangzhu. However, she stubbornly refused to remove herself from the position of Lin Fan's deputy, as she would then become a fleet commander sooner than Chris. Moreover, she would become the strongest among all fleet commanders. First and second fleets, separate and spread out on both sides, clearing the way for the Cabot Empire fleet. We will set up a firepower net on both sides. Understood. This was Lin Fan's strategy. Allow them to charge forward, and while they do, he would pave the way for them, setting up a firepower net on both sides of the path. The enemy had to choose either stop and engage in battle with them, or boldly face the crossfire net Lin Fan had prepared. It was a simple, but difficult choice, akin to an enemy leaving a road open, but with hidden traps. Should they stop and spend ample time clearing the traps, or forge ahead, risking casualties? The answer came in the next moment. The Cabot Empire commander gritted his teeth and chose to charge forward regardless of the human forces. Thus, all the ships that surged forward from there would be completely exposed to the firepower net formed by the first and second fleets, leaving at least half of the warships. Initially, they had 1.2 million warships, but after a while, the question mark hovered over whether they could retain 500,000 warships. Indeed, as Lin Fan had said, don't back them into a corner. While taking bites out of them, provide false hopes. That was precisely what the Cabot commander was doing, now plowing ahead, overlooking any thoughts of engaging the human fleets on the sides, with the logic that losing some troops was acceptable as long as they breached the star path. Thus, the 1.1 million fleet pressed forward, exposing their vulnerable sides to the human warships firing from both flanks. However, they soon realized that not only were the human fleets on the sides attacking them, but there were also 60,000 ships at the rear engaging them in a chase. These 60,000 warships were none other than the 3rd, 6th, and 10th fleets commanded by Emma, Ayako Fujihara, and Shangguan Yunting. They had simply ignored the 100,000 Cabot warships left for interception, and relying on their energy shields, they broke through the center without slowing down, leaving the interception fleet behind and attacking the rear of the Cabot Empire's main fleet. Immediately, the losses in the Cabot Empire fleet surged, with over 5,000 ship remnants left behind every minute. Near the entrance to the Star Path, the battle had become almost unbearable for the Cabot Empire since the 7th, 8th, and 9th fleets joined the battle from the rear. With a total of 100,000 human Dreadnought-class battleships, including 20,000 wreaking havoc within their ranks, the Cabot Empire ranks had no chance to sustain the fight. Their only option was to cling on tenaciously to the human fleet, creating an opportunity for the remaining 7 legions. However, Sophia could not allow them to succeed. Even though it wouldn't matter if they rushed into the Star Path, it would still take them over a year to arrive at Cecil. This meant the 1st Legion would have to wait for over a year, which was entirely unacceptable. End of this chapter. Chapter 149. Sophia, who is causing trouble again. In the Vit star system near the Cecil Starway, various colored energy projectiles and beams were dancing in the void, with a significant number of battleships being blown up every second, turning into fireballs. Carolyn, Dennis, and Elliot, why are you being so cautious in dealing with these weaklings? Sophia, when observing the tactical impact, was greatly displeased with the actions of the 7th, 8th, and 9th fleets behind the Cabot array, and showed disdain after connecting to their communication channels. Upon hearing Sophia's words, all 3 of them were speechless. In reality, the tactical choices made by the 3 were not wrong. They were using the advantage of battleship cluster firepower to suppress the enemy formation from behind, relieving pressure on the 4th and 5th fleets. It could be said that it was a very prudent strategy, but it was completely contrary to Sophia's style. Sophia never knew what prudence was. In her view, the actions of the 3 were somewhat immature. After all, the enemy had already been dealt with by herself and Li Kangqiang, with a total of 200,000 destroyed, leaving only 500,000 remaining, and the formation had been completely disrupted by them. At this time, instead of swiftly launching a fierce attack to completely crush the opponent, the 3 of them were playing it safe. Sophia, stop. Just say what you want to do. Carolyn directly interrupted Sophia, who was showing disdain towards them, and said helplessly, "It's simple. We'll use the infinite splitting tactic on them." Infinite splitting? That's right. Besides Little Lee continuing to guard the entrance to the Starway, our 4 fleets will use speed and firepower advantages to launch repeated assaults and cuts from different directions on their formation until it completely collapses. Listening to Sophia's words, the 3 of them pondered. Indeed, the most efficient way to completely shatter the enemy's formation in the shortest time was through assault and cutting, rendering the formation unable to function as a whole. A fleet that had completely lost formation integrity was the most vulnerable to collapse. As for why they didn't do this when dealing with the Ox Empire, the reason was unexpectedly simple. The people of the Ox Empire were just too tough. Even the last battleship wouldn't collapse, and now the Cabot Empire didn't have such resilience. All right, I agree. Carolyn didn't hesitate for long before agreeing to the plan, then looked at Dennis and Elliot. Both nodded in agreement. Okay, Give yourselves 5 minutes to adjust your array, and in 5 minutes, the infinite splitting operation will officially begin. 5 minutes later, the 3 human fleets behind the Cabot array had reorganized their fleets into assault formations and accelerated towards their respective entry points. At the same time, Sophia, causing chaos in the center of the Cabot array, also took action, ordering the fleet to attack whilst maneuvering in an arched flight pattern until the bow was aligned with the enemy's flank. Obviously, Sophia was preparing for a lateral assault. At this moment, the one under the most pressure was Li Kangqiang. All his attacks had to be accurately anticipated before being launched, otherwise, he might unintentionally harm his own allies. After all, four fleets were rapidly assaulting the enemy formation. Soon, Carolyn and the other 2 fleets plunged into the Cabot battleship formation, using their powerful firepower to clear out their front battleships while advancing at speeds of 50,000 kilometers per second. At this speed, control was difficult, but fortunately, with energy shields, some debris couldn't cause substantial damage to the Tiger Whale-class battleship. After completing the first assault cut, the Cabot Empire's formation had been split into 7 pieces, 1 large and 6 small. The 6 small pieces were formed by Sophia's lateral cut and the direct cuts of Carolyn and Dennis, while the large piece was cut off at the edge of the formation by Elliot. Before the Cabot Empire could recover its composure, the 4 fleets had drawn a semicircle in space and, flying in a curved manner, once again directed their respective forward directions towards the Cabot battleship formation, launching another assault. At a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second, and with the superior firepower of the Tiger Whale-class battleships, the Cabot Empire's fleet had no resistance, only able to watch as their formation was repeatedly cut open, eventually becoming completely disorganized and unable to resist effectively. On the other side, the Cabot fleet was equally struggling under Lin Fan's hands. Lin Fan managed the situation well, allowing the enemy to see hope yet not allowing them to halt and engage in combat, exacting the maximum toll. Half of their battleships had already passed through the crossfire zone of Lin Fan and Chris, taking out a full 200,000 battleships, and the pursuit launched by Emma, Ayako Fujiwara, and Shangguan Yunting had also resulted in the loss of nearly 100,000 battleships. In addition to the interception initially set up at the rear, but broken through by Emma's trio, now trailing by a significant distance and unable to catch up in this high-speed battle, they couldn't even see the taillights. Consequently, the original 1.2 million battleships were now reduced to less than 800,000, and this number was rapidly decreasing. However, the commander took comfort in the fact that at this moment, the battleships in the front of their formation had reached near the Starway battlefield, with only a 10-minute journey left until they could escape. However, their arrival brought even more excitement to Sophia, who was not too far away. After a few rounds of cutting, she directly shattered a fleet, only to find an even larger fleet approaching from the side. Licking her sexy flame-red lips, someone's face became slightly flushed with excitement once again. Little Lee, the enemy's formation here has completely crumbled, with less than 300,000 left. Do you have a problem taking care of it? It's not a problem, but what are you planning to do? Watching Sophia's flushed face, Li Kangqiang suddenly had a bad feeling. Me. Of course, I'm going to go join in on the fun over there. The enemies here can no longer satisfy me. I knew you wouldn't stay put. Li Kangqiang was at a loss for words. The battle here wasn't over yet, and Sophia was already abandoning the enemy to go to the other side for excitement. This behavior couldn't be described as anything but willful. However, he also understood Sophia's character, that once she had made up her mind, he couldn't dissuade her. Since he couldn't stop her, he decided to add a layer of insurance. Dennis, Elliot, follows Sophia. There's enough of me and Carolyn here to handle the remnants. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on that crazy woman, Dennis said with a smile. Having been together for 3 years, everyone was familiar with each other, so they understood each other without needing to say much. Thanks, I'll treat you to dinner when we get back. You've said it, Elliot, and I won't forget. After completing the final crossing cut with the 4 fleets, led by the 5th Fleet, the 8th and 9th fleets were positioned on both sides towards the rear, quickly forming a triangular attack formation and immediately pouncing on the Cabot Empire fleet more than 300,000 kilometers away. End of the chapter. Chapter 150. In the Dark Ulanos-class warship bridge, Lin Fan was watching the tactical images of 3 rapidly approaching fleets. Just as the Legion commander guessed, Sophia has arrived. There's no need to guess. If she could just stay put and deal with the remnants of the enemy over there, then she wouldn't be Sophia. True, but Dennis and Elliot coming along with her should be at Li Kangkyong's request. Be confident. If there should, then it's Li Kangkyong's request for sure, and he probably promised them certain conditions. Well, Lin Fan and Liangzu guessed the situation spot on. But for Lin Fan, Sophia's actions were already anticipated. If she hadn't come over, he would truly have had to modify the plan. Order Emma and Fuyuhara Ayako to begin operations. Understood. Emma and the other two women were originally at the rear of the Cabot fleet, maintaining the same speed of 5,000 kilometers per second, staying at a distance of 1 million kilometers to engage in a pursuit. Upon receiving Lin Fan's latest orders, the two women each accelerated with the 2nd and 6th fleets, performing arched flight maneuvers to both sides, leaving only Shangguan Yunting's 10th fleet to continue the pursuit battle. Through arched flight paths, the two fleets arrived on either side of the Cabot Empire fleet. Then, at a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second, they engaged in an interstellar overtaking game at a distance of about 500,000 kilometers on either side. Overtaking at a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second against 5,000 kilometers per second, this interstellar overtaking was nothing short of easy. And the two women were not just overtaking, although unable to use main cannons due to the parallel movement with the enemy. The secondary cannons were still operational. So both fleets ordered all warships to aim the secondary cannons 90 degrees towards the middle of the Cabot warship array and began firing. Each Tiger Whale-class battlecruiser had a total of 96 3M caliber twin-linked positron beam cannons, each shot comprising a total of 184 beams hitting the Cabot Empire warships on the sides, weaker than the main cannons of the Cabot Empire. The critical part being that the Empire's warships were receiving the firepower on their sides, the most vulnerable and largest area for damage. In an instant, the Cabot Empire's casualties soared, breaking 10,000 losses per minute. Just as a drastic change occurred in the rear array, Sophia and the other three fleets arrived at the front of the array like three arrows released from their bows, swiftly and rapidly advancing forward. Upon piercing through the enemy array, they drew a half-circle trajectory through arched flight, then continued advancing, drawing continuous endless infinity symbols on the long array of the enemy. Meanwhile, Emma and Fuyuhara Ayako, one on each side of the Cabot array, conducted overtaking maneuvers while firing secondary cannons. In just 3 minutes, they had overtaken the front line of the Cabot array. After completing the overtaking procedure, the two immediately regrouped their fleets towards the center and quickly formed a thick defensive line. They erected an insurmountable barrier on the final stretch of the Cabot Empire's path to Way of the Stars. From a tactical image standpoint, it was truly remarkable. In the center was the Cabot Empire fleet, with the entire array stretching about 2 million kilometers in length, 150,000 kilometers wide, with human fleets attacking from behind and flanks, as the human fleets at the front completely blocked its path. The crucial part being 3 human fleets continuously assaulting and cutting into its array, now divided into segments, gradually descending into chaos, one step away from a total collapse. Once the entire fleet collapsed, it could no longer form an effective formation, and in interstellar warfare, without an effective formation, the fleet would be rendered powerless and await pure massacre. However, even Lin Fan had failed to notice that within this void, there was a third civilization. It was an entirely black battleship about 500 meters long, quietly stationed about 10 million kilometers away from the battlefield. Interestingly, neither human nor the Cabot Empire had noticed this battleship, and the people on board the battleship were observing this war from start to finish. It's truly unexpected. I never thought other than the Bavaria Empire on the Orion Spur Arm, there would be a hidden 4th-level civilization, though its technology seems to have just entered the 4th level. Inside the bridge, a humanoid being was observing the virtual image projection before him, expressing slight surprise. Although humanoid, his appearance was vastly different from humans, evolved from a species resembling a cockroach, retaining numerous cockroach features, even in humanoid form, such as pitch-black exoskeletons, antennae, etc. According to human aesthetics, this kind of being, even in humanoid form, was extremely ugly. The speaker was named Tetria, hailing from the Hitalia Empire on the 2nd spiral arm of the galaxy, aboard their empire's latest strategic reconnaissance ship. The Hitalia Empire was a 5th-level civilization, powerful and the master of the Hyo Alliance within the second spiral arm, with over 30 4th-level civilizations within its alliance. On the other hand, the dominant power of the Orion Spur arm, the Bavaria Empire, was a vassal of the Villa Alliance in the first spiral arm. Tetria's mission this time was to scout the Orion Spur arm, seeking potential 3rd-level civilizations to support, slowly nibbling away at the Orion Spur arm from within, eventually expanding it into the Hyo Alliance's territory. Tetria had been in the Orion Spur arm for over 50 years, but had yet to find a suitable target. Just as he thought his mission was bound to fail, he unexpectedly witnessed this war on the arm's outer borders, exciting him greatly. Supporting a suitable 3rd-level civilization to elevate it to 4th level would take hundreds, if not thousands of years, filled with uncertainties, and its success in defeating the Bavaria civilization to become the new master of the Orion Spur arm was still uncertain. But now, what did he discover? A civilization in its early 4th level, a much more reliable find than a 3rd-level civilization, and it could save a lot of time and resources. After all, there would be no need to start from scratch to elevate a 3rd-level civilization to the 4th. Tetria felt as though he had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness, a huge turning point in a mission where he had already lost hope. End of this chapter. Chapter 151. Refusing to surrender. At the entrance of the Star Path, the fierce battles in the 2 battlefields continued. In the first battlefield, the original 700,000 Cabot Empire warships now only had over 100,000 left, scattered throughout the battlefield with no formation, futilely and pointlessly putting up their final resistance. In the second battlefield, the original 1.2 million Cabot Empire warships, although still around 500,000 remained, were being repeatedly cut into for smaller battlefields by Sophia, Dennis, and Elio. In one of these areas, 150,000 warships were engaging in battle with Emma and Iko's fleets, trying every means to open the path to the Star Path. In another area, 100,000 warships were being sandwiched by Linfin and Chris from both sides, in an extremely passive situation that would likely result in full annihilation in less than half an hour if continued. In the third area, the most tragic, 150,000 warships were being ferociously attacked by 3 human fleets led by Sophia, almost crumbling completely. In the final area, which could be considered the most distressing, 100,000 warships were being relentlessly pursued by the 10th Fleet led by Shangguan Yunting. Despite several attempts to shake off the pursuit, due to the significant difference in mobility and speed between the warships, the Cabot Empire fleet could not escape from Shangguan Yunting. It should be noted that Linfin left Shangguan Yunting to continue the pursuit behind, instead of one of the other 2 women, which was not a random choice. In summary, the situations in these battlefields had been stabilized, and there were no major changes. The only thing that needed to be noted was the approaching 800,000 warships, which were the last 800,000 warships of the Viter Cabot Empire, and would arrive at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Of course, Linfin had prepared a big feast for these 800,000 warships, as he still had 2 fleets in reserve, having already dealt with V3 and could be deployed to a new battlefield at any time. However, a few minutes later, an unexpected situation occurred. The last 800,000 fleet of the Cabot Empire suddenly stopped advancing and even sent a surrender signal. Linfin sighed, recalling the scenes of the Aux Empire resisting until the last ship, forgetting that not all races were as stubborn as the Aux Empire. "How should we handle this surrender request?" a subordinate asked. "No need to respond to them for now. Since they have stopped, take this opportunity to swiftly clean up the 2 battlefields here," Linfin replied. Understood. Linfin had never thought of sparing them. If they wanted to surrender, that was their choice, but whether he would accept it depended on himself. Since the decision had been made to destroy the Cabot Empire, leaving potential threats behind would be foolish. 5 million kilometers away, a massive fleet was stationary in the void, engines shut down. "Commander, are we really going to surrender?" the deputy asked somewhat unwillingly. In his opinion, with 800,000 intact warships, they could easily rush into the Star Path while the humans were still engaged in battle. Why surrender directly? Even if they had to fight, they could surrender if necessary. "You fool! What do you think a 4th-level civilization is?" "I'm afraid President Hamid has forgotten what the symbol of a 4th-level civilization is." "Energy shields?" the deputy inquired uncertainly. "Tell me, you really think humans sold us energy shields because that's all they had?" Think with your silly brain. How did the human fleet get to Vite? The commander glared at the subordinate. Ah, the transition engine. You remember now. Do you think it's safe to escape into the star path? They don't even need the star path and can reach Cecil in just a few days. Even if we escape into the star path, what do you think we will face when we arrive in Cecil? The deputy finally understood, truly comprehended. Yes, humans didn't rely on the star path at all and could reach Cecil in a few days. Even if they escaped into the star path, it wouldn't help. When they arrived in Cecil and exited the star path, it would be their doom because humans could arrive there early and deploy the star path defense line. The deputy finally understood the commander's decision. Once you understand, shut up and wait quietly. Yes, Commander. 30 minutes later, the fires near the entrance of the star path subsided. The area was filled with wreckage and debris, mostly belonging to the Cabot Empire. According to statistics, the First Legion only lost 12 Tiger Whale-class battleships, 7 of which were from the 5th Fleet under Sophia as she led the assault from start to finish and was hit by too much gunfire simultaneously, causing damage even to the Tiger Whale-class battleships. In addition, to belong to the 2nd Fleet and 3 to the 6th Fleet, which were lost when intercepting at the Star Path entrance. In addition, the losses of the 11th and 12th Fleets were 39 Mechas, lost during the capture of the fortress. However, most pilots were unharmed, with only one pilot killed, unfortunately trapped due to module problems when his Mecha was damaged, unable to escape in time, and died tragically. Commander, the enemy has sent a surrender request again, claiming all warships have shut down engines, awaiting our reception. How interesting, but I refuse. Once a war between civilizations breaks out, any potential threat must not be left unresolved. Order the entire fleet to set off immediately and encircle them directly. Yes. The 800,000 warships, now with engines completely shut down and at a standstill, were like lambs to the slaughter. If they wanted to have a chance to fight back, they would need to restart the engines, which would take at least 3 minutes. Linfin's 10 fleets were only 5 million kilometers away, and the Tiger Whale-class battleships had a range of 3 million kilometers, meaning they could start attacking within 2 million kilometers. For the Tiger Whale-class battleships, 2 million kilometers was only 40 seconds. Commander, the human fleet is approaching us. Have there been any responses to our surrender request? No. Should we restart the warships? Currently, we are completely defenseless against a human attack. Concerned, the deputy questioned, believing that since they had surrendered, humans wouldn't attack them. But the lack of response to their surrender request got them worried. As Commander Phyllis pondered and hesitated, the deputy's face suddenly changed. Commander, the human fleet is firing at us. What? End of chapter. Chapter 152 Invitation from a 5th level civilization, as Lin Fan launched an attack on the last 800,000 battleships of the Cabot Empire. More than 10 million kilometers away on the strategic reconnaissance ship of the Heteria Empire, Teteria subconsciously cheered. He had also received a surrender signal from the Cabot Empire earlier, and Teteria was not surprised at all about it. After all, as a 5th level civilization, he was well aware of the vast difference between 3rd and 4th level civilizations. As for how this 4th level civilization would choose, he was very interested. Generally speaking, advanced interstellar civilizations do not take prisoners. There are typically 2 ways to handle such situations. The first option, which is the choice of most advanced civilizations, is to eliminate completely to prevent future trouble. The second option is chosen by civilizations with well-developed slave industries, who would capture and sell them as slaves. In the vocabulary of advanced civilizations, there is no concept of taking prisoners, highlighting the cruelty between civilizations. As for those 3rd level or lower civilizations, because they have not truly entered the vast stage of the universe, they are so naive. Teteria highly appreciated Lin Fan's actions of attacking the Cabot fleet, which had already signaled surrender. This was a true cosmic civilization, unlike the play-acting of 3rd level civilizations. If they lacked this mindset, then the Heteria Empire had no reason to support them. At the same time, Teteria couldn't help but mock the Cabot Empire. Were they brain dead? To declare surrender in an interstellar war, and even shut down all battleship engines. Regarding the actions of the Cabot Empire, Teteria expressed complete incomprehension, as only the term brain dead seemed fitting. With a full 200,000 Tiger Whale-class battleships, they were currently encircling the Cabot Empire's array in a siege operation, with each wave of attacks directly taking out over 100,000 battleships. Yes, no issues at all. Each wave of attack could bring down over 100,000 battleships, since all those battleships were just sitting ducks unable to move. Was there a difference from shooting at stationary targets? Human fleets didn't even need to perform covering fire. Precise attacks were enough. Lin Fan had never encountered a 100% hit rate until now. It felt like target practice. In just a few minutes, before the 80,000 battleships could restart their engines, they had already been completely wiped out. However, just as Lin Fan was about to order the fleet to clean up the battlefield, Liangzu reported a strange occurrence to him. Legion Commander, we've received a communication request from a location 13 million kilometers to our side, but after scanning, there's nothing there. Could it be equipment malfunction? No, I checked 3 times. There's no issue with the equipment. The communication request is still there. Should we accept it? Accept it, yes. Soon, a figure was projected onto the bridge. The crew on the bridge were stunned to see the figure, with some even stepping back in fear. It was a humanoid figure, dark-skinned, muscular, with prominent cockroach-like features on the head and a terrifyingly ugly face. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I am Titeria, from the 5th level civilization located in the 2nd major spiral arm of the galaxy, the leader of the Hyo Alliance, the Heteria Empire. The 4 words 5th level civilization couldn't help but move Lin Fan. While others may not fully comprehend the significance of a 5th level civilization, he knew it well. This was a civilization capable of preliminary space technology application, a world apart from 4th level civilizations. It could be said that 10,000 main battleships of a 4th level civilization would be powerless against a battleship of a 5th level civilization. In the face of spatial shields, all traditional weapons would be meaningless. Hello, we're the Legion's 1st Legion commander of the Human Federation, Lin Fan. Though puzzled at why a 5th level civilization would seek them out, the fact that the envoy exhibited no ill intent was apparent from his expression and words. Forget it. Regardless of the other party's intentions, it would soon become clear. Legion Commander Lin Fan, is it? I witnessed your battle from start to finish just now. I must say, you performed remarkably well. In terms of tactics, you are not inferior to any long-standing 4th level civilization. Titeria smiled as he spoke, but the smile seemed chilling to Lin Fan and others. It was a face unsuitable for such amusement. Of course, no one dared speak up about it, avoiding offending a 5th level civilization. Does Titeria have any specific business with us this time? Yes, my purpose in coming here is to invite your civilization to join our Hyo Alliance. Hyo Alliance. This was the second time Lin Fan had heard this term. Previously, Titeria had mentioned that his civilization, the Heteria Empire, located in the 2nd major spiral arm of the galaxy, was the leader of the Hyo Alliance. From this, Lin Fan deduced the Hyo Alliance to be a coalition of multiple civilizations, likely all 4th level and above, with the civilizations of the 2nd major spiral arm taking the lead. The question remained, how did an alliance from the 2nd major spiral arm end up inviting the Human Federation from such a remote region like the Orion Arm? Indeed, the Hyo Alliance consists of 36 civilizations, with 1 5th level civilization and 35 4th level civilizations, and this 5th level civilization is our Heteria Empire. By joining the Hyo Alliance, your civilization could receive military protection from the Alliance and exchange points for resources, technological data, battleships, and anything else within the Alliance. Member nations are only required to maintain coherence with the Alliance, be it in diplomacy or military affairs. Lin Fan understood that this was a military alliance, albeit with elements of contribution and exchange points. For the current human race, joining had its benefits. However, Titeria mentioned a Grand Alliance battle earlier, indicating that there was definitely more than one alliance in the galaxy, at least 2 or more. Was the Hyo Alliance powerful or weak? If they didn't figure this out before joining, it might bring the greatest disaster to the Human Federation. Your Excellency Titeria, regarding joining the Alliance, you need to discuss with the Federation President. After all, I am just a Legion commander, and I cannot make decisions on such matters. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Titeria nodded, understanding this boundary. Then would you please help me contact the leader of your civilization? Legion Commander Lin Fan? Sure. End of the chapter. Chapter 153. On the strategic reconnaissance ship of the four major alliances of the Milky Way galaxy, Tetria sat leisurely in the captain's seat, apparently in a good mood. Just half an hour ago, he had transmitted the intelligence back to the headquarters, and soon, this information was passed on to Emperor Sissus. When Sissus learned that there was a hidden fourth-level civilization on the Orion Arm, he understood that the opportunity for the Heo Alliance had come. So he directly communicated with Tetria, which got Tetria very excited. To have the Emperor communicate with him personally was something he could boast about after completing the mission. Sissus first generously praised Tetria and then gave him the latest task to contact and invite this civilization to join the Heo Alliance. As the Emperor personally gave him a task, Tetria saw it as a prestigious honor and pledged to fulfill the mission satisfactorily. Therefore, when communicating with Linfen, Tetria behaved very politely. Otherwise, as a member of a fifth-level civilization, he would look down on a fourth-level civilization, just as a fourth-level civilization looked down on a third-level civilization, following the same logic. When Linfen relayed this information back to Earth, it shocked Linzen, who promptly convened a high-level federal meeting. The President, Vice President, 9 Chief Staff members, and the Commander of the Interstellar Fleet all gathered together. Everyone knew something big was happening again. After all, the last time there was such a substantial meeting was during the restructuring of the Qualifications faction, and it had been 3 years since such a large assembly had occurred. Everyone, Linfen has completely wiped out the main force of the Kabot Empire, a total of 3.8 million. Linzen immediately stunned the staff below with this announcement. To obliterate 3.8 million warships in one battle was truly remarkable and a testament to one of the federal military gods. All the staff couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Add up all the battles over the past 10 days, and they've wiped out over 4 million Kabot Empire warships. In this reckoning, the Kabot Empire was practically decimated. This meant that humanity's territory was about to expand again. Everyone, the real significant event comes next. Watching the highly excited staff, Linzen continued solemnly. As you all know, civilizations in the universe are classified into levels. Currently, we should be considered a half-step into the 4th level of civilization, while the Eo Federation, the Ox Empire, and the Kabot Empire belong to the 3rd level. On the Orion Arm, there is only one 4th-level civilization, the ruler of the Orion Arm, the Bubaway Empire. As Linzen spoke, the staff below nodded in agreement. This information had long been known to them. They just didn't understand the President's intentions in bringing it up now. Just now, after the First Legion wiped out the main force of the Kabot Empire, a 5th-level civilization from the 2nd major arm of the Milky Way galaxy contacted Linfen. When Linzen finished his sentence, the entire meeting room erupted in shock. What? A 5th-level civilization? And from the 2nd major arm of the galaxy? Even 4th-level civilizations of humanity struggle, and now a 5th-level civilization emerges out of nowhere. This situation was a matter of life and death. The critical point was that the President said this 5th-level civilization actively contacted Linfen. What was the intention behind this? Don't panic, everyone. According to Linfen, the other side is inviting us to join a military alliance organization called the Heo Alliance. Linzen reassured the staff. We don't have much information at the moment, and the other side is waiting to engage in direct dialogue with our federal high-level officials. I will have Linfen connect the communication, and I will speak directly with them while you listen in. But I caution you all, Linfen told me that their appearance is quite unconventional, so be prepared and don't do anything disrespectful at the time. Understood? The staff exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Soon after, Linzen contacted Linfen, and the communication was quickly established, with Tetria's figure appearing in the conference room. Hello, I am Tetria of the Hetelia Empire. Emperor Sissus has authorized me to initiate preliminary contact with your civilization. Hello, Tetria, I am Linzen, President of the Human Federation, the highest leader. Tetria continued to show politeness. As for him, completing Emperor Sissus's order was the top priority. If being polite could make the mission easier to accomplish, then why not? President Linzen, you should already know the purpose of my visit. Do you have an answer from your civilization? Tetria, we humans have never ventured beyond the Orion Arm. If possible, could you first introduce us to the powers in the Milky Way galaxy? Tetria listened to Lin Zhen's request and paused for a moment, realizing their hesitations. After all, this civilization had always been isolated and had no knowledge of what the Heo Alliance represented, hence their apprehensions. So, he decided to explain it to them in a more detailed manner, as it was not classified information. All right, then I will provide a detailed explanation for your civilization. As they heard Tetria's response, everyone in the room perked up. This was a rare opportunity to understand the galactic power dynamics. They all focused on Tetria's words, ready to write down every detail. Although your civilization has not ventured beyond the Orion Arm, it's known that the Milky Way galaxy is composed of 4 major arms and several branches. Tetria began, glancing at the audience. Lin Zhen and the others nodded slightly, confirming their prior knowledge. I'll continue. The density of stars in the main arms is much greater than in the branches. In the branches, there may be a star system every few light years, whereas in the main arms, there may be several or even dozens of star systems within a few light years. Therefore, both in terms of the number of stars and resources, the main arms surpass the branches significantly. This is why civilizations in the main arms are much stronger than those in the branches. Take, for example, the Bubaway Empire on the Orion Arm. If it were placed in the main arms, they would be considered quite inferior even among 4th-level civilizations. As for the distribution of power in the Milky Way galaxy, there are currently 4 major alliances: the Vela Alliance on the 1st major arm, the Heo Alliance on the 2nd major arm, the Zola Alliance on the 3rd major arm, and the Liberty Alliance on the 4th major arm. In terms of strength, all 4 alliances are relatively equal, each containing a 5th-level civilization and dozens of 4th-level civilizations. Therefore, in the entire Milky Way galaxy, there are a total of 4 5th-level civilizations and over 100 4th-level civilizations. Currently, you are located in the territory of the Bubaway Empire on the Orion Arm, which is a vassal of the Vela Alliance on the 1st major arm. Therefore, our Emperor Sissus promises to give your civilization equal treatment as a member state, rather than the vassal relationship between the Bubaway Empire and the Vela Alliance. Now, what is your civilization's decision? End of chapter. Chapter 150. For joining the Z Alliance meeting room, everyone listened to Teteria's narrative, gaining a basic understanding of the distribution of power in the Milky Way. However, Lin Zhen still hesitated about joining the alliance because Teteria had previously mentioned that currently, the Orion Spur was a vassal of the Vela Alliance on the 1st spiral arm. Thinking about it this way, it was easy to guess what the Z Alliance was up to. It was nothing more than trying to use the Human Federation to strategize about the Orion Spur. If things went wrong, he would become the victim of a clandestine struggle between the 2 major powers. Moreover, the other party didn't explain crucial details like the specific system within the alliance, the extent and manner of support for his side, etc. They just asked for his final decision? Wasn't that too hasty? How was he supposed to decide? Seeing Lin Zhen and the others hesitant, Teteria didn't know what to say next. After all, he wasn't a professional negotiator. It was fine for him to talk about the power distribution in the Milky Way, but asking him to say something else was just nonsense. However, Sif had specifically instructed him before that his task was only for preliminary contact and issuing invitations. As for the rest, it could be discussed directly by Sith himself after establishing a connection. Originally, Teteria had wanted to settle it directly without the Emperor's intervention so that he could claim more credit. But now, it was obviously not feasible. It would be better to strictly follow Emperor Sith's orders. Otherwise, it would tarnish the Emperor's reputation, and he couldn't afford that. President Lin Zhen, it seems you still have many doubts. Our Emperor Sith specially instructed that if your civilization has questions, he can explain it personally. Do you need me to connect you with Emperor Sith? After hearing Teteria's words, Lin Zhen finally remembered that when Teteria introduced himself earlier, he had mentioned that he was only authorized for initial contact. This realization almost made Lin Zhen slam his fist on the table in anger. In other words, you are just a liaison officer. Why do you act like you're the negotiation representative for the Alliance? No wonder, besides discussing the distribution of power in the Milky Way, you didn't say anything else. Then please, Teteria, help us connect with Emperor Sith. We do have many questions. Lin Zhen suppressed his urge to explode and forced a smile. Very well. Please wait a moment, and I will connect Emperor Sith now. Not long after, a burly beetle-like being, much stronger than Territorial, appeared in the meeting room. You are the high-ranking officials of the Human Federation, right? I am Emperor Sith of the Hittite Empire. Sith's eyes gave off a much deeper feeling than Territorial's. Linzin glanced at him and could tell that this person was extraordinarily a very astute individual. Emperor Sith, hello. I am President Linzin of the Human Federation. Hello, President Linzin. Speaking of which, your Human Federation is truly remarkable. Sith wasn't just being polite, he genuinely meant it. Where is the Orion Spur? Everyone in the Milky Way knows it is the most remote region within the galaxy, almost like a rural area. And where does the Human Federation stand? Even within this remote Orion Spur, humans were at their absolute poorest. In such a desolate place, humans had somehow evolved into a level for civilization, which was quite impressive. If he were a human leader, he wouldn't have been so confident. As far as Sith knew, there had never been an indigenous level for civilization in the Orion Spur. However, when Linzin heard Sith's words, he thought it was just flattery. Emperor Sith, you praised us too much. Humans are still very weak. We probably wouldn't even cut it on the main spiral arm of the galaxy. Sith smiled at this response, but didn't dwell on the issue. Instead, he went straight to the point. President Linzin, I have no intention of deceiving you. The purpose of inviting you to join the Z Alliance is to seize the Orion Spur from the Vila Alliance. You don't have to worry about whether the Vila Alliance will retaliate, because before you replace the Babawi Empire, we won't publicize that the Human Federation is a member of our alliance. When you become the new overlord of the Orion Spur, we will reveal it to the world. As long as you can replace the Babawi Empire, we will publicly announce that the Human Federation is subordinate to the Z Alliance. Even the Vila Alliance would have to acknowledge this, and they wouldn't dare directly threaten you. The condition is that the Human Federation must eliminate the Babawi Empire before the Vila Alliance reacts. Otherwise, if the Babawi Empire remains, the Vila Alliance will target you, and we, the Z Alliance, will have no reason to interfere. I hope you understand this. At the same time, I can offer 10 billion alliance points to the Human Federation for development assistance. The Human Federation will become an official member of the Z Alliance. Remember, the Babawi Empire is only a vassal of the Vila Alliance, not an official member. It's similar to an affiliated civilization. But the Z Alliance can provide the Human Federation with the treatment of an official member. Also, 10 billion alliance points are roughly equivalent to 300 years of accumulation for a level for civilization in the Alliance. You can use them to exchange for technological data, finished warships, and many other items. After hearing Sith's words, Linzin nodded. Compared to Territorial, this emperor was truly reliable. Each of Sith's words hit the mark, helping Linzin clarify many things. In truth, this was a kind of mutual benefit exchange. The Z Alliance would support them to accelerate their development, and in return, they must replace the Babawi Empire, become the overlord of the Orion Spur, and join the Z Alliance. It was like cutting off a piece of flesh from the Vila Alliance. Even though this piece was small and inconsequential to the Vila Alliance, it still came from their body. The key point was that after taking over the Orion Spur, the Z Alliance would provide protection, preventing the Vila Alliance from making any rash moves. For humans, it was a no-brainer. It was practically a free ride. Very well, on behalf of the Human Federation, I agree. End of the chapter. Chapter 155. Linzin, who had thought carefully about the gains and losses before entering the final stage, decisively expressed his willingness to join the alliance. From the current situation, it only benefits humans without any drawbacks. Before humans become powerful enough, finding a big tree for shade is also a good choice. After Linzin made his stance clear, Sis also smiled. All right, I will have Tetria send over the Alliance members' terminal equipment later. With this terminal, you can access the Alliance Center and use contribution points to exchange for what you need. However, your terminal will not display the Human Federation at the moment, but only show a temporary Kodo for 7. Only I know your real identity for now. After all, it's not suitable for you to be exposed. I must say, Sis is very cautious, as there are always people within any alliance willing to sell information for profit. If the Human Federation were to appear blatantly in the Alliance terminal, the risk of exposure would be significant. Once exposed, the Vila Alliance might immediately dispatch troops from the barbaric empire to destroy the humans or even personally take action. Currently, humans do not have enough strength to resist either the barbaric empire or the Vila Alliance. All right, thank you, Your Majesty Sis. Marshal Sanders, issue orders to Lin Fan to receive the Alliance terminal equipment from Tetria and dispatch a fleet to escort the equipment to Earth without any mishaps. After ending the communication with Sis, Linzen turned to Sanders and said, "Understood. I will convey the orders immediately." After Sanders finished speaking, he left the meeting room directly to sign the orders and convey them to Lin Fan as soon as possible. When Sanders left the office, Linzen looked at Ed and continued, "Ed, you are responsible for assembling a special team. Upon receiving the terminal, focus on how to use the 10 billion points. Make sure all expenditures are used wisely." "All right, but I would like to bring White Zixuan back to Earth to participate in this team, as he is an authority in technology, and I need his professional opinion," Ed said after a slight pause. "That's fine. You can bring whoever you want. Just let me know the names directly, as this is a top priority," Linzen said without any hesitation, as deciding how to spend the 10 billion points is more important to him than anything else. After all, they were only given these points and currently need to remain hidden, unable to earn points openly. Therefore, how to spend them is the most crucial matter at hand. "Understood. I will start working on it right away." Ed nodded. He understood the importance of the matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proposed bringing back White Zixuan to Earth. Lastly, I want to emphasize that this matter is classified as 3S top secret. Without approval from the presidential palace, no leaks are permitted. Understood. Dozens of light years away, inside the Uranus, Lin Fan was looking at the orders from Sanders. It seems the old man has decided to join the Heo Alliance. "Liang Zhu, contact Tetria from me, yes." Soon, the ugly figure of Tetria appeared again in front of Lin Fan. "Lord Tetria, I received orders just now to receive a terminal equipment from your side on behalf of the Heo Alliance. I also received the Emperor's orders. I can hand it over to you now." "Great. But Lord Tetria, can your battleship disable its cloaking first?" "Sure, wait a moment." In the next moment, a battleship appeared on Uranus's radar, only 1,000,000 kilometers away. Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh at the strong technology. He wondered if this technology was exclusive to special ships or if all their battleships were equipped with it. If it was the latter, it would be a headache. "All right, I can see you. Lord Tetria, I will arrange a shuttle to collect the equipment." "Okay." Half an hour later, a shuttle from Tetria's reconnaissance ship arrived to hand over a device and instructions. The device, about the size of a marble, was packaged in a small box, extremely miniature. Following Lin Fan's orders, the shuttle with the equipment arrived at the 12th Fleet, inside Qintian's flagship Atlas, and then the entire 12th Fleet activated its leap engine and departed. Although there was a small episode after the battle at Vit, it did not disrupt the original plan for the 1st Legion's subsequent operations. Now that the battle at Vit has ended, we are entering the final stage of this operation. As the 12th Fleet has been temporarily assigned a secret mission, there are some minor adjustments to the final stage of operations. Inside the meeting room, Lin Fan looked at the 10 fleet commanders and pointed to the information star map provided by Starfleet headquarters. According to the intelligence, the remaining main forces of the Cabot Empire consist of 4 factions. The Empire's 1st and 2nd Imperial Guards are situated near its capital. The Afaf and Fettler border corps are on the other side of the border, each with 300,000 warships. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets are responsible for the Cabot Empire's capital, the 4th and 5th fleets for Afaf, the 6th and 7th fleets for Fettler, and the 8th to 11th fleets for sweeping different star systems in the territory. After eliminating the final 4 main forces, all fleets will join the sweeping operation, ensuring the complete cleansing of their entire territory within a month. If the missions are clear, prepare to leave in 3 hours, all fleets. Yes, Legion Commander. After the virtual figures of everyone disappeared from the meeting room, Lin Fan began to think. The current speed is indeed too slow. The system only gives us 100 years, but it took nearly 2 months just to defeat the insignificant Cabot Empire. If we continue like this, it is impossible for the Federation to reach the barbaric empire within the prescribed 100 years. We need to change tactics. The system's mission directive is to dominate the Orion Arm. Dominance doesn't mean we have to expand our territory slowly to the border of the barbaric empire. Although there are not many civilizations in the Orion Arm, from the distribution map Lin Fan has seen, there are thousands of level 3 and below civilizations. It would be ridiculous to conquer them one by one. In reality, as long as we defeat the barbaric empire and take their place before going head-to-head with them, the Federation needs to expand for some time. We must have enough resources and strategic depth as a guarantee to truly compete with the barbaric empire. I have been writing continuously all night and I am exhausted today. I will finish the remaining 4 chapters after I am well rested. Publishing will start in the morning. End of this chapter. Chapter 156. The recently thriving capital circle that was ambushed in recent years, Fahali, could be said to be in high spirits. Having eliminated the long-standing threat, the Axis Empire, that had troubled them for centuries, their territory had expanded to more than 10 star systems. They now possessed 80,000 siege battleships and were about to receive 50,000 sets of energy shield devices. By then, the Empire would have 130,000 siege battleships, feeling confident to face off against even the third-level civilization on the Orion Arm. Not long ago, there was news that Hamd had completely annihilated the last 1.2 million fleets of the Axis Empire, formally declaring complete victory in the battle. This news excited Fahali greatly, leading them to announce a 3-year carnival in the capital circle of the Empire. Even the 600,000-strong guard fleet had only left 100,000 battleships on patrol duty, with the rest docked in fortresses, allowing the crew to take special vacations. This information naturally reached Lin Fan, who had previously sighed at the interesting nature of the Cabot Empire's military, noting that whenever they fought, a large number of battleships were not on standby, almost addicted to vacations. However, this could not really be blamed on the Cabot Empire. After all, with the Axis Empire destroyed, apart from the Human Federation, only first and second level civilizations existed nearby. Being a major customer of the Human Federation, the two sides had maintained friendly trade for many years. Where was the threat? Therefore, the rare major victory relieved the Cabot Empire of the centuries-old threat at its borders, prompting Fahali to celebrate. Unfortunately, everyone, including Fahali, overlooked one thing: they had blocked the path of expansion for the Human Federation. If Fahali had been wiser, they would have discovered this issue and proactively ceded some areas to provide an outlet for external trade for the Human Federation, while quietly playing a subordinate role themselves. Yet obviously, no one at the top of the Cabot Empire's power structure was that wise. Now, all they could think about was expansion, without considering the reaction of the Human Federation cornered by them. In that case, there was nothing more to be said. Being so clueless, all that was left was to wipe them out. Just as the capital circle was in celebration, about 1 million kilometers from the Imperial star Kabat, the void suddenly contracted, and then a full 60,000 battleships appeared. Without a word, the terrifying firepower launched a fierce attack on the fortress and starport group orbiting there. Only after the fortress was directly hit by a lot firepower, causing dozens of explosions, did people barely react. Enemy attack. Before the personnel inside the fortress could activate the defense system, the second wave of attacks came crashing down, riddling the entire fortress with holes. Even armor meters thick could not withstand the barrage of 60,000 whale-class battleships firing in unison for 2 rounds. Explosions continued inside the fortress, with many Cabot Empire personnel affected by the relentless blasts, losing their lives. Even those lucky enough to escape explosions could not avoid collapsing corridors and buildings, with many buried in the ruins. Subsequently, with the third wave of firepower hitting the fortress, the large structure finally crumbled, with most of it crashing to the surface of the Imperial star under the influence of gravity. The 30 guard legions and their 300,000 battleships docked in the fortress also could not escape destruction, crushed to pieces or falling with the fortress debris. Fortunately, the Imperial star had a large ground force and air defense system that fired at the falling fortress debris, minimizing damage. At that moment, Lin Fan led his fleet to attack the starport group in orbit. Among these starport groups were 200,000 docked battleships, another primary target of the operation. 2 Guardian fleets, each with 50,000 battleships patrolling to a UOA, also received communication from the Imperial star, rushing back desperately. Fahali had already been brought underground, hundreds of meters to the palace by the guards. "Are you sure it's the Human Federation?" Fahali still found it hard to believe, seeing no reason for the Human Federation to attack them. Your Highness, although the appearance of those battleships doesn't match any data in the database, the hulls are indeed marked with the emblem of the Human Federation. Damn it! Fetch me the quantum communication device the humans gave us. I need to talk to the Federation President. Yes, Your Highness. Soon, the quantum communication device provided by the Federation was brought in, but no matter how Fahali tried to establish communication, there was no response. Clearly, they were deliberately not answering. Fahali slumped to the ground. He understood that with only 100,000 guard battleships, they stood no chance against the 60,000 Human Federation battleships. Was the Cabot Empire really about to perish in his hands? On the orbit, the starport group had been mostly destroyed by Lin Fan, and the Cabot Guardian fleet to AU away would take nearly 20 hours to arrive. Therefore, Lin Fan only ordered them to monitor their position, but did not prepare to respond yet. How long until all the debris falls? Immediately, Legion Commander. Estimated to be 2 minutes, but there are still many in orbit. Use battleships as shields, isolate a safe zone, and order all ships to prepare for airborne combat once the safe zone is secured. Yes, Legion Commander. Quickly, battleships raise their shields, forming walls in dense formation against the scattered debris, creating a temporary safe zone in orbit. They began pinpoint clearance toward the planet's surface and only charged their weapons to 10% with each shot. If they were fully charged before firing, the planet would be uninhabitable for a long time. Interstellar era weapons were too powerful for surface attacks, so controlling the charge was necessary. Subsequently, the battleships launched mech and assault ships, each Tiger Shark-class battlecruiser now carrying 300 mechs and an assault ship. The numerous mechs and assault ships formed array after array on the planet's orbit, waiting for the first wave of the starships to clear before commencing airborne combat. End of chapter. Chapter 157. Another emperor fell from grace in the imperial capital of the Cabot Empire. At this moment, thick smoke was billowing everywhere on the surface. First, there was a wave of bombardment by fortress debris, and before they could catch their breath, they were hit again from orbit by the warships of the Human Federation. Currently, all activated anti-air defense systems have been pinpointed and destroyed. Only a few hidden and inactive defense systems remain. After the wave of attacks by the warships, millions of high-speed fiery balls appeared in the sky. The first wave of Human Federation airdropped mecha, a total of 5 million units. Their mission was to search and eliminate any remaining anti-aircraft threats, providing cover for the subsequent airdrop troops. Within the Cabot Emperor Star, those that survived did not have small defense systems. All large ones, whether active or not, had been completely destroyed during the first wave of attacks by the warships. These small defense systems posed little threat to the mecha, given the high mobility of the mecha. Even if hit, as long as it wasn't the cockpit, the pilot's life could be saved through ejection. However, the assault ships were different. If hit, it would result in the destruction of the ship and loss of life, with at least hundreds perishing in one go. Therefore, without protection, the assault ships dared not initiate a direct airdrop. 15 minutes later, the ground mecha unit signaled that all discovered defense systems had been cleared. Upon receiving the message, the second wave of airdrop troops began descending into the planet's atmosphere, consisting of 60,000 assault ships and 13 million mecha units. The 13 million mecha units surrounded the assault ships, forming an impenetrable protective network around them. As expected, there were still hidden threats. A few seemingly ordinary storefronts suddenly opened up, revealing their internal anti-air defense systems and initiating an attack. Mecha present immediately responded by destroying them, while those without mecha support were targeted directly by a warship's secondary cannons within firing range. These anti-air defense weapons, once exposed, could only fire once before being swiftly destroyed. Nevertheless, a few mecha sacrificed themselves to intercept incoming fire, protecting the assault ships. Fortunately, none of the dozens of mecha hit suffered critical damage, allowing the pilots to eject safely when needed, and thus no casualties were incurred. With the second wave of airdrop troops reaching the ground, the grand cleansing began. The soldiers of the First Legion now understood their roles without needing Lin Fan to repeatedly emphasize their orders, acting swiftly and decisively. The assault teams, combined with the mecha, quickly seized the Cabot Emperor's palace. However, they did not find Fahali and, after a thorough search, finally discovered a secret passage leading underground. Unfortunately, the path downwards had been thoroughly sealed off, leaving the assault teams and Mecha helpless for the time being. However, when the news reached Lin Fan's ears, have all troops within a 300-kilometer radius of the Cabot Emperor's palace evacuate quickly, then directly use a Marquis nuclear bunker buster. Yes, Legion Commander. The Marquis nuclear bunker buster was the latest and most powerful underground penetrating weapon developed by the Human Federation, capable of drilling up to 1,000 meters deep and known as the nemesis of underground fortresses. At a depth of 800 meters underground, within the Cabot Imperial Fortress command post. Your Majesty, the humans who invaded the palace have started retreating. Huh? They just found the entrance to the fortress a moment ago. Why retreat? What are they planning? Though the fortress was sturdy, Fahali understood that given time, humans could eventually break through. It was merely a matter of time. When humans located the entrance earlier, he knew he was done for, beyond any hope. However, now the humans were unexpectedly retreating, a move that left him puzzled. But the next moment, the humans used their actions to explain why. On board the Uranus, a missile launch tube was opened, and a minute later, a massive missile with a long plume of flame shot out from the Uranus, adjusting its trajectory before diving straight towards the planet. As the missile pierced through the atmosphere, its shell violently ejected outward, revealing its true purpose. A single look was enough to understand the missile's intent. This was not your typical old-fashioned bunker buster. Those relied solely on solid casings to penetrate, with a maximum depth of around 200 meters. Nothing like the Marquis nuclear bunker buster. Apart from having a robust casing, it also came equipped with a powerful drilling head made from the hardest material humans could produce. Once the casing hit the ground, the drilling head would activate, along with the propulsion system, continuing to drill down, capable of reaching depths of up to 1,000 meters. Deep within the fortress, Fahali witnessed the missile violently striking the surface, beginning its descent into the depths. Where could he guess what this thing was for? The expression drained from his face in an instant. Your Majesty, the human weapon is still drilling down. It's reached 300 meters. No, it's now at 400 meters and still going down. Inside the command room, the chief guard urgently reported to Fahali. Everyone was anxious, but no one could stop the unfolding events. They could only watch as what was marked on the screen drew nearer to the fortress. Your Majesty, the human weapon is less than 30 meters away from us. The chief guard turned back to Fahali and shouted, but all he saw was the Emperor Fahali, completely motionless. Finally, the Marquis nuclear bunker buster completed its mission, having drilled through the outer shell of the fortress. Although unable to fully penetrate the body, reaching this far meant the mission was accomplished. Within the fortress, Fahali heard the impact of the bunker buster hitting the outer shell. The next moment, before Fahali could even process his final thoughts, the Marquis nuclear bunker buster detonated, dismantling the underground stronghold. If viewed from above, one could see a large area of the ground lifted into the air, reducing the former imperial palace to rubble and triggering a moderate earthquake, showcasing its immense power. Lin Fan, on the bridge of the Uranus in orbit, witnessed the entire scene unfold. This was Lin Fan's second emperor to have fallen by his hand. Farewell, Fahali. End of this chapter. Chapter 158 Unexpected Assist Hunter Orion Arm. Solar System. Earth Federation Presidential Palace. At this time, it has been exactly 15 days since Lin Fan captured the capital circle of Cabot. On the day after Lin Fan took over the capital circle, Li Kenqiang and Sophia took over Federer, and Ayako and Carol also took over Federer. Now, the 11 fleets of the First Legion are sweeping the entire territory of the Cabot Empire, expecting to completely control the area in another 10 days. Today, the staff of the Presidential Palace has once again gathered, not for anything else, but because Qintia has already escorted the terminal device of the Jia Alliance to the Presidential Palace. On the conference table is a storage device that looks like a ring box, containing a round device the size of a marble. After reading the instructions, Linzhen reached out and lightly touched it, and an operating interface was immediately projected. Linzhen curiously pressed the confirmation button and realized that it was touch-sensitive, clearly a high-end energy application. The page then switched, displaying a virtual agreement titled the Jia Alliance Agreement, with a note stating that all terms of the agreement must be agreed upon and signed before entering the terminal. Naturally, Lindsay called Ed and the staff to come forward to study the terms together. As they read through, they unexpectedly found the agreement to be fair, without any obvious oppressive clauses, more like a multi-civilization cooperation agreement. However, when they reached Article 28, many frowned. Jaw Alliance Agreement Article 28. As a member of the Alliance, one must maintain the unity and continuity of their civilization's policies, and the Alliance does not recognize regimes that frequently change leaders. As a civilization leader, unless voluntarily resigning, physically incapacitated, or naturally concluding their life, leaders cannot be changed at will. Otherwise, the Alliance has the right to expel the civilization. This hard rule directly hit the federal sore spot. Previously, Lindsay and Ed had sought to change the presidential term limits, as any policy in the interstellar age could last for several decades or even centuries. But limiting leaders to a maximum of 30 years, where new leaders come in with different preferences, constantly changing and canceling policies, would deprive the federal of sustainability. Therefore, while Lindsay and Ed had prepared to extend the presidential term limit to up to 100 years, the resistance they faced was significant. Not to mention external pressures, even more than half of Lin Zhen's 9 staff members firmly disagreed. This matter was delayed and remained unresolved until now, as Lindsay was already in his final term. However, even Lindsay did not expect that the Jaw Alliance agreement would specify this rule as a binding provision. Yet, Lindsay could understand this move, as no one likes their partners constantly changing policies, introducing uncertainty into matters. Ed, on the other hand, showed a subtle smile, concealing it quickly. He hadn't anticipated the Jaw Alliance offering them more assistance than their previous plans with Lindsay, turning into a substantial shift where changing leaders was only permissible under specific circumstances. This unexpected surprise increased the feasibility of their actions, bolstering Ed's confidence in reopening this topic. "Everyone, how do you view Article 28? Ed deliberately asked the staff. Some staff members were eager to oppose as fervently as before, but as they looked at the displayed civilizational agreement on the Jaw Alliance terminal, they found themselves speechless. "I understand some of you are dissatisfied, but we are now an interstellar civilization. You have encountered several external civilizations, haven't you? With this Jaw Alliance agreement, tell me, which civilization changes leaders every 30 years? Take the IO Federation, for example. They might be the only non-lifetime leadership we've seen, but at least they have a term of 1,000 years. How important is policy continuity for an interstellar civilization? Don't you understand?" Ed looked at the staff members, exasperated. "Ed, you can't convince us. Changes to the federal presidential law need to be voted on by the federal judges." One staff member said helplessly. The president didn't have the authority to change the presidential law. Otherwise, each president would alter the law to their liking, leading to chaos. If they wanted to amend the law, it had to be voted on by the 7 independent federal judges. These judges mainly represented different factions, and transforming the presidency into a lifetime position was nearly impossible. "Leave this matter to me. Just list the modifications needed in the presidential law according to the Jaw Alliance agreement, and I'll convince the judges." Ed exuded confidence, holding a trump card that would hardly allow them to disagree. "Come on, either witness the federal's downfall and humanity's extinction, or agree to modify the presidential law, making it a lifetime position. Choose one. If you can't decide, let the federal dissolve. There's no cure for it." "Ed, are you sure?" Lindsay glanced at Ed. "Be at ease. Leave it to me." "Good. You handle it. I always trust you." The two exchanged a smile. The staff members were left speechless, finding their interactions amusingly close. The meeting went on until midnight, and finally, all the terms were reviewed. Among the 178 articles of the agreement, apart from the leadership term issue, all were settled. Once this term problem was resolved, they could officially sign the Jaw Alliance's civilizational agreement. Early the next day, Ed left with a pile of documents, intending to visit all 7 independent federal judges in a day. This matter could not be delayed. The sooner they resolved it, the sooner humanity could progress. End of this chapter. Chapter 159. The lifelong federal president. As the sky was just beginning to brighten, Ed had already arrived at the residence of a federal independent supreme judge and rang the doorbell. The judge's name was Eli Moss, who was 82 years old this year. A few years ago, he should have retired, but But luck was on Eli's side as he encountered the era of gene enhancement drugs becoming widespread. After taking a dose of gene enhancement drugs, he was now full of vitality, even regaining the appearance of a man in his 40s. It was said that he was even considering having another son. "Ah, Ed, what brings you here so early in the morning?" Eli smiled as he looked at Ed being led inside by the guards. "Sir, I'm here this time regarding the president's term." Ed's words made Eli suddenly unhappy. Ed had come to him years ago wanting his support to amend the president's term. At that time, Eli did not agree, although he admitted that Ed's arguments had some merit. However, Eli believed that the timing was not right. Back then, Eli had scolded Ed for being too hasty. In the following years, Ed did not bring up the matter again, leading Eli to believe that he understood. But to his surprise, here Ed was, appearing again. Didn't this guy understand at all? Now was not the right time, and nobody would support it. "Sir, before you get upset, take a look at these documents. They are all classified as Level 3's top secret documents. But don't worry, I have obtained authorization from the president to show them to you." Ed handed over the file bag as he spoke. Although Eli was a bit puzzled, he accepted it and began to read carefully. The more he read, the more his expression changed. "Are the contents of these documents real?" Eli stared intently at Ed, as if trying to discern evidence of deception from his expression. Unfortunately, Eli was destined to be disappointed. Ed was straightforward this time, and there was no hint of deceit on his face. "Sir, do you understand now? If we want to expand outward, we must face the Barbavian Empire. But even if we replace the Barbavian Empire, we will be eliminated by the Vila Alliance," Ed explained passionately. "The only way is to join the Zeo Alliance. However, in the Alliance's civilization agreement, the clause about the civilization leader is a compulsory provision because they fear the sustainability of your policies. Sir, you have to understand, we may currently have the shortest leader term among all level 4 civilizations in the entire galaxy. Do you think the time is not ripe yet? Do we really have to wait until the outdated system destroys the entire Federation before the time is right?" After saying this, Ed sat silently, choosing not to speak further. Eli fell into contemplation. He had to admit that Ed's arguments were correct. Having a presidential term of only 10 to 30 years was indeed unsuitable for the interstellar era. Added to the current situation with the Zeo Federation, it was no wonder Ed was so urgent. If they couldn't pass this leadership term hurdle, they couldn't sign the civilization agreement with the Zeo Alliance. At 10 p.m., Ed finally visited all 7 independent Supreme Judges. As for the results, well, Ed managed to get verbal promises from 3 judges, while 3 remained stubborn. The last one said they would consider carefully, but did not give a definite answer. The next day, under Eli's push, a special Federation judge meeting was immediately convened to discuss whether to change the president's term to a lifelong position. Ed heard about the meeting process decades later from Eli. It was said that the meeting room was noisy, and a vote was finally taken. Before the vote, Eli made a speech that was said to be quite threatening, but the specifics were never disclosed. Ed only knew that the result of the vote that day was 5-2, passing the suspension of the Presidential Act and changing the term to a lifelong position. This meant that unless the president resigns, becomes incapacitated, dies, or is impeached by a nationwide referendum, they would hold the position for life. When this news came out, the entire Federation was shocked. Eli, as the representative of the judges, also publicly explained the reasons for the amendment, albeit without disclosing the 3's classified information. After a series of explanations, most of the people understood. It was mainly because of the enormous reputation of Lin Zhen and Lin Fan. Lin Zhen took office during the Federation's crisis and stabilized the situation by pushing Liang Xingchen to the forefront. He then led the human counterattack against the Ox Empire, expanding humans' territories. Many people even called Lin Zhen the Eternal Emperor because of his significant accomplishments. As for his son, Lin Fan, he was even more remarkable, being one of the 2 military gods of the Federation and undefeated for over a decade. The majority of the Federation owed Lin Fan for the youthfulness, longevity, and highly developed brains they enjoyed. Therefore, most Federation citizens didn't oppose Lin Zhen becoming the first lifelong president. Moreover, the option for the people to impeach the president through a nationwide vote was still available, so there wasn't much concern. Although there were some opposing voices, they were too few in number to make a difference. Moreover, the matter had become a certainty, and there was nothing they could do to change it. That same day, Linzen signed the civilization agreement with the Zeo Alliance and officially became a member. However, the Federation's name was kept confidential in the agreement and only indicated by the Kodo for 7. End of chapter. Chapter 160 Linzen's New Plan Earth. Inside the Federal Presidential Palace conference room, Linzen, Ed, and a group of staff are currently studying the Xiao Alliance's terminal system. In this terminal, there are 3 main system interfaces, namely missions, transactions, and points. Mission interface. Within this system, the Alliance periodically issues various missions, and upon completion, contributors can receive corresponding points as rewards. The group roughly browsed the current missions, including technology research tasks, star pirate hunts, exploration tasks, resource contributions, and more, a wide variety. However, these are destined to have no immediate relevance to the Federation, as humans cannot yet reveal themselves to everyone. Transaction tasks. In this system, members of the Alliance can conduct transactions among themselves, supervised and guaranteed by Alliance-specialized institutions to prevent any fraudulent behavior. At the same time, the Alliance also charges a 5% fee for development purposes. The advantage of this system is that with the supervision and guarantee of the Alliance, you do not need to worry about being deceived during transactions. If anyone dares to commit fraud here, the Alliance will set them straight. However, while enjoying this benefit, the seller also needs to pay a 5% transaction fee to the Alliance. Finally, there is the points module, where you can exchange for many things. In the words of the Hetlia Empire, as long as you have enough points, you can exchange for the most cutting-edge technology or equipment of the Hetlia Empire. After entering the points module, everyone immediately noticed the display of a balance of 10 billion points at the top of the interface. It should be noted that the highest number of points seen in the mission module was just over 1 million. The value of 10 billion points can be imagined. In the exchange interface, there is a dazzling array of items available for exchange, such as technology, warships, resources, and more. Ed, is your team all in place? Linzen asked Ed. Well, except for Beizi-Zhuan, all are already in place. Beizi-Zhuan is in the middle of an important experiment and cannot leave immediately, so he will need to arrive in a week. Ed originally wanted Beizi-Zhuan to abandon the experiment and come to handle this matter first. However, with Beizi-Zhuan's temperament, not even Linzen would give him any face. In the end, Ed had to agree to wait for his experiment to finish before reporting, and he is now on his way, expected to arrive in a week. All right, I'll leave the points exchange to you. Make sure to use every point wisely. I understand. Mr. President, look at this. Just as Linzen was instructing Ed, a staff member excitedly called out, re-attracting their attention to the Alliance terminal. When they saw what was displayed on it, they immediately understood the reason for the staff member's excitement. Jump interference technology, technology level for civilization peak technology description, can interfere with jump devices within a certain area, preventing ships within the range from entering the jump state. Exchange points, 10 billion. Jump blockage technology, technology level 5 civilization initial technology description, can block all jump behaviors within a certain area, forces ships passing through the blocked area to exit the jump state outside of the blockade area. Exchange points, 20 billion. Jump blockage counter technology, technology level 5 civilization initial technology description, used in conjunction with jump blockage technology, allows ships to be unaffected by jump blocking devices, limited to paired jump blockade devices. Exchange points, 20 billion. Seeing these 3 technologies, Linzen and Ed's eyes also lit up. They couldn't possibly not understand what this meant. These were absolutely essential technologies for wars between advanced civilizations. Especially the jump blockage technology and jump blockage counter technology. They could be used to create a secure main base, making it impossible for enemies to jump directly into the heart of the Federation. This would put them in an extremely advantageous position in future wars with the Babawi Empire, because the Babawi Empire is merely a vassal of the Vila Alliance and is unlikely to obtain such advanced technology. Of course, building such a barrier is not an easy task. The description of the technology clearly stated that each jump blocking device could only block a range of about 1 light year. If humans want to protect the entire territory, this project would be immense. However, If only protecting star systems, it would be relatively easier, as one device per star system would suffice. Ed, after Bezies 1 arrives, have him assess whether we can quickly apply this technology once acquired. Okay. After closing the communication device, Linzen looked at the staff, and a new idea gradually matured in his mind. Everyone, after looking at the Xiao Alliance system, I have a new idea. Can we also establish our own system? Establish our own system. The staff members were startled. You should all know that there are no less than tens of thousands of civilizations on the Orion Spur alone. On one hand, we cannot eliminate every civilization. On the other hand, there are some very promising ones among these civilizations. So, can we emulate the Xiao Alliance system and create a subsidiary civilization platform? In this way, we can subdue some promising civilizations as our subsidiary civilizations, issue tasks to them, and provide point rewards. Points can be used to exchange for various things. By doing this, we can not only continuously obtain resources, but also outsource some of the research work. For example, if there is a civilization that, while not outstanding in other aspects, has exceptionally developed biotechnology, can we, after subduing them as our subsidiary civilization, use them to enhance our own technology tree? After all, we cannot independently develop all technology roots, can we? Some branches of the technology tree can definitely be outsourced. Listening to Lin Zhen's words, everyone started to ponder. This plan was indeed very tempting, and the benefits were clear. Take the Xiao Alliance terminal, for example. It may seem like a cooperative and mutually beneficial platform, but in reality, the greatest beneficiary is the Hetlea Empire. Let's not talk about other things, just the 3 jump-related technologies seen earlier. It would require a whopping 50 billion points to exchange them. How much work and contribution would the Hetlea Empire have to put in to accumulate that many points? The benefits gained by the Hetlea Empire in this regard are quite terrifying. Especially in terms of technology, the Xiao Alliance continuously releases some research projects that only require some points to be invested. Afterwards, complete technological data can be obtained. This is essentially what the president was talking about. Outsourcing research. It shows some potential, quite a lot of potential indeed. Everyone's eyes were shining. End of chapter. Chapter 161. Giving birth and sharing land. Lin Zhen's idea about giving birth and sharing land was something that had never crossed the minds of those in the meeting room, and it was extremely attractive. The more the aides thought about it, the more they felt it was highly feasible, and the benefits were obvious. President, this idea is truly fantastic. Exactly. Every civilization has its own specialization on the path of technology, and we can use this method to have many civilizations contribute to our technology development, making our technological advancement as comprehensive as possible. Let's do it this way. The sooner the better. Perhaps we can realize the scene of nations coming to us in the interstellar age. The aides were breathing heavily, all very excited. President, we can directly refer to the system of the Xiao Alliance, then make some modifications to better suit our needs, said Ed after some thought. After all, there was a mature system that had been running for tens of thousands of years right in front of them, which could be slightly modified and directly utilized. It was totally ready-made. Yes, that's in line with my thoughts. Initially, we will directly adopt the system of the Xiao Alliance, make slight modifications, and then make specific adjustments according to the actual situation in the future. I'll handle this. White Zixuan will still take a week to arrive, so I will lead the team to set the basic system first. All right, thank you for your hard work, Ed. Linzen was very optimistic about this plan, as it had the potential to accelerate the development of the Human Federation once again. All right, now we need to discuss the last issue of the day, which is the immigration problem. With that, Linzen activated the holographic projection, displaying the latest human territory. Everyone, look here. This was our territory before the war with the Cabot Empire, with a total of 28 star systems, including 13 natural life planets and 87 terraformed planets. Linzen pointed to the blue area in the projection, and then the area expanded significantly. This is the territory after the completion of the second phase of the Dawn operation by the First Legion, totaling 40 star systems, including 19 natural life planets and 135 terraformed planets, and then, as the blue area in the projection expanded once again, the entire region covered nearly doubled. This is the territory we will have after the final phase of the Dawn operation, with a total of 78 star systems, including 39 natural life planets and 278 terraformed planets. As the human territory in the projection changed and Linzen narrated, all the aides in the meeting room were filled with fervor. Just over a decade ago, humans were still being pushed back by the Ochre Empire and were on the brink of destruction. Who could have imagined that in just over a decade, humans not only turned the tables on the Ochre Empire, but also expanded their territory to a terrifying 78 star systems, comprising over 300 natural and terraformed planets. What a remarkable feat! However, looking at the excited aides, Linzen continued, "However, our human population is still only 15 billion. Do you understand what this means? It means that we now have vast lands, but not enough people to develop them." This statement made all the aides also realize the gravity of the situation. Yes, the population issue was significant, especially now that lifespans had greatly increased, leading to a decrease in the number of people marrying and having children. Fortunately, due to longer lifespans, many elderly individuals who should have died in recent years had instead returned to middle age, maintaining the growth of the human population. In other words, despite a significant decrease in births, the overall population growth of humans seemed relatively unchanged. But this growth was insufficient to meet the expansion needs of humanity today, particularly with nearly 3 billion individuals serving in the interstellar fleet alone, and this was just with 2 legions and some local fleets. If the expansion continued, humanity would inevitably have to develop a 3rd legion, 4th legion, etc. Where would the new recruits come from then? It was not feasible to have the entire human population serving in the interstellar fleet. What about developments in other areas? Therefore, addressing the population issue was a top priority now. At once, the excitement on the faces of the aides disappeared, replaced by solemn expressions. If we can't solve this problem, the pace of human development will completely stagnate, Linzen said sternly. No one in the room thought that Linzen was blowing things out of proportion. This was indeed a serious issue. How about mandatory childbirth? For example, legislation requiring people to have children before a certain age. No, if we do that, tomorrow all federal citizens will vote to oust the president. Do you believe that? What if we link childbirth to taxation? The more children one has, the less tax they pay. Can you even come up with such a method? But it seems feasible. No, that won't work. What else can we do then? The voices of the aides grew louder and eventually turned into quarreling with raised voices. All right, quiet. Linzen couldn't stand it anymore and tapped the table, speaking loudly. I have a preliminary idea here that you can consider. Upon hearing Linzen's words, the aides perked up their ears, as whenever Linzen mentioned having a preliminary idea, it always turned out enlightening. Indeed, as you just mentioned, mandatory childbirth or linking it to taxes is not feasible, but we can link it to land. Land! The aides were momentarily puzzled by Linzen's meaning, all looking confused. You all should know that humans have an innate passion for land. In the past, when there was only one Earth, everyone was crazy over such a small piece of land. And now, we have 39 natural planets and 278 terraformed planets. If we introduce a policy where a family of 3 can immigrate to other life planets and receive 3,000 square meters of permanent land for free, a family of 4 can receive 5,000 square meters of permanent land for free, and for a family of 5. Starting from the 4th member, each member can receive 1,000 square meters of land. Of course, this calculation is limited to 2 generations of population counting. At this, all the aides understood it was indeed a novel idea. Wow, can we really play it that way? If this approach were really implemented, the entire Federation might witness a surge in childbirth enthusiasm. End of this chapter. Chapter 162. The fertility craze of mankind. Linzen's idea simply shocked all the advisors. Is this the interstellar era's version of land redistribution from the rich to the poor? No. Is it land distribution based on childbirth? Mr. President, I think you can add a clause to your approach. For families with more than 10 members, they can receive an additional 10,000 square meters of land. Suddenly, Ed blurted out. Instantly, everyone looked at him strangely. Are you a devil? That's too harsh. This is like forcing everyone onto the path of having at least 8 children. I think your suggestion is good. Linzen also praised Ed with approval. Wait, are you two both devils in disguise? That's too harsh. Well, with Ed's suggestion, I have come up with a preliminary idea as well. Those who meet the requirements and apply for land can freely choose the location. First come, first served. This surprised even Ed. How did I not notice that you were so ruthless all these years? First come, first served? You're practically forcing everyone to have one child immediately after another. After all, if you apply too late, all the good locations will be taken. Who wouldn't want a sea view area? Build a few seaside villas and have your own private beach. Mr. President, this is too harsh. What if the people desperately give birth for land, having one child right after another, risking their health? It's fine. Have you forgotten that gene enhancement drugs are now widespread? It's not like before. Our bodies are stronger now. Nothing will happen. All right, you're the boss. The advisors looked at Linzen with some speechlessness, wondering how the president suddenly seemed like a different person, so cunning. A week later, after multiple revisions of the details, the Federation announced the latest immigration policy, summarizing the key points as follows. 1. Anyone can apply for immigration and receive free permanent land. Individuals can receive 200 square meters of permanent land. 2. Married couples can jointly apply for 500 square meters of permanent land. 3. Married couples with children can apply in a family format for 3,000 square meters of permanent land. 4. For each additional child in a married family, they can apply for an extra 2,000 square meters of permanent land. 5. For married families with more than 10 children, in addition to the normal land, they can apply for. The Federation will give an extra 10,000 square meters of permanent land. 6. All land is first come, first served. 7. This immigration includes the opening of 10 life-bearing planets and 50 terraformed planets to choose from. When choosing a terraformed planet, the land size will double. 8. This policy will apply to all future immigration plans of the Federation. This caused a stir among Federation citizens, to the point that some parents had already started holding mass meetings at home. We told you to have children earlier, and now look what's happening. Such criticism was happening all over Earth. 3 days later, when the newly formed Interstellar Immigration Bureau of the Federation conducted statistics, they found that 80% of the applicants were over 60 years old. This was not hard to understand, as the younger generation either hadn't married yet or were delaying having children. Even those who had children mostly only had one child. Clearly, for the younger generation, applying for immigration now was not cost-effective. It was wiser to marry and have children quickly and wait for the next wave of immigration openings. However, the previous generation and even the one before it already had descendants, and in recent years, with the use of gene enhancement drugs, they were still capable of having children. Some unintentionally had children, even in old age, and some even had 2 or 3 more children. With their existing children, these older generations were quite affluent, leading to a significant number of applications, including many families with over 10 children. If the older generation applied, the younger generation, being considered part of the applying family, couldn't apply on their own. However, their next generation could still apply since they weren't counted among the immigration applicants. A week after opening immigration applications, over 500 million people had applied, and including family members, the total number of immigrants was finalized at 3.2 billion. As for the numerous remaining planets in the Federation's possession, Linzen wasn't planning to immediately open up the second wave of immigration. After all, you need to give people time to have children, right? I mean to prepare. Ultimately, after high-level discussions, it was decided that immigration would be opened every 5 years. The advisors even gave a nickname to Linzen's immigration plan, the Procreation Plan. It had to be admitted, the name was quite accurate. This was indeed a form of procreation, and it could be foreseen that the Federation's population would have a continuous explosive growth for a long time to come. When the population exploded to several times that of the Angel clan, it would be the day when the Io Federation would be merged into the Human Federation, and at that point, the human population would directly exceed trillion. Soon, the first wave of human immigrants set off, with the destination being planets within the capital region of the former Ox Empire. This area was guarded by the 1st Legion and the 2nd Legion of the Federation onto external passages, making it a very safe area. Not much different in security compared to the solar system. In the Cabot stellar system, on the Uranos ship, Lin Fan was in his room, watching the news from Earth with interest, that is, the news about the immigration this time. I didn't expect the old man to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Lin Fan looked at these policies and couldn't help but chuckle. I guess people on Earth will be desperately having children now. Liang Zhu, sitting next to him, also smiled and said, "That's for sure. In my estimation, in 10 years, the human population will at least triple, and in 20 years, it has the potential to exceed 100 billion. Within 100 years, we should be able to reach 1 trillion population." But what about the officers in the interstellar fleet? Won't they have objections? After all, this policy is very unfair to them. Liang Zhu was concerned. The officers in the fleet were always on missions abroad. Even during their vacations, they couldn't have too many children as they didn't have the time and energy. You don't have to worry about that. Another document has come down from the presidential palace, specifically tailored for the interstellar fleet. A portion of the available planets for immigration will be reserved for distribution to the officers in service, with conditions no worse than the Federation citizens, and even better. Well, Uncle Lin did indeed consider it carefully. With this arrangement, the officers of the fleet won't have any complaints. I say, wife, now that the Cabot Empire has been conquered, should we take the opportunity during the break and set an example, contributing to the development of the Federation? Liang Zhu blushed at his suggestion. End of this chapter. Chapter 163: The Sudden Attack on the Hangsing Star System. The attack came suddenly on the Hangsing Star System, located on the border between the Io Federation and the Sela Empire, one of the 3 nodes where the 2 civilizations meet. Here, the Io Federation stations 6 legions all year round, totaling 1.8 million warships. Although the Sela Empire was stronger than the Io Federation in general, they still couldn't breach the heavily defended Hangsing. Since their failed attack 30 years ago, and after suffering heavy losses, they had not attempted to attack here again. However, at this moment, the long silent alarm signaling an invasion through the star path was heard in all the warships. Report the situation immediately. Inside a huge military fortress, General Commander Bernice shouted at her deputy. General Commander Bernice, a fleet of warships from the Sela Empire has passed through the star path. Currently, the 9th Legion on the Starpath defense line is engaging them. Those damn Solarians, have they forgotten about what happened 30 years ago? Order the 10th and 11th Legions to rush to support the defense line on the Starpath, and the 6th to 8th Legions to move to the rear of the defense line and prepare for immediate deployment. Yes. Just as the deputy was about to relay the orders, the communication device in his ear rang again, causing his face to pale. Commander Bernice, it's bad news. The 9th Legion reports that all the Sela warships this time are equipped with energy shields. According to the database comparison, all their warships are the foreign trade model of the Barbawi Empire. How many are there? Bernice realized the severity of the situation. The key now was to determine how many of the Sela Empire's warships were of the Barbawi Empire's foreign trade model. If there were just 1 or 2,000, it wouldn't be too much trouble, albeit troublesome. It would still be manageable, considering they had 1.8 million warships. But if the number was higher, it would be beyond their capabilities to deal with. Commander Bunny of the 9th Legion reports that currently, there are 20,000 ships that have emerged from the star path, and more are continuing to come out. They request immediate reinforcements. Order the 5th, 10th, and 11th Legions to move up, and the 6th to 8th Legions to be ready to reinforce the gaps in the defense line. Understood. In addition, tell Bonnie to continually report the number of enemy shielded warships. I need to know the exact figures, yes? In the Io star system, capital of the Io Federation, inside the Angel's Hall, Alfie was dealing with political affairs, feeling an immense admiration for Bella. This queen was 100 times busier than being a commander, and Alfie herself was almost exhausted over the past few years. Bella, the former queen, had persisted for 1,000 years, which left Alfie deeply impressed. Queen Alfie, emergency communication from Hangsing. Since the Io Federation had established diplomatic relations with humans, they had acquired many quantum communication devices, making communication between different regions much more convenient. Hangsing. Alfie was very familiar with Hangsing, having served as the commander of the Hangsing garrison before returning to succeed as queen. The current commander in charge was Bernie, her longtime subordinate. Alfie knew Bernie very well. She was a calm and composed commander. So receiving an emergency communication from her meant that something serious had happened in Hang Seng. Quick, bring it here immediately. Yes. Within seconds, Bernie's figure appeared in the room where Alfie was. Bernie, what's happening in Hang Seng? Your Majesty, the Sela Empire is attacking Hang Seng, and the leading fleet consists of a large number of Barbawi Empire's foreign trade warships. Already, there are 50,000 ships and more are continuously emerging from the star path. What? All are Barbawi shielded warships? Yes, Commander Bonnie of the 9th Legion is resisting as best they can, and the other legions are on their way to provide support. From the current situation of the battle, it's undeniable that all enemy warships have shields and are indeed the Barbawi Empire's foreign trade model. Bernie was anxious because the number of shielded warships on the enemy side had already exceeded their capacity to handle and were close to establishing a foothold at the Starpath exit. Once that happened, the subsequent Sela forces would pour in relentlessly. Facing the Sela forces, which were as numerous and stronger than the defense forces in Hang Seng, defeat seemed inevitable. Not only Bernie, but Alfie was anxious as well. The Queen's Guard, restructured from the 3rd Legion, had only completed the refitting of 200,000 ships and was still in the capital region. To rescue Hang Seng, even with the jump drive engines, it would take more than 10 days to arrive, and Hang Seng clearly couldn't hold out that long. Alfie, being a former Grand Legion commander, made a swift decision after weighing the situation. Bernie immediately organized the evacuation of all personnel in Hang Seng. Try to hold the front line for as long as possible. After all personnel have retreated, the Legion should also retreat. No stubborn fighting. Queen, what are you standing there for? Go, act quickly. I will send the Queen's Guard to eliminate the Sela shielded fleet. Start evacuating immediately. Understood, Your Majesty. After cutting the communication, Alfie felt the need for additional assurance. Despite having shields and jump drive engines, the Queen's Guard essentially consisted of Tier 3 civilization warships. The weapons, energy levels, and other aspects were still based on Tier 3 technology. On the other hand, the Sela Empire's use of Barbawi shielded warships, apart from lacking jump drive capability, had weapons, energy sources, and shields developed from genuine Tier 4 civilization technology. With 200,000 ships in the Queen's Guard, Alfie felt it was still risky. Therefore, she decided to seek assistance from the humans. Immediately, Alfie used a dedicated line to contact Linzen. Queen Alfie, using the emergency line to contact me. Is something wrong? Due to their relationship with Bella, Linzen had a very good personal relationship with the current ruler. President Linzen, I am seeking aid. The Io Federation is facing a fierce attack from the Sela Empire, with a large number of Barbawi Empire's foreign trade warships in their fleet. Barbawi's foreign trade warships? The ones that were once Oxus Empire's Holy Shield warships. How many are we talking about exactly? Yes, they are the same model as the Oxus Empire's Holy Shield warships. Currently, they are attacking Hang Seng through the Star Path. At least 50,000 ships have already appeared, and more are continuously emerging. I do not know the exact number yet. Alright, don't worry. We have a mutual defense treaty. I will send Liang Shinken's 2nd Legion to support you. But they definitely won't be able to reach Hang Seng in a short time. So, why don't you have the defense forces in Hang Seng retreat for now? Yes, I have already ordered the front line to begin retreating. Alright, I will have the 2nd Legion meet with you in the IO system, and then proceed to the front line together. Thank you. You're welcome. You should go deal with the frontline matters now. I'll have Liang Xingchen contact you directly later. Okay. End of chapter. Chapter 164. The 9th Legion going to death. Whether it was Alfie or Linzen, they both found it very strange about this matter. After all, based on previous information, the Ox Empire used up their entire savings over 100 years to purchase 5,000 warships from the Barbawi Empire in foreign trade. This indicates how terrifying the price of warships sold by the Barbawi Empire to the outside world is. However, the Sela Empire suddenly brought out so many warships. According to Alfie, a total of 50,000 warships had appeared within the Star Path, and more were continuously emerging. What did this mean? It meant that the Sela Empire possessed far more shield ships than just 50,000, possibly reaching 100,000, or even to 100,000. But the question was, how did the Sela Empire acquire so many shield ships? Although the Sela Empire was stronger than the Ial Federation or the Ox Empire, their resources were limited. They shouldn't be able to purchase such warships, indicating that there was a problem. Shortly after Alfie and Linzen finished their conversation, personnel on the fortress-level planet of Vane had already boarded spacecraft and begun evacuating. As a border military stronghold, there were no ordinary civilians living here, only military personnel of the Ial Federation and related staff. The number was not large, with most inside the fortress, allowing for a swift evacuation. However, the situation on the Star Path defense line was not optimistic. Currently, a total of 70,000 shield warships had already sailed out of the Star Path, with more continuing to emerge. This made Bernice anxious. She calculated that the Star Path defense line needed to hold out for 1 hour to ensure the safe evacuation of others. Otherwise, they would definitely be caught up and eliminated, as the Baby's foreign trade warships could reach a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second. However, to persevere for an hour, at least the cost of a legion must be paid to make it possible. Watching the 9th Legion warships being continuously destroyed on the front lines, Bernice felt helpless. Are the 11th and 12th Legions not on the defense line yet? At this rate, the casualties of the 9th Legion will be too high. It will take another minute, Commander Bernice. Tell them they must hold the line for an hour for me, yes? At this moment, the casualties of the 9th Legion had already reached a terrifying 100,000, although they had only been in battle for less than 10 minutes, and the 9th Legion still had the absolute advantage in terrain. However, it took 10 minutes to destroy less than 1,000 enemy warships, while their own casualties had exceeded 100,000. It was a direct ratio of 100 to 1, showing how powerless the 3rd-tier civilization warships were against the 4th-tier civilization warships. This was just a severely weakened version of the 4th-tier civilization's foreign trade warships, weaker than the current Federation's Tiger Whale-class battleships. 1 minute later, the 11th and 12th Legions arrived on the defense line, starting their cover fire, instantly increasing the firepower of the Ial Federation side several times. Although the addition of the 2 legions slightly eased the situation, it was already too late. At this moment, the Sela Empire had already sailed 80,000 shield warships out of the Star Path and established a preliminary bridgehead, forming a large array with stronger attack capabilities. Every minute, a large number of Ial Federation warships were destroyed, numerous beautiful angels perished. When the Sela Alliance appeared with 120,000 shield warships, they finally stopped, and the subsequent appearances turned into the Sela Empire's main fleet, which relieved Bernice. After all, with only 120,000 warships, the current Ial Federation was not afraid, as Bernice knew that the Queen's Guard fleet, currently being assembled, already had 100,000 warships completed. Although individual warships might be weaker than the warships purchased by the Sela Empire, the quantity advantage was significant. Moreover, behind the Ial Federation stood the Human Federation, with a defense treaty with their own federation. Therefore, at this war at Vane, the Ial Federation might suffer heavy losses, but Bernice had no doubt that ultimate victory still belonged to the Ial Federation. While breathing a sigh of relief, Bernice didn't forget to immediately report the Sela Empire's shield warship quantity of 120,000 to Alfie. 1 hour later, the fleet-carrying personnel evacuated from the fortress and planet had already reached the Star Path entrance leading to the rear, and began to enter one after the other. Immediately notify the legions on the defense line to start evacuating. Bernice, seeing the opportunity had come, decisively issued the order for a full retreat. Yes. At this moment, the 3 legions on the defense line had suffered a terrifying total of 450,000 casualties. The 9th Legion had the highest casualties, directly losing to 120,000 warships, while the other 2 legions lost 110,000 and 120,000 respectively. In contrast, the Sela Empire had only lost 3,000 shield warships and 50,000 regular main warships. At the Star Path exit point, a huge array comprising 117,000 shield warships and over 400,000 regular main warships had already been formed. If they did not retreat soon, it wouldn't be long before all 3 legions would meet their end here. And even with the retreat, it would come at a great cost. Commander Bernice, the 11th and 12th Legions have begun to withdraw from the defense line, but Bonnie, the commander of the 9th Legion, refuses to retreat. What, Connect me to Bonnie immediately." "Yes." A few seconds later, as soon as the communication was established, Bernice shouted directly, "Bonnie, what are you doing? I have ordered a full retreat." "Commander, you and I understand. Now if we retreat, we will be pursued all the way, not to mention the 120,000 shield warships of the Babavi Empire. Their speed is several times faster than ours. They can easily bypass us ahead to block the retreat route directly, and then sandwich us with the pursuing fleet from behind. The chances of us successfully retreating are very slim. Bonnie, are you planning to do ... Bernice had to admit, as she listened to Bonnie's words, what she said was correct. The likelihood of all three legions successfully retreating was extremely slim. At the same time, Bernice understood somewhat what Bonnie was planning. "Correct. I will fight to buy you as much time as possible. Good luck to you, Commander Bernice." After saying this, Bonnie saluted Bernice through the communication and then directly terminated the call. Not far from the Star Path exit, the remaining 80,000 warships of the 9th Legion continued to hold the line. Inside a magnificent white heavy battleship, Bonnie was issuing her final command. "Order all ships to directly penetrate the enemy line, engage them in close combat, delay as much as possible, so that our Legion sisters can safely evacuate." Yes. At this moment, all the remaining soldiers of the 9th Legion knew exactly what they were about to face and what they had to do. They went forward without hesitation. All 80,000 warships, not a single one hesitated, all began their assault at the command of their Legion commander. Watching this scene on the defense line, Bernice opened the communication and shouted, "Everyone, move quickly. The sisters of the 9th Legion are sacrificing their lives to create opportunities for you. Do not waste all that they have given." End of this chapter. Chapter 165, United Fleet, Io Federation Capital Area, Angel's Palace. It has been over an hour since the end of the Battle of Vane, and Alfie and the leaders of the 12 Angel tribes are gathered together. The results of the Battle of Vane were just reported by Bernice through communication, and silence fell over the room. The casualties of the 11th and 12th Legions exceeded 30%, while the 9th Legion sacrificed itself to cover the retreat of the main army, resulting in complete annihilation, with Legion Commander Bonnie falling in battle. Based on the data transmitted by the vast array of monitoring devices deployed by the Io Federation in Vane, Alfie and the others learned about the scale of the Solartian Empire's fleet in this attack. 120,000 trade-type battleships from the Babavi Empire and 3.6 million main battleships from the Solartian Empire. In terms of scale, the Io Federation could handle it, but in terms of combat power, it was beyond what the Io Federation could handle on its own. Just the 3.6 million Solartian main battleships alone would require the full military force of the Federation to deal with, not to mention the 120,000 Babavi shield battleships. Your Majesty, General Liang Xingchen, the commander of the 2nd Legion of the Human Federation, has sent a communication request. A guard quickly approached and reported to Alfie. "Quickly, bring it here." Yes. Soon, Liang Xingchen's figure appeared in the Angel's Palace. "Queen Alfie, may I introduce myself as the commander of the Io Federation for military support. Can you please give me an overview of the current situation?" Yes, it has been confirmed that the Solartian Empire has deployed a total of 3.7 million battleships, including 3.6 million main battleships and 120,000 trade-type battleships from the Babavi Empire. And we have already lost Vane. The defenders have started to retreat through the Star Path towards the rear. Liang Xingchen frowned upon hearing this. This military power was indeed formidable, especially with those 120,000 shield ships. Well, now there are 116,000 left. Queen Alfie, do you still have any undetected monitors in Vane? Yes, there are still many, and at the moment, the enemy has not made further moves. In fact, the reason why Seller's commander, one of the 3 generals, Basel, did not immediately continue the attack was because after assembling the fleet, they had crossed 9 light-years to reach the border. Upon reaching the border node, they immediately began the march, covering another 7 light-years to attack Vane. It could be said that the Solartian army had been marching and fighting continuously for over 5 years, and the soldiers needed rest, so the immediate continuation of the march was delayed. Okay, I will arrange for the 2nd Legion to depart as soon as possible and meet your fleet in Io. Thank you very much for your support. I will prepare the 200,000 Queen's Guard fleet to accompany you in the operation. "Your Majesty, there's no need to be polite. We have a mutual defense treaty, and helping you defeat external enemies is what we should do." Liang Xingchen smiled. The Io Federation was the future cornerstone of humanity, an essential part of humanity's path to greatness. How could they allow the Solartian Empire to just touch it casually? After discussing some details with Alfie, Liang Xingchen ended the communication and began making arrangements. For Liang Xingchen, this battle presented certain difficulties. After all, facing the 3.6 million battleships and the Solartian battleships, stronger than those of the three civilizations encountered by humans, was a significant challenge. After careful calculations and simulations, Liang Xingchen believed that to achieve minimum casualties, it would be best to involve the First Legion in the battle as well. Soon, a request for assistance from the First Legion was sent to Sanders. Upon understanding the scale of the Solartian Empire, Sanders immediately agreed to Liang Xingchen's request. The defense in the former Cabot Empire area of the First Legion would be taken over by 6 regional guard fleets. Don't be fooled by the name Regional Guard Fleets, as these 6 fleets had been eliminated from 2 legions a few years ago, composed of Snow Leopard-class battle cruisers and Sky Dome-class carriers powered by fusion energy. Their combat power surpassed that of Io Federation's Queen's Guard Fleet, as they utilized fusion energy. Upon receiving Sanders' order, Lin Fan quickly grasped the entire situation. Even he was surprised that the Solartian Empire had brought out 120,000 shield ships. Did they empty the entire empire to acquire so many? However, Lin Fan's main concern was not about the battleships, but whether there was a special relationship between the Solartian and Babavi empires. Would human involvement raise alarms in the Babavi Empire, considering that humans were far from a match for them at the moment? But no matter the concerns, humans could not abandon the Io Federation. To ensure the security of the territory, Lin Fan decided not to bring the entire First Legion into action. Instead, he left the 11th and 12th fleets to cooperate with the 6 regional guard fleets and took the remaining 10 fleets directly towards the Io Federation's capital area. Meanwhile, the 2nd Legion, aside from being connected to the Io Federation, had no borders with other civilizations. Thus, Liang Xingchen mobilized the entire 2nd Legion, leaving only 1 local guard fleet behind. 11 days later, the 240,000 warships of the 2nd Legion arrived at the Io capital area, followed by the 1st Legion a week later, considering the distant journey. In the Io Federation's capital area at this time, a united fleet that could chill any civilization stood tall in the void, composed of human Federation battleships and Io Federation warships, totaling 640,000 warships. Don't be fooled by the number. These were all warships of the battle line, with not even a single battle cruiser visible, including the Queen's Guard Fleet. Among them, the 440,000 warships were genuine 4th-level civilization warships. And even the Io Federation's 200,000 warships could be considered almost 4th-level civilization warships, a force that could easily destroy any civilization except the Babavi Empire in the Orion Spur. The united fleet was under the command of Liang Xingchen, with Lin Fan and Eileen, former commander of the 3rd Legion of the Io Federation, now commander of the Queen's Guard Fleet, as deputy commanders. Following the plan, Eileen will lead the Queen's Guard Fleet to depart first, and Lin Fan and I will follow 7 days later. Since the Io Federation was using the 1st-generation transition engine, the speed was much slower compared to the current 1st and 2nd Legions of humanity, so departure times needed to be calculated to ensure simultaneous arrival. Understood. With that, the Queen's Guard Fleet began to move under Eileen's command, activating the transition engine. As the void contracted suddenly, the 200,000 warships disappeared from their original location. End of the chapter. Chapter 166. After luring the enemy into deep territory for 14 days, at the border junction, in the Hengxing system, Veen. At this moment, the large army of the Sira Empire is undergoing reorganization. However, General Vasil is very cautious. He did not do things like the Cabot Empire did, but divided the fleet into many batches to maintain maximum combat effectiveness. After all, in interstellar warfare, anything can happen. As a qualified commander, relaxing vigilance under any circumstances is a major dereliction of duty. It can be said that if the enemy were to attack at this time, the large army of the Sira Empire would not be significantly impacted in combat effectiveness. On the orbit of Veen 2, within a heavy battleship of 15 million tons, Adjutant, How much longer do the soldiers need to complete the reorganization? General Vasil, according to the current progress, it is estimated that it will take 10 more days to complete the reorganization plan. Very well, order the fleet not to relax vigilance and be prepared for battle at any time. Yes, General Vasil. Before the joint fleet set off for Vien, Lin Fan, Liang Xingchen, and Alina had already studied the current situation of the Sira Great Army occupying Vien. The rigorous formation and cautious posture made the three understand that the enemy's commander must be a very experienced leader. An ambush may not achieve the desired results and might even backfire carelessly. After all, with a vast number and nearly 120,000 level for civilization battleships for Liang Xingchen and Lin Fan, what they want is not victory, but to win at minimal cost. The current population of humans cannot afford significant losses. They are not like the Io Federation, which can quickly rebuild its legions with enough people even after suffering losses. Therefore, the Allied forces abandoned the option of ambush and instead adopted the strategy of luring the enemy deep into the trap. The Royal Guard performed a play, fairly utilizing the speed difference between the Sira Empire battleships and the Babavi Empire's foreign trade battleships to lure out the 120,000 shield battleships. It was previously mentioned that Vien is one of 3 junctions bordering the Io Federation and the Sira Empire. The other 2 junctions are Aldo and Fane. According to the data returned by monitoring equipment, the Sira Great Army did not establish a defense line on various star paths, probably because their commander believed that dispersing the forces to various star paths was not as safe as gathering them together. After all, Vien had a total of 6 star paths, and their strength was overwhelming to the Io Federation. Therefore, Vasil did not want to give the Io Federation any advantage by splitting forces. If anyone were to attack through the star paths, he could simply lead his army to suppress it. However, this situation presented an opportunity to Lin Fan and the others. At the exit of the star path from Vien and Aldo, the void contracted for a moment, and then 3,000 warships appeared. This situation was immediately captured by the Sira army. General Vasil, at the star path exit in the direction of Aldo, there are 3,000 Io Federation warships. In the direction of Aldo? Yes, General Vaisl. Update on the intelligence. Now there are 3,000 more, totaling 6,000. Vasil furrowed his brow. This situation was somewhat unexpected. Aldo is 5.6 light years away from Vien, requiring nearly 2 years to travel through the star path. Could it be that the fleet had departed from Aldo 2 years ago and had just arrived now? Was it a replacement mission? If they had truly departed 2 years ago, perhaps they had not yet received news of Vien's fall. After all, it had only been a little over a month. Regardless of the reason for their arrival, since they were here, there was no reason for them not to leave. Order all soldiers on the planet to return to the warships immediately. The fleet will set out in 20 minutes towards the star path of Aldo. Yes, General Vasil. At the exit of the star path in the direction of Aldo, a rhythm was maintained as 3,000 warships appeared every half a minute. When the Sira army started moving out after 20 minutes, the Io Federation's warships at the star path exit had reached 120,000, as if they had sensed something amiss and hastily arranged themselves towards the direction of the Sira Empire's army. When Vasil saw this situation, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was indeed a fleet that had departed from Aldo several years ago and had the misfortune of arriving just as Vien had fallen. However, the Sira Great Army was not close to the star path in the direction of Aldo. It would take a full hour for the fleet to get there, and they could not immediately engage the Io Federation fleet. 30 minutes later, the number of Io Federation warships had reached 100,000. At this point, the entire fleet abandoned and its defensive formation and fled towards the star path leading to Ola, where Bernice retreated. General Vasil, the other side seems to have all exited the star path with a total of 200,000 ships. They are currently escaping toward the entrance of the Ola star path. It is estimated they will arrive in 40 minutes. Considering the marching speed of our fleet, we cannot catch up. Listening to the reports from his adjutant, Vasil frowned again. He could understand the enemy's actions. After all, the speed of the Io Federation's warships was fast, reaching 8,000 kilometers per second, similar to the speed of the Sira Empire's warships. without knowing that they had the Royal Guard, a legion established by the Sira Empire using the Babavi Empire's foreign trade warships in hand. This choice was quite normal since it would have been difficult for them to intercept successfully. However, with the nearly invincible Royal Guard fleet, the situation was entirely different. They could easily intercept the enemy and then launch a decisive attack from both the front and back to completely defeat them. Order the Royal Guard fleet to engage full engines, catch up, and intercept them before they reach the entrance of the Ola Star Path. Yes, General Vasil. The warships of the Royal Guard fleet could reach a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second. It would be relatively easy to intercept the enemy. Soon, the Royal Guard fleet, with its terrifying speed, had already outpaced the main fleet behind them and was speeding towards the entrance of the Ola Star Path. 30 minutes later, the Sira Empire's Royal Guard fleet arrived at the predetermined position, backed by the entrance of the Ola Star Path, and set up the interception array. The path for the Io Federation fleet to enter the Star Path was completely blocked. At this moment, the Io Federation fleet was less than 3 million kilometers away from the Star Path entrance. However, as Vasil had not anticipated, this fleet did not immediately change course as he expected, but instead fired upon the Royal Guard fleet at the Star Path entrance. This puzzled Vasil. Were they planning to force their way in? The more Vasil thought about it, the more likely it seemed. End of this chapter. Chapter 167. Full Retreat of the Army. Basil believed that the Io Federation knew the speed difference in navigation. Even if they turned to other star lanes, it would be useless. Therefore, they decided to take the risk and break through any interception to charge in. It must be said that the Angels played this scene very beautifully. First, they made multiple waves of transition towards the Erodo Star Lane entrance, creating the illusion of 3,000 ships descending every 30 seconds. This was reflected on the radar of the Sarati Empire as a fleet passing through the Erodo Star Lane entrance to Veen, smoothly wave after wave exiting the Star Lane, almost perfect. Subsequently, they pretended to be surprised to find that Veen was filled with Sarati Empire warships, leading to a scene of hastily arranging interception formations. After all warships had descended, they pretended to flee towards Aura again. This prompted Basil to send out the Royal Guard fleet for interception, leading to a standoff of at least over an hour, completely isolating them. It can be said that the entire plan to lure the enemy deep was quite perfect. Order the Royal Guard fleet to fire at full power. Do not allow any Io Federation warship to escape into the Star Lane. Yes? The exchange of fire between the two sides began, but Basil was surprised at what he saw. The Io Federation did not conduct covering fire, but instead had their warships grouped in sets of 20 for precise concentrated fire. This clearly was an attack targeted against the shield of the Royal Guard fleet. However, at a distance of nearly 3 million kilometers, the accuracy was very low. On the other hand, their side utilized a broad covering fire, destroying a significant number of Io Federation warships with each wave of attack, as they had no shields. Typically, just being hit by a couple of main cannon shots was enough to be fatal. However, after about 10 seconds, Basil was astonished to find that all the attacks hitting the Io Federation warships were blocked by a faint blue energy shield surrounding each warship. All 200,000 Io Federation warships were equipped with energy shields. And these were not from the Babavi Empire technology, as Basil knew their shields were red. It was an impossibility that was now unfolding before his eyes. Following the first round of firepower exchange, the Io Federation did not lose a single warship. The Sarati Empire's wide coverage attacks meant that each Io Federation warship was hit a limited number of times, not posing a significant threat. In contrast, the Io Federation's precise concentrated fire in groups of 20 meant that, while their accuracy was poor at this distance, any hits were deadly. If 20 warships simultaneously hit an enemy vessel, that ship would face at least 20 to 30 main cannon blasts at once. Even a level for civilization battleship would succumb. Yet, after the first wave, the Io Federation had only managed to destroy just over 50 warships. Watching the first round of exchange, Basil was furious. No matter where these Io Federation warships come from, today they must all pay the price here. I refuse to believe that you can wipe out the entire Royal Guard fleet in just 1 hour. Basil spoke in anger as he watched the images. From the recent attack, he realized that the weapons used by the Io Federation were of their own third-level civilization. Even their ships remained original. Therefore, They likely only acquired some shield devices, adding them to these 200,000 warships, not genuine 4th-level civilization warships. Despite the odds being 12,000 against 20,000, there was still a chance of winning. Crucially, within an hour, his fleet of over 3.5 million warships could arrive on the battlefield. Bearing in mind that with shields in place, the conflict would be prolonged, as an hour was insufficient to determine the outcome. Once his main fleet arrived, he would have the upper hand. Order the Royal Guard fleet to conduct precise concentrated fire in groups of 10. Yes, General Basil. At the same time, on the flagship of the Io Federation Queen's Royal Guard fleet, Alina muttered softly as she checked the time. It's time. With her words, the void around 100 million kilometers from both sides of the Sarati Empire Royal Guard fleet suddenly contracted, and two massive fleets appeared instantly, initiating an attack against the Royal Guard fleet. This scene left Basil dumbfounded. Transition engines. The word subconsciously escaped his mouth, utterly incredulous. Once again, an impossible event unfolded before his eyes. What was happening? Why did others, apart from the Babavi Empire, possess transition engines? Upon the appearance of the 1st and 2nd Legions of the Human Federal Battalion, they launched a fierce attack against the Royal Guard fleet, stationed at the entrance of the Star Lane with their backs turned. At a mere distance of 1 million kilometers, attacking from its sides, the area with the largest target, the hit rate was shockingly high. Under the precise crossfire on both sides, over 3,000 Royal Guard fleet warships were immediately destroyed. The extent of the damage left Basil stunned once again. The power of this attack surpassed that of the Royal Guard fleet. Could these be genuine level for civilization battleships? Or was it a hidden level for civilization, with the Io Federation's energy shields provided by them? Basil felt he might have uncovered the truth. Immediately order a full retreat. Return to the Sarati Empire territory through the Star Lane. Now, inform the Royal Guard fleet to use their speed advantage to retreat immediately, without waiting for us. Basil made a swift decision, understanding that the Royal Guard fleet would have to be obliterated before his main fleet arrived. What was the point of standing against 600,000 shielded warships? Moreover, over 400,000 of them were genuine level for civilization battleships. Was he a fool to sacrifice himself for pride? A swift retreat would possibly save many of his forces. General Basil. His subordinates did not comprehend Basil's abrupt command. Why order a sudden retreat after just 2 rounds of fire? Immediately relay the order. Do you want it, or shall I ask someone else? Basil yelled in frustration at his unmoving subordinate. Every minute was precious at that moment, yet his subordinate seemed dazed. Yes, I will relay it immediately. Feeling the intense gaze from Basil, his subordinate hastened to relay the command to the fleet commanders. End of this chapter. Chapter 168. Intercepting and surrounding the sudden retreat order caught the entire Sela Empire's army off guard. They were almost at the battlefield. Why retreat suddenly? Only the commanders above a certain level can understand the gap between the 3rd and 4th level civilizations. The other soldiers were unaware of these matters. Although everyone was filled with doubts, as soldiers of the Empire, they immediately carried out the orders. Over 3 million warships began to fly in an arc in an orderly manner, correcting their course. The Sela Empire's main army is changing direction. They must want to withdraw back to the Empire through the Star Path. Elena said to Liang Xingchen and Lin Fan, who were communicating. Don't worry, it will take at least an hour and a half for them to reach the entrance of the Star Path. We have enough time to completely decimate the fleet here before intercepting them. Yes, there's no need to worrying about the ordinary warships retreating. Our primary task is to quickly surround and destroy the enemy forces here. Liang Xingchen and Lin Fan said to Elena. In their eyes, they didn't think the Sela Empire's main army could escape. The most important thing now is to eliminate the more than 100,000 4th-level civilization warships in front of them. Next moment, the Royal Guard fleet also began to take action. They also received orders to retreat at full speed. The warships began to accelerate towards the direction of the Queen's Guard Legion for a surprise attack. Elena, when they launch their attack, do not engage head-on. Control the fleet to gradually make way for them, then attack from the sides. Liang Xingchen told Elena after looking at the tactical images. Understood. After giving orders to Elena, Liang Xingchen immediately led the 2nd Legion into pursuit. Lin Fan, on the other hand, led the First Legion to accelerate and begin flying in an arc, preparing to bypass from the side and then launch a lateral assault on the Royal Guard fleet. After all, pursuing with one legion is enough. The firing range is limited, and if Lin Fan's Second Legion also went over, it wouldn't be able to contribute. 2 minutes later, the Royal Guard fleet charged with powerful firepower right in front of the Queen's Guard Legion, directly crashing into them. Guided by Liang Xingqin's prompt, Elena immediately ordered the fleet to match their advance and gradually disperse. Visually, it looked like the Royal Guard fleet was driving into the Io Federation fleet formation and then smoothly broke through the center. However, reality always slaps in the face as the Queen's Guard fleet dispersed, turning their bows towards the advancing Sela warships in the center. Fierce crossfire ensued. With the pursuit by Liang Xingqian from behind, countless Royal Guard warships were destroyed in no time. After leaving behind more than 30,000 warship wrecks and finally breaking free from being encircled by the Queen's Guard fleet, all the Sela people on the warships breathed a sigh of relief. For them, as long as they broke free, they could use their speed advantage to leave the enemy completely behind and retreat safely. After all, their warship speed could reach 30,000 kilometers per second. Just as they relaxed, tens of thousands of warships suddenly appeared on their flank, forming an assault array and directly crashing through the center of their formation. This was Lin Fan's First Legion, which did not pursue with Liang Xingqian earlier. Instead, they conducted an arc flight around half a circle, precisely timing their lateral assault when the enemy broke through the Queen's Guard Legion, cutting off their formation. Elena, if your warships can't keep up with the speed, don't participate in the pursuit behind when the Sela Empire's main army is 5 million kilometers from the entrance of the Star Path. Jump over in short range and set up an interception at the entrance of the Star Path. We will come immediately after dealing with these warships. Understood. In such long-range chase battles where tens of thousands of kilometers per second are involved, the Queen's Guard Legion simply couldn't intervene. After all, their fleet speed was only 8,000 kilometers per second. Elena couldn't help but think, after this battle, should she suggest the Queen talk to the Human Federation about the purchase of the light-speed engine? Liang Xingqian and Lin Fan's coordination was very tacit. One maintained a distance of 1 million kilometers behind, engaging in an ongoing pursuit battle, steadily whittling down the enemy's warships. The other directly utilized a speed advantage of 50,000 kilometers per second, continuously conducting assaults, cutting through their formation. In the distance, Basil, who was in retreat, watched as the Royal Guard fleet was continuously slaughtered on the battlefield. He realized he was stupid. Since they knew the enemy was 4th-level civilization, how could their speed not match that of the Royal Guard fleet? Essentially, the warships used by the Royal Guard fleet of the Sela Empire were just a castrated version of the 4th-level civilization Babaway Empire's performance. It was only natural to be chased and attacked from behind. Basil could already see the outcome. He understood that the Royal Guard fleet could not retreat. Soon they would be completely destroyed there. Now the key was if his 3 million warships had a chance to retreat. Order the Royal Guard fleet to stop retreating. Continuing to retreat will only result in being massacred unilaterally. It's better to stop and fight to the end. Also, it can buy time for the main fleet's retreat. Yes, General Basil. When the order reached the Royal Guard fleet, everyone understood they had been abandoned. Fortunately, the members of the Royal Guard fleet were all elite loyalists who had been groomed. If it were regular Imperial soldiers, they probably would have refused to act upon hearing such orders. However, the Royal Guard fleet was different. They were all loyal to the bone. Even if they knew they had been abandoned, they would still faithfully carry out the orders. The entire fleet stopped retreating at this moment and began to counterattack. Due to Lin Fan and Liang Xingqin's continuous side assaults and rear pursuits, there were no losses, as they hadn't entered the enemy's main artillery firing range. But when the Royal Guard fleet stopped fleeing and started to resist, the situation changed, and the 1st and 2nd Legions began to suffer casualties as well. Although not many, after all, the quantity advantage was there. Both in firepower and shield performance were slightly stronger than that of the Royal Guard fleet. Although this counterattack was brave and fierce, the losses to the 2 legions were still limited. In the end, after sacrificing several hundred warships each, they completely annihilated the remaining 70,000 warships of the Royal Guard fleet. At this moment, the Sela Empire's main army was less than 10 million kilometers away from the entrance to the Star Path. End of this chapter. Chapter 169 Special Operations. Inside the flagship bridge of the Imperial Army of the Celadon Empire, there was a moment of silence. Basel Army, Royal Guard Fleet. Enough, I see it. Basel knew what his deputy wanted to say. Could I not see it myself? But there was simply no way around it, was there? Now it was not about the Royal Guard Fleet, but about how many of his over 3 million troops could ultimately be rescued. After all, even if they reached the Star Road, they couldn't all enter at once. They could only retreat in batches of thousands. Given that there wasn't enough time, there was no way to think about bringing everyone out at once. After arriving at the Star Road, they could only deploy layer by layer of rooms against the Star Road, defending against the opponent's attacks while retreating steadily. In Basel's calculations, being able to evacuate 1 million warships would be a miracle. And the most important question was, now that their empire was up against a level for civilization, even if they could retreat, could their empire withstand the onslaught of a level for civilization? Thinking this way, the crisis of national destruction for the Celadon Empire was right in front of them. Deputy, how long until we reach the Star Road? 500,000 kilometers. At our speed, it will take about 10 minutes. All right, once we reach 3 million kilometers from the Star Road, start deploying the fleet against the Star Road entrance to establish a defensive line. Defend while steadily retreating. Yes, General Basel. But the unexpected happened in the next moment. The Queen's Royal Guard Fleet of the Io Federation directly performed a short-distance leap, appearing at the Star Road entrance without any warning, and quickly set up a defensive line against the Star Road. This scene baffled Basel. The Io Federation's warships were equipped with leap engines too. Shouldn't level for civilization see leap engines as strategic equipment that should not be sold outside? What was happening in this world? Suddenly, Basel thought of the initial appearance of the Io Federation fleet and instantly understood. It turned out the Io Federation did not come through the Star Road, but rather through phased leaps, creating the illusion of coming from the Star Road, and from the beginning, they had been calculated, so that was it. Before Basel could finish his sigh, the deputy anxiously shouted, "General Basel, 2 unknown fleets are also heading towards our rear, estimated to be within attacking range in 5 minutes, with a staggering speed of 50,000 kilometers per second. Basel's troops were not surprised by this, as it was quite normal. Even the performance-limited version of the warships obtained from the Baba Empire already had a speed of 30,000 kilometers per second, so it was not unusual for true level for civilization warships to reach 50,000 kilometers per second, right? Order 5 legions to the rear array to intercept the 2 unknown fleets, while the rest of the warships launch a full-scale assault on the Io Federation array in front." Yes, General Basel. Following Basel's orders, the 5 legions at the rear array, consisting of 1.5 million warships in total, began to turn and deploy to meet the 2 human legions about to arrive. The remaining 2 million warships, organized by legions, formed one assault array after another, launching wave after wave, each legion heading towards the Io Federation array, breaking through with full force. Elena also felt immense pressure from this, facing 2 million warships head-on in a densely packed battle. Energy shields were not invincible. But at this point, she had to face it head-on, push through with determination, and even if it meant paying a huge price, she could not let the opponents breach the Star Road. Suddenly, the Dark Void was once again illuminated, with various energy projectiles and beings shuttling back and forth, the intensity of firepower making one's scalp tingle. After all, whether in defense or offense, both sides were engaged in intense close-range combat within a small area. Lin Fan, if this continues, the Io Federation will suffer significant losses. Liang Xingchen observed the situation at the Star Road entrance, speaking to Lin Fan. Yes, indeed, with such a dense array-to-array barrage, even the Queen's Royal Guard Fleet won't be able to hold up. After all, the energy sources her warships use are not as powerful as ours. True, we need to come up with a solution. After all, the Io Federation is our ally. We can't just stand by and watch them suffer heavy casualties. Capture the ringleader first, and we need to capture their commander to gather intelligence. We need to know why the Celadon Empire has acquired so many warships from the Baba Empire. So, I propose executing a special operation. After thinking for a moment, Lin Fan said, "A special operation? Are you planning to?" After hearing Lin Fan's words, Liang Xingchen also somewhat understood what Lin Fan wanted to do, but wasn't it risky? That's right, I plan to capture the enemy's flagship directly. Capture the fleet's commander alive. Liang, you must understand, we need this information, otherwise the Federation may be in jeopardy. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Liang Xingchen nodded. He understood Lin Fan's concern. After all, the Celadon Empire obtaining 120,000 warships from the Baba Empire was a very unusual occurrence. If there was any connection between the Celadon Empire and the Baba Empire that led the latter to notice the Human Federation, then preparations had to be made in advance. Therefore, this information was crucial, and even at some cost, it had to be obtained. And the most direct way to obtain this information was to capture the enemy fleet commander, and with a high enough status, the likelihood of gathering intelligence would be greater. I understand, but don't act recklessly. Wait for the right opportunity. I understand. Trust me. After the two finished talking, Lin Fan activated the 1st Legion's wartime conference system. Soon, the 9 fleet commanders from the 2nd Fleet to the 10th Fleet appeared in the bridge of the Uranus. Everyone, we are about to embark on an unconventional special operation mission. The target is the flagship of the Celadon Empire's large army, that 15 million-ton heavy battleship. In that battleship, the commander likely holds information crucial to the survival of our Federation, and our mission is to capture the enemy flagship and apprehend all commanding personnel inside. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the commanders felt a mix of excitement and worrying. Excitement because this operation was akin to cutting off the head of the enemy's entire army in a battlefield full of soldiers, making it a very bold move. And worrying because this operation was not easy. There were millions of warships clustered there, and achieving the mission with minimal casualties was anything but easy. One wrong move could result in a huge cost. End of this chapter. Chapter 170. The operation begins. Lin Fan waved his hand and opened the tactical image. From above, the current situation was clearly visible. Behind the Io Federation Queen's Guard Legion, who were arrayed in a blocking formation with their backs against the star path, were the 2 million battleships of the Lassie army positioned 2 million kilometers away. These battleships were organized into 7 assault formations, with one of the formations rapidly advancing towards the Queen's Guard Legion. Around 100,000 kilometers behind them were the 5 legions of the Serra army, with 1.5 million battleships, forming a tight defense formation, facing the 2 human legions in readiness. Last but not least, approaching within 5 million kilometers were the 1st and 2nd human federal legions. You can see that the target position is among the 7 assault formations in the front. We'll refer to this assault formation as the Serra Guard Legion temporarily. Currently, there are 5 other assault formations surrounding this Guard Legion, totaling approximately 1.7 million battleships. Although we can directly attack and complete the mission, we may suffer great losses. It is highly likely that we will face the frontal fire of their 1.7 million battleships during the assault and the rear fire from at least 3 legions with 900,000 battleships. Therefore, in order to keep the losses within an acceptable range, we need to launch a flanking attack. Now, let's start deploying the mission. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression immediately turned serious, and they eagerly listened as Lin Fan laid out the mission plan. As Lin Fan mentioned, facing over 3 million battleships, a direct confrontation was extremely dangerous. Not that the mission would fail, but casualties would likely exceed acceptable levels. Thus, Lin Fan's tactical arrangement became critical. Firstly, we will wait for their 2nd Legion to begin the attack. Only when there are 5 legions remaining in the target area should we take action. Chris, Emma, lead the 2nd and 3rd fleets to the left side of the legion formation. Ayako, Carol, lead the 6th and 7th fleets to the right side of the legion formation. After the operation begins, each fleet will perform outward curved flight, swiftly bypassing the 5 legions blocking the front. Subsequently, conduct a crossing breakthrough from both sides of the target formation and cause chaos in their formation. After the crossing breakthrough, each of you will lead your fleet to flank the surrounding for Serra legions, preventing them from supporting the Central Guard Legion. Li Kengkyong, Sophia, Dennis, Elliot, initiate a frontal assault on the 5 legions ahead. My guard fleet, along with Upton Yunting's 10th fleet, will hide in between your fleets, and the 2nd Legion will provide firepower support. Your objective is to cover me and Upton Yunting for the breakthrough towards the Serra Guard Legion. Once we are away, you will turn to face the enemy, form a crossfire with the 2nd Legion, and fiercely attack them. Finally, the Guard Fleet will personally capture the target, with Upton Yunting's 10th Fleet providing protection. This is the entire operational plan. Is everything clear? Crystal clear, Commander. Great, now go back and prepare. When the 2nd Sarah Legion launches an attack on the Star Path defense line, it will be our time to act. Yes. While Lin Fan and his team were holding their operational meeting, the battle at the entrance of the Star Path was becoming increasingly intense as the distances between the two sides were narrowing. Currently, the distance between the two forces was close to 1.5 million kilometers, and with both sides in dense formations, the hit rate had reached terrifying levels. The IO Federation, despite having energy shields, was suffering greatly. The high rate of hits meant that the shields were not invincible. Once they exceeded their limit, the ships would be vulnerable. The intensive formation adopted by the IO Federation made it difficult to maneuver the ships, especially those with low shield integrity. They couldn't retreat to replenish, and they had to watch as their shields collapsed and ships were destroyed. It was a tough battle for the Queen's Guard Legion as well, with a loss of 5,000 battleships in just 4 minutes, resulting in a casualty ratio of 1:16. This was not a favorable situation, considering the Queen's Guard Legion had only 200,000 battleships. If they continued at this rate, they could lose another 20,000 ships after repelling the first era assault, and facing the second wave would be even more challenging. The enemy's strength remained constant in each wave, while their own forces were diminishing, leading to greater losses as their numbers reduced. Even if they managed to fend off all 7 Sarah legions, the Queen's Guard fleet would be left with very few battleships. According to Elena's estimation, they might not be able to withstand even 5 waves. As Elena pondered on this predicament, the 2nd Sarah Legion began to mobilize. With the 1st Legion blocking the way, the 2nd Legion could advance at least 1 million kilometers unimpeded. This realization made Elena uneasy, as defeating the first wave of attackers would bring them dangerously close to engaging the second wave. This proximity meant that the advantage of the Queen's Guard Legion's energy shields would diminish further, leading to increased casualties. However, Lin Fan reassured Elena that she only needed to hold off the second wave of attacks, as Lin Fan's 1st Legion had begun its operation. As the second wave of the Sarah forces launched their assault on the IO Federation's defense line at the Star Path entrance, the 4 fleets of Lin Fan's 1st Legion accelerated their movements, flying in arcs towards the sides of the human naval formation. The remaining 6 legions accelerated, and 2 of them formed an assault formation, confining the other 2 in the center. Under Liang Shinken's command, the 2nd Legion immediately dispersed its formation, pouring firepower towards the flanks of Lin Fan's 1st Legion, aiming to suppress them. The situation on the rear battlefield became chaotic instantly. End of chapter. Chapter 171. The sudden entry of the Sira Empire's great army into the ship, the Vanguard Array. The Grand General Basil was staring at the battlefield changes in the flagship, furrowing his brows tightly. The enemies for fleets, moving in curved arcs from both sides, were clearly heading towards the Vanguard Array. Based on the calculation of the curve's extent, their final target should be the second wave Assault Legion advancing. Was this fleet intending to support the IO Federation? However, there was no way to stop them. The enemy's speed was too fast, and even if the rear array wanted to split forces to intercept, they couldn't catch up at all. Dispatch 2 legions from our formation to advance and intercept. If the enemy attacks the second wave assault array, launch an offensive from its side. Yes, Grand General Basil. 2 legions, each with 300,000 warships, immediately accelerated towards the flanks of the second wave assault array. If the current situation continued, the 4 human fleets would each traverse a large arc on both sides and then appear on the sides of the Sira Empire's second wave assault legion, launching a fierce attack from the side. Similarly, the 2 fleets dispatched by Basil would also appear on the sides of the 4 human fleets, ensuring that the 4 human fleets would not fare well. However, what Basil did not anticipate was that Lin Fan had already predicted this move, and the performance carried out by the 4 fleets was not actually targeting the second wave assault legion advancing, but rather Basil himself, the Grand General of the Sira Empire, Basil. As the 2 legions of the Vanguard Array advanced to provide support, a gap appeared on both sides of their main formation, unlike before when it was tightly protected. Lin Fan immediately noticed this scene and ordered the 4 fleets in action to start moving. Upon receiving the command, the four commanders swiftly followed the operational plan, increasing the curve of the fleet's movement to circle around and target the Imperial Guard Legion of the Sierra Empire's vanguard array. This sudden change caught Basil off guard, since the enemy warship's speed was too fast. In just 2 to 3 minutes, they could reach him, while the two legions that had already set off would need several minutes just to change direction, let alone return. As for conducting long-range attacks on the enemy warships directly, not only was there not enough time, but it was also too risky, as they would be hitting their own allies. In this situation, even striking a few enemy warships would be difficult, as they were shielded, and many of his own forces would also likely be wiped out. Thicken the Guard Legion formation and prepare to counter the assault. Yes, Grand General Basil. As Basil urgently adjusted his formation to prepare for the impending assault, the 6 human fleets in the rear completely penetrated the area. Although the warships on both sides tried to move closer to thicken the formation and block the breakthrough by the human fleets, Liang Xingchen, who had already planned the layout, exerted powerful firepower on both sides of the warship group, preventing them from effectively filling the central gap in a short period. The attacking strength of the 6 human fleets was overwhelming, as they easily breached a large hole in the center with 120,000 Leviathan-class battleships. 4 of the human fleets began to turn, while the other to race towards the Imperial vanguard array at a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second. At this moment, the distance between the Sierra Empire's vanguard and rear arrays was approximately 2 million kilometers, but for Lin Fan and Shangguan Yunting, it was not a concern. At a speed of 50,000 kilometers per second, 2 million kilometers would only take a few tens of seconds, making it essentially imminent. Meanwhile, the 4 fleets that had circled around on curved paths had already plunged fiercely into the sides of the Imperial Guard Legion, engaging in a swift cross-attack that instantly split them into 3 segments. Despite Basil's preparations and reinforcement of the formation, the mere 200,000 regular warships were no match for the double-sided onslaught of 80,000 Leviathan-class battleships. The entire Guard Legion immediately fell into chaos. Quickly, reorganize the formation. The enemy won't attack just once. Grand General Basil, it's bad news. About 40,000 enemy warships have also launched an assault from the rear. Damn it, have the flank legions come to support immediately? That won't work, Grand General Basil. The fleet that attacked us from both sides just split into 4 fleets, each targeting one of our surrounding legions. At this moment, the 1st Legion's 2nd, 3rd, 6th, and 7th fleets had each entangled one of the Sierra Empire's legions. Following Lin Fan's orders, rather than engaging in direct combat, they relied on absolute speed to outmaneuver the enemy, circling around and using secondary cannons to strike, denying the enemy's main cannons a chance to attack. Therefore, the 4 Sierra legions were forced to retaliate using secondary cannons, since the main cannons could only target enemies in the front, rendering them ineffective. Yet, secondary cannons posed little threat to the Leviathan-class battleships, essentially leaving them vulnerable. Hearing the officer's report, Basil came to understand that the enemy had calculated everything meticulously, with himself as the real target. The 40,000 warships breaking in from the rear were likely the final blow. Lin Fan and Shangguan Yunting, with their extreme speed, left Basil with no time to think or respond. The 2 fleets closed in on the area where his flagship was located, surrounding the massive 15 million-ton heavy battleship and delivering a fierce beating. Of course, they couldn't use ship cannons. If they exploded the battleship, they wouldn't be able to capture him. Lin Fan wanted a live captive, not a corpse. Therefore, they directly unleashed a storm of metal using close-range weapons, cleaning up the surface arsenal of the ship. While close-range weapons may not penetrate the ship's meters-thick armor, incapacitating the weapon systems rendered the battleship unable to fire properly. Once the ship's armaments were disabled, Lin Fan picked up the communication device. Zhang Zhiwei, I'm giving you 5 minutes. Bring back all the enemy command staff, understand? Zhang Zhiwei had been promoted to become the commander of the Mechanized Legion in Lin Fan's guard fleet, holding the rank of colonel. However, lacking aptitude in fleet command, he had set his path in the Mecha division. Understood. Next, within the 1st fleet surrounding Basil's flagship, numerous mechas and assault ships swiftly departed the warship, closing in on their target. The Uranus also cooperated by firing its secondary cannons at 30% energy, creating a hole not far from the warship's bridge. Capitalizing on this opportunity, Zhang Jiwei led the mechas to clear the area first, followed by over 20 assault ships moving in. The assault team members, clad in interstellar combat suits, promptly exited the assault ships and, utilizing the miniature thrusters on their suits, flew through the breach. End of this chapter. Chapter 172. A successful capture. At this moment, the front formation of the Sierra Grand Army was in chaos, with 4 legions each being harassed by a human fleet. The Guard Legion where Basel was located had been infiltrated by 40,000 human warships into the core area, and even the flagship was surrounded. Not only that, the humans had even breached into the interior of the flagship, engaging in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. General Basel, the enemy's combat forces have infiltrated our ship. According to reports, we are engaged in hand-to-hand combat inside the ship, but our equipment is greatly inferior to the enemy's, making it impossible to resist. We are in full retreat. Damn it, do they want to capture me alive? Order the surrounding legions to stop dealing with the harassing fleets and come to the rescue immediately. Also, inform the combat personnel inside the ship to hold on. Help is on the way. Yes, General Basel. 2 minutes later. This is the 71st Guard Squadron. The enemy's numbers are too many. We can no longer hold the passage. This is the 21st Guard Squadron. D-17 passage has been breached. I repeat, D-17 passage has been. This is the 97th Guard Squadron. Enemy firepower is too intense. We need support. This is the 47th Guard Squadron. The D-09 passage leading to the bridge is under intense enemy attack. The communication was filled with reports like these, making Basel's face look very grim. Have the surrounding warships not broken through yet? General Basel, apart from the 1,000 warships surrounding our flagship, the remaining nearly 40,000 warships have formed a defensive perimeter around us. Our legions have been broken up by continuous assaults, making it impossible to reform the attack formation in the short term, let alone break through this defensive perimeter. Tell them to forget about forming any formation. Just charge right in. Asterisk boom, asterisk. Before Basel could finish his words, a loud explosion interrupted him, and Basel was even lifted off the ground by the shockwave of the blast, crashing heavily onto the floor. In a daze, Basel seemed to see a large group of individuals in black combat suits rushing in, quickly suppressing the entire bridge. Finally, two people approached and directly lifted him up to take him away. Legion Commander, the target has been captured. We are currently retreating. Good, well done. Lin Fan was very satisfied with Zhang Jiwei's performance, as the mission was completed in just 3 minutes. Even with the time for retreat, it should not exceed 5 minutes. Everyone, attention! The mission is completed. I repeat, the mission is completed. Lin Fan picked up the communicator and issued a communication to all commanders of the 1st Legion. Now, according to our operational plan, the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 9th fleets will continue to flank the rear formation of the 2nd Legion, while your 4 fleets will be temporarily commanded by General Liang Xingchen until the end of this battle. The remaining 5 fleets will accompany our guard fleet to the entrance of the Star Road and assist the Io Federation Queen's fleet. Yes, Legion Commander. 3 minutes later, all deployed mechs and assault ships had returned to their respective warships, and Lin Fan immediately ordered the 6 fleets to move towards the direction of the Star Road. Along the way, they completely crushed the 2nd Wave Assault Legion of the Sierra Grand Army. The news of the flagship being attacked and the general being captured began to spread within the various legions of the Sierra Empire, causing the entire Sierra Grand Army to become somewhat chaotic. At present, the war had been going on for over 20 minutes, with the main losses on the Io Federation side being in the Queen's Guard Legion, which lost about 20,000 warships. On the human side, fewer than 500 warships were lost. On the other hand, the Sierra Empire had suffered heavier losses, with 1 Assault Legion in the front completely wiped out by the Queen's Guard Legion, and the 2nd Assault Legion being flanked by Lin Fan's 6 fleets from behind, resulting in the loss of 150,000 warships and facing total annihilation.